Chapter 1. The Detrimental Effect of the Inane System. In the realm of Xianyao, within the 9 provinces, there exist 8 prominent sections. Every decade, these sects convene for a grand competition known as the 8th Sect Tournament, a gathering spurred by disputes over resource allocation. However, prior to this grand event, each sect engages in internal preliminary contests. With merely 10 days remaining until the competition among the peaks, despair grips Su Che. "It's over, I'm doomed," he laments while seated on a wooden chair, questioning his existence. Why do others awaken systems of extraordinary caliber, while his own, after an 8-year wait, is so utterly inept? The system in question is the Heavenly Tao Lottery System, which claims to grant access to treasures from all realms, both those that have appeared and those yet to manifest. Yet, regardless of the treasure, the host is incapable of utilizing any of them. Special buff, immortality. Special buff, useless spiritual root. Collecting 10 disciples, all possessing cultivation, will upgrade to a normal spiritual root. Immortality paired with a useless spiritual root. This combination is not merely disappointing, it is profoundly disheartening. A useless spiritual root renders even the gathering of spiritual energy an arduous task, effectively barring any path to cultivation. In a world of cultivation, being unable to cultivate is akin to a eunuch in a brothel, utterly hopeless situation. To have 10 disciples with normal spiritual roots means that Su Che, an ordinary individual, must risk his life to gather 10 capable disciples. Who in their right mind would seek him as a master when they possess the talent for cultivation? Sitting in his drafty abode, clear reflection of the previous owner's woeful existence, Su Che is painfully aware of his circumstances. The person he has transmigrated into shares his name and was the master of Tianhua Peak, one of the 6 peaks of the Xianyao Sect. Is the peak master powerful? Typically, yes. Yet, his situation is unique. The former master of Tianhua Peak was his father, who, having only one son and no disciples, perished in a great battle against the demonic path, leaving the mantle of leadership upon Su Chi's shoulders. But therein lies the crux of the problem. He is a complete waste with no spiritual root. In the past 5 years, Tianhua Peak has only produced 3 disciples, all of whom are utterly talentless. According to sect regulations, if a peak fails to produce a spiritual general-level cultivator within a decade, it risks being disbanded and absorbed by other peaks. The upcoming sect tournament serves as the final deadline. Without the protection of a sect, a mere mortal like Su Che is as defenseless as an ant. He could be crushed by anyone, even a common bandit. Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to use the 10 draws now? Use it. After all, it's not like I can utilize any of it. I'm tired, let it all be destroyed. As his words faded, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a sword. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a medicinal pill. Congratulations, host. You have received. The notifications continued, but Su Che paid them no heed. After the 10 draws concluded, he found himself with a daily chance to draw, and upon immediate use, he obtained a small mirror. This medicinal pill might be of use. Perhaps it can restore the cultivation talent of my utterly talentless disciple. If he can cultivate, I might persuade the sect master for a few years of leniency with my silver tongue. With this thought, Su Che set out to find his 3 disciples. He had 3 disciples, 2 males and 1 female. All 3 were picked up from the streets, ordinary mortals incapable of cultivation. It was futile those with any cultivation potential would never deign to become his disciples. Reaching the grand bell of Tianhua Peak, Su Che summoned all his strength and struck it with a wooden stick. Dong! The resonant sound echoed throughout Tianhua Peak, prompting his 3 disciples, who had been occupied with their own affairs, to hastily hide their meager possessions and rush to their master's residence. On their way, the 3 disciples converged, with the eldest, by phone, speaking first. "Have you all hidden your money?" "Indeed." The second disciple, Xiao Mingchu, and the youngest, Murong Qian, nodded in agreement, having stashed their meager savings. Their master was notorious for seeking money or lamenting his poverty, which left them feeling utterly helpless. As the trio approached their master's dwelling, Bai Feng suddenly recalled something. I overheard others in the sect mention that if Tianhua Peak doesn't produce a spiritual general cultivator within the next 10 years, we might be absorbed by another peak. Do you think Master is calling us for this reason? After all, it has been 9 years since we last had a spiritual general. Not to worry, I will take action. My cultivation has already returned to the level of a spiritual general. I will showcase my abilities during the competition in 10 days, and we shall secure Tianhua Peak's future. Xiao Mingqiu remained unconcerned, for unbeknownst to him, all three appeared to be mere mortals. Yet they were anything but. Bai Feng, once a prodigy, had fallen victim to treachery, resulting in the severance of his meridians and the loss of his cultivation. Xiao Mingqiu, a former spiritual lord, had been ensnared in a battle against a formidable foe, barely escaping with his life, but losing all his cultivation and possessions in the process. He had since regained his strength to the level of a spiritual general. Murong Qian, 1,000 years ago, was revered as the empress and the most formidable female cultivator of her time. Unfortunately, she was besieged by 5 great spiritual emperors due to her possession of a priceless treasure, leading to her demise. Now, having returned to the mortal realm, she sought stability and fortuitously became a disciple of Su Che. In truth, the only genuine waste at Tianhua Peak was Su Che himself. The 3 disciples arrived before the dilapidated wooden dwelling, where Su Che, clad in a blue robe, was nursing his waist after inadvertently straining it while striking the bell. Ouch! Eldest, come help me massage my back, I've pulled a muscle. Seeing his disciples approach, Su Che called out, prompting Bai Feng to come forward, bemused yet eager to assist his master. Oh, that feels good. Su Che sighed in relief, and then retrieved a transformative medicinal pill from his system, presenting it to his eldest disciple. This is a medicinal pill I fought tooth and nail to obtain from the sect master. Take it, and it may alleviate your meridian issues. As the pill emerged, its fragrance filled the air, potent enough to elevate the cultivation of low-level practitioners merely through its scent. The previously mundane trio was instantly awestruck, staring at the pill with disbelief. The knowledgeable Murong Qian recognized it immediately. Transcendence pill. How could a mere mortal like my master possess such a divine elixir? She was taken aback, for she had encountered this pill in her previous life within an ancient secret realm. When this pill appeared, all spiritual emperors had gone mad over it. Even she, at that time, was tempted, but as a newly ascended emperor, she lacked the standing to vie for it. Ultimately, after causing the demise of 3 spiritual emperors, it fell into the hands of the strongest among them, who consumed it, drastically enhancing his cultivation and allowing him to ascend to the celestial realm. The Transcendence Pill was the most potent medicinal concoction within this realm. Yet how could it possibly be in the hands of her seemingly ordinary master? As the 3 disciples gazed at the pill in a daze, Su Che noticed Bai Feng's stupefied expression and felt a sense of exasperation. To think a mere ordinary medicinal pill could astonish his eldest disciple to such an extent, this only underscored how sheltered and inexperienced his disciple truly was. Chapter 2. The Master may be an immortal. Why are you all standing there in a daze? Take it. If you won't, they'll sell it for some coin. Don't. I shall forever remember my master's great kindness. In the future, whatever you ask of me, I shall go through fire and water to fulfill. Bai Feng hurriedly accepted the pill and, with a thud, knelt before Su Che. Although he had no idea of the pill's rank, he could surmise it was undoubtedly of royal caliber. How could he dare to refuse a gift from his master? In that case, why don't you lend me some silver for my expenses? Su Che rubbed his hands together, excited at the prospect of perhaps visiting a tavern to enjoy some music. Of course, master. He'll fetch the money right away. Bai Feng dashed off to his quarters, tears shimmering in his eyes, a clear sign of being moved. Xiao Mingqiu and Murong Qian remained rooted in place, their expressions somewhat dazed. At that moment, Su Che coughed twice, snapping them back to reality. Since he had no use for the items he possessed, it made sense to bestow them upon his disciples, thus ensuring future borrowing would be more amicable. Second disciple, If I recall correctly, you often swing that rusty sword around like it's a treasure, yet you refuse to part with it. I noticed it was rusted and painful to behold, so I took the liberty of procuring a fine sword for you." "A rusty sword?" His master had the audacity to call his prized sword a rusty piece of junk? That sword was a remnant of the Sword Emperor, imbued with an essence of sword intent so profound that even spiritual emperors would be moved by it. Only a fool would deem it a mere rusty sword. Could it be that his master was such a fool? Xiao Mingqi's mind raced, trying to comprehend this, when suddenly Su Che produced the Jotian Xianyao sword from his system and approached him. As the divine sword emerged, all swords across Xianyao Sect, nay, the entire Xiantian realm seemed to resonate, sending shockwaves through every cultivator present. Those ancient beings who had slumbered for eons were left in utter astonishment. The essence of sword intent enveloped the continent. What kind of primordial treasure had just surfaced? Thud! Xiao Mingqiu, who had entered the path of the sword, fell to his knees upon beholding the Juqian Xian sword. The sword emanated an aura so profound that it illuminated the insignificance of his own existence, rendering his once proud sword intent utterly laughable. A broken sword. In comparison to this magnificent blade, his own was indeed but a shattered remnant. "Take good care of your sword. Do not disappoint your master," Su Che stated as he approached his second disciple. Trembling with reverence, Xiao Mingqiu accepted the Juqian Xian sword, tears welling in his eyes as his voice quivered. "I shall undoubtedly live up to my master's expectations." "Good disciple." Su Che, satisfied, patted his second disciple on the shoulder while rubbing his fingers together, saying, "I spent quite a sum acquiring this sword. Don't you think it's only fair that—" "I understand. I shall fetch the money at once." With the sword in hand, Xiao Mingqiu dashed out of Su Chi's residence with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Mu Rongqian stood frozen in place, still reeling from the shock. The Jiuqian Xian sword. The legendary first sword of the primordial era, one of the treasures of the ancients, which she had once glimpsed in ancient tomes. But wasn't it said to have been taken to the immortal realm long ago? How could it now be in the possession of her master, casually gifted to his second disciple? Wait a moment. Could it be that her master was not merely an unremarkable mortal devoid of cultivation, but rather an immortal from the upper realm? Mu Ronqian's heart raced with astonishment, and the more she contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. However, she quickly dismissed the notion, realizing that immortals were but legends, never witnessed by human eyes. She had spent years in her master's company and had never observed any traits or aura indicative of an immortal in him. Yet, just then, Su Che appeared before her, seemingly having materialized from thin air. "Ah, my third disciple, I have little to offer you. You seldom adorn yourself, and when I first encountered you, you came from humble beginnings and likely lacked the means to procure feminine essentials. A while back, I stumbled upon a mirror considered a gift from me." As the Xianling mirror appeared in his hand, Mu Ronqian's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart screaming. An immortal artifact. The small mirror shimmered with an ethereal aura, seemingly ordinary, yet radiating the powerful essence that only an immortal artifact could possess, leaving Mu Rongqian utterly spellbound. To possess such a treasure and so freely bestow it upon others her master truly must be an immortal. "Master you." For the first time in 3 years, she gazed at her familiar master and felt an unfamiliar distance. Was this truly the same mortal master she had known? "Are you moved? If so, then lend me some money." Su Che rubbed his hands together, leaving Mu Rongqian speechless as she confirmed her suspicions. Indeed, this was her eccentric master. "I shall fetch the money." Mu Rongqian sprang up and dashed away, leaving Su Che nodding in satisfaction, pride swelling within him. He had long suspected that his 3 disciples had hidden savings. Once they returned with their funds, he planned to descend the mountain and indulge in a lavish escapade at the pleasure house today. At the mountainside of Tianhua Peak, as Mu Rongqian descended, she spotted her 2 senior brothers engaged in conversation. Just as she intended to pass by, they beckoned her to stop. The 3 disciples of Tianhua Peak had gathered together, with the eldest disciple, by phone, speaking first. Do you think our master could be one of those mighty figures who hide in plain sight? The other two exchanged glances, then nodded in unison, sharing the same sentiment. Though I'm unaware of the grade of the sword he gifted me, it is undoubtedly not an ordinary item. I cannot believe that a mere mortal could possess something of such caliber. Xiao Mingqiu, cradling the Juqian Xianjian, found himself increasingly enamored with it, while Bai Feng nodded in agreement, asserting that the elixir he had acquired was undoubtedly extraordinary. Their master must surely be a reclusive grandmaster. I recognize all of your items, the Tuo Tai Huan Gudan and the Jiuqian Xianjian. One a sacred medicine rivaling celestial elixirs, the other a primordial treasure, the foremost sword of the ancient era. Moreover, the mirror artifact bestowed upon me by our master is also a celestial instrument. I am convinced that our master is indeed an immortal. Murong Qian's tone was grave, yet resolute, prompting both men to gasp in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that their seemingly eccentric and unremarkable master was an immortal. But if their master were truly an immortal, why had he displayed such? Bai Feng struggled to comprehend, while Xiao Mingqiu suddenly had an epiphany and exclaimed, "In the realm of cultivation, the mightiest individuals often possess the most peculiar temperaments. Perhaps our master is one such formidable being, deliberately masquerading as a mortal to blend into our world." Such occurrences were not unprecedented in the cultivation community. Many powerful beings would sometimes choose to descend into the mortal realm to experience fate, a practice they referred to as entering the mundane world. Chapter 3. I bestow upon you a transformation. Xiao Mingqiu's insight garnered unanimous agreement among the three disciples, who collectively concluded that their master, Su Che, was indeed a hidden immortal. Understanding that their master likely wished to keep his true identity concealed, the trio tacitly refrained from inquiring whether Su Che was an immortal. Instead, they respectfully presented all their savings as a voluntary offering to their master. Upon receiving the money, Su Che felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. After dismissing his three disciples, he departed the sect for the town of Mo. Eager to indulge in the pleasures of a brothel, as dusk descended, the brothel was at its peak of merriment and excitement. Hurrying along the mountain path, Su Che cursed under his breath, "Damn legs. Hurry up. If I arrive late, there won't be any good positions left." He pushed his legs to their limits, but ultimately remained just a mortal, unable to attain any remarkable speed in his haste. He stumbled over an object and fell to the ground, the thick shell crab. Su Che tumbled forward, landing heavily on the ground, and simultaneously, a middle-aged man's voice emerged from the nearby grass. "Watch your step. Did you not notice someone sleeping here?" A disheveled man, dressed in plain attire, sat up, his eyes revealing the drowsiness that indicated he had indeed been asleep, with his extended leg having caused Su Che's fall. Who on earth would be so idle as to sleep in the grass? Su Che retorted, rising and preparing to continue his journey to the brothel when the man seized his arm. "Hold on, young man. I see exceptional potential in your bones, suggesting you possess the makings of an emperor. You and I share a fateful connection. If you offer me 5 taels of silver, I shall bestow upon you a transformation. What do you say?" The man extended his hand, and Su Che responded with a raised middle finger. "Goodness, to think a con artist would target me. What? Why would I trust you? What a joke." Su Che scoffed inwardly. Any cultivator of some standing could easily discern that he lacked spiritual roots and thus could not cultivate. The man's claim of having imperial potential and offering a transformation was nothing short of deceitful. However, unbeknownst to Su Che, the man before him was indeed sincere in his intentions to grant Su Che a transformation. In his eyes, while Su Che lacked spiritual roots, he could employ a special method to grant him cultivation, simply by turning him into a living puppet. Indeed, this man was not only a cultivator, but also a practitioner of the demonic path. Lu Peng, known as the Corpse Old Demon, was a rogue cultivator from the Xiantian continent, possessing the strength of a half-step spirit emperor. His immense power rendered him unimpressed by the affairs of the cultivation world, leading him to adopt a peculiar temperament, roaming under the guise of offering transformations to ensnare mortals and cultivators alike, ultimately turning them into his living puppets for entertainment and gradual torment. As Lu Peng gazed at Su Che, he anticipated the young man's response. However, To his surprise, Su Che seemed to discover a third option amidst the choices of labeling him a con artist or placing trust in him. You give me 5 taels of silver, and I grant you a transformation. How about that? Reversal of heaven as polarities. Huh. Lu Peng was taken aback. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. When a person reaches the pinnacle of incredulity, laughter is often the result, and Lu Peng found himself chuckling as he observed Su Che's audacious demeanor. Bestow me a transformation. Is there anyone on the Xianyao continent with the right to grant me such a thing? Very well. I shall see what this individual can offer. 5 taels of silver, you say? I can provide that. But should your transformation prove useless to me, I shall take it as an insult and will not hesitate to kill you. Having spoken, Lu Peng retrieved 5 taels of silver from his pocket and placed it in Su Che's outstretched hand. Upon seeing the silver, Su Che revealed a peculiar smile, then opened his system space to withdraw a seemingly ordinary cultivation method he had drawn randomly. This cultivation method, which Su Che had previously attempted to examine, had appeared entirely blank due to the system's deliberate blocking. However, it was unlikely to be a high-quality method, and presenting it to the man before him for a brief moment could certainly be considered a fortuitous encounter. After all, this con artist was merely immortal. A glimpse at the cultivation methods of the cultivation realm would surely be a significant opportunity for him. This is a top-tier method from the cultivation world. Given our fateful connection and your sincere demeanor, I shall allow you to peruse it for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense that a top-tier method from the cultivation world. Lu Peng nearly burst into laughter. What kind of method can a rootless waste like you produce? The highest level is likely just spirit level. Spirit energy, spirit practitioner, spirit master, spirit general, spirit king, spirit emperor, spirit sect, spirit lord, spirit saint, spirit emperor. These are the delineations of realms in this world. A half-step spirit emperor could hold their head high across the Xianyao continent. Lu Peng had seen all manners of methods. Yet when he received the method and glimpsed the characters on the cover, his pupils constricted and he gasped in astonishment. Celestial method! This is a celestial method! In response to Lu Peng's shock, Su Che felt no surprise. It was quite normal for a mortal to react this way upon encountering a cultivator's method. It seemed the man had assumed him to be a con artist, never expecting he would genuinely possess a cultivation method. Ah, how delightful it is to play this part. Unlike Su Che's smugness, Lu Peng clutched the method tightly, his hands trembling slightly. Become a half-step spirit emperor. He must have encountered opportunities. Years prior, he had inadvertently acquired a legacy from an ancient being and learned some celestial characters. It was precisely because he understood that he could immediately recognize that the method in his hands was inscribed in celestial script, with the 3 celestial characters on the cover boldly proclaiming, Xianyao. Upon opening it, the first page contained only a single line of text. These celestial characters were cryptic and intricate. Lu Peng devoted an entire stick of incense's worth of time to deciphering what was inscribed on that first page. The Xianyao is divided into 2 sections, the celestial and the demonic. Ordinary cultivators may only choose one for their practice. Mastery of either allows one to traverse both celestial and demonic realms. This is the pinnacle method of the celestial realm. How is this possible? How could such a celestial method appear in their Xianyao continent? Lu Peng did not suspect that Su Che was fabricating this. For he did not believe anyone in the Xianyao continent could replicate an item infused with such potent celestial and demonic energy. Moreover, celestial script could only be inscribed by celestial beings. Mere mortals could neither write it nor imbue it with true celestial and demonic essence. As time passed, how much one could comprehend depended solely on oneself. Just as Lu Peng was still reeling from his astonishment, Su Che suddenly reached out and snatched the method back, returning it to his system space. Seeing this, Lu Peng abandoned any pretense of dignity or pride, kneeling before Su Che, clutching his leg, and exclaiming loudly, Immortal, please grant me just one more stick of incense to observe your celestial method. I will offer you everything. Everything. Chapter 4. I need a sweeper. Su Che regarded the man before him. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he already had 4 mortals on the mountain peak. Adding one more would not be an issue. However, given his current state, it seemed he possessed little wealth. Allowing him to join for free would feel rather unfair. After much contemplation, he reached a decision. I require a sweeper. If you are willing, you may become a registered disciple of our peak. Your monthly reward shall be 1 day's worth of time to study this method. Do you accept? Upon hearing this, Lu Peng was immensely excited, clinging to Su Che's leg and shouting, I accept. I am willing. For this life I shall serve you as a slave. Very well. Follow me, and tomorrow morning I shall take you to the peak. Su Che, having finished speaking, stepped towards Mo City, with Lu Peng hurrying to follow, his movements cautious and humble. The formidable half-step spirit emperor, renowned throughout the Xianyao continent as the Yin Corp's old demon, now trailed behind a mere mortal like a servant. Such a scenario, if divulged, would surely be met with disbelief. Today, the brothel was particularly lively, reportedly due to the arrival of a new beauty who instantly ascended to the status of the establishment's top courtesan, claiming the title of the first courtesan in Mo City's brothel history. Many came to pay their respects, resulting in the venue being overcrowded by the time Su Che arrived, forcing him to settle in a corner. He never anticipated that an immortal would take pleasure in such a realm of flowers and willow. Seemingly akin to mortals, their conduct mirrored that of ordinary folk, embodying what is said to be a return to simplicity, a truly elevated notion. In his mind, Lu Peng indulged in fantasies, imagining that the immortal concealed his identity to experience the mortal world, an act befitting of an immortal's grandeur. Particularly striking was the fact that the immortal's gaze was fixated on the alluring courtesans, his salivation betraying his desires, strikingly similar to that of a mortal. The more Lu Peng observed Su Che, the more he felt an air of profundity surrounding him, never contemplating the possibility that Su Che was, in truth, a mere mortal. The brothel buzzed with voices, as Su Che savored pastries while admiring the voluptuous figures of the courtesans. Despite his frequent visits to the establishment for music, he had never partaken in any of the special services, not out of moral conviction, but simply due to a lack of funds. The brothel appeared tranquil on the surface, yet concealed peril beneath. No one would suspect that within this mortal town's brothel lay 2 spirit generals and a spirit king. In a secluded chamber at the back, a man and a woman were engaged in conversation. Miss, exercise utmost caution. Although we have arranged everything, this is after all a town governed by the righteous sect. The Xianyao Sect. Unexpected events may arise, cautioned the middle-aged man with graying hair, his tone grave. He was a spirit king-level steward from the Tianhua Sect, primarily tasked with the protection of the sect leader's daughter. Ouyang Shueta high-ranking cultivators from the Xianyao Sect are mostly self-important. They seldom visit places like brothels, let alone mortal towns. Steward Lu, you are overly concerned, Ouyang Shui replied in an unremarkable tone while applying her makeup. As the holy maiden of the Tianhua Sect, her beauty required no embellishment, and her cultivated skills elevated her charm to a level that incited desire in most men who beheld her. Her presence in Mo City was largely due to recent intel suggesting that the Xianyao Sect had acquired a spirit saint-level treasure, an event not seen in the 9 provinces for a millennium. Various sects were stirring, with the Tianhua Sect being one among them, prompting Ouyang Shui's dispatch to gather information. According to their investigations, a direct disciple of an elder from the Xianyao Sect, also his son, would be visiting the brothel. Ouyang Shui needed only to leverage her beauty to extract information effortlessly. It could be said that today's brothel was a grand chess game, meticulously set up for that particular disciple. Yu Che remained oblivious to this situation, just as the Tianhua Sect cultivators were unaware that today's brothel housed not only the aforementioned disciple of spirit general cultivation, but also a demon cultivator at the half-emperor level. At this moment, Su Che munched on sunflower seeds and pastries, his gaze fixated on the dazzling courtesans. Drooling in desire, I would like to indulge, but alas, I lack the funds. Just as he contemplated borrowing money from Lu Peng for a lavish treat, a figure suddenly sat beside him. Every time I visit the brothel, I surely see you. Why are there so many people here today? I recall it was never this crowded before, remarked a youth who appeared to be in his 20s. Though Su Che knew him to be older, Ye Feng, the top disciple of the Tianhua Peak from the Xianyao Sect, was a late-stage spirit general rumored to be on the brink of breaking through to a spirit king in no more than 5 years. one of the prodigies of his generation. Both Yi Feng and Su Che enjoyed frequenting the brothel, leading to a budding friendship, and they often encountered each other there. Su Che saw no reason to conceal the happenings of the brothel from Yi Feng. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's eyes brightened with curiosity about this so-called courtesan, wondering just how enchanting she must be to garner such praise. As the main event approached, the spectacle began to unfold. Crimson petals showered from above as a graceful figure emerged before the crowd, her alluring silhouette clad in seductive attire, her mesmerizing gaze piercing the souls of onlookers. Wow! Two seasoned patrons exclaimed in unison, while Lu Peng, observing, merely smirked. An immortal brothel, employing seduction arts, was indeed a sign of a lack of moral boundaries. However, recognizing the aura and characteristics of her cultivation, he surmised she must be a disciple of the Xianyao Sect from the 9 provinces. They say a moment of intimacy is worth 1,000 gold coins. If I could spend a night with such a beauty, I would gladly exchange a fortune, Su Che mused, to which Yi Feng nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Peng suddenly had an epiphany that I've realized. This is a hint for me to capture this woman and present her to the immortal master, to be favored by the master. This Xianyao Sect girl is indeed fortunate. Her exquisite beauty is truly enviable. Lu Peng resolved to seize the opportunity when his master departed. Su Che remained unaware of his servant's intentions, engrossed in a discussion with Yi Feng about Ouyang Shue's beauty. Their animated conversation caught the attention of Ouyang Shue, who subtly directed her gaze towards them. Is that Yi Feng? No wonder he is a direct disciple. Such cultivation at such a young age surpasses my own by a small realm. Ouyang Shue descended the stage, swaying her waist as she navigated through the bustling crowd towards the table where Su Che and the others Saturday the surrounding rakes, captivated by the passing beauty, could hardly contain their drool as she approached. This young master must be Yi Gongzi. Am I correct? This humble girl pays her respects, Ouyang Shue said, her eyes sparkling with allure as she gazed at Yi Feng. Her charm amplified to its fullest extent. Yet, captivating Yi Feng, who had cultivated a technique to enhance his spirit, was no simple feat, however. The allure of seduction was area-based, and while Yi Feng remained unaffected, Su Che fell under her spell. I never realized I had such a reputation in the brothel, that even a beauty like you would personally toast to me, Su Che exclaimed, rising to down his drink. Meanwhile, Ouyang Shue continued her conversation with Yi Feng, seemingly ignoring Su Che entirely. Greetings, Mississippi, I am Su Che, also a frequent visitor here. You truly are stunning, he remarked, raising his cup to drink. Throughout this exchange, Ouyang Shue never acknowledged him, leaving him feeling somewhat dejected and awkward, which did not go unnoticed by the nearby courtesans, who stifled their laughter. Iasenti, this the well-known pauper of the brothel. Does he truly believe sitting with Yi Gongzi will elevate his status to earn the courtesan's favor? How shameless! Feeling slighted by Ouyang Shue's disregard, Su Che sighed, preparing to sit down when a sudden loud bang interrupted him. Bang! I am speaking with my master. Lu Peng slammed his hand on the table, his veins bulging as he unleashed his half-emperor-level spirit pressure upon Ouyang Shue. Faced with a half-step spirit emperor, the mid-stage spirit general Ouyang Shue had no capacity for resistance. Her formerly rosy complexion drained of color, as the oppressive aura far exceeded that of her sect's ancestors, who were indeed top-tier cultivators of the late spirit sovereign level. Could it be that he surpasses our ancestor? Is he a spirit saint? Why would such a formidable being be found in a mere mortal town's brothel? And hasn't he the 9 provinces been devoid of spirit saints for a millennium? Could he be a cultivator from another region? Ouyang Shue's mind went blank as the brothel fell silent. Yi Feng, glancing at Su Che, was about to inquire about the identity of this man when he witnessed Su Che grasp Lu Peng's arm and turn to flee. Damn it, Lu Peng truly knows how to stir trouble. Shouting like that at the top courtesan in public is just asking for a confrontation. If we don't run, we'll be waiting to be beaten. It seemed that for the time being, visiting this brothel was off the table. They would have to wait until the storm passed. As they exited Imo City, Su Che, panting, turned to Lu Peng and delivered a punch to his head. You idiot, causing a scene in broad daylight. Do you have a death wish? Su Che cursed, nearly scaring Lu Peng into submission, who promptly knelt, banging his head on the ground in a flurry of apologies. "I am sorry, Master. It was my oversight. I shall never dare to do this again." Regret swelled within him as he pondered why his master concealed their celestial identity, if not to experience the life of a mortal. Hadn't he just sworn that his master was not a mere mortal? "Oh, what a foolish mind I possess! Cursed be it, truly cursed!" As Suche gazed at Lu Peng, who was incessantly bowing before him. All his anger dissipated, he extended his hand to help the other up and said, "All right, I forgive you. Just refrain from such actions in the future. I do not wish to stir trouble." "Yes, yes, yes," Lu Peng nodded fervently. And then he followed Su Che to Tianhua Peak of the Xianyao Sect. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ouyang Shui remained trapped in a whirlwind of shock and despair, offending a spirit saint. Wasn't this akin to inviting annihilation upon their Huan sect? Moreover, she had not merely offended a spirit saint, but also the spirit saint's master. "Young Master Yi, were those two individuals your friends?" Ouyang Shui hurriedly inquired of Yi Feng, eager to discern the identities of the two from earlier. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng nodded lightly and, with a hint of regret, replied, "I apologize. One of those two is the peak master of our Xianyao sect, and the other is likely his newly acquired servant. I beg your pardon for any offense. Peak master? Servant?" Ouyang Shui was momentarily bewildered. When had the Xianyao sect acquired such an extraordinary peak master capable of taking a spirit saint as a servant? The more she contemplated, the more her shock and fear amplified. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Yi Feng, she hastily excused herself from the hall under the pretense of her physical condition. Hardly had she returned to her secret chamber when Steward Lu approached to inquire about the situation. Upon hearing his question, Ouyang Shui swallowed hard and, with a tone nearly laced with despair, said, "Steward Lu, I may have offended a spirit saint, and the spirit saint's master." "What?" The morning at Tianhua Peak was exceptionally refreshing. Murong Qian departed her dwelling, intending to pay respects to her master. Yes, she ascended the steps to the peak. A sinister voice suddenly reached her ears. "Isn't this the Empress Murong Qian? I never expected you to be reincarnated. It truly is a surprise. Did you think that no one in the 9 provinces would recognize you? And so you wouldn't need to change your appearance?" "Who?" Murong Qian gasped in horror, quickly searching for the source of the voice, only to find Lu Peng standing before her, wielding a broom. "I am Lu Peng, disciple of the Insha Old Demon a millennium ago. I merely entered the spirit saint realm. Surely, the Empress has not heard of my name. Insha Old Demon. If you are indeed a disciple of the Insha Old Demon, it is not surprising that you would know me. But how is your master faring now?" Murong Qian's brow relaxed slightly. While the Insha Old Demon was indeed a spirit emperor and a demonic cultivator, he had never taken action against her in the past, and there were no resentments between them. Their encounter must simply be coincidental. Why master passed away hundreds of years ago due to the depletion of his lifespan. What a pity. However, I'm more curious as to why you are here that a millennium ago you were already at the spirit saint level. I assume you have since reached the later stages, half-step spirit emperor. Then why have you come to such a remote region as the 9 provinces? And here at Tianhua Peak? Murong Qian fixed her gaze on Lu Peng, her tone serious, while Lu Peng casually waved his broom and replied, "Clearly, I am here to sweep the floors." Murong Qian's mind went blank, and why master has assigned me the duty of maintaining the cleanliness of Tianhua Peak. If you have nothing else to attend to, I suggest you leave. I'm almost finished sweeping the steps beneath your feet. Lu Peng lowered his head to resume sweeping, ignoring Murong Qian entirely, which left her bewildered. Yet soon, realization dawned upon her, and she inhaled sharply. Truly, her master was a celestial being. Merely venturing out yesterday had resulted in the acquisition of a half-step emperor-level demonic cultivator as a servant. How frighteningly powerful. Chapter 6. Receiving rewards from the sect Murong, Qian stood rooted in place, her astonishment beyond measure. She had never imagined that her seemingly unorthodox master possessed such extraordinary means, capable of taking even a half-step spirit emperor as a servant. Taking a deep breath to calm the tumult within her heart, she hastened toward the peak. Before Su Che's wooden cabin, Murong Qian respectfully bowed, saying, "Master, Your disciple Morong Qian has come to pay my respect, Che, seated on a wooden chair and playing with a jade slip. Looked up and smiled upon hearing her voice. Just in time, my dear third disciple, I have recently acquired a new cultivation method. Take this and ponder. Yes, he spoke. Suche handed the jade slip to Murong Qian. Upon receiving it, she felt the immense information contained within and gasped. Master, what is this? A celestial technique. Although you may not be able to utilize it at present, it will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Suche replied nonchalantly. Murong Qian's heart raced with excitement. She understood the immense value of this jade slip and promptly knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, Master, for your generous gift. Suche waved his hand dismissively. Rise, there is no need for such formalities between you. By the way, are you aware of any significant events occurring in the sect recently? Murong Qian stood and respectfully replied, Master, in a few days, there will be a small competition within the sect. Disciples from each peak will participate, and the victors will have the chance to receive rewards from the sect. Suche nodded, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. A small competition, you say? This presents an opportunity to go and inform your senior brothers by phone and Xiao Mingchu to prepare adequately. This time, Tianhua Peak must make a name for itself. Yes, Master, Murong Qian replied, and then withdrew. Suche watched her departing figure with a smile, tugging at his lips. He knew that his three disciples were extraordinary. If they showcased their abilities, Tianhua Peak's status would significantly rise. Days later, the day of the sect's small competition arrived. The plaza of Tianhua Peak was bustling with disciples from various peaks. The atmosphere lively. Suche stood alongside by phone, Xiao Mingchu, and Murong Qian at Tianhua Peak's designated spot. Drawing numerous curious glances, Look, isn't that Suche, the peak master of Tianhua Peak? How dare he participate in the small competition? He truly overestimates himself. Indeed, it has been years since Tianhua Peak has seen a spirit general level cultivator. This year, they are sure to come in last again. The murmurs surrounded them. Yet Suche appeared unfazed, his gaze sweeping through the crowd until it landed on Yi Feng, the eldest disciple of Tianjin Peak. Sensing Suche's gaze, Yi Feng nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The small competition commenced, with disciples from each peak taking turns to showcase their abilities. When Tianhua Peak's disciples took the stage, the atmosphere became awkward, as their skills were sorely lacking, and they were quickly eliminated. Finally, it was Bai Feng's turn. Standing on the arena, his gaze resolute, he emanated a faint aura of spiritual power. Observing this, the murmurs resumed. Isn't this Bai Feng, the eldest disciple of Tianhua Peak? I can't believe he is still able to stand on the arena. However, even if he has regained some of his cultivation, he cannot possibly contend with the disciples from other peaks. Facing the skepticism, Bai Feng said little. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the spiritual energy within him. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from his being, instantly shocking everyone. This is the aura of a spirit general. Bai Feng has actually regained his cultivation, and he has reached the spirit general realm. The emergence of a spirit general from Tianhua Peak was a spectacle to behold. Bai Feng's performance left everyone astonished. Though he bore some minor injuries, he ultimately secured the first victory for Tianhua Peak. Following suit, Xiao Mingchu and Murong Qian also took the stage, demonstrating their impressive prowess and achieving victory as well. After the small competition concluded, they returned to the cave dwelling of Tianhua Peak. Bai Feng, lie down. I shall help mend your spirit, Suche declared, opening the system space to search for suitable items. Among the treasures within, he was certain to find something capable of restoring Bai Feng's spirit. This is it. Before the astonished gazes of Bai Feng and Lu Peng, a plant radiating a ghostly blue light suddenly appeared in Suche's hand. Exuding a mysterious aura, Bai Feng, though unfamiliar with this spiritual plant, could sense its immense spiritual energy. Could this be the legendary herb capable of fortifying the spirit? The well-informed Lu Peng seemed to recognize something, but remained uncertain. Suche gently waved his hand, presenting the spiritual plant to Bai Feng. This is the 9th grade spiritual item, the soul-guarding flower. Take it. It should be able to restore your spirit. Thank you, esteemed elder. No. Thank you. Peak Master, Lu Peng exclaimed, rushing forward to kneel before Su Che, that I shall forever remember your kindness in bestowing this medicine, and vow to protect Tianhua Peak with my life. Lu Peng humbly referred to himself as beneath in front of Su Che, not daring to exhibit even the slightest negligence. Although Su Che appeared youthful, his profound cultivation was unfathomable. Very well, you shall henceforth be responsible for guiding Bai Feng in his training, should any challenges arise. Feel free to seek my counsel, Su Che said with ease, acknowledging that his own cultivation had been augmented by the system, rendering him less experienced in the art of teaching compared to Lu Peng. Yes, Peak Master. Master, your disciple takes his leave, Bai Feng responded. Just as the two were about to depart, Su Che called out to them, having suddenly recalled the unactivated heavenly Tao function within the system. What further instructions do you have, Master? Bai Feng inquired. Come here, Su Che beckoned Bai Feng closer, then placed his index finger upon his forehead. While you're already quite adept, your innate talent remains somewhat limited. I shall impart to you a secret technique. With its aid, your future cultivation will proceed more smoothly. As Su Che retracted his finger, Bai Feng felt a perplexing yet unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. He had received an incredible secret technique from his master, said to significantly accelerate his cultivation speed. Strangely, he did not sense any immediate differences, merely noting the gentle touch of his master upon his forehead. As everything seemed to transpire as usual at Lu Peng, my master has granted me a technique to enhance my cultivation speed, he announced, settling down to study the imperial-level technique. Yanjie, Lu Peng stroked his chin in contemplation. Such a technique exists? It seems rather improbable, he added. The Peak Master might be concerned about you being ensnared by inner demons. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding roar erupted within the cave, with spiritual energy surging toward Bai Feng like a tidal wave. Lu Peng exclaimed in astonishment. What is happening? At that moment, Bai Feng was engrossed in comprehending Yanju, oblivious to the external tumult. Lu Peng marveled inwardly. Despite this young man's exceptional perception, his physique had already sustained damage. Chapter 7. The Fiery Heaven Flame Ruler. Even with external assistance, he should not have made such astonishing progress. As the spiritual energy continued to flood in, Bai Feng's meridians and acupoints gradually opened, and his cultivation soared rapidly, breaking through from Spirit Emperor to the late stage. Lu Peng watched in stupefied amazement. He had already consumed the soul-stabilizing flower to steady himself, for otherwise, he might have been swept away by the sudden tide of spiritual energy. What on earth is going on with this fellow? Lu Peng muttered. I am someone who has reached half-step Spirit Emperor. My own path to cultivation was fraught with hardship, yet he, with his roots utterly destroyed, is able to cultivate so effortlessly. When Bai Feng broke through to the late stage of Spirit Emperor and began to challenge the Spirit Sect, Lu Peng was left utterly astounded. Half an hour later, Bai Feng successfully attained the first level of Spirit Sect and slowly opened his eyes. The aura within him stabilized. The surrounding spiritual energy gradually calmed. The power of Spirit Sect? Bai Feng felt the immense force within him, a smile radiating across his face. Lu Peng, I can truly cultivate now. At this moment, the cave returned to tranquility, yet Bai Feng's journey of cultivation was only just beginning. All thanks to the mysterious power bestowed by his master, Lu Peng. Why do you appear so listless? Bai Feng noticed Lu Peng's lack of energy, concern evident in his gaze. He waved his hand in front of Lu Peng. I have finally broken through, Lu Peng. I am aware of your breakthrough, Lu Peng replied in a subdued tone, that I was reflecting on the struggles I faced when I began my own cultivation. He sighed softly. Bai Feng nodded in understanding, saying, I must share this good news with my master. He will surely be delighted that I will strive even harder and will not disappoint Master's expectations. The Peak Master is quite knowledgeable. He may already be aware of this matter, Lu Peng remarked, and scarcely had he finished speaking when Su Che's voice resonated from outside the cave. Since you have already broken through, come and select a suitable weapon for me. Yes, Master, Bai Feng responded with excitement. Upon reaching the Grand Hall of the main peak, they discovered an array of weapons and treasures laid out before them. Su Che continued to retrieve more, tossing them aside while muttering, these useless items take up quite a bit of space. Useless items? Lu Peng exclaimed, breaking into a cold sweat as he surveyed the divine weapons beneath his feet, each exuding a formidable aura. These are all sentient treasures. Moreover, the majority are top-tier, 9-grade spiritual treasures. Merely possessing one would incite countless cultivators to fight over it. Could it be that the Peak Master has swept through all the ancient clans and holy lands? Lu Peng speculated internally. Seeing Bai Feng and Lu Peng arrive, Su Che ceased his actions, his mood elevated. Due to Bai Feng's breakthrough and the influence of the thousand-fold heavenly Tao, his own cultivation had also seen an increase. Choose what you like, my disciple. I have nothing else of value to offer you. Don't dawdle. Make your selection, Lu Peng urged. Look at that fire attribute 9-grade spiritual treasure heavy sword. It suits you perfectly. Upon hearing Lu Peng's suggestion, Bai Feng's gaze was immediately drawn to the crimson giant sword. As he approached, he could feel the immense pressure it emanated even more intensely. Suddenly, the crimson giant sword seemed to sense something and floated up, hovering before Bai Feng. This is the weapon spirit selecting its master, Lu Peng explained excitedly. This is indeed a sentient divine weapon. If that is the case, then Bai Feng's cultivation must be influencing this giant sword. Su Che remarked. In his hand, he held not a sword, but a heavy ruler named the Fiery Heaven Flame Ruler, a 9-grade spiritual treasure. Su Che briefly explained the background of this heavy ruler, then produced a talisman, tossing it gently. The talisman adhered to the vibrating Fiery Heaven Flame Ruler seal. At his command, the flames gradually receded, and what had once been an awe-inspiring Fiery Heaven Flame Ruler now appeared as an ordinary-looking giant ruler, quietly resting upon the ground. With your current cultivation, you cannot fully harness the power of this giant ruler. Su Che told Bai Feng, I have sealed its power. Should you encounter peril, you may use your blood to unseal it once. Bai Feng felt immense gratitude. Disciple thanks Master for this gift. Now that you have selected your weapon, return and focus on your cultivation, Su Che instructed. Yes, Master, Bai Feng affirmed, preparing to leave the Grand Hall with Lu Peng. However, Lu Peng seemed somewhat hesitant. Peak Master, Lu Peng cleared his throat, as if he had something to say to Su Che, seeing through his thoughts, graciously gestured toward the scattered spiritual treasures. Choose freely. After all, it would be a waste to leave them. Thank you, Peak Master. Lu Peng hastily bowed, then began to joyfully select items. Although Lu Peng had not yet fully regained his strength, having consumed the soul-stabilizing flower, his spirit had stabilized enough to utilize spiritual treasures. In the end, he prudently chose a 9-grade spiritual treasure giant cauldron. Just as they were about to leave with satisfaction, a disciple from another peak called out from beyond the barrier. Master Su, the sect leader has instructed me to inform you that in 7 days, the sect will dispatch new disciples to the Xianyao Mountains for training. He added, for this training, disciples from all peaks will participate. What do you think, Master Su? Su Che's gaze sharpened as it fell upon his disciple Bai Feng. He was aware that this training was a tradition of the Xianyao Sect, intended both to enhance the disciples' practical experience and to periodically eliminate the demonic beasts within the Xianyao Mountains. While Su Che was still contemplating, Bai Feng stepped forward, respectfully requesting, Master, I wish to participate in the sect's training. Please rest assured, I shall not tarnish the name of Tianhua Peak. Very well, then go. Su Che decided, simultaneously admonishing, Lu Peng, you shall accompany him. Only intervene if absolutely necessary. Yes, Peak Master, Lu Peng replied. 7 days later, Bai Feng joined the training team of the Xianyao Sect, setting out for the Xianyao Mountains. This team was led by the sect leader's eldest disciple, Yi Feng, and comprised a total of 46 disciples. Within the group, Bai Feng seemed to be intentionally sidelined by the others, yet he paid it no mind and often engaged in whispered conversations with Lu Peng. Lu Peng, can you help me discern the current cultivation level of Yi Feng from Tianhua Peak? Bai Feng inquired, his gaze directed at Yi Feng, who walked ahead, as the sect leader's direct disciple. Yi Feng possessed a high-quality spirit root and had been in the sect for 16 years. Bai Feng wondered at what level his cultivation had reached, devoid, bringing shame to Tianhua Peak and his master. Bai Feng had been tirelessly cultivating for the past few days, finally breaking through to the pinnacle of Spirit Sect 9, just a step away from Spirit General. Yi Feng has reached the late stage of Spirit General. He is indeed a young prodigy, Lu Peng assessed, then added, however, compared to you, his progress is akin to that of a snail. Chapter 8. The safest choice. Just then, Yifeng slowed his pace and beckoned to Baifeng. Little junior brother, why are you lagging behind? Come up front. He was adorned in splendid sect attire, his demeanor gentle and a radiant smile illuminating his face, embodying the grace of a senior disciple. Little junior brother, as a disciple of Master Su, the sect leader has specifically instructed me to look after you, Yifeng remarked. Baifeng felt a twinge of embarrassment and shyly nodded. Thank you. Senior brother, I can manage on my own. Yifeng scrutinized Baifeng from head to toe, yet could not discern his true cultivation level, mistakenly assuming that Baifeng had yet to reach even the most fundamental level of Spirit Emperor, resulting in a loss of interest. Nevertheless, as the sect leader's cherished disciple, he maintained a facade of cordiality, patting Baifeng on the shoulder and encouraging, strive diligently. I believe you will surely break through to Spirit Sect. Baifeng was momentarily taken aback, his heart brimming with confusion. Unbeknownst to him, Yifeng thought dismissively that a low-grade spirit root was merely a low-grade spirit root, and despite witnessing Master Su's astonishing prowess, he could not fathom any extraordinary potential in his disciple. What baffled Yifeng further was why Master Su had equipped this lad with nothing but an ordinary iron sword instead of the treasured artifacts accumulated over the years at Tianhua Peak. Baifeng was oblivious to these thoughts, merely finding Yifeng's words somewhat peculiar. His mind was clouded with questions. Despite having reached the pinnacle of Spirit Sect, why did Yifeng's gaze carry a hint of disappointment? Was he not putting in enough effort? He pondered silently, like tea that moment. Lu Peng's hearty laughter suddenly echoed in Baifeng's mind. He had just witnessed the exchange between Yifeng and Baifeng, noting the subtle shifts in Yifeng's expression. Kid, Yifeng from Tianhua Peak thought your cultivation level had not broken through. Lu Peng elucidated. The burning heaven flame ruler cloak your aura, unless someone is 3 major realms above you. No one can perceive your true strength. Upon hearing this, Baifeng experienced a revelation. Oh wonder senior brother had such an expression. At this juncture, the disciples of Xianyao Sect had already arrived at the periphery of Xianyao mountain range. Their destination for this trial. Yifeng halted the group and began to assign tasks. Dear junior brothers and sisters, the sect's training will take place here. The majority of the beasts in this area are 1st or 2nd tier. You may disperse, but must remain within a 50-mile radius of me, that if you encounter danger, immediately use the sect's distress talisman. With a commanding voice, the disciples split into groups, each seeking their targets. Baifeng, however, shouldered the sealed, burning heaven flame ruler and ventured alone into the depths of a dense forest. His gaze fixated on higher-tier prey. He was determined to challenge 2nd-tier beasts, and if the opportunity arose, he even wished to confront a 3rd-tier foe. Although he had not yet reached the level of Spirit General, Baifeng's cultivation of the Imperial-grade technique, Flame Decision, instilled in him the confidence to fight above his level. Despite the disparity in physical strength between human cultivators and demon beasts, with the aid of weaponry, their combat capabilities were roughly equivalent at the same level. Deeper within the mountains, a beautiful female cultivator, Ouyang Shui, wielding a sharp sword, executed a swift strike that severed the head of a 6th-tier demon king. Finally obtained a 6th-tier demon core, she declared with satisfaction. The surrounding lesser demons, upon witnessing their king's demise, fled in terror. Ouyang Shui disdainfully waved her hand. This fairy is in a good mood today. I shall spare your lives. Now be gone. As the saintess of Huan's sect, Ouyang Shui possessed the cultivation of early spirit sovereign. In her 7th-grade spiritual treasure, combined with the supreme techniques inherited from the sacred land, rendered her nearly invincible against opponents of the same rank. Those lesser demons below 4th tier, upon hearing her words, hastily retreated, fearing they would become her next target if they lingered even for a moment in the depths of the Xianyao mountain range. A 3rd-tier blue wolf demon beast fled in a panic towards the mountain's edge. It was unaware whether that mysterious woman would continue her hunt deeper into the mountains, but instinct urged it that fleeing outward was the safest option. Meanwhile, at the mountain's edge, Bai Feng had just dispatched a late-stage second-tier demon beast with his bare hands and was preparing to collect its demon core when he heard Lu Peng's urgent warning. Be cautious, a third-tier creature is heading this way. Bai Feng's eyes instantly lit up as he gazed in the direction Lu Peng indicated. A fierce desire for battle ignited within him, and the burning heaven flame ruler on his back seemed to sense its master's emotions. Trembling slightly as if anticipating a fierce confrontation. Almost simultaneously, Bai Feng received an urgent notice from senior brother Yi Feng via a communication talisman. All disciples of Xianyao Sect currently in the trial return immediately due to imminent danger. Despite having reached the late stage of Spirit General, he still felt immense pressure when facing an equally ranked demon beast. What weighed heavily on his mind was the responsibility of protecting dozens of junior brothers and sisters, most of whom were merely at the early to mid-stage of Spirit Emperor, requiring combined efforts to handle even first-tier demon beasts, let alone contend with the formidable presence of a third-tier beast. Hurry, the third-tier beast is coming. Find senior brother. He will protect us? Upon hearing this news, the new disciples became panicked, rushing towards Yi Feng's location. They understood that in this life-and-death moment, only by uniting could they hope to survive. Soon, all the disciples gathered around Yi Feng, forming a tightly knit group. However, when Yi Feng quickly counted the numbers, he realized one was missing. What happened? Shouldn't we have 46 members? He swiftly instructed the disciples from each peak to confirm the numbers again. Senior brother, all 7 from Liuli Peak are present. Senior brother, all 6 from Lingyun Peak are accounted for. Senior brother, all 7 from Yunying Peak are also here. After a thorough check, all reports confirmed that everyone had safely arrived. This left Yi Feng perplexed. Could it be that he miscounted? Was it truly only 45 disciples for this trial? At that moment, a disciple from Liuli Peak suddenly pointed in another direction. Senior brother, look over there. Isn't that our Xianyao Sect's attire? Another disciple added. The crowd instinctively turned their gazes toward that direction. There stood Bai Feng alone, steadfastly positioned on the path the blue wolf would inevitably traverse. His fists clenched, ready to engage in a life-or-death struggle. The fleeing blue wolf, upon spotting the human ahead, froze in shock, first terrified, then recognizing that this was not the female cultivator who had previously bested it in the depths of the mountains. Its gaze turned ferocious. Just when I'm tired, a little snack wouldn't be too bad. The blue wolf growled ominously. You want to eat me? You'd better ask my fists if they agree. Bai Feng exhaled, steadily advancing towards the beast. The disciples of Xianyao Sect erupted in chatter as they recognized Bai Feng. That Bai Feng, he just joined Tianhua Peak not long ago. In such a short time. He might not even have grasped the basics of the heart technique, yet he dares to challenge a third-tier demon beast. A disciple from Liuli Peak sneered, this reckless fool might as well die. It would save trouble, and keeping him alive is just a waste of resources. Given that the leader of Liuli Peak had been defeated by Su Che from Tianhua Peak, their current situation was rather dire. Watching Bai Feng potentially meet his demise, these disciples felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Yi Feng, however, was filled with fury, wishing he could drag Bai Feng back and teach him a lesson. The sect leader had entrusted him with the responsibility of watching over this new disciple from Tianhua Peak. Now, witnessing Bai Feng on the brink of death before his eyes, Yi Feng was at a loss as to how to face the sect leader and Master Su. What an unworthy fool. Yi Feng muttered under his breath, but ultimately gripped his sword tightly and charged towards Bai Feng. Bai Feng, I'll handle this beast. You need to retreat immediately. Just as the blue wolf prepared to strike, Yi Feng arrived in the nick of time. What are you doing here? Bai Feng exclaimed in surprise that if I didn't come, you'd be dead. Hurry and leave. Yi Feng shouted, not sparing another glance at Bai Feng, as he had to focus entirely on the impending crisis. The blue wolf suddenly expanded in size, its sharp claw descending like lightning. Yi Feng swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. But it merely slowed the wolf's claw slightly. He gasped. This is bad. This wolf is no ordinary demon beast. Its bloodline is unique, and its strength is formidable. The blue wolf's power far exceeded Yi Feng's expectations, nearly reaching the level of a late-stage, third-tier demon beast. Yi Feng struggled to hold his ground. Bai Feng calmly assessed the situation. Senior brother's swordsmanship lacks refinement. Bai Feng muttered softly. It's not his swordsmanship. It's that you're accustomed to the might of imperial-grade techniques. Lu Peng interjected. Moreover, this wolf is an aberration, its physical strength far surpassing the norm. Under the relentless assault of the blue wolf, the sword in Yi Feng's hand began to crack, revealing the signs of impending defeat. The junior brothers and sisters behind him cried out anxiously, urging him to retreat quickly. Yet Yi Feng understood that escaping at this moment was far from easy. In this critical moment, Bai Feng resolved to lend his assistance that he activated the flame decision within him. A wave of scorching heat surged forth, just as the razor-sharp claws of the Azure Wolf were about to strike Yi Feng. Bai Feng materialized in front of the beast and unleashed a powerful punch, opting for a direct confrontation. The two forces collided, propelling Bai Feng backward by several steps, the immense recoil inflicting a dull ache in his arm. Meanwhile, the Azure Wolf gazed in astonishment at the audacious human who dared to meet it head-on, feeling the searing heat of Bai Feng's punch resonate painfully within itself. What perplexed it further was the realization that a mere second-tier cultivator could inflict harm upon it. Yi Feng sat on the ground, dumbfounded, watching the scene unfold. Had he truly managed to block an attack from a third-tier monstrous beast? He pondered. Yet Bai Feng did not pause. He charged at the Azure Wolf once more. Lu Peng's voice resonated in Bai Feng's mind, cautioning, "Young one, your cultivation level is insufficient. Engaging in such reckless confrontation will only exacerbate your injuries." After a brief moment of contemplation, Bai Feng drew a massive from behind him, preparing to alter his strategy to confront the formidable foe before him. Though it had lost its former glory under the seal, retained its essence as a ninth-grade spiritual treasure, remaining unyieldingly robust. Faced with the tough-skinned beast, it proved to be an exceptional weapon. "Beast, you shall not escape." Bai Feng gripped the massive tightly, charging toward his adversary, his figure reminiscent of a fearless warrior. Abandoning complex incantations, he relied solely on the raw power of his strikes, each blow aimed at the vital points. How could such a mere disciple of the Spirit Sect contend with a third-tier, aberrant beast? Moreover, it appeared he held the upper hand. Eye in the sky, a woman named Ouyang Shui soared through the air, and upon noticing the fierce battle, she involuntarily halted, curiosity flickering in her eyes. The prowess demonstrated in this cross-dire challenge was something even the prodigies of their Xianyao Sect would find difficult to achieve. Could he be a descendant of some secret ancient clan, or an elite disciple from another sacred ground? Ouyang Shui silently descended before a group of disciples from the Xianyao Sect, her unintentional aura of power instilling a palpable tension among them. Her strength far surpassed that of the elders they were accustomed to. Reporting to Senior, "We are disciples of the Xianyao Sect." One of them respectfully replied. "The Xianyao Sect, a minor faction in Qingzhou?" Ouyang Shui thought, showing no interest in them as her gaze remained fixed on Bai Feng, who was fiercely battling the wolf. "Is that young man also one of your Xianyao Sect's disciples?" she inquired. "Indeed, he is a disciple of our Tianhua Peak," the disciples answered. To this revelation, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Ouyang Shui's eyes. Since he did not hail from another sacred ground or ancient clan, this exceptionally gifted youth could potentially become a member of her Xianyao Sect. "Humph, it has been ages since I reached the spirit's sovereign realm, and I have not taken on a disciple for quite some time. This lad truly possesses great potential." Meanwhile, Bai Feng wielded the indestructible, causing considerable trouble for the third-tier Azure Wolf. Both the beast and Bai Feng bore numerous wounds. The Azure Wolf had lost a paw, while Bai Feng gasped for breath, his spiritual energy nearly depleted. Suddenly, the Azure Wolf let out a roar, turning to flee, or not even think about escaping. Just as Bai Feng was taken aback, a dazzling beam of sword light descended from the heavens. In an instant, the sword light vanished, leaving behind only a deep gouge in the ground, while the third-tier Azure Wolf had completely disappeared, as if it had never existed. Could it be that a leader from a mountain peak had personally intervened? Lu Peng thought in astonishment, realizing that this power belonged to a practitioner at the spirit's sovereign level. Before Bai Feng could collect his thoughts, Ouyang Shui's enchanting figure appeared before him. "Young man, I have saved your life. How will you repay me?" she asked at Senior. "I could handle it myself," Bai Feng stammered in response. "You insolent brat. Ouyang Shui glared at him. Had I not intervened, that beast would have fought back desperately. You would either be dead or crippled. But it was just about to flee, Bai Feng countered. Ouyang Shui felt a surge of irritation. This young man's words were truly exasperating. Enough. If I say I saved you, then I saved you. She insisted. I am now considering taking you as my disciple. What do you think? Without allowing Bai Feng a chance to refute, Ouyang Shui cut straight to the point. Bai Feng looked up at her, noticing her serious demeanor, and after gathering his thoughts, he replied, I appreciate your goodwill, senior, but I already have a master, and my master has treated me with immense kindness, and I would never switch sections, not even Ouyang Shui, a practitioner at the spirit sovereign level, would sway Bai Feng from his allegiance to his sect. Chapter 10. Relentless pursuit. Observing Bai Feng's youthful yet resolute visage, Ouyang Shui's anger gradually dissipated. It appears you are a respectful individual. Such a quality only makes me more inclined to take you as my disciple. Listen well, young man. I am the saintess of the Tianhua Sect, a formidable practitioner at the spirit sovereign level. Do you understand what being a spirit sovereign entails? The strongest leader of your Xianyao Sect would be utterly powerless before me. By joining our Tianhua Sect, you would have access to top-tier cultivation methods. And I even have a 4th-grade spiritual treasure flying sword to gift you as a token of apprenticeship. A 4th-grade spiritual treasure. Your entire Xianyao Sect likely wouldn't possess even one such weapon. Now, ponder this carefully. With that, Ouyang Shui gazed at Bai Feng with anticipation. In her view, such enticing conditions would surely entice anyone. Bai Feng's eyes fixated on the 4th-grade spiritual treasure sword in her hand. A flicker of hesitation appearing on his face. Ouyang Shui felt a surge of hope. There was potential. The child from small sect had never seen the world. Naturally, he would be captivated by such a weapon. However, unbeknownst to her, Bai Feng had encountered countless 9th-grade spiritual treasures, holy weapons, and even imperial weapons during his time with his master. This moment, even the he carried seemed to quiver lightly, as if it looked down upon the 4th-grade treasure with disdain. Senior, I've already stated that I will not leave my sect, Bai Feng declared resolutely. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. As soon as Bai Feng's words fell, he turned on his heel and departed, leaving Ouyang Shui clutching the spiritual treasure, standing in stunned silence. After a considerable time, she muttered in disbelief, he actually rejected me. How infuriating. Ouyang Shui furrowed her brow. At that moment, she noticed a disheveled young cultivator nearby, who seemed to be scrutinizing her as well. Are you also from the Xianyao Sect? Ouyang Shui asked, her tone tinged with curiosity. Yes, I am the direct disciple of the sect leader of the Xianyao Sect. Named Yi Feng, the young man replied, attempting to emphasize his status to capture her attention. Yi Feng thought to himself that if someone like Bai Feng, with his inferior spiritual root, could gain the favor of this senior, then as a disciple with a superior spiritual root and the sect leader's direct lineage, he should certainly be more deserving of recognition. However, Ouyang Shui's thoughts were not focused on Yi Feng's identity. She was far more interested in Bai Feng's background. Thus she inquired, the young man who just left is your junior brother, isn't he? Who is his master? Sensing Ouyang Shui's pressure, Yi Feng dared not conceal the truth and softly replied, he is my junior brother, Bai Feng, hailing from Tianhua Peak, and is a disciple of Master Su Che. What is Su Che's cultivation level? Ouyang Shui pressed further to why Yi Feng pondered for a moment, recognizing that since Su Che could defeat the head of Liuli Peak, his cultivation must be considerable. So he responded, Master Su's cultivation is roughly on par with the sect leaders, both at the spirit saint level. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Shui chuckled lightly. A spirit saint is nothing to boast about. She had already made a decision in her heart. Since persuading Bai Feng was futile, she would go directly to speak with his master. She intended to personally visit the Xianyao Sect and have a thorough discussion with Su Che, hoping to convince him to allow Bai Feng to join the Tianhua Sect, as it offered superior resources to further Bai Feng's journey. If you truly care for your disciple, you should allow him to cultivate within our Tianhua Sect. She rehearsed in her mind for the upcoming meeting. Otherwise, she would not relent easily. Meanwhile, on Tianhua Peak, Su Che observed the progress of his disciple with satisfaction. It seemed that Bai Feng had indeed gained considerable experience during this trial. Thanks to Bai Feng's efforts, the power of the heavenly Tao had enabled Su Che to smoothly reach the 6th level of the Spirit Saint realm, indicating that he was not far from the Spirit Sovereign level. Suddenly, a notification from the system sounded. Ding! Successful sign-in for the Heavenly Tao system. Awarded a trial tower. Trial tower. A glimmer of interest sparkled in Su Che's eyes. This was indeed a valuable asset. Perfect for enhancing Bai Feng's practical combat experience. The trial tower consisted of 9 levels, each guarded by a guardian whose strength adjusted according to the entrance cultivation level, starting from the 1st level. Where the guardian was at an equal level, each advancement would elevate the guardian's strength by 1 minor tier. Su Che inquired of the system. How do I activate this trial tower? Ding! The trial tower has automatically recognized its master. You merely need to inject a wisp of divine consciousness to activate it. The system's response was succinct and clear. Su Che immediately followed the instructions, sending a wisp of consciousness into the trial tower. He surveyed his surroundings and formulated a plan, deciding to position this enigmatic ancient tower before the main hall of Tianhua Peak. Considering the tower's emptiness, he believed it necessary to enrich it. The spiritual treasures lying idle were a waste. They should be placed within the tower as rewards for challengers. After all, who would be willing to undertake challenges without incentives? My disciple, he mused silently, I have exerted great effort for your cultivation. You must strive diligently and not become complacent. Meanwhile, outside the Xianyao Sect, Ouyang Shui intercepted a young disciple who was about to leave the sect. Pray tell, how does one reach Tianhua Peak? She inquired directly. The disciple, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the stunning beauty, instinctively wanted to call for help, but a mere glance from Ouyang Shui silenced him, sensing the overwhelming aura of a spirit venerable. The young disciple fainted on the spot. What a nuisance, Ouyang Shui lamented as she tossed the disciple back to the mountain gate, preparing to enter the Xianyao Sect in search of Su Che. At that moment, the sect leader, Daoist Chu, came out to greet her. Welcome, esteemed guest from afar. I am Chu Xiao, the leader of the Xianyao Sect. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. Please forgive me. His gaze fell upon Ouyang Shui. Vigilance flickering within him as he sensed her unfathomable strength, evidently surpassing his own. Ouyang Shui, seeing the sect leader personally greet her, reigned in her imposing aura and simply waved her hand, asking, I seek Su Che of Tianhua Peak. Su Che? Daoist Chu pondered. This woman exuded an intimidating presence, yet she seemed disinclined to engage in immediate confrontation. Could it be that Su Che had incurred a debt of gratitude outside? It appeared this female cultivator was no ordinary individual. She likely had reached the realm of spirit venerable. He considered that if she had any ties to Su Che, this could be an opportunity, just as he was calculating how to have Su Che respond. Ouyang Shui impatiently remarked, Old man, what are you chuckling about? Ahem, my lady. Please proceed north. That is the way to Tianhua Peak, Daoist Chu directed, smiling as he turned to leave, yet his mind was busy with calculations. Such a small sect, and even its leader possesses such limited cultivation. Bai Feng's master is merely a peak lord. How formidable could he truly be? Chapter 11. Breaking the secret method, Ouyang Shui muttered disdainfully before soaring toward Tianhua Peak. Upon encountering the barrier of Tianhua Peak, she chuckled lightly as she produced a formation-breaking talisman, effortlessly passing through the barrier. Such defenses, and they dared to present them? She commented while advancing, You probably haven't even seen what a high-level talisman looks like. Upon reaching the exterior of the Grand Hall of Tianhua Peak, a towering ancient tower captured her attention. This tower appears extraordinary. My consciousness cannot penetrate it, Ouyang Shui remarked, her interest in the mysterious structure piqued. Full of questions, she gazed at the ancient tower, speculating inwardly. Could this be the cultivation site of Bai Feng's master? Without further thought, she flew toward the entrance of the tower, driven by curiosity and a desire for challenge. I must uncover the secrets hidden within this seemingly small Tianhua Peak. The moment she stepped into the trial tower, the scenery around her abruptly transformed, revealing an expansive, boundless space that left Ouyang Shui momentarily incredulous. This tower held an extraordinary realm. Before she could finish her thoughts, a figure clad in a green robe, appearing as if he had stepped out of a painting, materialized before her. This being was Su Che's consciousness taking form. having attained the early stage of Spirit Venerable, comparable to Ouyang Shui. Welcome to the first level of the trial tower. The figure spoke calmly, his voice resonating throughout the space. If you could defeat me, you may select one item from these treasures as your reward. As words fell, various rare magical treasures, techniques, and elixirs materialized in the air, radiating brilliance and overwhelming the senses. Ouyang Shui, captivated by the dazzling array of treasures, involuntarily swallowed. Are you truly saying that if I defeat you, I can choose any of these? She asked, pointing at the treasures. Indeed, every challenger is granted an opportunity to choose upon their first victory, replied Su Che's tower guardian form. However, should you fail, you must remain here to clean for a month as punishment. Humph, do you dare to boast before me? Ouyang Shui scoffed, drawing her sword from her waist. A flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. I admit, you have caught me off guard. I did not expect the Xianyao Sect to have a spirit venerable expert. But today, I shall demonstrate that even among those of the same realm, the disparity can be vast. With that declaration, Ouyang Shui launched an assault on Su Che's consciousness manifestation, which adeptly summoned a long sword to counter her attack. Their swords clashed, a fierce duel ensued, neither party yielding. Realizing her opponent's strength was formidable, Ouyang Shui resolved to employ the secret technique of the Tianhua Sect, a powerful skill that would deplete her spiritual energy to uphold her dignity as an elder of the sacred land. She was determined to use this move to defeat her adversary, contemplating afterward whether to take him as a disciple to Xianyao Light Prison. Ouyang Shui commanded sharply. As the technique activated, 6 radiant pillars of light swiftly formed a cage, tightly binding Su Che's consciousness. As the light prison constricted, the figure of the early stage Spirit Venerable Guardian began to blur, but a victorious smile finally graced Ouyang Shui's face, as if success was within her grasp. Now you have witnessed my prowess. Surrender at once, or I shall show no mercy. However, just as she spoke, the figure that was on the verge of being engulfed by Ouyang Shui's technique suddenly flickered and reappeared firmly in the center of the space. What? How can you escape? She gasped, disbelief flooding her mind. This is impossible. The Xianyao Light Prison is the pinnacle secret art of my Tianhua Sect. How could you, of the same realm, break free? Ouyang Shui was astounded that he had so easily unraveled her secret technique. You have triumphed, challenger. After selecting your reward, you may proceed to the second level. The monotone voice continued, for Ouyang Shui's secret method had indeed bested the guardian formed by Su Che's consciousness, triggering the reset mechanism of the trial tower. Ouyang Shui realized that the figure before her now moved stiffly, resembling a lifeless puppet. Are you truly Su Che of Tianhua Peak? I am but a wisp of my master's consciousness, not a wisp of consciousness. Ouyang Shui found it hard to believe. If merely his consciousness could compel her to resort to secret techniques to secure victory, how formidable must his true self be? Was he at the late stage of Spirit Venerable? Or had he even reached the realm of Spirit Emperor? Tentatively, she inquired of Su Che's consciousness. Pray tell, what is your cultivation level? Yet, she received no response, as Su Che's consciousness was solely tasked with mechanically enforcing the rules of the trial tower. Faced with a multitude of spiritual treasures and techniques, Ouyang Shui contemplated briefly before ultimately selecting a resplendent, multicolored robe. This is a 6th grade spiritual treasure, confirming her selection. Su Che's consciousness promptly transported her to the second level of the trial tower. Welcome to the second level of the trial tower. Defeat me, and you may choose any item as your reward. The same scene unfolded, yet this time, the rewards suspended in the air were evidently far more precious. How many treasures does Su Che of Tianhua Peak possess? It feels as though he is richer than our entire sect's treasury. I feel like a bumpkin from a small sect, Ouyang Shui thought to herself. Wait, his cultivation has also increased. He has already reached the mid-stage of Spirit Venerable. A sense of unease surged within Ouyang Shui. If his cultivation strengthened with each ascending level, then, at the pinnacle of the tower, he might have attained the realm of Spirit Sage. How could a Spirit Sage remain within such a small sect as Xianyao? Ouyang Shui's mind was rife with questions, her thoughts swirling like a tempest. The existence of this unparalleled expert only intensified her curiosity. Could he perhaps be a reclusive elder? As she speculated, Su Che's image in her mind grew even more enigmatic. Should I continue to challenge this tower? Upon learning that the trial tower was established by a spirit sage, Ouyang Shui no longer found it surprising that such high-level treasures existed, considering that abandoning the challenge would mean being relegated to a month of cleaning duties. She gritted her teeth and resolved to press on. Yet when faced with the mid-stage spirit venerable guardian, after several exchanges, Ouyang Shui found herself beleaguered, retreating steadily. Her secret technique demands an immense amount of energy, rendering its use impossible within a short span of time. The ensuing period became one of the most arduous moments in her cultivation journey, characterized by relentless evasion and assaults from the pursuers known as the Guardians. Meanwhile, on Tianhua Peak, the Taoist Chu observed the situation from a distance. Chapter 12. Special abilities. After a prolonged silence, he ultimately decided to descend personally for an inspection. Upon his arrival at Tianhua Peak, he discovered that Su Che had just awakened from slumber, having inadvertently intoxicated himself by indulging in the elixir of the Yaoqi earlier that morning. "Master, what brings you here?" Su Che inquired, rubbing his bleary eyes. "I assumed you would be in the company of that young lady," Taoist Chu replied, somewhat astonished. "What lady? I do not comprehend your words on Tianhua Peak. It is merely myself and my disciple, aside from my third disciple Murong Qian. Thus, there are no other women here," Su Che responded, a look of bewilderment adorning his face. Taoist Chu recounted the encounter with Ouyang Shui at the sect's entrance. Upon hearing this, Su Che furrowed his brow. "She came to find me." Abruptly, his demeanor shifted to one of alertness as he extended his consciousness, detecting Ouyang Shui quietly weeping within the trial tower. "Please let me out. I no longer wish to fight." "Senior, can you hear me?" Su Che's voice reverberated through the grand hall. "I have located her." As he spoke, Ouyang Shui's figure emerged from the radiance of the trial tower, having just extricated herself from a grueling trial. Her body still exhibiting signs of fatigue. Surveying her surroundings, she realized she was within a magnificent hall, and the peculiar elder she had previously encountered was now regarding her with curiosity, when her gaze fell upon the speaker. A flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. "ITSU," she nearly exclaimed, but quickly recalibrated her response. "Senior." Taoist Chu, befuddled, could not fathom why this evidently formidable woman had suddenly adopted such a demeanor of respect. He mused internally that, logically, with Ouyang Shui's status as a spirit sovereign, it should be they who referred to her as senior. Upon learning about Su Che's true identity as a spirit saint, Ouyang Shui had immediately abandoned any thoughts of competing for his discipleship. Challenging the authority of a spirit saint was tantamount to courting disaster. She began to comprehend why exceptionally gifted disciples like Bai Feng found themselves within a second-rate sect, such as the Xianyao Sect. It was because they were under the tutelage of someone like Su Che. "What business do you have in seeking me?" Su Che inquired again, noticing Ouyang Shui lost in contemplation. "Senior, I was wondering if perhaps I come to the wrong place." "Do you believe that?" Ouyang Shui said, a hint of embarrassment coloring her tone. That moment, a voice echoed from outside. "Master, I have returned." Before the words had fully left his lips, Bai Feng had already entered the great hall, his face radiant with the joy of achievement. He reported to Su Che about the significant progress he had made during his external training, even having broken through to the rank of Spirit General. However, upon seeing Ouyang Shui, his smile instantly froze. "Why are you here again?" Bai Feng gasped, inwardly lamenting that this woman had tracked him down to Tianhua Peak, wishing to avoid any misunderstandings with Su Che. Bai Feng hastily explained, "Master, during my training in the Xianyao mountain range, she sought to take me as her disciple, but I declined her offer at the time that I never anticipated she would follow me here." Upon hearing this, Su Che's brow knitted in discontent. This woman was attempting to poach his disciple. He had only just found a suitable candidate in Bai Feng, meeting the system's rigorous criteria, and yet here she was, attempting to usurp him. "ITS misunderstanding." The woman quickly clarified. "Senior, it truly is a misunderstanding. How could I dare to seize your disciple? I merely observed your disciple's extraordinary talent and surmised that his master must be an exceptional elder." At this juncture, a realization struck her, and she amended her statement. In truth, I am here to seek apprenticeship. The more Ouyang Shui spoke, the more convinced she became of her own reasoning, and she promptly knelt before Su Che, earnestly beseeching, "Please, senior, accept me." Inwardly, she lamented her earlier decision to come to Tianhua Peak to steal a disciple. However, this could also be a rare opportunity. The master of Tianhua Peak was a living spirit saint. If she could become his disciple, such a performance, Bai Feng thought in astonishment, utterly captivated by her eloquence. Just then, Lu Peng emerged from the shadows, pointing an accusatory finger at Ouyang Shui. "How shameless can you be? Woman, did you not declare yourself the saintess of the Tianhua Sect? Did you not say that even the strongest of the Xianyao Sect cannot contend with you?" With each of Lu Peng's remarks, Ouyang Shui's face flushed deeper, yet she remained respectfully kneeling, awaiting Su Che's judgment. As Su Che waved his hand, silencing Lu Peng, and then discreetly employed his all-knowing eye to assess Ouyang Shui's capabilities. While her talent was indeed commendable, possessing a heavenly spiritual root along with a unique bloodline, it did little to meet the system's stringent requirements. The system only accepted those who appeared to be utterly inept as disciples. "My dear girl, please take your leave. You do not meet the standard for discipleship at Tianhua Peak," Su Che stated, shaking his head. Upon hearing the rejection, Ouyang Shui let out a soft sigh. It appeared that, in the eyes of a spirit saint such as him, her modest talent was inconsequential. Though disheartened, she did not entirely relinquish hope. After all, opportunities to apprentice under a spirit saint were not encountered every day. A flicker of hesitation crossed Ouyang Shui's eyes as she deliberated whether to divulge her greatest secret in pursuit of a slim chance. After a moment, she slowly raised her head and softly spoke. "Senior, I've only been cultivating for 30 years. This statement nearly caused Taoist Chu, who had been observing silently, to choke on his tea. 30 years, and she has already reached the spirit sovereign realm? This is utterly unbelievable. What remarkable talent must she possess?" Lu Peng could not help but regard Ouyang Shui with newfound respect, his previously stern gaze now imbued with contemplation. Bai Feng silently encouraged himself. "I must bring glory to my master." Witnessing the awe surrounding her, Ouyang Shui felt the pressure on her heart lessen somewhat. She continued, "Senior, my rapid cultivation speed is not solely due to my heavenly spiritual root," just as she was about to reveal her secret. Su Che interjected, "What you wish to say is that you possess the bloodline of the celestial demon. Am I correct? A nine-tailed celestial fox." His tone was calm, as though he had already discerned everything. Utilizing his unique ability, the all-knowing eye, Su Che had uncovered Ouyang Shui's background. The nine-tailed celestial fox, legendary as one of the most powerful royal families among ancient demon clans. Ouyang Shui was momentarily taken aback. Her mouth agape, seeking to respond yet finding no suitable words. This secret, unknown even to her sect and master, had been so easily uncovered by this enigmatic spirit saint. What astonished her further was that Su Che displayed no particular interest in her celestial bloodline. Chapter 13. A sinister thought originally. Su Che had intended to inform Ouyang Shui that bloodlines could not alter everything. However, upon seeing her despondent expression, he chose to soften his stance, gently stating, "I reside here in seclusion and do not wish to accept too many disciples. There may be no fated connection between us, so please return in connection." So the elder did not reject me due to my lack of talent. Ouyang Shui murmured to herself, striving to comprehend the decision of this powerful figure. Just as she was finding solace in her thoughts, Su Che received a system notification that filled him with exhilaration. "Ding! An object meeting the host criteria for discipleship has been detected. Please proceed immediately." This indicated he could unlock a higher cultivation efficiency, potentially reaching a 1,000-fold enhancement of the heavenly Tao. "Follow me, my dear disciple. You shall soon have a fourth junior sister." Su Che beckoned to Bai Feng, disregarding the astonished expressions of those around him as he swiftly soared out of the grand hall. "Yes, master. During this training, I also obtained several excellent demon cores, which would serve as splendid gifts for my junior sister." Bai Feng eagerly responded. "What?" Ouyang Shui exclaimed. "Did you not just say you did not wish to accept too many disciples? However, Her words fell on deaf ears. Puzzled, Ouyang Shui whispered to herself, I must see what is so special about the new disciple the elder has taken. Could they truly possess greater talent than I? With that thought, she hastily followed in the direction Su Che and Bai Feng had departed, as Su Che moderated his speed to allow Bai Feng to keep pace. His intention was not only to accommodate his disciple, but also to prevent Ouyang Shui from discerning his true strength. The pinnacle of mid-stage spirit saint cultivation ensured that even at full speed, he could not outpace this companion. Noticing this, Ouyang Shui understood Su Che's considerate intentions, her respect for him deepening. She inwardly reflected on how rare a master like this was and pondered why fortune had not favored her in the same manner. The reason Su Che was so eager to hasten his journey was that the system had just alerted him that his newly acquired disciple was facing a life-threatening peril. Simultaneously, he was fervently yearning to activate the reward of 10,000 times the heavenly Tao. In his heart, he silently vowed, I shall uncover the audacity of those who dare to harm my disciple. Tianhua village, now a desolate wasteland, bore witness to the former prosperity with its dilapidated houses. As the villagers had long since fled, beside a grave amidst this ruin, a small girl hid in the grass, her face smeared with dirt, trembling uncontrollably that a shadow shrouded in black mist slowly approached her, whispering deceitful words. Little sister, do not be afraid. Come with me, and I shall free you from your suffering. The girl shook her head in terror, attempting to conceal herself further. The shadow's gaze was filled with greed as it murmured. The old demon head was indeed correct. This truly is a body of heavenly punishment. With her blood, my calamity magic art shall progress further. The shadow perceived this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, intending to monopolize the girl's power before returning to eliminate his own master. Just then, 3 beams of light swiftly approached, interrupting his sinister plans. Who goes there? The shadow, suddenly aware of the approaching presence, became alert. Ouyang Shui recognized that the newcomer was a demon cultivator, seemingly of low cultivation, and felt a surge of confusion. She had initially thought Su Che's target was this demon cultivator, and thus she found herself perplexed. All of this transpired before the girl, deemed the body of heavenly punishment, who was viewed as an ill omen since birth, bringing disaster wherever she went, thereby deterring anyone from approaching her. Could this senior be a master of the demonic path? Ouyang Shui speculated, just as Su Che spoke up. How dare you covet my disciple? You truly do not know the meaning of death. With that utterance, Su Che immediately took action. He gently waved his spiritual energy, softly bringing the frightened girl from the grass to his side, then coldly fixed his gaze upon the demon cultivator, who was merely at the initial stage of innate cultivation. Su Che's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Although the Xianyao Sect was merely a second-rate faction, as a righteous force, opposing the demonic path was their solemn duty. Not to mention, this demon cultivator had the audacity to harbor ill thoughts toward his disciple. Bai Feng, witnessing his master's fury, stepped forward, drawing forth his burning heaven flame ruler, exclaiming, Bold demon cultivator, how dare you lay your hands on my little junior sister? You seek death. The demon cultivator, initially on guard against the trio, turned pale upon realizing their strength far surpassed his own. Senior, you may have misunderstood. The demon cultivator attempted to explain. This little girl has never practiced cultivation. How could she possibly be your disciple? Bai Feng cast a glance at his master, seeing Su Che's killing intent unwavering, and without further hesitation, raised his giant ruler, charging at the demon cultivator. You still dare to quibble? Prepare to meet your end. Bai Feng's fighting style was fierce and direct, perfectly complemented by the burning heaven flame ruler in his hands. With Lu Peng secretly guiding him, Bai Feng swiftly defeated his opponent after only a few exchanges, pinning the demon cultivator to the ground. Young hero, spare me. The demon cultivator pleaded. My master is the demon lord Luo Ming. He will not let you go. Bai Feng disregarded his desperate cries, decisively ending the battle. What demon lord? Before my master, they are but trivial beings. He turned to comfort the small girl, saying, Do not fear. Little junior sister, the bad man has been dealt with, and no one shall bully you again. Su Chain nodded in satisfaction, feeling gratified by his eldest disciple's performance. I could see that moment. Ouyang Shui realized that the new disciple Su Che intended to accept was none other than this seemingly inconspicuous little girl. However, her thoughts were quickly overtaken by the demon cultivator's words before his demise. Senior, that demon lord Luo Ming is a notorious figure within the Xianyao continent, Ouyang Shui warned. It is said that he reached the pinnacle of the spirit lord realm 200 years ago and is likely approaching the spirit emperor realm now. Su Che, however, waved his hand dismissively. Having formally accepted the nameless little girl and naming her Murong Qian, a crisp notification chimed, resonating in Su Che's ears like the tolling of morning bells. Congratulations. Esteemed master, you have successfully accepted a disciple and have directly ascended to the spirit emperor realm. Following that, another sound echoed, once more congratulating him. Your 4 disciples are now at full capacity, thus granting you a special ability, instant kill at the same tier. This meant that against opponents of the same or lower tier, Su Che could effortlessly achieve victory with a single strike. This new skill seemed tailor-made for him. Su Che's cultivation had always relied on the system's assistance, and he had never delved deeply into any profound secret arts or techniques, despite his solid foundation. The outcome against formidable adversaries remained unpredictable. Now equipped with the ability for instant kills, what need was there for complex maneuvers? A simple, direct strike would suffice. Chapter 14. Mastery at fingertips, feeling inwardly pleased. Su Che turned to make his way back to his abode. Not long after, in a distant hidden cave, an elderly demon lord with flowing white hair seethed with rage. His disciple had been slain, disrupting his plans to ascend to the spirit emperor realm. The old demon lord vowed to spare no effort in finding the culprit, intending to tear them limb from limb. He swiftly retrieved a divination artifact, beginning to cast secret arts in search of clues. Upon returning to Tianhua Peak, Su Che was aiding Murong Qian in her cultivation within the Grand Hall. Master, can I truly cultivate? Murong Qian's eyes sparkled with anxiety and anticipation, for she had been rescued from the brink of despair by Su Ch. As Yu Che gently replied, of course you can. I have prepared an exceptionally precious imperial-level technique for you, the Reverse Heaven Sword Art. It employs the sword as a medium, pursuing the spirit of fearless advancement, capable of cutting through obstructions even when the heavenly Tao stands in the way. Su Che infused the sword art as a beam of light into Murong Qian's brow, advising her to seek guidance from her senior brother should she encounter any confusion. The little junior sister nodded in agreement, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and determination. After Bai Feng took Murong Qian away to settle her, Su Che turned to inquire with the system regarding the matters of his disciple's cultivation. System, I recall you mentioned that in addition to appropriate techniques, other conditions are necessary for my disciple to cultivate successfully. Correct? Su Che furrowed his brow and asked, System, I also require a sword capable of withstanding heavenly punishment. Otherwise, she cannot survive the lightning tribulation. Indeed, host, even the most superior 9th-grade spiritual treasure would struggle to remain intact against the retribution of the heavenly Tao. We need weapons forged from special materials that... Su Che waved his hand, appearing somewhat impatient. Just tell me what to do. Recently, he had felt immense satisfaction with his 2 disciples, particularly the newly accepted little disciple, whose adorable demeanor evoked a natural fondness to foster little Murong Qian's rapid growth. He, as her master, was leaving no stone unturned. The system continued. The demon lord Luo Ming possesses a piece of the Tongming demon crystal, which has been refined for hundreds of years. It serves as an excellent material for crafting the sword's core. Su Che nodded in understanding, secretly resolving that the demon lord Luo Ming might need to be dealt with. 3 days later, the Xianyao Sect abruptly announced the closure of its gates, with the sect leader, Chu Xiudao, ordering the full activation of the protective array, prohibiting all disciples from leaving. Within the sect leader's hall, Chu Xiudao paced back and forth with a serious expression, continuously sending messages with his signaling sword. Upon receiving the news, the heads of various peaks hurriedly arrived to inquire about the situation. What on earth has happened? One head asked anxiously. Why the sudden closure of the gates? Another added. Chu Xiudao sighed and then asked everyone, has anyone encountered and slain a demon cultivator named Lin Yun in the past few days? The reactions were mixed. Some were puzzled, while others casually remarked that they had slain countless demon cultivators and could not recall specific names. However, upon learning that Lin Yun was actually a disciple of the demon lord Luo Ming, and that this formidable spirit lord realm pinnacle demon was demanding the Xianyao Sect hand over the murderer of his disciple within 3 days, lest he unleash a bloodbath upon the sect. The entire hall was filled with gasps of shock. The demon lord Luo Ming, the very same one that even the Xianyao Sect struggles to subdue. One head asked, his face turning pale. Indeed, Chu Xiaodao replied gravely, and the atmosphere grew tense. Everyone exchanged glances, ultimately fixing their eyes on sect leader Chu Xiaodao. What do you wish to imply by looking at me? I have not left the sect in recent days. Chu Xiaodao stated. The newly appointed head of Liuli Peak pointed towards Tianhua Peak, his expression grave. This matter must pertain to Tianhua Peak. He hesitated, but his meaning was clear, since the issue originated from Tianhua Peak. Perhaps those from there should bear the responsibility. Nonsense, Chu Xiaodao thundered. Our sect has never had a precedent of betraying our own, let alone in the face of a demon head that is viewed as a great enemy by righteous cultivators. His voice grew more severe. If there are further reckless discussions of this sort, I shall not show leniency. Despite his usual amiability, when the Taoist Chu was provoked, the leaders of the various peaks dared not challenge his authority lightly. I have summoned you here to ensure that you restrain your disciples and keep them from venturing outside, strictly guarding the mountain gates. The Taoist Chu declared that I have sent out a plea for assistance to other celestial sects and Xianyao Sect, and I trust they will heed our shared commitment to righteousness and not stand idly by. Meanwhile, Su Che was leisurely enjoying rare spiritual fruits atop Tianhua Peak, occasionally sipping the exquisite spiritual tea meticulously brewed by his young disciple. Murong Qian A.S., the sect leader. Though Taoist Chu seldom interfered in daily matters, he was acutely aware of the happenings within the sect. He recognized that only the master and disciple duo from Tianhua Peak possessed the capability to confront the demonic disciple of the ominous Luo Ming. To avoid internal discord, he deliberately refrained from informing Su Che. After calming the other leaders, Taoist Chu made his way alone to Tianhua Peak. As your junior brother, your enthusiasm remains undiminished. You enjoy fine things, yet fail to notify your elder brother. Taoist Chu remarked with a hint of teasing in his voice that Su Che, now the official leader of Tianhua Peak, stood on equal footing with the sect leader, making such a designation seem entirely appropriate. Chinner, brew a cup of spiritual tea for the sect leader as well, Su Che instructed, holding Taoist Chu in high regard. After giving his disciple the order, he inquired, Sect leader, it is rare for you to visit. Is there some urgent matter today? Su junior brother, are you still in contact with Miss Morong? Taoist Chu asked. Su Che was momentarily taken aback, contemplating whether the elder harbored ulterior motives regarding Ouyang Shui. However, he soon reasoned that, as an elder of the sacred land, she would hardly deign to visit the humble Xianyao Sect unless. Please speak plainly, sect leader, Su Che urged, clearing his throat. Taoist Chu set down his teacup and continued. Last time Miss Morong visited in haste, I failed to fulfill my host's duty. I wonder if you could invite her to grace us with her presence once more. That he mused that if Ouyang Shui could represent the Xianyao Sect in person, it might instill a sense of caution in that old demon, preventing him from acting recklessly against the Xianyao Sect. At tea that moment, Su Che remained unaware of Taoist Chu's true intentions, merely sensing a desire to foster goodwill with the sacred land. And thus he did not ponder further. This is her communication jade slip. The sect leader may contact her directly on the Xintian continent, where the Xianyao Sect was located. Ouyang Shui received astonishing news the day after her return to the sacred land. The Luo Ming demon, who had not appeared for centuries, had suddenly made his presence known and was already targeting the Xianyao Sect. The old demon has taken action against the Xianyao Sect so swiftly. Ouyang Shui mused. Have the elders been made aware of this? Chapter 15. The Reclusive Spirit Saint. Ouyang Shui smiled slightly, concluding that the old demon was truly courting disaster this time. His audacity to provoke them could very well mean that after tomorrow, the Xintian continent would no longer have the presence of Luo Ming. Confident in her belief that the old demon's days were numbered, she dismissed any threat he posed. How could a mere peak spirit venerable dare to challenge a spirit saint? It was tantamount to seeking one's own demise at that moment. Ouyang Shui received a summons from the Sacred Lord and hurried to the Sacred Hall. Within the hall, besides the Sacred Lord, several elders who were not in seclusion were present. Now that Sacred Maiden Ouyang has arrived, we shall commence, the Sacred Lord stated. I trust you are all aware of the situation regarding the old demon and the Xianyao Sect. The entire Xianyao continent was watching this matter unfold. As the foremost sect, we must clarify our stance. Upon finishing, the Sacred Lord surveyed the elders, awaiting their opinions. The Grand Elder spoke first. Sacred Lord, the Luoming demon was already at the peak of spirit venerable hundreds of years ago. Now that he has resurfaced, he has likely reached the realm of Spirit Emperor. The second elder expressed his concerns. Indeed, Sacred Lord, aside from the reclusive ancestor, you are the only one who has attained the Spirit Emperor realm. Implicit in their words was the notion that unless the Sacred Lord personally intervened, any dispatched individuals would struggle against the old demon. The Sacred Lord cast a cold gaze at the two elders, querying, do you believe we should merely stand by and watch? Or do you think that the higher one's cultivation, the more one fears death? Faced with the Sacred Lord's stern demeanor, the Grand Elder hastily clarified. Not at all, Sacred Lord. My intent was to advocate for cautious action. The old demon's target is not the entire Xianyao Sect, but rather the one responsible for his disciples' death. But we can intervene to protect the Xianyao Sect while allowing them to handle the matter of surrendering the culprit themselves. This way, we maintain the dignity of the sacred land without directly confronting the old demon. The second elder promptly echoed, exactly, Sacred Lord. The Grand Elder's reasoning is sound. Our actions will also signal our stance to the Xianyao continent. As long as the old demon is not foolish, he will know how to choose. No. Just as the Sacred Lord contemplated whether to compromise, Ouyang Shui suddenly rose, breaking the silence. The Sacred Lord was slightly taken aback. Junior sister, do you have an alternative perspective? Inquired the Grand Elder beside her, his tone laced with skepticism. However, Ouyang Shui did not respond to the Grand Elder's inquiry. Instead, she stepped boldly to the center of the hall and resolutely declared to the Sacred Lord, Sacred Lord, our Hahuan sect must not retreat on this issue. On the contrary, we should fully support the Xianyao Sect, demonstrating to all celestial sects on the Xianyao continent that we will not coexist with the demonic path. Her voice resonated with determination. The Grand Elder sighed, seemingly at a loss regarding Ouyang Shui's fervor. Before the Sacred Lord could speak, Ouyang Shui revealed a shocking piece of information. Sacred Lord, the leader of Tianhua Peak. Senior Suche is actually a reclusive spirit saint. The hall erupted in astonishment. What? A spirit saint? The crowd could hardly believe it. How is that possible? The Sacred Lord, too, appeared quite surprised. He understood Ouyang Shui was not one to jest. Yet her statement was implausible. How could a second-rate sect harbor such a formidable figure? Esteemed elders, please trust me. I am willing to stake my life to affirm the truth of my words. Ouyang Shui insisted, emphasizing her statement further, and I have witnessed this with my own eyes to substantiate her claim. Ouyang Shui produced a fourth-grade spiritual treasure obtained from the Trial Tower. Behold, this is the treasure I acquired there. The number of high-grade spiritual treasures at Senior Suche's place is countless. As the authentic fourth-grade spiritual treasure was displayed, the doubts of the audience began to dissipate. Be able to select a treasure after merely passing through a trial. How affluent must this senior be? The Sacred Lord eventually nodded. I believe you, Sister Murinch. In that case, we must leave a good impression on Senior Suche that I cannot leave the sacred domain. Which of you is willing to represent the sacred land and travel to the Xianyao Sect? The Grand Elder immediately responded, I shall go. My cultivation is the highest, making me the most suitable for this task. The Grand Elder, who had just opposed confronting the demonic path, now eagerly sought to undertake this journey himself. Let me go. I have just received news that the esteemed senior particularly enjoys tea, and I happen to have freshly collected millennial Maojian. Murong Qian urged excitedly that I wish to go as well. Others chimed in. Observing the elders vying for the opportunity, the Sacred Lord couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Just a moment ago, you all kept your distance. Now that you hear a spirit saint supports us from behind, You suddenly act as though you've encountered your long-lost father. Enough. There is no need for further contention. My presence in the sacred land suffices. You may all go together. The following day marked the final day of the 3-day ultimatum set by Luo Ming. The gates of the Xianyao Sect stood firmly shut, as if an invisible pressure enveloped the entire sect, with expressions of unease etched on the faces of the disciples. The time has come. I have arrived. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the sky as Luo Ming descended, radiating malevolence. Immediately surrender the one who killed my disciple, or today, the Xianyao Sect shall face utter annihilation. Without further ado, Luo Ming unleashed a palm strike through the air, and a colossal blood-red hand materialized from the sky, crashing down upon the Xianyao Sect. With a resounding boom, the recently restored protective array of the Xianyao Sect was obliterated in an instant. The shockwave causing even low-tier disciples hiding in their caves to vomit blood and collapse. Luo Ming, do not be so arrogant. At that moment, beams of light swiftly approached, with the Grand Elder of the Huan Sect being the first to shout, "As long as we are here today, your evil presence shall not wreak havoc. It's over. The old demon has truly come knocking at our door. There is no escaping this time. What shall we do?" Within the Xianyao Sect, the elders gathered in chaotic disarray. The strongest member, Taoist Chu, had only reached the Spirit Saint realm, while the old demon had already been at the peak of Spirit Venerable centuries ago. How could such a disparity in strength be countered? Wait, there seems to be hope. The Huan Sect has actually dispatched several elders to provide assistance. At Tianhua Peak, Su Che was meticulously examining the progress of his disciples' cultivation when a sudden, thunderous crash echoed through the air. The protective formation of the Xianyao Sect had collapsed. Just as Su Che was about to venture outside to assess the situation, the Taoist of Chu appeared abruptly, blocking his path. "Junior brother Su," he urged, "please remain on Tianhua Peak. The disturbance outside is merely a trivial matter. The Hellion Sect has already dispatched an elder to handle it, so there is no cause for concern." The Taoist of Chu feared the repercussions of Su Che, the one accused of slaying an opponent's disciple, should he emerge. Chapter 16. The path of cultivation opens. This could provoke the ancient demon. And if the elder from the Hellion Sect failed to restrain him, the consequences would be dire. What has happened? Who is causing trouble outside? Su Che furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the serious expression on the Taoist of Chu's face. His intuition warned him that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Outside the gates of the Xianyao Sect, the demon lord Luo Ming faced several elders from the sacred lands. A cruel smile gracing his lips, without hesitation, he unleashed his long-cultivated life treasure, the Tongming demon crystal, enveloping the entire Xianyao Sect in an invisible barrier. Since you refuse to yield, let the blood of everyone in Xianyao Sect serve as an offering for my disciple's soul. With a command, the Zhu Tian meteor array was activated, plunging the sky into darkness, as if enveloped in eternal night, the wind carrying a chilling wail. This is bad. This old demon has truly lost his mind. He intends to sacrifice the entire Xianyao Sect. The elder of the Hellion Sect, filled with terror, hastily sought to intervene. "Let us act together. We must stop him. If he commits such a heinous act here, we will all be branded as sinners of this land." As a leading sect of the Xintian continent, the Hellion Sect could not idly stand by while the demon Lord Luo Ming wreaked havoc. However, as several elders joined forces to cast their spells, they suddenly found their powers uncontrollably siphoned away towards the formation's core. "Elder, what is happening? My spiritual energy is dissipating." A look of cruelty spread across the face of the demon, Lord Luo Ming, as he replied. "When I first ascended to the Spirit Emperor realm, my foundation was unstable, and I nearly fell into madness. I had planned to use the blood of the Xianyao Sect to stabilize myself. I never anticipated such an unexpected boon. Ha ha." Ouyang Shui felt a tightening in her heart. Faced with impending death, she swiftly regained her composure. "I must inform the elder. Only he can counterbalance this mad demon." She immediately sent a distress signal to Su Che through a jade slip. "Everyone, hold on. I have contacted the elder. Once he arrives, this old demon will surely meet his demise. Indeed, we must summon the elder for assistance." Meanwhile, within Tianhua Peak, Che received Ouyang Shui's message, his previous doubts dissipating as he promptly set off toward the mountain gate. The demon lord Luoming had come to them, as the crowd lamented their ill fate. They were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Now a powerful spirit emperor, Che moved with incredible speed, reaching the mountain gate in the blink of an eye. The scene before him made him frown. Several elders from the sacred land struggled to fend off the overwhelming assault of the demon lord Luoming. "You are the demon lord Luoming." Che raised his gaze to the derisive face of the demon in the sky and asked calmly, "Elder, you have finally arrived." The Grand Elder and the other elders who were witnessing Che for the first time felt a glimmer of hope. They sensed an unfathomable power emanating from him, affirming Ouyang Shui's assessment that this reclusive figure was indeed their savior. Taoist Chu hurriedly arrived as well, his heart racing at the sight. "Everyone, remain calm. The old demon's power far exceeds our expectations. Do not act recklessly." Yet, Che merely waved his hand reassuringly and without hesitation stepped into the perilous formation laid by the demon lord Luoming. "Did you bring the Tongming demon crystal?" he suddenly inquired, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. "What? You desire my Tongming demon crystal? You truly seek death?" The demon lord Luoming roared in fury at Che's words. "Is it you?" Che continued to approach, as if the formation posed no threat to him whatsoever. "I have no taste for unnecessary conflict. Should you willingly surrender the Tongming demon crystal, perhaps I might spare your life." His voice steady and resolute. Upon hearing this, the demon lord Luoming laughed even more maniacally, deeming the individual before him utterly mad for daring to speak such insolence. At that moment, the various peak masters of the Xianyao Sect, led by Taoist Chu, arrived on the scene. They watched in dread as Che entered the enemy's formation alone. "Sect Master, has Che lost his mind? How can he act so recklessly? It is tantamount to seeking death." Even the elders of the Hellion sect found it difficult to extricate themselves. Was this truly the end of the Xianyao sect? However, unbeknownst to them, every action Che took radiated confidence, as if he had already foreseen the outcome. The Taoist of Chu surveyed the bewildered faces of the sect's disciples. His heart heavy with foreboding, he understood that the Xianyao sect might not escape calamity today. If that is the case, we might as well fight with all our might. Even if it costs us our lives, we must ensure that the wicked old demon pays the price. Determined, Taoist Chu resolved to lead the peak masters into a final confrontation against the enemy. Yet at that very moment, Che had already silently appeared before the demon lord Luoming. "You had the opportunity to choose the path of light, yet you chose to descend into darkness." Che's voice was calm and unwavering. The demon lord Luoming sensed Che's approach and grew wary. He could not discern the true depth of his opponent as cultivation, which unsettled him. Initially, he intended to harness the formation's power to deliver a fatal blow to Che, but as he exerted his full strength upon the formation, he realized that the spiritual energy of the several sacred land elders was being drained at an alarming rate. "You charlatan, perish!" the demon lord Luoming bellowed, as countless ghostly figures surged forth from the formation, causing the very heavens to tremble when a massive blood-red net, laden with a sense of annihilation, descended upon Che. Yet Che merely observed, devoid of any fear or inclination to flee. "Is this your limit?" he queried, a hint of curiosity in his tone, as the blood net was about to engulf Che. The elders of the Hellion sect and the members of the Xianyao sect held their breath, their gazes fixed in anticipation. Suddenly, Che extended two fingers and effortlessly snapped them together. In that instant, time seemed to halt. The world fell silent save for the sound of their own heartbeats. As the echo of the snap faded, the sea of blood vanished without a trace. The sky cleared, and sunlight once more bathed everyone in its warmth. The demon lord Luoming, suspended in midair, stood frozen, watching in disbelief as his body gradually turned transparent, life swiftly ebbing away. "I am a spirit emperor. How can this be?" The demon lord Luoming mumbled in disbelief, ultimately left with a final, unwilling cry. "Any who dare challenge the Xianyao sect shall face the severest of consequences," Che stated coldly, picking up the Tongming demon crystal from the ground before turning to return to Tianhua Peak. Now, This crystal shall pave the way for my disciple Murong Qian's cultivation. Old demon, you face a spirit saint. Ouyang Shui exclaimed with excitement. Realizing her intuition had been correct, Su Che was indeed a peerless master hidden from the world. Chapter 17. Priceless Resources, Spirit Saint. The demon Lord Luoming's eyes flickered with a trace of regret as he drew his last breath. I see now. This is my destiny, that I have caused countless deaths throughout my life. I guess they're truly a cycle of heaven's justice. If there's a next life, I shall never tread the path of darkness again. As his final words faded, the once mighty sovereign of the demon realm dissolved into nothingness, thus concluding the saga of a once great tyrant. The Grand Elder and his companions, having witnessed the effortless defeat of the demon Lord Luoming by the Spirit Saint, felt a surge of exhilaration. Who would have thought that a powerhouse like the demon Lord Luoming could fall so easily? It all feels like a dream. It seems we should venture outside less often. The world beyond is far too perilous that in contrast to the sentiments of the elder generation. Ouyang Shui felt little sorrow at the demise of the demon lord. She turned promptly towards Tianhua Peak, her only thought being, I must closely follow this elder. Ouyang Saintess, wait for us. We wish to pay our respect to the elder as well. Several eager young disciples hurried after her, the Grand Elder and the others. Witnessing Ouyang Shui's actions, quickly regained their senses and unhesitatingly followed suit, their excitement palpable at the mountain gate. Only Daoist Chu and a few peak masters remained, exchanging perplexed glances. Sect master, that was Su Che who acted just now. Correct? Is he not a spirit saint? How is it? Daoist Chu's gaze revealed confusion. He had heard crucial information from the elders of the Xianyao Sect. Elder, spirit saint. How astonishing. Our esteemed master Tianhua Peak has concealed himself so deeply. Let us go to Tianhua Peak. As the crowd arrived at Tianhua Peak, Su Che had already completed the task of erasing the mark of the demon lord from the Tongming demon crystal and assisted Murong Qian in refining it into a sword embryo that she integrated into her being. In the future, as Murong Qian cultivated the celestial sword technique and continuously advanced, her sword embryo would likewise grow, enabling it to shield her from the majority of heavenly tribulations during her ascension. Thank you, Master. Murong Qian gazed at Su Che with her bright eyes and tightly embraced his leg in gratitude. During her days at Tianhua Peak, she felt immeasurable happiness, not only having a master who was like a father to her, but also a caring senior brother. Bai Feng, in his efforts to help his junior sister regain her strength, always prepared various delicacies with great care, thereby deepening their bond. Yu Che affectionately ruffled his little disciple's hair and then retrieved a plethora of spiritual treasures from the system's repository, laying them on the ground. Here are many things that Master has no use for. Feel free to choose what you like. Faced with the array of rare items scattered before her, Murong Qian's mouth fell slightly agape in astonishment. However, after a moment's thought, she said, let's allow senior brother to choose first. Haha, I've already made my choice. Look, this burning sky flame ruler is a gift from Master to me. Bai Feng deftly retrieved the enormous ruler from his back and carefully presented it before Murong Qian. As the few masters and disciples discussed their selections of treasures, a group of elders from the sacred lands and high-ranking members of the Xianyao Sect suddenly surged onto Tianhua Peak. Upon seeing the various spiritual treasures displayed on the ground, their eyes widened in disbelief, as if they had encountered an extraordinary sight. Heavens, that sword must be a 9th grade spiritual treasure, exclaimed one. And that orb looks like the inner core of an 8th tier demon sage. For Ouyang Shui, such treasures were commonplace. She had long grown accustomed to the wealth of treasures hidden by her predecessors. Observing the greedy expressions of several elders, she could not help but frown and say, oh dear, look at yourselves, that you're all grown adults, yet drooling like children. Don't you feel ashamed? You've embarrassed our Xianyao Sect, and our friend from the Xianyao Sect are watching. Upon hearing this, the elders quickly wiped away the drool from their mouths, casting awkward glances at the Xianyao Sect members. However, they soon realized that the Xianyao Sect reaction was not much better. Some individuals were even trembling with excitement. Such a rich heritage from the predecessors. Could it be that they have plundered some hidden ancient clan? The elders speculated in their hearts, feeling sympathy for the possibly unfortunate force. not daring to disturb the spirit saint powerhouse who was conversing with his two disciples. The elders turned instead towards the representatives of the Xianyao Sect, since we have confirmed the news that the Xianyao Sect is under the protection of a spirit saint. We must be more cautious in our approach. The elder conveyed silently to the others, I suggest we proactively offer a few high-quality spiritual veins as a token of goodwill. What does everyone think? The second elder nodded immediately. I agree. A few spiritual veins are insignificant to our Xianyao sect. But establishing a connection with a spirit saint is of utmost importance. Indeed, this elder is worth our utmost effort to befriend. With unanimous agreement, the elders swiftly produced a communication jade slip to contact the Holy Master. Oh dear, that won't do. The elder is being too polite, they murmured. Upon learning that the Xianyao sect was willing to generously gift 6 high-quality spiritual veins to the Xianyao sect, the high-ranking members of the Xianyao sect nearly erupted with excitement. 6 high-quality spiritual veins. Although the Xianyao sect was nominally the foremost sect in Mo City, in reality, many large spiritual veins were in the hands of first-rate forces or sacred land abroad. The Xianyao sect truly possessed only 1 high-quality spiritual vein. The rest were merely of average quality. Now, with the Xianyao sect's generous contribution, the leaders were beaming with joy, already planning how to allocate these precious resources. The elder smiled contentedly at the members of the Xianyao sect, saying, of course, with such a powerful elder present, the Xianyao sect is not far from becoming a sacred land. It's essential to maintain appearances. On one hand, people sought to curry favor with Su Che, the so-called spirit saint. On the other, they hoped to foster friendly relations with the Xianyao sect, which was poised to elevate its status. In such an atmosphere, both parties engaged in a remarkably pleasant discussion. After finally sending off the elder and his entourage, Chu Xiaodao eagerly led the heads of other peaks to Tianhua Peak. Junior brother Su, you have truly given us quite a bit of concern. Indeed, we have worried for so long. With you here, the Xianyao sect genuinely has hope of becoming a sacred land, faced with the enthusiasm of his fellow disciples. Su Che felt a surge of emotion. Through the recent incident involving the Demon Lord, he sensed the acceptance he received from everyone at the Xianyao sect, particularly the timely assistance from Chu Xiaodao, which allowed him to truly find a sense of belonging. Don't say that. I merely concealed a bit of my strength. Just a little. Junior brother Su, are you implying it was merely a small amount? Su Che smiled wryly and shook his head. All right, I admit it was more like 100 million times more. Chapter 18, A Rare Master. Speaking of which, I had a discussion with a few junior brothers. And Chu Xiaodao's tone suddenly turned formal. The 6 high-quality spiritual veins gifted by the Xianyao sect are, in fact, in consideration of you, that we plan to allocate 3 of them to Tianhua Peak, with the remainder shared among the other 6 peaks. Su Che pondered for a moment before declining the proposal. There's no need. 1 vein each for the 7 peaks is just right. Moreover, I have 4 disciples at Tianhua Peak and do not intend to take in more. 1 high-quality spiritual vein is sufficient. Upon hearing Su Che voluntarily relinquish 2 spiritual veins, everyone couldn't help but feel ecstatic, as the benefits of sole ownership of a spiritual vein were self-evident. With the matter of the spiritual veins settled, Su Che then retrieved several volumes of advanced cultivation techniques from his sleeve and handed them to Chu Xiaodao and others. These are all of the esteemed grade. Each of you may select one that if the Xianyao sect wishes to elevate itself to a sacred land. Mastering these techniques is an essential step. Upon seeing the true esteemed grade techniques presented before them, Chu Xiaodao and the others set aside their usual reserve and eagerly began to peruse, selecting the methods suitable for their respective branches. Junior brother Su, are these techniques? Chu Xiaodao expressed concern, worrying about the origins of these techniques, as each esteemed grade technique was a closely guarded secret of the sacred lands. Rest assured, these techniques were all found by me in a secret realm. They are unclaimed treasures, Su Che gently reassured, easing everyone's apprehensions that he wove a tale, stating that he had inadvertently stumbled upon a mysterious location years ago, which explained the depth of his cultivation. In truth, Su Che was not unwilling to share sacred or imperial-level cultivation methods. However, given the current strength of the Xianyao sect, even with the newly discovered 6 high-quality spiritual veins, they could only support the cultivation of esteemed grade techniques. After all, the disparity in resources between the disciples of other peaks and his own disciples was quite stark. His 4 disciples not only possessed top-tier techniques and spiritual treasures, but also enjoyed an abundance of various resources and elixirs required for cultivation. All of this was owed to their generous master, who provided them with rewards aplenty from daily sign-ins in the days that followed. The entire Xianyao Sect was immersed in a jubilant atmosphere. Once Chu Xiaodao and the others received the new esteemed grade techniques, they immediately began their personal study and arranged for the most talented disciples within the sect to switch their cultivation paths. Originally, the inner sect disciples received a monthly allotment of 300 inferior spiritual stones, equivalent to 3 superior spiritual stones. Now, with the addition of 6 newly acquired high-quality spiritual veins, that number had tripled. Each inner sect disciple's monthly allotment now reached 1,000 inferior spiritual stones. Although this investment still fell short of a true sacred land, it was already comparable to many first-rate forces. One day, atop Tianhua Peak, Bai Feng, carrying the enormous ruler and a letter from home, gazed into the distance with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. "Lu Xiao, I hope you still remember our agreement from 3 years ago." Just as Bai Feng was lost in thought, the melodious laughter of Murong Qian rang out from behind him. "Senior brother, why are you standing here in a daze?" Murong Qian skipped over. Waving her jade-like little hand in front of Bai Feng's eyes, Bai Feng came back to his senses, gently ruffling her hair and softly saying, "Little junior sister, I plan to descend the mountain soon." "Descend the mountain?" Murong Qian immediately brightened. "I want to go too. Senior brother, take me with you." During her time at Tianhua Peak, Murong Qian had received special affection from both her master Su Che and her senior brother Bai Feng, restoring her lively and cheerful disposition. Hearing the news of the descent, her curiosity about the world below surged, and she could hardly contain her eagerness to accompany him. "All right, senior brother will take you down the mountain. Let us go tell master right now." When Bai Feng brought Murong Qian to find Su Che and expressed their desire to descend the mountain, Su Che not only nodded in agreement, but also offered to accompany his 2 disciples on their journey. "Master knows that your descent this time is surely to handle matters from the past. Go ahead and do what you wish. With me here, no one can bring you harm." Master Bai Feng was taken aback by his master's personal accompaniment. Feeling immensely moved, his voice slightly choked as he expressed, "Disciple is eternally grateful." Reflecting on the past, Bai Feng and the eldest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Xiao, were once celebrated as the twin jewels of Yan City, having forged a deep bond since childhood with a betrothal agreement. However, 3 years ago, during an outing, Bai Feng was attacked by unidentified individuals, suffering severe injuries that rendered him incapable of cultivation and led to him being deemed a Lu Xiao. Instead of aiding the Bai family in tracking down the assailants, sent a letter of annulment the very next day. Shortly thereafter, she was selected by the prestigious Ling Mountain Island in Beizhou, becoming a true disciple there. Consequently, the Lu family swiftly rose to prominence, establishing itself as the most illustrious family in Yan City, while the once renowned Bai family gradually declined into a second-rate lineage. On this day, Bai Feng received a letter from home, advising him not to rush back, as a mysterious secret realm had been discovered outside Yan City. It was rumored that Lu Xiao would return from her sect to lead family members in exploring this place. Bai Feng's father, unaware of his son's true cultivation level, only knew that he seemed to have joined a secondary sect in Mo City. His father speculated that, given Bai Feng's previously deemed unsuitable physique for cultivation, he would likely not be valued within the Xianyao Sect. Nevertheless, Bai Feng's master, Su Che, though unclear about the specifics, was resolute in seeking justice for his disciple. The purpose of this journey down the mountain was to support Bai Feng. Despite believing that Bai Feng's strength was unparalleled among his peers, Su Che worried that others might resort to unscrupulous methods. In reality, Bai Feng had already reached the late stage of Lingjiang, just a step away from the extraordinary realm, showing astonishing progress. Even his junior sister, Murong Qian, had refined her natal sword embryo and, with the aid of the emperor level, defying sword technique and Su Che's 100-fold cultivation effect, had achieved the late stage of Ling Zone. 3 days later, the trio of master and disciples organized their belongings and embarked on the journey to Yin City. Yin City, located at the junction of Imo City and Beizhou, is a relatively small town where the strongest individuals barely reach the initial stage of Ling Jiang. That in such a place, practitioners of Ling Zong are already considered rare experts at this moment. Near a low-grade spiritual vein outside Yin City, two teams faced each other in a standoff, with the young leaders of both sides refusing to yield. One side was Bai Shuang, the second son of the Bai family, whose elder brother was Bai Feng. Today was originally the day for the Bai family to collect offerings from various spiritual veins, but they unexpectedly encountered members of the Lu family. To make matters worse, Lu Tianyong, the second son of the Lu family, claimed that this spiritual vein also belonged to the Lu family, intending to divide it in half. Lu Tianyong, you have gone too far, Bai Shuang exclaimed angrily. This spiritual vein has always belonged to our Bai family. When did it become your right to exploit? Chapter 19. The opportunities of the secret realm. Bai Shuang was at the late stage of Ling Huang, whereas Lu Tianyong, backed by Lu Xiao, had already reached the pinnacle of Ling Huang, on the verge of a breakthrough to a higher realm. In response to Bai Shuang's accusations, Lu Tianyong laughed mockingly. You really are a fool. If it weren't for the fact that we are both from Yin City, the Lu family would have long since devoured your Bai family. What gives you the right to possess this spiritual vein? Just because of your brother? Upon hearing the insult toward his brother, Bai Shuang became uncontrollably furious, raising his long sword to strike at Lu Tianyong. Both had similar talents, as they were both of medium-grade spiritual roots. But with Lu Xiao's assistance, Lu Tianyong clearly held the upper hand. Lu Tianyong sneered, dismissing Bai Shuang's assault with contempt. The disparity in their strengths was evident. Not only were their cultivation realms different, but the weapons they wielded were also worlds apart. Bai Feng held a low-level artifact suitable for beginners, while Lu Tianyong brandished a high-grade 6th-tier artifact that once belonged to his sister. Lu Xiao. Everyone, take note, he struck first. Do not accuse the Lu family of bullying the weak. Lu Tianyong proclaimed loudly, then immediately engaged Bai Shuang in combat. The fight lasted only a few dozen exchanges before Lu Tianyong, leveraging his superior spiritual energy, sent Bai Shuang's flying sword careening away, halting the tip of his sword mere inches from Bai Shuang's chest. You are too weak, Lu Tianyong remarked, his eyes filled with disdain as he gazed at Bai Shuang. To thoroughly demoralize his opponent, he suddenly twisted the sword's edge and struck Bai Shuang's cheek with great force. Following the sharp sound of impact, Bai Shuang fell to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, leaving a deep sword mark across his face. This is merely a lesson for you. Next time, I won't be so lenient, Lu Tianyong threatened. You have 3 days to relinquish the spiritual vein, or the Bai family can prepare for extinction. With that, Lu Tianyong strode away with his entourage, leaving the bloodied Bai Shuang sprawled on the ground. His uncle hurried over to assist his injured nephew. Wu Shuang. His uncle called urgently. Cough? Uncle, it's my fault, Bai Shuang weakly replied. If I cannot even deal with Lu Tianyong, how can I protect the family's assets? Enough. We must return home to tend to your injuries. His uncle interrupted hastily. The family head has decided to lead us away from Yin City. As long as we have the Green Mountains, we need not fear the absence of firewood. Alas, to abandon this centuries-old foundation so easily, Bai Shuang sighed. Upon returning to the Lu family, Lu Tianyong excitedly reported to his father and elder sister. Father, sister, today I taught Bai family's second son a lesson. I estimate he is now too frightened to resist and will voluntarily surrender the spiritual vein in the next couple of days. By then, Yin City will be solely under the Lu family's dominion, Lu Tianyong declared with pride. Seated beside the head of the Lu family in the main hall was Lu Xiao, who resembled an ethereal fairy. Accompanied by a young man clad in the same sect attire, the two appearing quite intimate, the family head waved his hand to signal his son to take a seat, calmly stating, "This is all minor business." He then emphasized that the most crucial task at hand was to ensure Xiao could smoothly enter the secret realm. According to Xiao's master, the secret realm that had recently manifested was likely the dwelling of a powerful Lingdi, and such an opportunity must be fully supported by the Lu family for Xiao to seize. The future of the Lu family, whether it could achieve 1,000 years of glory, depended entirely on Lu Xiao. Filled with confidence for the impending exploration of the secret realm, Lu Xiao recalled that her master, skilled in divination, had revealed some secrets regarding the realm in advance, allowing her to prepare thoroughly. Moreover, she had reached the pinnacle of Lingjiang, and with the full support of her senior brother, Shang Wanhong, she was determined to succeed in this venture. Shang Wanhong's gaze never left Lu Xiao. The sect's holy son had fallen for her at first sight. Lu Xiao was not only graceful and beautiful, but every smile she offered was imbued with captivating charm. Junior sister, rest assured, with me here, no one can take away this opportunity in the secret realm, he declared, then lightly inquired, I heard that you once had a fiancé. I wonder if fate will allow you to meet again this time? This remark stirred memories in Lu Xiao's heart, evoking thoughts of the young man from Yin City who had once shared her reputation. Up ahead lies Yin City. Master, Lu Xiao reminded. Her master sensed the impending opening of the secret realm and decided to investigate first, leaving the two of them to return home. This secret realm seems rather unusual, her master murmured softly, then soared towards the location of the realm. Understood, master, Shang Wanhong replied in affirmation. When Baifeng returned home with the junior sister, he found the family members all wearing worried expressions. News had spread quickly, and the entire Bai family was now aware of the eldest son's return, with the Lu family also receiving this information. In the Bai family's hall, Baifeng, filled with fury, pointed at his younger brother Bai Shuang's injured face, demanding, Who did this? Bai Shuang, following his father's instructions, dared not reveal the truth. Bai Yinqing scrutinized his son closely, realizing he could not sense any fluctuations of spiritual energy from him, indicating that either Baifeng's cultivation had far surpassed his own, or he had indeed lost his ability to cultivate. Contemplating the latter, Bai Yinqing could not help but sigh. Feng, didn't I tell you not to return? Bai Yinqing inquired. Baifeng handed his brother a bottle of high-grade healing medicine, expressing his dissatisfaction. Father, if I hadn't returned, how would I have known that the family has fallen to such depths? Father, you need not hide the truth from me any longer. I know the Lu family is behind this, Baifeng declared. I have returned this time to settle the score with the Lu family. Feng, calm down. Bai Yinqing attempted to soothe his agitated son. His expression changed abruptly, and he hurriedly waved his hand to close the door, fearing Baifeng's voice would reach the Lu family. Now that the Lu family has the backing of Ling Mountain Island, our small Bai family is powerless to contend with them, he sighed. Let them take some of our assets. As long as we have the Green Mountains, we need not fear the absence of firewood. Bai Shuang, also troubled, advised, Brother, I've heard that the woman from a Lu family has reached the pinnacle of Lingjiang in just 3 years. Even that former, Lu Tianyong, has now achieved the same level of Ling Huang. That I was defeated by him last time, that a hint of helplessness crept into Bai Shuang's tone that moment. Murong Qian, who had been quietly snacking behind Baifeng, suddenly pouted and said, Humph. Achieving the pinnacle of Lingjiang in 3 years. What's so impressive about that? Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Baifeng, who had astonishingly achieved the late stage of the spirit general realm in less than 3 months. It was only now that Bai Yinqing noticed the little girl trailing behind Baifeng. She was not a member of the Bai family. She is my junior sister, Murong Qian, and this is my father. You may call him uncle, Baifeng introduced. Murong Qian obediently bowed and sweetly exclaimed, Hello, Uncle Yi, Chapter 20. Assessing each other's strength. Greetings. Greetings. Please take a seat. Bai Yinqing was astounded by Murong Qian's prowess at the late stage of the spirit sect, his heart filled with shock at her extraordinary talent. The girl had already reached such a level of cultivation. Wait, did she just say that Baifeng reached the late stage of the spirit general in less than 3 months? Bai Yinqing suddenly snapped back to reality, his gaze sharpening as he looked at Baifeng. Fenger, is what your junior sister said true? Have you truly begun your cultivation? What is your current realm? Bai Yinqing's hand gripped Baifeng's with excitement, his voice trembling. Father, after entering my master's sect, I have indeed reached the late stage of the spirit general, Baifeng replied resolutely. Really? Bai Yinqing found it hard to believe. Absolutely true. Just then, hurried footsteps and shouts echoed from outside. Head of the family. The Lu family has come to our door. What? Bai Yinqing was filled with a mix of shock and anger. Father, please stay here. I will handle them, Baifeng declared, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Wait a moment, Fenger, we shall face them together. Bai Yinxing decided to confront the situation side by side. As they stepped outside, they saw Lu Tianyong storming in with several attendants, exuding an aggressive aura and wearing an arrogant smile. Ah, Bai Feng, you truly have returned, he sneered, his gaze sweeping over Bai Feng as if assessing his strength. Wasn't it said that this guy had struck it rich and joined the Xianyao Sect? Yet he looks utterly unremarkable. Someone murmured under their breath, "My sister sent me to uncover Bai Feng's secrets. It seems I need a reason for him to reveal his skills," Lu Tianyong thought. Suddenly struck by an idea, he decided to provoke Bai Feng in front of the Bai family. "Hey Bai Feng, where do you get the courage to return to Yin City?" Lu Tianyong taunted. "I also heard you made a 3-year pact with my sister." "Just you? What could you possibly use to contend with her?" His tone dripped with disdain. "With a waist like you, I could easily handle a dozen. Enough of this insolence. You think the Bai family is without capable members?" Bai Yunqing roared, his aura surging as a formidable early-stage spirit general, forcing Lu Tianyong to retreat step by step. Yet, Lu Tianyong remained unfazed, knowing Bai Yunqing would truly strike against them at all. Is the head of the Bai family resorting to bullying the weak? TSK, if the youth is incapable, must we call upon the elders? Bai Feng observed coldly. Yet he had sensed the presence of Lu Xiao nearby. He cared little for this minor challenger. With his perfected cultivation at the Spirit Emperor level, he viewed Lu Tianyong as an easily defeated opponent, especially in front of Murong Qian. This fellow has quite the foul mouth. "Junior sister, could you assist me in teaching him a lesson?" Bai Feng inquired of the little girl beside him. "Of course, I have been wanting to teach him a lesson," the little girl readily agreed. "What did you say?" "This little girl wishes to punish me." Lu Tianyong laughed mockingly, looking at the much shorter girl as if he had heard the most ludicrous thing. "Little girl, why don't you go play with your toys? I would want others to say I'm bullying a child." He jeered. "You are the one acting like a child. With your character. You dare challenge my senior brother? I can silence you with a single move," the little girl retorted fiercely. "Your senior brother? Has anyone else from the Xianyao Sect come?" Lu Tianyong glanced around curiously, beginning to worry that if members of the Xianyao Sect were indeed present, matters could become complicated. "Where are the elders from your sect, little girl?" he provoked once more. "Who are you calling a little girl? Come and fight." Murong Qian finally could not contain herself, extending her small hand and striking out. Lu Tianyong initially dismissed the attack, believing that even a gifted young girl could not possess much power at her age. However, the events that transpired in the next moment left him utterly astounded. A scream pierced the air as Lu Tianyong's vision darkened, and he promptly lost consciousness, struck down by Murong Qian's seemingly delicate palm. "What? The second young master has been easily defeated by that little girl. Second young master, are you all right?" The guards of the Lu family hurriedly surrounded the fallen Lu Tianyong, their eyes warily fixed on Murong Qian. Now you know my strength," Murong Qian declared proudly. "Senior brother, this person is too easy to defeat. I didn't even exert myself." She turned to Bai Feng and said. Bai Feng affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling. "That is because you are simply too strong. How could he possibly compare?" "Lu Xiao, are you not going to come out and take this foolish younger brother back?" Bai Feng called into the night. As his voice echoed, the air seemed to ripple. Soon after, a woman, resembling a celestial being, materialized from the void. "Bai Feng, I did not expect you to truly resume your cultivation path, and so swiftly reach the late stage of the Spirit General." Lu Xiao's voice was cold and steady. "But do you think this will allow you to surpass me?" She cast a fleeting glance into the void, her tone indifferent. "Bai Feng, you should not have returned." A sudden wave of unease surged within Bai Feng. It felt as though invisible eyes were scrutinizing him from the shadows. He sensed that he could not pinpoint the source of that power, indicating that the opponent's strength was far beyond his own. Besides Lu Xiao, there was likely another expert of extraordinary caliber covertly observing them. "If you're a mouse hiding in the shadows, show yourself and face me," Bai Feng boldly challenged. "That you could discern my presence is somewhat interesting." Sheng Wanhong's voice drifted down from above, and he materialized beside Lu Xiao, looking down at Bai Feng and the others. "You are Bai Feng? I originally wondered what sort of person you might be. Now it seems you are merely a waste who relied on luck to enter the Xianyao Sect. that a glimmer of coldness flickered in Shang Wanhong's eyes as he contemplated whether to eliminate Bai Feng immediately. To him, Bai Feng, once Lu Xiao's fiancée, had long been marked for death. Lu Xiao had already sensed her senior brother's intentions, which was why she had warned him with her earlier words. "Are you done speaking?" Bai Feng impatiently pulled out a massive ruler, slamming it heavily onto the ground. "Are the disciples of Lingshan Island merely a bunch of talkers? I am Bai Feng, a disciple of the Tianhua Peak of the Xianyao Sect. A coward from Lingshan Island. Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Seeking death, Shang Wanhong bellowed, brandishing his sword as he swiftly closed the distance to Bai Feng. "Junior sister, tomorrow you will step into the secret realm. Let me handle this battle today," senior brother Shang Wanhong offered. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao's cold demeanor momentarily wavered. She was worried that Shang Wanhong might take severe measures against Bai Feng. Chapter 21. The true genius, although her feelings for Bai Feng had long since faded. Her ties of hometown friendship made her reluctant to see him utterly destroyed. However, Shang Wanhong did not afford Lu Xiao the opportunity to refuse. In her silence, he had already made his move. "Since my junior sister does not wish to concern herself with this useless person, I shall help you eliminate these eyesores." Bai Feng pushed Shang Wanhong's sword aside with a swift motion. Then soared into the air, flying toward the outskirts of the city. He did not wish to engage in a fierce battle at his own doorstep. The open space outside was far more suitable. Having awakened the unconscious Lu Tianyong, Lu Xiao swiftly followed suit, with the Bai family members and Murong Qian trailing behind. Upon reaching the outskirts of Yin City, Bai Feng and Shang Wanhong hovered in the air. Facing each other, Shang Wanhong wielded his sword like an immortal. Bai Feng gripped his enormous ruler, emanating a powerful aura. "Bai Feng, do you know why I've personally come to this small Yin city?" Shang Wanhong inquired. "I came specifically to find you," Shang Wanhong replied, his voice laced with murderous intent. "Today is your day of reckoning. No one can save you," Shang Wanhong reiterated. Bai Feng had long sensed the hostility emanating from his opponent. Despite Shang Wanhong's superior cultivation, Bai Feng had trained in the emperor-level technique, Yinju, and possessed the 9th-grade spiritual treasure, the blazing heaven ruler. He had already resolved to confront him. Be cautious. That person across from you is no simple foe." Lu Peng reminded Bai Feng within his mind. Bai Feng nodded in acknowledgement, his vigilance heightened as his giant ruler clashed with Shang Wanhong's sword. He realized that Shang Wanhong had already broken through to the extraordinary realm, an entire level above him, having intentionally concealed his true strength until now. "Haha, so you've only now discovered my true power. It is too late. Face your demise." With a tremendous effort, Shang Wanhong unleashed a devastating blow that shattered Bai Feng's protective aura, sending him crashing into a pile of rubble like a cannonball. "Senior brother, scoundrel, do not harm my senior brother." Murong Qian's voice suddenly rang out as she arrived with astonishing speed, even faster than Lu Xiao. "You little girl, do you think you can stop me? You are utterly ignorant of your own insignificance," Shang Wanhong retorted mercilessly, raising his sword to eliminate both Murong Qian and Bai Feng in one fell swoop. Clang, the sound of metal clashing echoed as a massive black ruler blocked Shang Wanhong's strike aimed at Murong Qian. Covered in blood, Bai Feng wobbled to stand protectively in front of her. Coughing, he gasped, "Little junior sister, do not be afraid. Senior brother is here, and no one can harm you." His eyes were bloodshot, fixed on Shang Wanhong with an intensity that suggested he saw his opponent as already deceased. "Shang Wanhong, your greatest error was to threaten my little junior sister. You worthless fool, to dare to speak defiantly even in the face of death." Shang Wanhong roared. "Do you think I was raised in fear?" However, just as he was about to extinguish the lives of the brother and sister duo, an ancient and formidable force surged forth, binding him tightly. "What is this?" Before Shang Wanhong could finish his sentence, the seemingly inconspicuous black ruler in Bai Feng's hand erupted into roaring flames, transforming into an awe-inspiring divine artifact, a 9th-rank imperial weapon. Shang Wanhong was engulfed in terror, his arrogance evaporating, replaced by boundless dread. The might of the flame ruler far surpassed his imagination. At that moment, as a practitioner beyond the mortal realm, he felt utterly powerless. Just as Bai Feng prepared to conclude Shang Wanhong's life with the flame ruler, Lu Xiao arrived on the scene. Bai Feng, stop. You cannot kill him. He is the holy son of Lingshan Island. If you take his life, Lingshan Island will not rest easy. Even the Xianyao Sect will be unable to protect you. Lu Xiao's complexion was pale as she stared in disbelief at the unfolding events. Who could have anticipated that the exalted holy son of Lingshan Island would be defeated by the lesser skilled Bai Feng? Is that so? But today, Shang Wanhong's fate is sealed. Bai Feng's voice was cold and unfeeling. With a single command, the raging flames engulfed Shang Wanhong, leaving behind only silence, not even a trace of ash. After Shang Wanhong's soul departed, far away on Lingshan Island, the command token of the Holy Sun shattered, and the entire island was shrouded in waves of furious energy. Why has the Holy Sun's token shattered? The elders on the island questioned angrily. Vowing to uncover the murderer and avenge the Holy Sun, we must ascertain who dared to harm our Holy Sun of Lingshan Island. All involved shall pay the price. Lu Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Bai Feng. Moments ago, he had decisively dispatched Shang Wanhong, leaving her feeling profoundly unfamiliar with him. That why you really killed him? Her voice trembled, an unsettling premonition swelling within her. She understood that this act would incite a storm within the sect. Not only Bai Feng, but also his family and everyone close to him would face the wrathful retribution of Lingshan Island, which would be a devastating blow. Yet, Bai Feng harbored no such worries. He only knew that Shang Wanhong had harmed his little junior sister, a transgression that was unforgivable. You are finished, Bai Feng. Your Bai family is also doomed. Lu Xiao's voice brimmed with despair. Even the Xianyao Sect cannot shield you, she added, attempting to warn Bai Feng of the impending storm. However, a light-hearted voice descended from above. Little girl, you should be more concerned about Lingshan Island. Su Che's figure appeared before them, exuding a fearless nonchalance. Master, Bai Feng and Murong Qian exclaimed in unison, as Su Che first offered a gentle smile to Murong Qian, playfully pinching her cheek before turning to Bai Feng and patting his shoulder. Well done. Feng, the mere holy son of Lingshan Island dares to bully my disciple. Killing him is no loss. Su Che's words carried an unwavering resolve. Should anyone have objections, I shall deal with them all. Murong Qian tightly embraced Su Che. For her, the master was not just a mentor, but the only family she had in this world. Master is truly formidable, she murmured, her eyes filled with admiration and longing. In that warm moment, however, Lu Xiao stood to the side, utterly at a loss. She had just received an urgent message from her master, revealing that the secret realm in Yinqing was a trap set by the demon clan, ordering her to return to the sect immediately. Yet, she hesitated to leave, fearing she would be perceived as a threat in Bai Feng and his master's eyes. Suddenly struck with an idea, Lu Xiao resolved to take action. Bai Feng, we have only 3 days left until our agreed-upon deadline, she proclaimed loudly, seeking to divert attention. Did you not wish to defeat me in the arena and prove that you are the true genius? Today, before this esteemed elder, I, Lu Xiao, am willing to establish a gentleman's agreement. 3 days hence, we shall settle our differences on the martial stage of Lingshan Island. She fixed her determined gaze upon Bai Feng. Do you dare accept the challenge? Chapter 22. An excellent opportunity. Lu Xiao cast a spirited glance toward Bai Feng, though her heart raced like a drum. This scene did not escape Su Che's notice. But he chose to remain silent, pondering internally. This woman is a hurdle on Bai Feng's path to cultivation. Only he can resolve this conundrum. Standing nearby, Bai Feng was filled with fighting spirit as he boldly declared, what is there to fear? 3 days from now, I shall set foot on Lingshan Island to duel with you. Realizing that Su Che had no intention of retaining her, Lu Xiao cautiously withdrew, heading towards Lingshan Island. Only after her figure had completely vanished did Bai Feng scratch his head in confusion. How strange. Why did she leave? Is she not preparing to enter the secret realm? Su Che chuckled lightly in reply. She fears I might kill her, he then added. Moreover, she must already be aware that the secret realm in Yinqing is a deception. Subsequently, Su Che, along with his 2 disciples, soared toward Yinqing, revealing his findings regarding the secret realm along the way to it turned out that all information about the secret realm was a trap set by the demon clan, intending to lure the elite of various sects. only to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Millions of years ago, after the war between humans and demons, the demon clan had retreated to the demon realm, vanishing without a trace. Yet now, they had suddenly resurfaced in Yinqing, orchestrated by a true demon sovereign, creating the illusion that the secret realm was about to open, aiming to weaken the strength of the various sects. Su had initially planned to directly exterminate these demons. But he soon discovered that his ability to annihilate foes of the same rank had become ineffective in this peculiar small world. The system explained that this was due to the small world being created by a powerful being from the demon realm, with its laws differing from those of the outside world. Unless the host transcended the heavenly path of the current world and ascended to a higher level, their abilities could not take effect. After comprehending the situation, Suche resolved to return to Yinqing and lure the demon clan to attack. In this way, he could utilize his abilities to easily dispose of the enemy. Upon their return to Yinqing, the lower-tier demons had already begun to gather, preparing for an assault. "Master, the demon clan is on the move," Bai Feng exclaimed anxiously. Not worry. They are merely low-tier demons and cannot breach the defenses of Yinqing's array for the time being. Suche replied calmly. "Greater challenges lie ahead. Let us enter the city." Within the Lord's manor of Yinqing, Lord Luo Jin was pacing anxiously, surrounded by a group of equally worried clan heads. Lord Luo Jin stood in the conference hall, addressing the family leaders, and gravely announced, "The demon army is soon to arrive at our gates. We must discuss countermeasures immediately." He particularly noted the head of the Lu family, Lu Yi, whose eyes revealed obvious anticipation and urgency. Luo Jin inquired, "Lu family head, what suggestions do you have?" Luo Jin's words were laden with implication, recalling how Lu Yi had boasted a few days prior about his eldest daughter being a genius disciple of Lingshan Island, claiming that the Lu family would be the pillar of Yinqing's future. Now, with Yinqing facing an unprecedented crisis, it was a crucial moment for the Lu family to demonstrate their strength. Luo Jin added that he hoped Lu Yi would take action. Lu Yi felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, making him profoundly uncomfortable, as if he were being cornered. In truth, just recently, he had received a letter from his daughter instructing him to lead the entire family to a safe area on Lingshan Island, abandoning everything in Yinqing. Lu Yi firmly believed in his daughter's judgment, and just as he was preparing to convene a family meeting to discuss the matter, Lord Luo Jin had unexpectedly arrived to bring him here. Bai Yinqing of the Bai family appeared relatively composed and asked, "My lord, do you know where these demons originate? How strong are they?" Luo Jin sighed and replied, "Intelligence indicates that this batch of demons emerged from a rift in time and space. Close to our city, there are numerous low-tier demonic beings, and their leader possesses at least the strength of a spirit sovereign." Upon hearing this news, a collective gasp echoed throughout the hall. The leader of the demonic clan in the realm of Lingzuan signifies an immense threat, one that is nearly insurmountable for the diminutive Salt City. Anxiety surged within Lu Yi's heart. He resolved not to sacrifice everything for this city, while other families might struggle to escape. The Lu family, bolstered by the support of their daughter Lu Xiao, could seek refuge from the mighty Ling mountain island. This presented a splendid opportunity for the Lu family to extricate themselves from their predicament and ally with a powerful force. Thus, Lu Yi boldly declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, given the might of the demonic clan, our resistance is likely futile. It would be prudent for each of us to return home and swiftly organize our kin to evacuate Salt City." In a fit of rage, Luo Jin smashed the table with a forceful strike, demanding, "Do you think I am unaware of your ulterior motives, Lu Yi?" Yet, Lu Yi merely smiled disdainfully, unperturbed as he retorted, "And if you do know, what of it? I have no time to squander in idle chatter with you." As the threat of the demonic clan loomed ever closer, Lu Yi's resolve only intensified. "Should you persist in obstructing me, consider whether you can bear the wrath of Ling Mountain Island, as well as the displeasure of my daughter." With that, Lu Yi scoffed and strode out, leaving through the grand doors. The murderous intent in Luo Jin's eyes surged like a tidal wave, yet he could only watch Lu Yi retreat, ultimately suppressing his fury. Lu Yi's departure was undoubtedly a severe blow to Luo Jin, not only shattering his authority, but also plunging the confidence of those present in their ability to defend Salt City to an all-time low. Perhaps we should contemplate our own escape routes. Someone suggested in a hushed tone. Indeed, it seems Salt City is beyond saving. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Luo Jin, causing several clan leaders to spew blood on the spot. His piercing gaze swept across the assembly. His voice icy and resolute. Whoever dares to speak of abandoning the city, I, the city lord, shall personally take their life. Follow me to the city walls. Assemble your clan members, and together we shall defend Salt City. If we flee, what fate awaits the hundreds of thousands of citizens within? You have enjoyed the protection of Salt City for centuries. Now is the time to repay that debt. How can you falter? Faced with Luo Jin's formidable presence, the clan leaders found themselves at a loss for words, intimidated by his strength, and dared not resist, following him to the city walls. After all, they did not possess the same fortune as the Lu family. Lacking the backing of a first-rate power like Ling Mountain Island, nor did they have a prodigious offspring like Lu Xiao. Master, look, the walls are teeming with people. My father is up there. Upon Luo Jin's arrival at the city walls, Su Che and his disciples coincidentally returned to Salt City. Feng, why have you come back? Bai Yunqing inquired, his brow furrowed. He had repeatedly urged Bai Feng to leave at once to avoid being caught in the turmoil. To ensure Bai Feng's safety, Bai Yunqing was prepared for sacrifice, willing to see the entire Bai family perish within the city, as long as Bai Feng survived, offering the hope for revival. Chapter 23. Blood escape technique, however. He was taken aback that this obstinate child had returned to the city against all odds. Father, the demonic clan is about to assault the city. I have returned to help repel the invaders. Bai Feng replied resolutely. Well done. This is the courage that a man of Salt City should possess. Luo Jin praised, his gaze falling upon the figure clad in azure behind Bai Feng. Might I inquire if this esteemed elder hails from the Xianyao Sect? Luo Jin surmised from the expressions of Bai Feng and Murong Qian that the azure-clad cultivator was likely a senior from their sect. Recent whispers indicated that Bai Feng had joined the most prestigious sect in Mo City, Xianyao Sect. Thus, this azure figure must be a significant personage within that sect, though his precise identity required confirmation. City Lord Luo Jin had more reliable channels of information than the heads of other families. And he was well aware that, aside from the sect leader, the highest-ranking members of Xianyao Sect were the First Peaks. It was said that all the First Peaks had at least reached the late stages of the Transcendent Realm. With his assistance, combined with the city defense formation I have activated at any cost, we may endure a while longer. I can only hope that the powerful figures from the various sects arrive in time to lend their support. Just as Su Che prepared to announce his identity, a notification from the system suddenly echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have activated a new mission. Exterminate the invading demonic clan threatening Salt City and seize the hidden world of the demons. Mission reward: 1 creation dimension stone. This stone can be used to construct the foundation of a small world, allowing it to detach from the chaotic flow of time and space, becoming an independent and complete realm. A surge of excitement coursed through Su Che as this mission arrived at the perfect moment. He had intended to confront these demons, and now the system had conveniently assigned him a task. With a reward that was incredibly practical, the thought of possessing an independent small world in the future filled him with exhilaration. Yet at this moment, the most pressing task was to first address the relentless wave of demons approaching. I am Su Che, the First Peak of Xianyao Sect. Please rest assured, I shall not stand idly by while these fiends ravage Salt City. Su Che briefly introduced himself, refraining from disclosing the specifics of his cultivation level. However, upon hearing the name of Xianyao Sect, the anxious clan leaders atop the walls immediately swarmed around him. Although Xianyao Sect did not boast the same level of renown as Ling Mountain Island, it was undeniably the foremost sect in Mo City for 10,000 years. Su Che's presence undoubtedly augmented their chances of survival. Elder, we implore you to lend your assistance. The fiends roam unchecked. Please unleash your celestial arts upon them. Xianyao Sect is indeed a righteous sect, unlike some sects that evade responsibility in times of crisis. Precisely. That so-called Lazito always holds itself in high regard, utterly disregarding the lives of ordinary citizens. While they internally doubted whether Su Che alone could withstand the onslaught of all the demons, this did not deter them from clinging to this last glimmer of hope. After all, Su Che was a first peak elder of Xianyao Sect, possessing the capacity to escape even in dire circumstances. Establishing a favorable rapport with this elder could potentially procure assistance during a retreat. Indeed, these individuals were not entirely convinced that Su Che could truly repel the demonic assault. After all, the leaders of those demons were all at least of the Lingzuan realm. Even if Xianyao Sect was powerful, it appeared that the entire sect lacked cultivators above the Lingzuan realm. Bai Yunxing gently tugged at his son's sleeve, his voice a whisper. "Fenger, just how formidable is your master?" "Father, please be patient. You will know shortly." The son replied, "With my master here, Salt City will be as solid as a fortress. No demon shall breach our defenses." The son added confidently, "I could see this moment. The area outside Salt City was overrun with a relentless tide of demons." City Lord Luo Jin stood atop the walls, loudly reassuring the crowd. "Everyone, remain calm. I have activated the strongest defensive formation. These lowly demons shall not breach our defenses. Now that Elder Su from Xianyao Sect has joined us. Salt City is even more secure. We must hold out, for the experts from the various sects will soon arrive to support us." As the demons launched wave after wave of attacks, the cultivators within the city continuously infused spiritual energy into the defensive formation. Time ticked away, and the ferocity of the demonic assault escalated, with even 4th and 5th tier powerful demons appearing. City Lord Luo Jin could sense the formation's strength waning. "Patience, I await the appearance of that pivotal figure." Su Che's gaze remained fixed on the depths of the demonic army, planning to deliver a lethal blow aimed directly at the life of the Lingdi realm demon leader. This was the sole method to resolve the crisis. Suddenly, a brilliant sword light erupted from the distant gathering of demons. "Look over there! Someone has breached the lair of the fiends." The crowd looked up to see 2 intertwined beams of red and blue sword light illuminating the sky, before crashing down with a thunderous roar. In an instant, the anguished cries of the demons erupted, the air thick with the scent of blood. Where the 2 sword lights struck, the demon ranks were cleaved in 2, while the surrounding Imperial-grade demons, unable to evade in time, were obliterated into a mist of blood. What a terrifying sword aura! Murong Qian gazed at the 2 figures standing atop their swords in the distance. Are reflected in her eyes that master swordsmanship is truly remarkable. Su Che gently squeezed Murong Qian's hand, offering tender encouragement. "In time, you 2 shall grow equally powerful, perhaps even surpassing them." The clan leaders atop the walls witnessed the spectacle, their morale soaring as if they glimpsed the dawn of hope. "Wonderful! Has reinforcements arrived? Incredible! We are saved!" The crowd cheered exuberantly, renewed confidence fueling their resolve to defend Salt City. Amidst the fierce battle, some recognized the piercing sword techniques and speculated that it might be a senior expert from Lingjian Mountain. However, unlike others, Su Che did not share their optimism, for he knew the most formidable leaders of the demonic clan had yet to reveal themselves, just as the warriors of Salt City reveled in their victorious cheers. The tide of battle suddenly shifted. Unbeknownst to all, a colossal, beast-headed humanoid creature emerged from the demonic ranks, towering to heights of several dozen zhang. 2 valiant warriors, armed with swords, relentlessly attacked the monstrous creature before them. Yet their strikes seemed to have little effect on the beast. Ultimately, with a hand as formidable as a mountain, the colossal creature swatted them to the ground. Clearly, the disparity in strength between the 2 and this creature was vast, rendering them nearly defenseless. This beast is a demon lord of the Spirit Emperor rank. We, mere spirit respect initial stage cultivators, stand no chance against it, remarked a man clad in white robes, junior sister. Quickly employ the blood escape technique. No sooner had he spoken than he spat a mouthful of blood, invoking a secret method, and his sister promptly followed suit. In an instant, the pair transformed into 2 beams of light, swiftly ascending toward Salt City. Chapter 24. Merely human cultivators, after slaying so many of my minions, do you think you can escape? Prepare to die. The gigantic monster picked up a bone club and hurled it toward the direction of their flight, its speed surpassing that of their blood escape technique. "Brother, this beast seeks to annihilate us." They despaired, realizing that even fleeing had become an extravagant wish in the face of a spirit emperor-level monster. Just as they resigned themselves to their fate, Su Che intervened. He stepped forward, appearing before them in an instant, and with a casual gesture, the powerful bone club was reduced to dust. Leave the rest to me. You two should return to the city and recuperate. Before the duo could recover from their astonishment, they found themselves standing atop the city walls of Salt City. The crowd quickly surrounded them, eagerly inquiring about the monster. "Are you esteemed seniors from Spirit Sword Mountain?" they asked. "Seniors, just how powerful is that creature? It seems you were unable to vanquish it even together." The one who came to your aid is Senior Su Che from the Carefree Sect. "Oh. But why hasn't Senior Su returned with you?" "Look, Senior Su has charged forward alone." With a gasp, all eyes turned to the scene. There Su Che soared through the air, unleashing his ability to obliterate enemies of the same rank in an instant. Wherever he went, countless demons, both low-tier and high-tier, were annihilated by an unfathomable force. Goodness, this senior's power far exceeds us all. That is indeed a spirit emperor-level demon. Could Senior Su be too reckless? Upon hearing these words, the crowd's faces turned pale. Spirit Emperor. It truly is a Spirit Emperor. They murmured in dread. This is dire. Although Senior Su is formidable, facing a Spirit Emperor-level monster, the odds of victory are slim. Indeed, within the Carefree Sect, no one had ever attained the Spirit Emperor realm. Even Bai Yunqing, the head of the Bai family, felt a flicker of reassurance due to his son Bai Feng's faith in Su Che. Though he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Fenger, Su Sr. Before Bai Feng could respond, his sister Mu Rongqian curiously interjected, "Uncle, is a Spirit Emperor-level demon stronger than our human Spirit Emperor realm?" Bai Yunqing, observing Mu Rongqian's serious contemplation, patiently explained, "As far as I know, their strengths of the same rank should be comparable." Mu Rongqian nodded, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. "That's good. There is no problem then. My master is extremely powerful. Last time, a spirit emperor named Luo Ming came to cause trouble, and my master dealt with him in a single move." Bai Yunqing looked on in confusion, clearly skeptical. Seeing this, Bai Feng hastily added, "Indeed, spirit emperors are undeniably strong, but before my master, they are but mere ants." As if to validate their claims, Su Che, like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, rapidly delved into the demon ranks. Confronting the massive beast head-on, "I have awaited you for a long time." Yu Che's unique ability allowed him to instantaneously slay enemies of the same rank within a 200-meter radius. Ensure a lethal strike without giving the creature a chance to escape. He had been biding his time for this very moment. When a mountain-like beast charged at him, Su Che did not flinch. Instead, he gently struck out with his palm. Boom! The force of that strike rendered the creature, which had previously injured Spirit Respect sword cultivators, utterly defenseless, slamming it into the ground. This time, Su Che did not immediately employ his special ability to erase the monster. Rather, he chose to confine it first. Intending to extract information, as its power was suppressed, the beast could no longer maintain its colossal form, rapidly shrinking into a 2-meter-tall, bull-headed creature. "Spare me. I beg you, esteemed senior. Have mercy, and I promise never to set foot here again." "Spare you? You are a bull-headed monster, aren't you?" Su Che remarked, somewhat astonished. No, esteemed senior, you misunderstand. I am a cow horse." The creature hastily clarified, desperation and pleading lacing its tone. Su Che paused for a moment before inquiring, "Tell me, how did you come to this place?" He was aware that the portal to the demon realm had long been sealed, guarded by the 10 ancient clans of humanity. Over the years, no unusual incidents had been reported. Faced with Su Che's terrifying power, the monster was utterly terrified. In a bid to save its own life, it divulged every piece of information it possessed. Esteemed senior. It was the demon Emperor Mingshang who discovered an ancient passage. However, this passage is highly unstable, and the demon emperor is gathering strong individuals to stabilize established forces in advance. The demon emperor created a small world for us to disguise ourselves as a secret realm and infiltrate the human world. That I am merely a trivial character. I beseech you, esteemed senior, to show mercy and let me go." Suche contemplated for a moment before asking, "Do you know the exact location of this ancient passage? How could a lowly character like me know such secrets? I truly harbor no concealment." "Please, esteemed senior, see for yourself." Suche nodded, seemingly satisfied with the answer, and then began to communicate with the system. "System, how can I access that small world?" The host simply needs to eliminate the target, and the system will automatically handle the remaining matters. "I have no further questions." As Suche's words led the demon to believe it had received clemency, preparing to flee, when Suche added, "But you are too slow. Let me assist you on your way." And no sooner had he spoken than Suche activated his same rank instant kill skill, and the Spirit Emperor-level demon was instantly reduced to ashes. The system promptly congratulated him, informing Suche that he had completed the task of exorcising demons and was rewarded with a creation dimension stone and a fragmented small world. Suche decided to use the creation dimension stone to restore the small world immediately. With a series of prompts from the system, the small world successfully evolved into a complete form. Not only that, but Suche also unexpectedly obtained a hidden ability, Absolute Domain. Within this domain, he possessed absolute dominion over all beings 3 ranks below him and was immune to any attacks. The size of this domain was bound to his small world. After listening to the system's explanation, Suche felt immensely satisfied with his new ability, even a bit exhilarated. This was nothing short of an invincible power. He marveled Suche had shattered the formidable demon commander with a single palm, a move even more powerful than his previous same-rank instant kill technique. His new ability, Absolute Domain, linked to a small world, implied limitless potential for growth. As the commander fell, the demon horde besieging Salt City descended into chaos. The residents atop the walls bore witness to Suche's effortless penetration into the enemy ranks, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Then, with just a single palm, he revealed the true form of the Spirit Emperor-level enemy and swiftly eliminated it. Chapter 25, A Quest for Justice with the Demise of the Demon Commander. The lower-tier demons retreated like a receding tide, and the people began to grasp the gravity of the situation. "The demon commander has been slain. Senior Su has truly done it," they exclaimed, and it was a one-hit kill. Everything transpired so swiftly that few could react. Whether it was Mayor Luo Jin or other clan leaders, they stood agape, gazing at the figure in the distance, resembling an immortal. Even the 2 sword cultivators from Spirit Sword Mountain, who were already aware of Suche's extraordinary prowess, were now utterly astonished. Could this senior from the Carefree Sect truly be a legendary saint-level powerhouse? Even if not a saint, at the very least. He is a master of the Spirit Emperor realm. Bai Yinqing gripped his son Bai Feng's hand tightly, excitement coursing through him. "This is your master. Our Bai family is indeed immensely fortunate. Feng'er is privileged to be under such a great mentor." The prospects for the Bai family's prosperity now seemed bright. At this moment, Suche had activated his absolute domain, beginning to eliminate the low-tier demons that scattered in retreat. Indeed, the range of his skill was vastly greater than before. The small world he seized, though currently only 10 miles in diameter, was sufficient to handle the present situation. Within the absolute domain, Suche functioned like a relentless harvesting machine, with no demon, whether soaring through the air, sprinting on the ground, or hiding underground, capable of evading his pursuit. In a brief span, he eradicated all fleeing demons, the quantity beyond measure. Upon his return to Yinqing, Luo Jin had meticulously prepared a grand banquet and led all the significant figures of the city to welcome him at the city gate. "Welcome back, esteemed elder. On behalf of the hundreds of thousands of citizens of Yinqing, we express our profound gratitude for your benevolence." As Suche descended from the city walls, Luo Jin immediately guided everyone to kneel in thanks. "Please rise. It is the duty of us cultivators to vanquish demons and uphold justice. There is no need for such reverence." Suche noticed his 2 disciples being surrounded by the crowd. Their eyes brimming with pride, he addressed everyone. "There is no need for a feast. The crisis posed by the demonic creatures has been resolved. I must take my disciples to Lingshan Island to confront further challenges." "Feng'er, have you made your arrangements with your family?" Bai Feng, pulling Mu Rong Qian along, squeezed through the crowd to approach their master, he eagerly replied, I've already spoken with my father, and he has granted me permission to follow you in my cultivation journey. Su Che nodded slightly, then let us depart. After the trio left, Luo Jin and the others began to murmur among themselves. Are the esteemed elders heading to Lingshan Island? Someone inquired. I recall that senior brother by phone was once betrothed to Lu Xiao. But the Lu family later unilaterally annulled the engagement, another added. Indeed, is Lu Xiao not a disciple of Lingshan Island? I have heard she is highly regarded there. Someone else interjected. It seems that Elder Su intends to seek justice for his disciple. The crowd whispered, tinged with anticipation and curiosity. Lingshan Island is one of the top 3 powers in Beizhou, rapidly advancing in recent years, especially with the legendary ancestor, Hongyu Daoist, on the verge of breaking through to the Spirit Emperor realm. It appears that Lingshan Island is on the cusp of becoming Beizhou's first sacred ground. The simultaneous arrival of the twin swords of Ao Han indeed illuminates Lingshan Island. The island master warmly welcomed the 2 guests from Ling Sword Mountain. You honor me, but my junior sister and I encountered an assault from the demon clan on our journey, and we were unfortunately injured by the demon lord. We come to seek your assistance in healing. Bai Feng explained that the island master led the 2 into the hall. He inquired, are you referring to the events in Yinqing? To their surprise, he had also heard of it. One of my disciples is there. I just learned of the news and was preparing to send someone to investigate, only to hear that the demon clan has been completely annihilated. Surely, the hero who vanquished the demons is the esteemed individual you mentioned? You 2 are indeed our role models. They humbly responded. We are unworthy. Had it not been for that elder's rescue, we might not be here. Speaking of that hero, admiration filled their faces. The island master developed a keen interest in this mysterious powerhouse, but refrained from probing further. Noting their reluctance to divulge details, we have come to procure the floating jade pill. I hope the island master will grant us this favor. We have practiced for many years and have some savings. Please name your price, Bai Feng requested. The island master scrutinized the 2, pondering. Their swordsmanship is remarkable. If they could mentor my disciple Xiao, I would gladly offer not just 2 floating jade pills, but 20. How about this? I have a disciple who is passionate about swordsmanship, but I am unable to provide her with adequate guidance. If you 2 are willing to instruct her, I will surely present the floating jade pills to you. The island master tentatively proposed, believing that upon witnessing Xiao's talent, they would be eager to teach her. Moreover, he held the floating jade pills they desperately needed. Upon mentioning his disciple, the siblings from Ling Sword Mountain suddenly furrowed their brows, as if recalling some unpleasant matters. That the disciple you speak of, the one from Yinqing, Lu Xiao, the elder brother inquired with curiosity. The island master was momentarily taken aback, astonished that his disciple's reputation had spread as far as Ling Sword Mountain. Indeed, it is my disciple Xiao. I did not expect you 2 to have heard of her, the island master replied with a hint of pride, then called out Xiao, come forth and greet these esteemed elders. However, the 2 from Ling Sword Mountain abruptly stood, their expressions resolute. There is no need, the elder brother insisted. We shall not instruct this disciple. Just as Lu Xiao was joyfully preparing to enter the hall, their words halted her in her tracks, her eyes filled with confusion. Why not? You should at least meet Xiao. Her talent in swordsmanship is exceptional and will not tarnish your sect's reputation. The island master attempted to persuade them, hoping to change their minds. Even if she were the reincarnation of a sword immortal, we would have no interest in providing guidance, the junior sister coldly replied. Moreover, we have our own judgments regarding her character. With that, they turned to leave, leaving behind a warning. Island master, please reconsider the matter of your successor. If possible, it would be best to expel this individual from your sect to prevent Lingshan Island from suffering losses. Their words hung in the air as they departed, leaving only silence and the island master's heavy breaths. How outrageous! The island master exclaimed. I have treated them with such hospitality, and they dare to be so rude. They even threatened to have me expel my beloved disciple. It is utterly absurd. Seeing this, Lu Xiao gently offered a cup of tea. Master, please do not be upset. Have a sip to calm your mind. The island master accepted the cup, sighing deeply. Did you truly say that you set a trap to compel the murderer of our sect's holy son to confess? Chapter 26. The power of absolute domain, Lu Xiao's eyes glimmered with shrewdness as she nodded. Indeed, master. That murderer and I have a 3-year pact, and I used this agreement to draw him out. After hearing her account, the island master praised Lu Xiao's actions, viewing it as a pivotal moment for her to prove herself. Xiao, you have done exceedingly well. This opportunity is indeed yours, the island master said with satisfaction. I have never had a favorable impression of that upstart Shangwan Hong. He is the direct descendant of the elder, publicly respecting me as the island master while secretly undermining me. His death, however, has caused Lingshan Island to lose face. This is indeed significant. Thus, you must defeat that murderer on the platform with absolute power. Only then can I rightfully promote you to the position of Saint Cest. Ensure nothing goes awry. I will personally attend to witness the event and will hand you the token of the Holy Sun in advance. Hearing this, Lu Xiao felt immense joy. Her long-cherished dream seemed within reach. For years, she had always felt overshadowed by Shangwan Hong among her peers. Her greatest wish was to stand on equal footing with him, aided by her master. But now, she had the chance to become the unique new saintess of Lingshan Island. All of this hinged on her defeating Bai Feng. Such an opportunity was rare. A truly lucrative deal. Bai Feng, it is thanks to your actions that I have this chance today. Had you not killed Shangwan Hong, I would not have this opportunity. With that, she thought, since that is the case, please assist me once more, serving as a stepping stone to my ascension as Saintess. 2 days later, Su Che, accompanied by his 2 disciples, leisurely explored and studied their newly acquired small world before finally arriving at Lingshan Island. Su Che discovered that his small world had completely merged with himself. As his cultivation improved, the small world would grow ever stronger and larger, its rules becoming more complete. He could also set 2 teleportation coordinates anywhere, allowing him to enter the small world at will as long as he possessed the corresponding tokens. Su Che immediately forged 2 coordinate tokens for Bai Feng and Mu Rongqian, instructing them never to remove them. This was their last line of defense. In times of danger, they could return to the small world instantly. Simultaneously, he could appear beside his disciples through the coordinates in an instant. Upon arriving at the gates of Lingshan Island, the guards recognized them immediately. Are you here to challenge Sister Lu? Bai Feng stepped forward, resolutely declaring, Indeed, I have come to duel. Then please follow me. The guard replied expressionlessly, as if foreseeing the outcome. Along the way, disciples of Lingshan Island cast glances, those in the know harboring hostility. Had it not been for the island master as prior orders, they might have already attacked Su Che and his disciples. Look, it's that guy. They say he killed our Xianyao holy son. The man behind him must be his master. He looks young, and his cultivation is presumably lacking. They surely won't leave Lingshan Island today. Su Che overheard the whispers of the younger disciples around him, but paid them no mind. What occupied his thoughts was that as long as Lingshan Island did not interfere with the fair duel between Bai Feng and Lu Xiao, everything could proceed without incident. However, should they wish to employ unscrupulous tactics, Su Che would ensure they reap the bitter fruits of their actions. When Su Che arrived at the martial arena with his disciples, Lu Xiao was already waiting there, while the high platform was filled with the upper echelons of Lingshan Island. Led by the Island Master. 1 Elder, was astonished to discover that Su Che's strength was unfathomable. Even the Island Master felt perplexed and uneasy, speculating that Su Che might have achieved mid-stage Ling Zun cultivation. This complicated the originally planned operation, as although Lingshan Island was a first-rate power with formidable Ling Zun cultivators, they were uncertain of Su Che's true capabilities. Now that everyone is present, we can commence, Su Che stated from below the arena. Yet the Island Master abruptly stood and interrupted. Wait, the contest carries risks. We must sign a life-and-death contract, and neither side may intervene until a victor is determined. Furthermore, to ensure fairness, the use of spiritual treasures and other external artifacts is prohibited. Su Che furrowed his brow, realizing that the conditions set forth were clearly aimed at Bai Feng. It was evident that Bai Feng's use of the burning heaven flame to slay Shangwan Hong had left a profound impression on Lu Xiao. Just as Su Che prepared to respond, Bai Feng grasped his hand. Master, I have faith in my abilities. Even without the spiritual treasure you bestowed upon me, I could defeat Lu Xiao with honor. Bai Feng was not speaking idly. He had trained for 2 days in his master's miniature realm, where the spiritual energy far surpassed that of the outside world, allowing his cultivation to ascend to the pinnacle of innate perfection that very morning. Seeing his disciple so confident, Su Che nodded in agreement with the conditions, for he possessed sufficient power to handle any unforeseen circumstances. Now, Su Che wielded the strength of an absolute domain, capable of suppressing anyone within 3 realms below him, unless they were a formidable presence from the upper realm or a true imperial figure. None could act recklessly before him. Before Bai Feng approached the platform, Su Che quietly advised Feng, "Remember, do not show mercy during the duel. They are evidently here to take your life. Focus solely on the contest. Leave the rest to me. With me present, they cannot harm you." Bai Feng was filled with gratitude, deeply bowing to his master before resolutely striding toward the platform. His master's words made it clear that the conditions proposed were all aimed at putting him in peril. If that were the case, why should he hold back against that woman? Women, on the path of cultivation, would only become obstacles. He silently resolved to act without hesitation if necessary. As Bai Feng and Lu Xiao stepped onto the platform, a transparent barrier swiftly rose, sealing the entire arena. The island master clearly did not intend to dissolve this protection until Lu Xiao had defeated Bai Feng. "Humph, lad, prepare to pave the way for my disciple Xiao. With the Linglong heart I bestowed upon her, her magical power will never wane. No matter how many tricks you employ, it will all be in vain." Once both entered the formation, they ceased speaking and immediately unleashed their respective ultimate techniques. Engaging in fierce combat, Lu Xiao initiated the confrontation with Lingshan Island's most powerful falling dust sword technique, her top-tier flying sword swirling in a dance, exuding a chilling sword aura. Bai Feng, unable to use spiritual treasures, did not bring his burning heaven flame, but instead employed the flame decision, controlling a blazing otherworldly fire with both hands, a crimson dragon coiling around him, breathing flames. Bai Feng replaced defense with the fierce offensive of the flame decision. Even though Lu Xiao's swordsmanship was exquisite and her moves sharp, she had to exert all her effort to counter his relentless assaults. What a splendid demonstration of brute force overcoming finesse! Su Che cheered for his disciple from below the stage, gently patting the head of his little disciple Murong Qian, offering guidance along the way. "Do you see, Qianer? If you encounter an opponent like your senior brother who wins through strength in the future, do you know what to do?" Murong Qian pondered for a moment before responding. "Then I shall retaliate with even greater strength. I possess a sword that can shatter myriad techniques, striking down foes beneath my blade." "Well said," Su Che affirmed, squeezing his little disciple's cheek. "Indeed, your rebellious sword technique also follows the path of valor. Regardless of how unpredictable your enemies may be, you need only strike with your sword. If one strike fails, then deliver another." Just as Su Che was conversing with his little disciple, he suddenly noticed something amiss on the platform. How could that woman, merely at the pinnacle of innate perfection, withstand Fenger's onslaught for so long without faltering? He found it perplexing. The island master atop the platform was equally tense, watching Lu Xiao, who was at a disadvantage. Strange, that lad is clearly of the same level as Xiao, and even broke through in a shorter time. Why is his combat strength so formidable? Could his technique surpass our royal-level techniques of Lingshan Island? How is this possible when his master is from the Xianyao Sect? How could the techniques of the Xianyao Sect surpass those of Lingshan Island? The island master was filled with questions. In the audience, the young disciples of Lingshan Island were in a state of anxiety, helplessly watching as their hopes rested upon Lu Xiao, soon to be the new generation saintess, being overwhelmed by Bai Feng, a rival from a lesser sect, right on their home turf. Humph, that lad won't bask in glory for long. Once his strength is depleted, he will know who the true victor is on the platform. Bai Feng too sensed the precariousness of the situation. Why is this woman's strength so profound? This cannot continue. It seems the time has come to employ that technique. The flame decision that Bai Feng practiced was one of the most elite imperial-level martial arts. Divided into 9 realms, each accompanied by a formidable ultimate technique, he had now cultivated to the 3rd realm and fully mastered one of its ultimate moves, the 8 Extremes Collapse. This was a powerful skill capable of momentarily amplifying his own strength eightfold and releasing it instantaneously. Perfectly suited to Bai Feng's direct and fierce combat style. However, this technique placed a tremendous burden on the body, hence he seldom used it. Determined to conclude the battle swiftly, Bai Feng no longer hesitated. He suddenly slowed his attacks on the platform, silently gathering his strength. Lu Xiao finally had a moment to breathe. Seeing her opponent's momentum wane, she coldly smirked, believing the opportunity had arrived. Has he run out of energy? Then it's my turn to strike back. Yet before she could prepare, she noticed Bai Feng's aura suddenly intensifying, as if a calm lake had transformed into a raging volcano. What is happening? Wasn't he on the verge of collapse? The island master and several elders atop the platform gasped in shock. This is bad. Xiao is in danger. That lad is employing tactics. Master, quickly stop him, as Bai Feng completed his accumulation of power. He resembled a human-shaped flame, the ferocious energy causing even the protective barrier surrounding the arena to tremble. He proclaimed loudly, "Prepare to receive my 8 extremes collapse." Lu Xiao's face turned pale, confronted with this seemingly despairing power. She could only scream, "Master, save me." At that moment, the island master had long abandoned the rules of the duel and was ready to intervene to save her. "Stop, you brat." A furious roar shattered the air. Witnessing his beloved disciple on the verge of being harmed by the opponent's attack, Lu Xiao's master unhesitatingly hurled his life treasure directly at Bai Feng on the platform. Simultaneously, a passageway appeared in the barrier behind Lu Xiao, allowing her to swiftly escape the platform, rushing toward her master for refuge. "Master, they are breaking the rules. Quick, save senior brother." Morong Qian anxiously pointed at the life treasure hurtling toward Bai Feng, beseeching her master. Su Che had already detected the opponent's unscrupulous actions, seeking your own demise. He lightly raised his hand and pressed it in the void. The barrier surrounding the platform instantly collapsed, and the life treasure attempting to harm Bai Feng dissipated into nothingness. "Fenger, come here." Upon hearing his master's voice, Bai Feng immediately leaped down from the platform, his gaze filled with reluctance as he looked at Lu Xiao, who had already fled back to the side of the island master. Just moments ago, he had been on the verge of winning this contest. Who would have expected that the dignified island master would act so shamelessly, directly intervening in the conflict between juniors, even intending to take his life? Fortunately, his master was present, filling him with a profound sense of security. How disappointing Lingshan Island has become. Su Che stepped forward, ascending the high platform with his 2 disciples. If Lingshan Island cannot provide a reasonable explanation today, then I believe the existence of Lingshan Island holds no significance. As Su Che calmly uttered these threatening words, the faces of all those from Lingshan Island flushed crimson. "Presumptuous! Why should Lingshan Island answer to you? Who do you think you are? The Xianyao Sect is merely a second-rate sect, daring to speak so brazenly before Lingshan Island. Moreover, Lu Xiao has not been defeated. It was your disciple who first violated the rules. The techniques he employed exceeded what should be expected at his level. Indeed, it was you who violated the rules first. We merely adhered to the regulations to terminate this unjust confrontation." Faced with the sophistry of the members of Lingshan Island, Su Che could not suppress his laughter. "How amusing! You prohibit my disciple from utilizing advanced spiritual treasures, and now you even forbid him from employing martial techniques. Do you not find such rules absurd?" In response to Su Che's inquiries, the senior members of Lingshan Island were rendered speechless, particularly the island lord, whose countenance turned ashen, momentarily at a loss for suitable retorts. "Island lord, why waste words with him? The realm of cultivation has always revered strength. Let him taste the consequences of challenging Lingshan Island." Nevertheless, Su Che's gaze remained tranquil, as if everything were well within his control. What good is mere rhetoric? True skill is the ultimate path. The island lord understood that they were indeed at fault this time. What troubled him even more was the thought of watching his beloved disciple suffer harm at the hands of the adversary. Thus, he resolved to take extreme measures to eliminate this trio of master and disciples, a move that would both vent his anger and uphold the dignity of Lingshan Island. The elders spoke wisely. "Let us act together and capture this cultivator from Xianyao Sect," the island lord commanded. "Yes, The elders responded in unison. Master Bifeng felt a surge of anxiety. Their opponents were brazenly preparing to besiege his master. Chapter 28. Each relies on their own abilities, fear not, my disciple. Watch how your master deals with these nefarious individuals. Su Che waved his sleeve, releasing a radiant light that formed a protective barrier around Murong, Qian, and Bifeng. Then resolutely advanced toward the elders of Lingshan Island. Su Che activated his ultimate technique, the absolute domain. The space within a 10-mile radius seemed to transform into his private domain. The members of Lingshan Island immediately sensed something amiss. The power within them became difficult to control, as if an invisible force were suppressing them. Is this the power of the laws? Someone exclaimed. Could it be that he has reached the legendary Saint Realm? In this world, only cultivators who attain the Saint Realm can grasp the essence of the laws and command the forces of nature. Su Che's absolute domain not only stemmed from his profound comprehension of the laws, but also transcended the conventional limitations of this world. This is bad. He is a saint. Run quickly, someone shouted. Scatter and flee. The crowd attempted to escape, but it was all too late. Want to run? It's too late. Su Che lightly clapped his hands, and those elders attempting to flee, along with the island lord, were immobilized in midair, unable to move. Su Che did not strip them of their consciousness, allowing them to witness their own defeat firsthand. Did you not claim that strength is of utmost importance? Today I shall show you what true power looks like. Su Che stood firm, unyielding as a mountain, instilling fear in the hearts of all present. Who on earth is this person? An elder pondered, bewildered. How could such cultivation arise from a mere small sect like Xianyao? Another elder questioned in disbelief. Island Lord, what kind of foe has your disciple brought upon us? Someone despaired. Perhaps we should concede and plead for this esteemed elder's mercy. That a suggestion was made. That a splendid idea. The others echoed in agreement. Just as Su Che was about to mete out punishment to the previously arrogant members of Lingshan Island, they suddenly transformed, as if they had become different people. Esteemed elder, please hold on. We acknowledge our faults. We beseech you to spare us. Indeed, esteemed elder, we were blind and offended you. We wish to apologize. Esteemed elder, you are magnanimous, as fellow practitioners of the celestial way. Might you forgive us this once? Su Che was not a bloodthirsty person. Seeing their sincere attitude of repentance, he proposed a condition. If you sincerely apologize to my disciple and earn his forgiveness, I shall not pursue this matter further. He pointed to his elder disciple Bifeng, indicating that as long as Bifeng was willing to forgive them, everything would be forgiven. However, this request left the members of Lingshan Island in a dilemma. They could bow to Su Che, for his cultivation far surpassed theirs, yet to apologize to a mere junior of the spirit general rank would tarnish their reputation in the realm of cultivation if word got out. Observing their hesitance, Su Che's gaze turned cold, his tone laced with impatience. What? Are you unwilling to admit your mistakes? The elders involuntarily looked toward their leader, the island lord of Lingshan. The island lord's expression was a tumult of emotions, marked by anger, fear, and regret. He knew there was no retreat at this moment. Just as he prepared to endure humiliation to save his life, a resounding voice interrupted the proceedings. Who dares to act so presumptuously on my Lingshan Island? The entire island trembled at this proclamation. The long-secluded ancestor of Lingshan Island had emerged. It is the ancestor. The ancestor has finally emerged. How splendid! After hundreds of years of seclusion, surely he has transcended to a higher realm. With the ancestor present, we need not fear him any longer. Yet, before the members of Lingshan Island could gather their wits, the ancestor they had placed such high hopes upon was effortlessly summoned before Su Che with a mere flick of his hand. Su Che seized the collar of the Lingshan ancestor, saying, "Are you this old man seeking to be the scapegoat?" "I." The wrinkled ancestor was filled with terror. He had never imagined that after hundreds of years in seclusion, finally breaking through to the spirit emperor realm, he would be so easily captured by a young cultivator upon emerging from his cave. Su Che's patience had reached its limit, witnessing the ancestor's futile struggles. He no longer offered any leniency. The ancestral power within the old man seemed frozen, unable to respond to his summons. making him realize that resistance was futile. Moments later, the ancestor ceased to struggle. His complexion pale as paper, Xianyao said nothing more. With a simple wave of his hand, several elders who had been clamoring just moments ago instantly vanished, leaving not even ashes behind. An oppressive silence enveloped the air. An opportunity lay before you, yet you failed to cherish it. Xianyao voice was cold and calm. The ancestor felt an unbearable grief. These elders were the pillars of Lingshan Island. But this was not the time for mourning. He must think of a way to survive. As long as he lived, there was hope to rebuild Lingshan Island. Esteemed elder, please spare us and grant Lingshan Island a path to survival, the ancestor pleaded. Xianyao indeed felt a flicker of relief at the deaths of these individuals. If I can gain my disciples' forgiveness, I shall consider sparing you. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope sparked in the ancestor's eyes. Wujia, quickly comply with this esteemed elder's request. Do you wish to witness the demise of Lingshan Island? Wujia, the current island lord of Lingshan, felt his face flush with embarrassment under the ancestor's reprimand but dared not retort. He desperately sought a strategy to turn the situation around. Master, it is not as simple as it seems. That boy's disciple intends to harm mine. Wujia protested. How could I sit idly by, watching my disciple meet his demise? Baifeng stepped forward, countering, you breached the agreement first. In the arena of life and death, fate is determined by skill. Why intervene? Now, let Lu Xiao come forth, and we shall start anew. I can request my master to refrain from pursuing this matter. Baifeng proposed this condition. The ancestor deemed this a viable solution. Even if they lost a talented disciple, it was preferable to the annihilation of their sect. After all, as long as he remained. Lingshan Island held infinite possibilities. Agree to his terms, Wujia, the ancestor commanded. Master, I do not wish to die. Lu Xiao's voice trembled as panic set in. She realized that the sect she once took pride in could no longer protect her. Not even the most esteemed ancestor was willing to defend her. Xiao, come to your master. The ancestor's voice was resolute. As long as you are by my side, I shall not allow you to come to harm. Tears welled in Lu Xiao's eyes, and with a surge of emotion, she cried out master before throwing herself into his embrace. Chapter 29. A surprising turn of events. The island lord of Lingshan clearly cherished this disciple deeply. He was unwilling to abandon Lu Xiao and thus mustered the courage to ask Xianyao, esteemed elder, if it were your disciple in peril on the arena, would you intervene to save them? Of course I would, Xianyao replied without hesitation. Baifeng echoed with a soft, master. Huh. The island lord of Lingshan sneered, casting a mocking glance at Xianyao and his disciples. I once thought you were a paragon of adherence to rules. How ironic it is that everyone is essentially the same, he continued. Yet, Xianyao merely stated a fact. However, I am stronger than you and everyone here. Therefore, the rules are set by me, not by you. Do you understand now? I understand. The master of Ling Mountain Island gently stroked the hair of his disciple, as if he had aged considerably in an instant. When he lifted his head once more, his gaze was filled with unwavering resolve. The victor belongs the spoils, and to the vanquished, the infamy. If that is the case, he gritted his teeth and declared, if you insist on taking my disciple's life, then today, even if I am to be shattered into pieces, I will drag your disciple down with me. As his words echoed, the master of Ling Mountain Island seemed to employ a secret technique. His life force rapidly depleting, yet simultaneously his aura surged dramatically. I will kill your two disciples. He shouted madly. He understood that with his current strength, he could not protect Lu Xiao, nor could he save his own life. Therefore, in the final moments of his existence, he chose to burn his remaining life force to forcibly elevate his realm, attempting to catch Xianyao disciple off guard. Haha. Xiao, go in peace. Once I finish them off, I shall accompany you to the Yellow Springs. He cackled wildly. No, master. Lu Xiao cried out in terror and immediately shot a talisman from her hand, pressing it against the back of the Ling Mountain Island master. Just as Xianyao prepared to intervene, he noticed that the master of Ling Mountain Island had suddenly lost his previous might, collapsing as if struck by an unseen force. It's the dispelling talisman. Someone around them gasped in hushed tones. What a resolute woman. Su Che sighed inwardly. It turned out that at the critical moment when the master of Ling Mountain Island was about to strike, Lu Xiao had used her treasured dispelling talisman, which could instantaneously weaken the caster's power, causing the master's strength to plummet in the realm of cultivation. Dispelling talismans are emergency tools specifically designed to resolve uncontrolled spiritual energy within a practitioner. However, the master of Ling Mountain Island, in pursuit of a fleeting surge in power, had recklessly burned away his remaining lifespan at this crucial juncture. His disciple Lu Xiao suddenly acted, using the dispelling talisman to eradicate all the spiritual energy within him, rendering this once mighty cultivator weak and powerless, as if he had lost his very soul. I'm sorry, Master. I truly do not wish to die. Lu Xiao stammered, her voice trembling with fear. She lacked the courage to face the lifeless master. Instead, casting a glance filled with a glimmer of hope towards Bai Feng and Su Che, seeking their mercy. Bai Feng, if I hadn't stopped the master just now, you would have lost your life. Her tone mingled with a desperate longing for survival. One life for another. Can you let me leave this place now? Bai Feng, witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, felt a surge of anger within him, though he held no fondness for the master of Ling Mountain Island. He had clearly observed the master's affection for Lu Xiao. A mentor who cherished his disciple so dearly should not have his life ended by those closest to him, regardless of the sins committed. Lu Xiao's actions not only betrayed her master's grace, but also sent chills down Bai Feng's spine. You treacherous traitor! Bai Feng's voice trembled with fury as he pointed an accusing finger at Lu Xiao. How could you commit such an act? Bai Feng turned to Su Che and bowed. Master, allow me to deal with this sinner. After a moment of contemplation, Su Che nodded in agreement and handed Bai Feng the Flame of Destruction staff. A powerful artifact symbolizing the judgment of justice. As Bai Feng approached with the staff in hand, Lu Xiao cried out in despair, attempting to invoke Bai Feng's memories and promises. You cannot kill me. I remember you said you would protect me. But her pleas only elicited deeper disdain from Bai Feng. With a resounding crash, the staff descended, ending Lu Xiao's life. In the distance, the ancestor of Ling Mountain Island silently observed the unfolding tragedy, his expression devoid of emotion. The other members of the island stood quietly, not one attempting to halt this calamity, and some even secretly rejoiced. Following this upheaval, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, host! Disciple Bai Feng has successfully conquered his inner demons, and his mindset has reached new heights. Simultaneously, a new ability was unlocked, Disciple Reputation, a boon from the heavens, signifying that Bai Feng's growth would, in turn, enhance the host's strength. The reputation of a disciple would bring cultivation benefits to the master, each time the disciple earned a claim in competitions, rankings, or secret realm explorations. The master would likewise gain rewards in cultivation. What a delightful surprise! I never expected such good fortune. Su Che mused softly, waving goodbye to Bai Feng as he prepared to depart. With his elevation in realm, although his two disciples enjoyed a 100-fold increase in cultivation efficiency, their training speed gradually began to slow down. Of course, this was only in relation to their past progress. Compared to other ordinary cultivators, Bai Feng and Mu Rongqian's training pace remained astonishingly rapid. Su Che had now reached the realm of the Spirit Emperor, and the time required to ascend to the next level would be considerably longer. The Disciple Reputation feedback feature introduced in this system update would perfectly accelerate his realm advancement. The fastest way to gain reputation should be to participate in the grand competition. Let me think. Every 30 years, there is a grand competition among the sects of various states. It has been 29 years since the last one, so the next will be held next year. At that moment, the ancestor of Ling Mountain Island, having calmed the other elders and disciples, hurried after him, evidently eager to mend relations with this enigmatic cultivator. May I inquire your esteemed name, Senior? I shall personally visit with lavish gifts to express my apologies. The ancestor said respectfully, I am Su Che, the head of Tianhua Peak from the Xianyao Sect. Su Che replied, unconcerned about the other's demeanor. However, upon hearing this name, the ancestor of Ling Mountain Island appeared somewhat perplexed. Xianyao Sect? Oh, I see. The ancestor suddenly enlightened, but I recall that before closing my doors hundreds of years ago, the Xianyao Sect of Imo City was merely a second-rate sect, was it not? Chapter 30. Securing victory. Su Che observed him calmly and replied, "Indeed, it was that second-rate sect. However, from this day forth, it shall no longer be so. Yes, my apologies. I misspoke. Please forgive me, senior." The ancestor hastily apologized. With a strong figure like you at the helm, the Xianyao Sect is certainly worthy of being called a sacred ground. After departing from Ling Mountain Island, Su Che intended to return to the Xianyao Sect with his 2 disciples, to discuss the grand competition with the sect leader, Chu Xiudao, to ascertain the number of available slots for participants, and to plan for Bai Feng and Mu Rongqian to compete. Just then, the system notification chimed. Ding! A female has been detected who meets the criteria for apprenticeship. It is recommended that the host take her as a disciple. Ding! Upon successfully accepting 5 disciples, a new system function will be unlocked. As the notifications concluded, a map materialized in Su Che's mind, revealing a red, rapidly moving towards him, trailed by a dozen black dots in hot pursuit. Su Che swiftly calculated the speed of the pursuers and could not help but marvel. This speed is extraordinary. She must have undergone training, and her cultivation level is not low. How could she possibly meet the criteria of that waste? Ding! The system has detected that she's on the verge of becoming a waste, and thus perfectly meets the host's apprenticeship conditions. Is there such a thing? Su Che's eyes widened in disbelief. Deep within the mountains below, a graceful woman was fleeing through a dense forest, constantly besieged by attackers, her body bearing fresh and old wounds. Nearing her limits, a princess of the spirit clan. How have I fallen to such depths? Am I destined to perish here today? Her internal energy was nearly depleted, yet her enemies showed no signs of relenting. I can no longer avenge you. Father, she muttered in despair. Just as the woman prepared to expend her last ounce of strength to end her life, Su Che's figure suddenly appeared before her. Disciple, Master has come to save you. Su Che stood there calmly, unafraid of the approaching foes. As the enemies surged forward, Su Che merely pressed a finger, and in an instant the dozen pursuers were reduced to blood mist. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in the woman's eyes. This person possesses such strength, effortlessly dispatching over a dozen experts. Thank you, Senior, for your rescue. If I survive, I will surely repay you. The woman bowed to Su Che, preparing to flee. Su Che immediately halted her, for he had specifically come to find a disciple. How could he let her leave alone, especially in her severely weakened state, where she could be pursued once more at any moment? Come with me. With me here, no one can harm you. The woman furrowed her brow slightly. Senior, you must have mistaken me. We have never met before, and I am not your disciple. Su Che replied nonchalantly. Not before, but now you are. The woman fell silent for a moment. I appreciate your kindness. Senior, but my situation is special. My enemies will not let me off easily. That if I stay with you, I will only bring you trouble. Despite the impressive prowess displayed by Su Che moments ago, she estimated that his true cultivation level was merely at the spirit sovereign realm, a stark contrast to the formidable adversaries she faced. The princess of the spirit clan of Yunyan. Her father had once been a great saint sovereign, but he had recently fallen in battle to the tiger saint, who had ruthlessly taken his life. Following his ascension to the position of emperor, the tiger saint had resolved to unify Yunyan and commenced a merciless purge of the spirit clan. She had narrowly escaped that calamity by burning her life essence. Now, under the tiger saint's rule, there was no refuge for her in Yunyan, as he commanded countless spirit emperor-level demon kings, including 2 saint-level demon saints. The notion that a mere spirit sovereign cultivator could protect her was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Nevertheless, Su Che, with his penetrating gaze, had already discerned her identity and background, forming some conjectures about her enemies. Yet, none of this frightened him, be it demon kings or demon saints, even if the emperor himself came to challenge. Within his absolute domain, victory was assured. Once his disciples' cultivation advanced, he would transcend his limits once more, and at that point, even facing a spirit saint would be a matter he could handle with ease. If I cannot protect you, then surely no one else in this world can, Su Che remarked with a light laugh. Meng Ying was taken aback by the confidence and gentleness in his eyes. Pondering silently, Are the humans outside truly this naive? Yet, she remained grateful for his kindness and solemnly cautioned, "Senior, please believe me, it is not that I am unwilling to become your disciple, but my enemies far exceed your imagination. You are the princess of the spirit clan. Your father must have been a powerful demon of the saint realm, correct?" Suche seemed to see through it all. "Now you wander outside, hunted by the demon clan. Your enemies must be beings more formidable than your father, perhaps even the demon emperor. However," he added, "as long as you are willing to become my disciple, not even the demon emperor can harm you in the slightest." Suche's words were firm and resolute. Upon hearing Suche unveil her identity, Meng Ying was so astonished that she could scarcely speak. "How did you know?" she thought, believing she had concealed herself well. Having sealed her bloodline with secret arts to appear indistinguishable from an ordinary person, yet she had been easily uncovered. "Oh, not worry. I am here to rescue you." Suche reassured her, "We are fated. You may return with me first, and the matter of becoming my disciple could be considered later." After a moment of contemplation, Meng Ying decided to accept his proposal, but on one hand, she truly had no idea where to flee or anyone to trust. On the other hand, she was gravely injured, her bloodline sealed, leaving her entirely defenseless. A solitary departure could lead to unforeseen peril. Seeing Meng Ying's agreement, Suche smiled slightly and waved his hand, drawing her into his small world. "Once here, you need not fear that you won't stay," he thought to himself. "Being my disciple is surely more carefree than being any princess." With the existence of his small world, Suche no longer needed to travel with others. He could fly with all his might, racing towards the Xianyao Sect like a shooting star. Within this small world, altered by the Chaos Dimension Stone, the landscape had begun to take shape, resembling a complete miniature universe. At that moment, Bai Feng and Mu Rongxian were diligently practicing in the central dojo of the small world. The sudden appearance of Meng Ying captured their attention, and they regarded this new face with curiosity. "Oh, who is this sister?" Meng Ying, lost in the wonder of the extraordinary small world before her, did not notice Mu Rongxian's soft inquiry. This is actually a nascent world governed by principles. Coming from an extraordinary background, Meng Ying instantly recognized the differences between this small world and ordinary secret realms. Ordinary secret realms are merely fragments of space in the void, lacking their own rule power. Yet this place is an exception. Could it be that the senior with an independent small world has achieved the late stage of spirit saint cultivation? Bai Feng mused, gently stroking his chin. Observing her with intrigue, "She must be my new junior sister." Bai Feng cleared his throat, rousing Meng Ying from a reverie. "I am Bai Feng, the eldest disciple of our master. What is your name?" "Junior sister." Meng Ying paused for a moment, thinking that she had not formally become his disciple yet. However, she did not refute him, merely nodding slightly to respond. "My name is Meng Ying, by the way. I still do not know which sect you come from." "Senior?" Bai Feng was taken aback. "Are you referring to our master? He is the head of Tianhua Peak of the Xianyao Sect, and we are all his disciples." He then introduced, "This is Mu Rongxian, your second senior sister." "Second senior sister?" Looking at the petite girl who barely reached Bai Feng's waist, Meng Ying felt somewhat bewildered as a member of the spirit clan. She was nearly a century old, yet by human standards, she was merely equivalent to an 18-year-old girl. Upon returning to Tianhua Peak, Suche immediately established a fixed passage to the entrance of the small world and moved all his belongings into this realm. He instructed Bai Feng to take good care of Meng Ying before heading to the main peak to discuss matters with the sect leader, Chu Xiaodaoren. "What? You wish for your disciple to participate in the Immortal Gate Grand Competition?" Chu Xiaodaoren appeared quite astonished upon hearing Suche's words that I it that the Xianyao Sect lacks quotas. Suche inquired. Chu Xiaodaoren shook his head, explaining, "That is not the issue. Although our Xianyao Sect only has 10 slots for participants, the Immortal Gate Grand Competition is an arena for the talented disciples of sects across the states, with exceedingly high requirements in the past. We have struggled to gather even 10 qualified participants." He continued, "I am astonished that your disciple, having joined less than a year ago, is already set to partake in such a grand event. Her growth is truly remarkable. However, considering she is such a powerful and generous master, her rapid advancement is not surprising. 2 slots. No need to consult others. I will arrange it directly for you. Chu Xiao Dao Run waved his hand generously. Acquiescing to Su Che's request, he understood that even combined, the other 6 peaks would struggle to find several disciples meeting the competition's criteria. The rules of the Immortal Gate Grand Competition stipulate that participants must be under 25 years of age and possess at least the cultivation of Spirit General. This is merely a basic requirement. To achieve anything significant in the competition, one must possess extraordinary strength. No, it will be 3. I'm about to take in another disciple, Su Che declared, holding up 3 fingers. 3, no problem, Chu Xiao Dao Run readily agreed, mentioning that this Immortal Gate Grand Competition was a rare opportunity for the Xianyao Sect. If our disciples can achieve good results, it will not only enhance the sect's reputation and attract more talented individuals to join, but we could also receive rewards from the Immortal Alliance. The Immortal Alliance is an organization jointly formed by the major sanctuaries and ancient families of the cultivation world, nominally governing all sects and factions. The Immortal Alliance also established a ranking standard for sects, from sanctuaries to those of lesser standing, each with their place that, yes, Su Che prepared to leave. Chu Xiao Dao Ren suddenly called out to him. Su Shidi, Chu Xiao Dao Ren said, somewhat shyly, we recently discovered a disciple with a talent for artifact forging. Upon hearing this, Su Che was delighted. This is excellent news to elevate the status of the Xianyao Sect. We must make strides in artifact forging, alchemy, and formations. Chu Xiao Daoren explained. Such talent should be nurtured well. Su Che agreed wholeheartedly. Chu Xiao Daoren nodded in affirmation, but then revealed a troubled expression. However, our sect's resources are limited, and we cannot provide excellent artifact forging legacies. Su Che immediately grasped the sect leader's implication. Passing down techniques was not an issue for him, so he casually replied, that is simple. I will look for something that he then mentally selected a high-level artifact forging legacy from a small world, the Book of Creation, along with a replica of a 9-grade spiritual treasure-level Hongmeng melting furnace. You may take this furnace as well. I hope it will assist that gifted disciple. Su Che said generously. Chu Xiao Dao Ren accepted these precious items with satisfaction, no longer being polite. As a member of the Xianyao Sect, I shall not say much. We will work together to elevate our sect. In a tranquil corner of Tianhua Peak, Meng Ying was watching with keen interest as Bai Feng and Mu Rongqian took turns challenging the trial tower. Although they emerged defeated and covered in dust after each attempt, they never gave up, quickly resting before charging back in the tower with renewed determination. Is this the training ground prepared by that senior for the disciples? She pondered. Before long, Bai Feng was once again expelled from the tower, this time holding a pair of boots shimmering with mysterious light, a rare item of 6th-grade spiritual treasure. Wow. Senior brother, have you already passed the 3rd level? Murong Qian exclaimed, her eyes brimming with envy. For cultivators, each level of the trial tower represents a greater challenge. Bai Feng's success signifies his ability to transcend 3 minor realms and emerge victorious. At this moment, although Bai Feng was at the pinnacle of the Spirit General realm, his combat prowess was already comparable to that of a late-stage innate practitioner. Observing Bai Feng and Murong Qian animatedly discussing their experiences within the trial tower, Meng Ying felt a surge of excitement. She learned that with each tier conquered, challengers would receive a unique treasure as a reward. The elder who established the trial tower was notably generous, allowing anyone who successfully passed to take home their spoils. It was rumored that a female cultivator from another sect, after overcoming the 1st level, was granted a sword of the 4th-grade spiritual treasure level. For Meng Ying, who once bore the title of Spirit Clan Princess, high-tier magical tools were exceedingly rare, let alone the precious spiritual treasures. Perhaps I should truly consider taking that elder as my master. Meng Ying mused. Maybe, as the elder suggested, I indeed have a fateful connection with him. That moment, Bai Feng and Murong Qian concluded their brief respite, the table laden with food and beverages exuding rich spiritual energy. Murong Qian smiled and reminded Bai Feng, Senior brother, our master specifically instructed you not to sneak a drink of his spiritual wine before he left. He said it is quite potent, and you may not be able to handle it. Embarrassed, Bai Feng set down the wine bottle. opting instead to pour fruit-flavored spiritual liquid for himself and Murong Qian, while also noticing Meng Ying quietly observing them nearby. "Junior sister, please invite Miss Meng Ying to join us." Bai Feng suggested, "In the future, she may very well become our junior sister. We ought to foster a good rapport." Murong Qian obediently nodded, clutching a spiritual fruit as she dashed towards Meng Ying. Chapter 32. Simply unbelievable, Sister Meng Ying. Come eat with us. This spiritual fruit is for you. Meng Ying accepted the spiritual fruit, and before she could savor it, its fragrant sweetness enveloped her senses. She recognized at once that this was no ordinary fruit, but a high-quality spiritual fruit. Meng Ying swallowed hard and softly inquired, "Do you really eat such spiritual fruits regularly? This must be a very high-tier spiritual fruit." "Right?" "Indeed," Bai Feng replied, "these delectable fruits and refreshing beverages are all bestowed upon us by our master. He has cultivated a plethora of spiritual plants in the small world, and in the future, we will have an endless supply of fresh spiritual fruits." Meng Ying swallowed again, feeling that her connection with this elder had taken on an air of mystery. Noticing the change in Meng Ying's expression, Bai Feng casually remarked, "Junior sister, your innate sword embryo is truly an extraordinary artifact. It will grow alongside your cultivation. In contrast, my heavy ruler, although classified as a 9th-grade spiritual treasure, cannot unleash its full potential on my current level. Each time I use it, I must trouble our master to reseal it for me. If only I had asked him to select a fate-bound spiritual treasure that could advance with my cultivation." Meng Ying, who was savoring a spiritual fruit, widened her eyes at this revelation, the 9th-grade spiritual treasure. She marveled at his perception, thinking he found such a treasure cumbersome to use. Good heavens, how affluent they must be. At that moment, she became even more convinced that her bond with this elder was uniquely extraordinary and incredible. She wondered when the elder would return. Meanwhile, Su Che, whom Meng Ying had been pondering, was currently visiting other peaks. Ever since he effortlessly defeated the invading Luo Ming old demon, the Xianyao Sect had proactively established a friendly relationship with the Xianyao Sect, indirectly elevating the latter's status and benefiting each peak remarkably. The peak masters understood that all of this was attributable to Su Che, so upon learning of his return to the sect, they eagerly extended invitations for him to visit. This was not only a gesture of goodwill from each peak, but also the will of the sect leader, Chu Xiaodao. For the long-term development of the Xianyao Sect, internal unity was of utmost importance. At that moment, Su Che was enjoying tea and casual conversation atop Tianhua Peak when a disciple arrived with news of the sect leader's summons. "The sect leader has summoned you. May I inquire what the matter is?" the peak master asked. Reporting to the peak master, a distinguished guest has arrived from Lingshan Island, and the sect leader has commanded all peak masters to welcome them. The Tianhua Peak master was momentarily taken aback, expressing his confusion. Surely, even a guest from Lingshan Island does not warrant the presence of the entire upper echelon of the Xianyao Sect. It was apparent that the mindset of the Xianyao Sect's leadership had subtly shifted. In the face of first-rate sects like Lingshan Island, they no longer approached with trepidation, for their own power was swiftly ascending toward the first tier. The disciple added, "It is said that the revered ancestor from Lingshan Island, who has not emerged for centuries, has personally come to visit, and he has attained the Spirit Emperor realm." "Hiss, the Spirit Emperor realm." The crowd gasped in astonishment, realizing this meant Lingshan Island would become a new holy land. This news undoubtedly left everyone astounded. The head of Tianhua Peak exclaimed, immediately pulling Su Che to prepare for their journey to the mountain gate. He urged, "Hurry, Su Shidi, we cannot keep the sect leader waiting." Lingshan Island. Su Che paused momentarily before comprehension dawned on him. The ancestor that was likely coming to apologize upon their arrival at the mountain gate. Sect leader Chu Xiaodao was already waiting. "You have arrived. Come quickly. The people from Lingshan Island are about to arrive," he stated, his voice tinged with unease. The recent breakthrough of the ancestor from Lingshan Island into the Spirit Emperor realm had cemented their status as a holy land, leaving everyone uncertain about the purpose of their sudden visit. "If they merely wish for us to prepare gifts for a visit, that would be acceptable," Chu Xiaodao continued, "but I hope they do not present any excessive demands." At that moment, The head of Xianyao Peak broke the silence, suggesting, could it be that they covet our newly acquired 6 high-grade spiritual veins from the Xianyao Sect? After all, Imo City is adjacent to Beizhou, and the proximity is quite close. This notion sent a chill through those present. The head of Tianhua Peak even speculated they may desire not only the spiritual veins, but might have grander ambitions, such as annexing the entire Xianyao Sect or even Imo City. This is indeed a possibility, someone echoed, noting that Lingshan Island's ascension to a holy land would necessitate territorial expansion, and they were conveniently situated nearby, making them an easily attainable target. We absolutely must not acquiesce. The consensus was clear. The Xianyao Sect would never compromise. Even if they possessed a spirit emperor realm ancestor, they remained undaunted. Remember, even the Luo Ming old demon was at the spirit emperor realm. Yet he was easily dealt with by Su Shidi, was he not? All eyes turned towards Su Che, hoping he would once again showcase his prowess. Feeling somewhat awkward in the background, Su Che scratched his head. He had long wished to clarify things, but the speculations of the Peak Masters had become increasingly exaggerated, leaving him unable to interject. Perhaps they are here to offer gifts and apology, he ventured cautiously. Sect leader Chu Xiaodao regarded Su Che with a skeptical gaze. Su Shidi, do you know something we do not? Su Che pointed toward the north. They have arrived. We will find out shortly as the entourage from Lingshan Island approached. All questions would soon be answered, but Su Che silently prayed that matters would be as simple as he hoped. A sincere apology accompanied by gifts. As his words fell, a magnificent flying vessel swiftly approached from the northern horizon. Coming to a halt before the gathered crowd in the blink of an eye dot, I am the 16th generation sect leader of Lingshan Island, Taoist title Yuding. I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. The venerable ancestor Yuding immediately greeted Chu Xiaodao and the others politely. Upon noticing Su Che amidst the crowd, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. Senior Su, I have brought gifts as a token of my apology. I am immensely grateful for your magnanimity in the previous matter. Su Che waved his hand dismissively. Let bygones be bygones. I am not one to dwell on past grievances. Thank you for your generosity. Senior, should there be anything needed in the future, Lingshan Island will surely do its utmost to assist. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaodao and the other elders were left speechless in astonishment. They had truly come to apologize. The leader of Lingshan Island, having transcended to the Spirit Emperor realm, had personally come to the Xianyao Sect to express regret. It seemed almost unbelievable. Yet, the scene before them left no room for doubt, and each individual felt a wave of disorientation wash over them. Meanwhile, the head of Xianyao Peak noticed the various treasures and spiritual stones displayed on the flying vessel, his eyes immediately lighting up as he began to contemplate how to utilize these resources to bolster his own strength. Chapter 33. Potent Soul Force. At this moment, Meng Ying was anxiously gazing at the mountain gate on Tianhua Peak, eagerly anticipating Su Che's return. Since arriving at Tianhua Peak, she had experienced an unprecedented sense of warmth. There were no schemes or intrigues here. The disciples coexisted harmoniously, and the abundance of cultivation resources made it a veritable paradise for cultivators. Meng Ying had resolved that once Su Che returned, she would request to become his disciple. She firmly believed that with her innate talent and the assistance of the mysterious orb, given a modicum of time, she could swiftly grow stronger and avenge her father. As Minjing pondered, a sudden plume of black smoke erupted from the orb in her hand, transforming into the visage of an elderly figure. "Do you not yearn to avenge your father?" the old man inquired. Minjing gazed at the elder in astonishment, never having anticipated that this orb harbored a grandfatherly figure. "Who are you, esteemed elder?" "I most certainly wish to avenge my father. This has been my fervent desire day and night," Minjing resolutely replied, her eyes ablaze with the fire of vengeance. However, she felt acutely vulnerable at that moment, not only physically weakened, but also bearing grave injuries. Just then, the elder smiled and asked her, "Do you crave power, the kind of unrivaled might? Do you wish to take revenge on those who have wronged you?" Upon hearing this, Minjing's eyes sparkled with eagerness as she urgently inquired, "Elder, can you teach me to become powerful? Can you impart to me your wondrous skills?" Her heart raced with excitement, for she had never imagined such an opportunity would be bestowed upon her. Of course, as long as you follow me in your training. I assure you, within 10 years you will reach the realm of spiritual emperor, and in 20 years you shall break through to the holy realm. Even the legendary spiritual saint will not be beyond your reach. When you are sufficiently strong, your enemies will be as powerless as ants. Yet, the elder then spoke with grave seriousness. However, the path of cultivation is fraught with thorns. You must endure countless trials and challenges to become a true warrior. Can you withstand it? Minjing's gaze was unwavering, an infinite resolve swelling within her as she gritted her teeth and declared, I can persevere. A flicker of satisfaction crossed the elder's eyes as he said, Excellent. Then from this moment on, follow me, and we shall journey to a hidden place where I will teach you the most advanced secrets of the arts. Minjing hesitated briefly, for the abundant spiritual energy at Tianhua Peak was exceptionally conducive to cultivation. Given the rich spiritual energy here, why can we not commence our training in this very place? She queried. The elder's expression shifted slightly as he patiently explained, precisely because this place is too comfortable. It is unsuitable for you. To rapidly enhance your strength, you must exert effort 1,000-fold beyond that of ordinary individuals. After a moment of contemplation, Minjing nodded in understanding. Shortly thereafter, she resolved to depart. While I hold great affection for Senior Su's domain, I must forge my own path, and this will also protect Senior Su from any entanglement. After bidding farewell to Baifeng and requesting him to convey her regards to Senior Su, Minjing left Tianhua Peak. Her retreat left Murongqian and Baifeng perplexed, unable to comprehend the reason behind her sudden change of heart. Baifeng cautiously followed Minjing, his mind awash with questions. She is still recuperating. Why has she chosen to venture alone into this perilous mountain range? Minjing entered a secluded valley, quietly settling down as per the elder's instructions, lifting the mysterious orb. Elder, shall we commence our study of the new spells now? She inquired with curiosity. The elder emerged from the orb, smiling. Indeed, this place is sufficiently safe. We will not be disturbed to cultivate my techniques. You will need the assistance of this blue spirit in a moment. You must concentrate entirely on the orb, utilizing its power to stabilize your body, while I inscribe the secrets of the arts into your consciousness. Trustingly, Minjing complied, and the elder's satisfaction was palpable. Very well. I shall now impart to you the secrets of the arts. As his words faded, the lingering soul transformed into a beam of light, surging into Minjing's mind. Unprepared, Minjing soon felt an excruciating pain. Elder, it hurts so much. Her voice grew faint. Why do I feel my consciousness fading? The elder, sensing the opportune moment, coldly chuckled. Just endure a little longer. Soon you will no longer feel pain, for you shall completely vanish. No, please don't. Minjing cried out in terror. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Baifeng perceived the anomaly and sprang into action. This is bad. He raced towards Minjing, wielding his powers in an attempt to expel the foreign entity invading her body. You little wretch, how dare you sabotage my grand design? The elder bellowed in rage, but Baifeng's intervention had already disrupted his plans. Upon recognizing the young man before him, the elder's expression morphed into one of astonishment and greed. So it is you, a mere insect from the spiritual general realm, dares to meddle. It seems you have come alone. Splendid. You shall remain here, serving as my offering. A chilling wind suddenly swept through, encapsulating both men in a powerful aura of soul energy. What a delightful surprise. Boy, just wait and see. Once I seize control, I shall deal with you appropriately, the elder threatened. His malevolence laid bare. He roared at Baifeng. I will tear you to shreds. As Baifeng found himself powerless to resist, Lupu timely intervened, blocking the formidable soul energy. This old monster is no ordinary foe. Quickly, inform the Peak Master. Just as Baifeng prepared to summon help from Su Che, a familiar voice rang out. Who dares to harm my disciple? Su Che descended like a divine warrior. Immediately quelling the crisis, he grasped the blue spirit orb with one hand and gently pressed, extracting the hidden remnant soul from Minjing's body. A mere little ghost dares to act against my disciple. Su Che thundered, swiftly casting a spell that caused the elder's soul to gradually dissipate, rendering it incapable of escape, no matter how it struggled. "Master, your timing is impeccable," Bai Feng sighed in relief, whispering, "I was careless this time. Had it not been for Su Che's timely arrival, both Minjing and I would have perished." "No worries. Fortunately, you were prepared, or I might have truly lost a promising disciple," Su Che remarked, reflecting on the past 2 days spent visiting other peaks, which had caused him to overlook the potential danger surrounding Minjing. Soon thereafter, Minjing awoke, her first sight being the solid silhouette of Su Che. "Senior, you have saved me once again," she expressed her gratitude. "Indeed, our fates are intertwined." Su Che's words dispelled any lingering hesitation within Minjing, prompting her to kneel and implore, "Minjing wishes to become your disciple. Please accept me." Chapter 34. Unwavering Faith. "Very well. From this day forth, you shall be the 5th disciple of Tianhua Peak." Su Che nodded in agreement and led them back to Tianhua Peak. Upon their return, Su Che gathered his disciples, urging them to focus on their cultivation in preparation for the upcoming celestial tournament. He then generously presented a selection of imperial-level techniques for Minjing to choose from. Faced with such precious arts, Minjing felt as though she were in a dream. "Master is truly too generous," she marveled, for even during her time as a princess of the Spirit Clan, she had never encountered techniques of such high caliber. Minjing swiftly identified her destined technique among the numerous tomes, the heart of creation, and resolved to make it the core of her practice. Once her selection was complete, Su Che unveiled a collection of radiant spiritual treasures. "Your senior brothers and sisters each possess their own innate treasures. Now it is your turn to select one," Su Che stated. Confronted with the dazzling array of treasures, Minjing was once again left speechless. These artifacts were not only of exceptionally high grade, most being of the 9th tier, with none falling below the 7th tier. Ultimately, she chose a wind and thunder seal, which integrated both offensive and defensive capabilities. As her innate spiritual treasure, a member of the Spirit Clan, she was naturally attuned to the wind element, and the thunderous force of the wind and thunder seal was a perfect match. After finalizing her choices of technique and treasure, Su Che personally attended to Minjing's injuries. In a desperate attempt to escape her pursuers, she had used a secret method that consumed her precious lifeblood, leaving her to begin her cultivation anew from near zero. Su Che's techniques took effect. A warm current flowed through Minjing's entire being, aiding her gradual recovery. The system prompt chimed. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully accepting a disciple." Following this was another delightful surprise. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring a new ability, Forbidden Body." This indicated that Su Che could now disregard any restrictions, formations, or barriers, as if all obstacles in the world had opened their gates to him. Meanwhile, in a distant location, the Xianyao Sect was shrouded in a cloud of gloom. This sacred ground, which had endured for millennia, had witnessed countless changes through the ages, yet now found itself engulfed in deep concern over the matter of the abyssal secret realm. Within the main hall, the Holy Master and the elders furrowed their brows, deliberating on the fate of their ancestor. This 16th-generation Holy Master of the Xianyao Sect, a nearly 10,000-year-old spiritual emperor, had lost contact while exploring the abyssal secret realm, leaving behind a soul lamp that grew dimmer by the day. The Xianyao Sect's status as the only sacred ground in the Xianyao continent was rooted in its possession of 2 spiritual emperor-level powerhouses. One of these was the legendary ancestor, whose true cultivation had long transcended the boundaries of time, having attained the spiritual emperor realm over a millennium ago, since entering the abyssal secret realm 60 years prior. There had been no news beyond the initial brief messages. Although the soul lamp of the ancestor still flickers with light, its radiance diminishes gradually, hinting that the ancestor may have fallen victim to a formidable restriction and become trapped. Within the Grand Hall, the elder most versed in formations was the first to shatter the silence. "Your Holiness, my views align with yours. After thorough research during this period, I am convinced that the ancestor is ensnared by an ancient, forbidden formation. It is a lethal trap, once one steps inside. Unless the entire formation can be obliterated instantaneously, one will face its full force in retaliation," Upon hearing this, the other elders could not help but gasp in disbelief. If that is the case, then our numerical advantage is rendered useless. How could we possibly dismantle such a powerful formation in an instant? Indeed, if even the ancestor, a being of immense strength, has been ensnared, the power of this formation is beyond imagination. None of us could achieve that. The atmosphere grew heavy, and despair settled among them. Ouyang Jin felt a profound sense of helplessness. He had attempted to forcefully break the formation, but when he sought to weaken its foundation, the ancestor's soul lamp began to flicker erratically. This signified that his actions had endangered the ancestor's life. Realizing this, he had no choice but to halt immediately. Just as everyone was mired in despair, Ouyang Shui, standing at the back, proposed a suggestion. "Your Holiness, I believe we should seek external assistance." To her words, all eyes turned toward her. External assistance? But the Xianyao Sect is already the strongest force in the Xianyao continent. Who else could aid us? Indeed, in terms of both cultivation and understanding of formations, they were at the pinnacle of the Xianyao continent. Could there be a presence stronger than them? Ouyang Jin cast a puzzled glance at Ouyang Shui and inquired, "Are you suggesting we seek powerful beings from other realms to rescue the ancestor?" However, Ouyang Jin frowned. Even if such talents could be found, would they be willing to assist the Xianyao Sect? After all, competition exists among the realms, and they might relish the sight of the ancestor facing calamity. The elder spoke up immediately. "This course of action is ill-advised. The matter of the ancestor's entrapment must not be leaked. Powerful beings from other realms would likely delight in the ancestor's demise in the secret realm. Why would they come to our aid? If other holy lands learn of our predicament, they may unite to launch an attack." Ouyang Shui, sensing the gravity of the situation, gently tapped her forehead and said, "Why must we seek help from external realms? Have you all forgotten about the senior from the Xianyao Sect?" As her words fell, the entire hall seemed to tremble with realization. The elder and others suddenly awoke to clarity, their faces reflecting enlightenment. Indeed, how could I have not thought of this? Did we not present 6 top-tier spiritual veins to the Xianyao Sect? Senior Su holds us in favorable regard. If we bestow upon him a generous gift once more, he should be willing to assist. They could not help but recall witnessing Su Che's battle against the demon Lord Mo Ming, solidifying their faith in his power. Yet, as members of the Xianyao Sect, long positioned at the zenith of the Xianyao continent, they momentarily overlooked the presence of such a formidable being within Mo City. Ouyang Jin recalled the mysterious expert residing in the Xianyao Sect. Although he had never witnessed the master in action, he had gleaned enough from the stories shared by the elders to surmise that this senior, even if not at the level of a spirit saint, was at least a sage-level powerhouse. If indeed a sage-level expert were willing to lend their aid, there might be hope for the ancestor's escape. Ouyang Shimi, you must take a generous gift to the Xianyao Sect immediately and ensure that you secure the assistance of that senior. Take my token and select the most precious gift from the hidden vault. Do not be stingy. Meanwhile, at the Tianhua Peak of the Xianyao Sect, due to the tenfold cultivation boost brought by the new disciple Meng Ying, Su Che's cultivation had broken through to the mid-stage of the Spirit Emperor realm. His small world and absolute domain had expanded 1,000-fold, now encompassing a radius of 100 miles, placing the entire Tianhua Peak under his control. Upon Ouyang Shui's arrival with the meticulously prepared gifts, Su Che immediately sensed her presence. With a mere thought, she appeared before him. Despite feeling astonished, Ouyang Shui maintained her composure and performed a respectful bow. "Master, I did not expect your cultivation to surpass your previous level. I have a matter to request. Would you be willing to assist? Speak, what brings you before me?" Su Che inquired, his tone calm. "Master, I am here to implore you to rescue my ancestor. The ancestor has inadvertently fallen into a forbidden restriction within a secret realm. I earnestly request your assistance." Ouyang Shui promptly revealed the gifts she had brought, all of which were rare spiritual materials of grade 5 or above, demonstrating that the Xianyao Sect had spared no expense in this endeavor. To ensure Su Che would accept her plea, she added, "Senior, before our departure, the Holy Master promised that should you agree to assist, the Xianyao Sect is willing to share the secrets of the abyssal secret realm with you." It is an ancient battlefield relic we stumbled upon, teeming with countless unknown treasures and opportunities. The ancestor mentioned that there may be secrets leading to the celestial realm hidden within the abyssal secret realm. At this, Suche's heart stirred slightly, igniting his curiosity. However, his interest was not driven by a desire to become an immortal. With the aid of the system, attaining immortality was merely a matter of time for him. What truly captivated him was the process of ascension. Throughout countless years on this continent, many had ascended, yet no one knew their whereabouts. Not a single ascender had ever returned, nor was there a whisper from the upper realm. This enigma was perplexing. According to logic, ascenders should have connections and legacies in the lower realm, and it seemed improbable that all contact would be severed. Nevertheless, this appeared to be a common phenomenon among all ascenders. Recognizing this, Suche unhesitatingly agreed to the proposal to explore the abyssal secret realm. "That I accept your request," he stated. Ouyang Shue's heart soared with joy. "Wonderful. Master, can we set off now? My ancestor situation is growing increasingly dire," she said anxiously, no longer concealing the true state of her ancestor. Suche, confident in his own abilities, believed that with him present, the rise of the Xianyao Sect was destined. There was no need to resort to unscrupulous means against the ancestors of other holy lands. After briefly instructing his disciples, he accompanied Ouyang Shui to the Tianhua Sect. The sect leader, Ouyang Jin, personally welcomed them, leading the elders to usher Suche into their sacred land, preparing to venture into the abyssal secret realm together. After traversing a concealed teleportation array, they arrived at a fractured mountain range, beneath which lay an endless dark abyss. "Senior, the abyssal secret realm is just below us. Let us descend," Ouyang Jin indicated toward the abyss. "Then let us proceed," Suche replied, activating his absolute domain for protection. Under Ouyang Jin's guidance, the group leaped into the abyss. The spiritual energy here was chaotic and intricate. They descended for approximately half an hour before finally reaching the ground. "Senior, ahead lies the forbidden formation we discovered," Ouyang Jin explained. "This ancient formation possesses tremendous power. It must be swiftly destroyed to avoid triggering its counterattack mechanism, or else my ancestor will be in grave danger." Suche stepped forward and quietly inquired of the system. "System, with my current abilities, can I forcibly break this formation?" The system responded, "If the host is willing to expend 10 years, the power of the formation can be gradually worn down." Hearing this, Suche could not help but smile wryly. 10 years. The ancestor trapped within the formation would likely have long since perished. Clearly, brute force was not a viable solution, but fortunately, he possessed a body of breaking restrictions, allowing him to disregard all constraints of the formation. "Senior, do you think this formation can be breached?" The anxious members of the Tianhua Sect inquired from behind, as Suche gently shook his head and candidly stated, "Even I will require some time to dismantle this formation." Upon hearing this, despair washed over the Tianhua Sect members. "That it's over. Even the senior cannot dismantle this formation instantaneously." Someone sighed softly. "What shall we do about our ancestor now?" Faced with the pessimism of the crowd, Suche said little and directly approached the restriction, his figure soon vanishing within the formation. The members of the Tianhua Sect were left in stunned silence. "The senior has entered as well. Alas, why is he so impulsive? Not only will he fail to rescue the ancestor, but he may also lose a powerful ally." Several elders, who had never witnessed Suche's strength, could not help but begin to question, "This senior seems rather unreliable. If he directly enters, what if he triggers the formation's counterattack? The ancestor will be in even greater peril." However, Suche, possessing the body of breaking restrictions, moved effortlessly within the formation, as if he were traversing a world devoid of any presence. The stillness of this place is eerily unsettling. Yet Suche is acutely aware that the immediate priority is to locate Ouyang Jin and escort him to safety. As he ventures further, Suche senses an ancient and oppressive aura, one that even his absolute domain struggles to repel completely. He cautiously extends his consciousness, searching for the trace of the ancestor. In this forsaken secret realm, desolation reigns, with remnants of ancient battlefields scattered about. Bones and wreckage lie strewn across the ground, and shattered weapons seem to whisper tales of past glories and brutalities. The occasional echoes of history, mingled with the clanging of iron and the cries of battle, carry a lingering bloodlust that, despite the passage of time, remains palpable. This place resembles a ruin rather than a land of celestial fortunes. Su Che muses that the legendary treasures may have long since vanished, reduced to mere dust. Nevertheless, he does not abandon hope and resolutely continues his search, determined to find Ouyang Jin and unravel the mysteries that lie ahead. Soon, in a deep cavern, Su Che spots the figure of Ouyang Jin, the Taoist master garb in the traditional attire of the Tianhua Sect. His silver hair glistens like snow, and his long beard dances gently in the breeze as he sits cross-legged, valiantly resisting the chaotic energies of the secret realm. Seeing that Ouyang Jin appears relatively stable, a weight lifts from Su Che's heart. He approaches cautiously, employing his consciousness to communicate. "You must be Ouyang Jin. Am I correct?" Ouyang Jin slowly opens his eyes, revealing a depth of wisdom born from the passage of time. "Young man, how do you know my identity?" he inquires with a hint of perplexity. "Have you also stumbled into this place by mistake?" With a sigh, the ancestor seems to regard Su Che as just another unfortunate traveler ensnared by the forbidden array. "Even though my cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Emperor realm, I am powerless to break free from this array. It is truly lamentable." Ouyang Jin's words leave Su Che astounded. This is the most formidable individual he has encountered thus far, yet even such strength is rendered impotent before the array. "I am here at the behest of Ouyang Jin, to rescue you," Su Che asserts with conviction. Ouyang Jin scrutinizes Su Che from head to toe, his gaze skeptical that "I cannot discern your cultivation level, which must mean you possess a treasure that conceals your abilities. Yet, at your age, even if you are a prodigy, you cannot surpass my capabilities." Su Che offers a faint smile, refraining from contradiction. Indeed, his cultivation may not match Ouyang Jin's, but he possesses a unique body that can dismantle the array without forceful confrontation. Noticing Su Che's silence, Ouyang Jin assumes he is acquiescing to his assessment and presses further. "Are you well-versed in the ways of formations?" Su Che shakes his head decisively. "I am utterly ignorant of formations." This response sends Ouyang Jin into deep contemplation, and soon his frustration boils over as he scolds, "You rascal! How dare you mock me?" "Do not be angry, esteemed elder," Su Che soothes, simultaneously opening a portal to a small world. "Since I claim I can save you, I assure you I will deliver." Ouyang Jin stands momentarily stunned, observing the extraordinary sight before him as his anger gradually dissipates. "What? This is an independent world. You have created a separate realm." Having lived for thousands of years, Ouyang Jin quickly recognizes the significance of the small world Su Che possesses among the vast continent. Only a select few factions can claim such a privilege, typically those that have nurtured spirit saint-level beings. The ability to create an independent space is a hallmark of such powerful entities. Now, the young man he had previously deemed a boastful braggart carries within him such a miracle. Ouyang Jin is overwhelmed with astonishment, his throat tightening as he yearns to inquire further, yet hesitates to voice his questions. Su Che gestures with a flick of his sleeve, inviting Ouyang Jin, "Please, elder, step inside and rest for a moment. I will swiftly assist you in your departure." Without further hesitation, Ouyang Jin soars into the small world. At that moment, his trust in Su Che reaches its zenith, devoid of any lingering doubts. After 60 years of confinement, struggling for survival amidst chaotic energies, both his cultivation and lifespan have been inexorably diminished. Now, at last, an opportunity to escape presents itself. This young man is undoubtedly his savior. "I shall never forget the immense kindness you have bestowed upon me. Once I am free, I will repay you in full." Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the members of the Tianhua Sect are consumed with anxiety, frequently glancing toward the inner confines of the forbidden array. It has been nearly an hour since the elder entered, yet there has been no word. Could it be that he has also met with misfortune? "Master, we must devise alternative methods to rescue our ancestor." Ouyang Jin's brow furrows, agitated by the elder's distress, when suddenly A disciple from the holy ground rushes in with urgent news. The cultivator monitoring the ancestor's soul lamp has discovered that the flame, which symbolizes the ancestor's life, has abruptly stabilized and shone brightly. A jolt of realization strikes Ouyang Jin as he ponders. Could it be? Just then, the once still forbidden array begins to ripple with subtle fluctuations. Someone is emerging from within. The crowd gasps. They behold a figure clad in pristine white robes, Su Che, who strides forth from the formidable array with an air of composure, seemingly impervious to its might. This spectacle leaves all present utterly dumbfounded. Soon, they notice the absence of any accompanying figures besides Su Che, causing their hearts to race with concern. Why is the elder alone? Where is our ancestor? Voices of worry rise, with some fearing the worst for Ouyang Jin. Just as the atmosphere thickens with tension, a furious roar shatters the silence. "You scoundrel! How dare you curse me to death?" With that exclamation, Ouyang Jin appears behind Su Che, clearly having just escaped from the confines of the young man's small world. Hearing the words of his younger kin, the ancestor is nearly provoked to chastise the weeping elder. "Calm your anger, ancestor." Ouyang Jin hastily intervenes. "The elder is still present. We can discuss this later." Thus, the ancestor's fury subsides as he approaches Su Che alongside the elders. "This escape was made possible entirely due to your assistance." Esteemed elder, the ancestor expresses his heartfelt gratitude, and on behalf of the Xianyao Sect, I cordially invite you to visit us as a token of our appreciation. Furthermore, I wish to share my experiences and discoveries from the abyssal secret realm with you. The ancestor recognizes that a being of Su Che's caliber may possess an interest in the secrets of the abyssal secret realm and proactively offers to share his insights as a means of repaying Su Che's life-saving grace. Su Che has long been curious about the abyssal secret realm, so he readily agrees to the proposal for exploration. Within the grand hall of the Xianyao Sect, Su Che occupies the position of honor, with Ouyang Jin seated beside him. Following Ouyang Jin's place, the elders take their seats at the rear. "Esteemed elder, our prior suspicions were indeed correct. The abyssal secret realm is a remnant of an ancient battlefield." Ouyang Jin begins, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "There, I uncovered numerous fragmented techniques, including those of sacred and even imperial levels." Upon hearing this, the members of the Xianyao Sect are instantly captivated, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. For them, the most powerful techniques had merely been of the respect level, sufficient to establish the Xianyao Sect as a dominant force in the Xianyao continent. The possibilities of acquiring higher-tier techniques are simply beyond imagination. However, Su Che remains indifferent to these techniques, as he already possesses an abundance of advanced methods, more than he could ever utilize. Ouyang Jin then produces several jade slips, showcasing fragments of imperial-level techniques he has gathered over the years in the abyssal secret realm. "Esteemed elder, please take a look. These are segments of imperial-level techniques I found in various ruins, unfortunately incomplete," Ouyang Jin explains. "Yet even in fragmentary form, the profundities contained within could elevate our existing techniques." As Su Che glances over and recognizes one of the techniques as the Swallowing Heaven decision. With a thought, a similar volume appears in his hand. "Is this the one? I possess a copy of the Swallowing Heaven decision as well. I wonder if it is the same," that Su Che remarks casually as he extends the technique towards Ouyang Jin. Upon receiving the jade slip, Ouyang Jin's attention is immediately ensnared. His hands tremble slightly, and his face reflects sheer astonishment. The complete Swallowing Heaven decision. This is a long-lost imperial-level technique. He can hardly believe his own eyes. Fully aware of the value of this technique, Ouyang Jin yearns for it, but is unwilling to accept it without offering something in return. Thus, he proposes a trade. "Esteemed elder, I am willing to exchange a secret for this Swallowing Heaven decision. What do you think?" Su Che, intrigued, replies, "What is the secret? If your secret holds value for me, then the Swallowing Heaven decision shall be yours." Chapter 37. Suffering heavy losses, Su Che was not particularly concerned about acquiring a top-tier cultivation technique. Rather, he was far more interested in the secrets underlying the exchange. Upon seeing Su Che agree to the transaction, Ouyang Jin immediately cast a spell to establish a soundproof barrier, ensuring that only he, Su Che, and Ouyang Jin could hear the ensuing conversation. This was not a matter of distrust towards the other elders, but rather Ouyang Jin's instinct that this secret was of great significance. And the fewer who knew, the better. Senior, this secret pertains to ascending to immortality. Ouyang Jin began. Surely, you are curious as to why, after all these years, none of those who ascended to the upper realms have returned. Nor has any news emerged. Ouyang Jin continued, and Suche nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this question had indeed long plagued him. The abyssal secret realm held immense allure for him. He yearned to comprehend what the world beyond ascension truly resembled. Noticing Suche's heightened interest, the elders of the Xianyao Sect felt a surge of joy and subsequently revealed a shocking discovery. Deep within the abyssal secret realm, I uncovered a mysterious stone tablet. It appears to be protected by some formidable force, and I dared not probe it with my divine sense lightly. Ouyang Jin elucidated. In order to decipher the inscriptions upon the tablet, I risked a century of my lifespan to draw nearer and observe. At this juncture, Ouyang Jin suddenly felt a looming sense of danger enveloping him. Simultaneously, dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunder rumbled, and the power of heavenly retribution began to coalesce. Suche also sensed this threat. Realizing that this secret was indeed significant enough to provoke divine punishment, he calmly stated, "Fear not. Continue speaking. With me here, this trivial retribution is of no concern." Suche then unleashed his absolute domain, enveloping the entire room within its protective confines, shielding it from the descending lightning tribulation. This act left all the members of the Xianyao Sect in utter astonishment. This senior was audacious enough to directly confront the will of the heavens. As Suche's protection surrounded him, Ouyang Jin was liberated from the pressure of the heavenly punishment, exhaling a sigh of relief as he gazed at the thunder above, still feeling a lingering dread. "Senior, I am unable to comprehend much of the ancient text on the tablet, but I have deciphered 8 characters." Ouyang Jin slowly articulated the weighty words. "The way of heaven is flawed. Ascenders perish." Suche silently recited these 8 characters. Lost in contemplation, does ascenders perish imply that all who have ascended are already deceased? He mused aloud that if this is indeed the case, then the long silence from the upper realms makes perfect sense. As for the way of heaven is flawed, perhaps this is the reason why no one has successfully ascended in nearly 10,000 years. The ancestor of the Xianyao Sect interjected, "Your insights are indeed profound. Over the past 10 millennia, countless prodigies have been unable to break through that final barrier. I have heard that the 3rd prince of the Eastern Sea Dragon clan possesses extraordinary talent. A rare genius in a millennium." The ancestor continued, "Even so, despite reaching the spirit saint level thousands of years ago, he has never managed to cross that chasm and achieve ascension." Looking further back, the former clan leader of the Xianyao family was also a globally renowned genius. He sighed, "Yet for tens of thousands of years, there has been no news of anyone from the Xianyao family successfully ascending." Suche nodded in understanding. As his cultivation progressed, he gradually came to grasp these hidden truths. At that moment, new questions stirred within him. Were they truly constrained by some realm, unable to complete their ascension? Or were they paralyzed by fear of the unknown, too afraid to take that leap? Suche pondered silently, aware that unraveling these mysteries would require time. Fortunately, he still had a long journey ahead before reaching that realm, allowing him to set aside such worries for the moment. "This information is immensely valuable to me," Suche said to the ancestor of the Xianyao Sect, handing over the sky-eating technique. "This technique now belongs to you." The ancestor of the Xianyao Sect reverently accepted the technique, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Senior, for your generous gift." With the sky-eating technique in hand, the ancestor envisioned the hope of breaking through to the sacred realm before the end of his lifespan. He personally escorted Suche to the gates of the Xianyao Sect before returning to the Great Hall. At this point, the soundproof barrier had been lifted, and the elders were fervently discussing the events that had just transpired. "Saint Lord, is what you said truly the case?" One elder inquired. "Did we genuinely receive an imperial-level technique from that senior? What secret did the ancestor reveal that could provoke heavenly punishment?" Another elder exclaimed in astonishment. "You were all busy conversing with the senior and didn't notice the astonishing lightning in the sky, did you? That thunderbolt, nearly 10 feet in diameter, almost struck our mountain gate. Another elder added, if not for that senior's timely protection, our Xianyao Sect would have surely suffered severe losses, the crowd murmured. Upon returning to the Great Hall, the ancestor of the Xianyao Sect silenced the clamoring elders. Everyone, settle down. I have important news to announce. Once everyone was seated, he began. That senior honored his promise and entrusted me with the complete sky-eating technique. This is a blessing for the entire Xianyao Sect. Next, I shall enter seclusion to study this technique. Once I gain insights, I will refine and impart it to you all, the ancestor of the Xianyao Sect stated solemnly. Subsequently, we will select the most outstanding disciples to learn this technique. They will be the pillars of the Xianyao Sect's future, and we shall devote our utmost efforts to nurture them. At that moment, the anxieties of everyone finally alleviated. From this day forth, the Xianyao Sect would possess the legendary inheritance of an imperial-level technique. The ancestor's gaze turned towards the Saint Lord Wuji, inquiring, Wuji, how did you manage to invite such a remarkable figure? Who exactly is this senior? The ancestor had refrained from inquiring about Su Che's origins until now. But the curiosity in his heart could no longer be contained. This senior had not only effortlessly deciphered ancient formations and rescued those who were trapped, but he had also withstood the punishment of heavenly lightning with ease, treating imperial-level techniques as trifling matters and bestowing them freely. More importantly, he was a true spirit saint capable of opening independent small worlds, the ancestor of the Xianyao Sect, a master at the pinnacle of the Spirit Emperor realm. Deduced from Su Che's unintentional display of power that he was indeed a spirit saint. Ancestor, that senior was not invited by me, Wuji Daoist replied candidly. Not you? Then who, pray tell? The ancestor inquired with confusion. Wuji pointed to Ouyang Shui, who sat at the back and possessed the lowest cultivation. It was Sister Ouyang that, to be honest, at first, I harbored doubts about Sister Ouyang's claims regarding that senior's strength. Wuji continued, but now it seems I was gravely mistaken. That senior far exceeds our imagination. Chapter 38. The true strong, the curiosity of the ancestor of the Xianyao Sect was piqued, and he beckoned for Ouyang Shui to step forward. Ouyang Shui, come here and tell the ancestor how you came to know this senior. Ouyang Shui nervously approached the ancestor. When she had previously described her encounter to her peers, she had only mentioned that she had inadvertently stumbled into that senior's domain. However, under the ancestor's scrutiny, this explanation evidently fell short, so she decided to confess everything. Ahem, ancestor, please do not laugh at me. She began to, in truth, I initially met one of that senior's disciples, and I found that young man named by phone to possess extraordinary talent and considered taking him as my disciple. Later, I discovered he had already joined a second-rate sect, and I even contemplated seizing him for myself. Yes, she spoke. Ouyang Shui discreetly observed the expressions of the ancestor and her fellow disciples. The ancestor of the Xianyao Sect displayed an incredulous expression, while several of her peers wore a look of speechlessness, breaking into cold sweats. I never thought Sister Ouyang would still be alive. That senior truly possesses a generous spirit. How bold you must be to entertain such thoughts about that senior's disciple. The crowd exclaimed, marveling at Ouyang Shui's audacity, both astonished and admiring. That senior did not simply squash you with a palm. Your luck is extraordinary. Several elder disciples jested, causing Ouyang Shui's face to redden as she recalled that encounter, still feeling embarrassed. Enough of this, the ancestor of the Xianyao Sect coughed, a hint of discontent in his voice, prompting immediate silence among the crowd. Ouyang Shui, please continue. Yes, ancestor, Ouyang Shui responded. The events that followed should be familiar to everyone that I recklessly intruded into that senior's territory and underwent trials in the trial tower. She spoke softly, yet the senior showed great magnanimity, not punishing me excessively, and even bestowed upon me a 6th-grade spirit treasure sword. As she spoke, Ouyang Shui displayed the precious sword she had obtained within the trial tower for everyone to admire. With this, the full story became clear. The ancestor of the Xianyao Sect nodded in admiration. That senior is indeed a highly respected reclusive expert. To forge a friendship with such a figure is not only your honor, but also the glory of our Xianyao Sect. Remember, regardless of the difficulties the Xianyao Sect may face in the future, We shall lend our utmost support. Regardless of the actions of our esteemed predecessors, we shall offer our unwavering support. I have a premonition that this world will soon be engulfed in turmoil once again. Following closely in the footsteps of our seniors, no matter how the external circumstances may shift, we possess a formidable backing for protection. On the Tianhua Peak of the Xianyao Sect, 1 month later, Suche's cultivation had reached the late stage of the Spirit Emperor realm. With the assistance of several disciples, my speed of cultivation has indeed accelerated significantly. Suche lamented, noting that ever since he accepted Meng Ying as a disciple, his progress had noticeably quickened. Meng Ying did not disappoint him. In her quest for vengeance for her father, she practiced day and night, almost without rest. This spirit also inspired senior brother Bai Feng and third senior sister Morong Qian, who thus dared not to slacken their efforts. One day, the Xianyao Sect received an invitation from the Huan Sect regarding the abyssal secret realm. Daoist Chu, filled with hesitation, sought Suche for counsel. Junior brother Su, what are your thoughts on the abyssal secret realm that the Huan Sect has opened? Should we send our disciples to participate? After perusing the letter, Suche replied, "Of course we must go. Insular practice is not the way. This is an excellent opportunity for experience. The abyssal secret realm is filled with chances, and it would be beneficial for our disciples to partake in it." Daoist Chu expressed his concerns. However, I have heard that the younger generation participating this time is not limited to our Xianyao sects, but also includes disciples from other domains, including some prodigies from sacred lands and ancient families. Won't our disciples face excessive dangers competing against these top talents? Suche remained unfazed, smiling as he remarked, "Danger and opportunity are always intertwined. For cultivators, if one does not endure the trials of life and death, how can one become a true powerhouse?" He turned to the sect master, declaring, "All the disciples of Tianhua Peak wish to participate. If the slots are insufficient, I shall negotiate further with the Huan Sect." In truth, there were ample slots available. This time, the requirement for the abyssal secret realm experience was to reach at least the late stage of the spirit sect realm. It would be quite commendable if each peak could produce even one disciple of such caliber. Naturally, aside from the exceptional talents of Tianhua Peak, it would not be so easy to find such promising individuals elsewhere. Among Suche's 3 disciples, the eldest, Bai Feng, had already attained the initial stage of the transcendent realm. The second disciple was at the Spirit Lord level, and the third disciple, Morong Qian, was at the initial stage of the Spirit General realm. Even the latest entrant, Meng Ying, had reached the late stage of the Spirit Sect realm. 3 days later, Suche personally led 10 disciples from Tianhua Peak of the Xianyao Sect to the Huan Sect, preparing to embark on the adventure within the abyssal secret realm. Apart from Bai Feng and the others, the remaining 7 disciples hailed from 6 other peaks. These disciples were quite curious about their uncle. Suche that a legend circulated within the Xianyao Sect, suggesting that this Uncle Su might be the reincarnation of an ancient emperor. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the Huan Sect, they witnessed countless young disciples lining up for registration under the guidance of their elders. The sect master of Huan had already arranged for disciples to welcome Suche and his group, ushering them into the sacred ground upon their arrival. Why do they get to cut in line? Indeed, is there no sense of order? We waited for 2 hours, and they arrive only to walk ahead of us. Where did these people come from? They're dressed so plainly, without even decent spiritual treasures. In response to these complaints and grievances, Suche merely cast a casual glance. The leading protesting disciple appeared to be no more than 20 years old, yet had already attained the initial stage of the transcendent realm, clearly suggesting a noteworthy background. Suche did not wish to indulge the arrogance of these young individuals. Bai Feng, let them see why we are allowed to proceed first. Upon hearing his master's words, Bai Feng was eager to comply and immediately stepped out of the queue. "You dare to be disrespectful to my master. Do you have the courage to spar with me?" The leading disciple retorted instantly, exuding an air of invincibility. "I am a true disciple of the 9 heavens sacred land. Why would I fear you?" Both opponents were of comparable cultivation, and being young and brash. They clashed at once as Suche quietly observed from the side, seeking to gauge the prowess of the young talents for various domains. In the duel, both Bai Feng and his opponent utilized fire attribute techniques. Yet Bai Feng practiced an imperial-level technique, giving him a slight edge in power. His opponent relied on exquisite spiritual skills to counterbalance. Soon, Su Che called out, "All right, return now, Bai Feng. Let us proceed inside." He beckoned Bai Feng to rejoin the group, disregarding the uproar from the disciples behind them, and strode directly into the Xianyao Sect. Bai Feng furrowed his brow and asked his master, "Master, that fellow was no match for me. Why did you suddenly call me back?" Chapter 39. Not a difficult task. Manging noticed her master lost in thought and turned to her senior brother. "Senior brother, the spiritual skills that disciple from the nine heavens sacred land used were exceptionally formidable. Master may have foreseen that he was about to unleash a powerful move, which is why he called you back." Su Che nodded gently, explaining, "Indeed, I have overlooked a critical point. I have not prepared suitable spiritual skills for you. Although spiritual skills do not directly influence your cultivation, lacking them in battle can place you at a disadvantage." When Su Che engaged in battle, he typically charged forward with overwhelming force, not needing to rely on spiritual skills. However, his disciples were different. They required these techniques as support. The sign-in system either neglected this aspect or intentionally omitted it. As it had never offered spiritual skills as rewards, it seems I must find another way to address this issue. Just as Su Che pondered, the system's voice rang out. Ding! New task activated. Abyssal Secret Realm Competition. Each time a disciple advances a level within the Abyssal Secret Realm, the host will receive an opportunity to draw for a spiritual skill. If all disciples can clear the Abyssal Secret Realm, the host will also receive a special ability draw. Upon hearing this news, Su Che's spirits lifted instantly. This system indeed serves a purpose, providing us with what we need. I must diligently guide Feng, Air, and the others, striving for collective success in clearing the challenges. With the system assigning tasks, it appears this expedition into the secret realm will be extraordinary. Subsequently, Su Che was invited to the Grand Hall of the Xianyao Sect, where a high-level meeting was underway. Senior Su has arrived. The crowd bowed in unison. Once the formalities were completed, the elder of the Xianyao Sect spoke. Half a month ago, an unusual phenomenon occurred in the Abyssal Secret Realm. The area, which had long been shrouded in black mist, has suddenly seen the mist dissipate. More astonishingly, the formation that once trapped me has vanished. We speculate that this may indicate the emergence of treasures within the Abyssal Secret Realm. Therefore, we have specially invited you to oversee matters, to prevent any unforeseen incidents within the realm. After listening to the elder's words, Su Che felt reassured. The changes in the Abyssal Secret Realm not only unveiled many previously inaccessible areas, but also formed a new barrier. This barrier exerts a strong suppressive effect on cultivators above the Spirit Saint level. According to the tests conducted by the Xianyao Sect, the higher one's cultivation, the more difficult it becomes to approach, resulting in greater backlash instead. In other words, currently, only cultivators below the Spirit Saint level can freely enter the Abyssal Secret Realm, while those above are barred from entry. The elder of the Xianyao Sect nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is why we decided to make the news of the Abyssal Secret Realm public. As the first sect to discover this mysterious location, we believe it is reasonable to charge each disciple an entrance fee of 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones. A representative of the Xianyao Sect added with a smile. Su Che responded with a light chuckle. For a treasure trove like the Abyssal Secret Realm, that price is indeed fair. The sectmaster of the Xianyao Sect hastily interjected. Respected senior, you have greatly benefited the Xianyao Sect. Therefore, you need not pay any fees. Furthermore, as a token of our gratitude for your unwavering support, we have prepared a special gift for you. The sectmaster's words were filled with sincerity. It was evident that the Xianyao Sect had cleverly capitalized on this opportunity. Since they could not monopolize all the benefits of the Abyssal Secret Realm, they opted for openness and established a hefty entrance fee. This way, regardless of whether the disciples entering the secret realm could seize the most significant advantages, the Xianyao Sect would ensure its own profits. Additionally, inviting a powerful figure like Su Che to oversee matters further guaranteed the safety of the event. Preventing disruptions from other sects experts, Su Che nodded slightly. He had originally planned to personally supervise, as all three of his disciples would be participating, and he wished to be nearby to protect them. Simultaneously, safeguarding the site and averting unnecessary conflicts was not a challenging task for him. 7 days later, all members of the sect participating in the Abyssal Secret Realm expedition had gathered, and the elder of the Xianyao Sect officially announced the commencement of the opening ceremony. Listen well, everyone. I have 3 matters to address. First, all of you are elites from various domains. Once you enter the secret realm, all opportunities and challenges will depend on your individual abilities. Life and death are in the hands of fate. And the Xianyao Sect bears no responsibility for anyone's safety. Second, each disciple entering the secret realm will receive a teleportation talisman, which can be used for a safe retreat in emergencies. Thirdly, upon utilizing the teleportation talisman to exit the secret realm, the adventurer shall forfeit their eligibility to continue exploring. Furthermore, no one is permitted to launch attacks against them thereafter, with severe penalties awaiting any transgressors. No sooner had the words been spoken than the gates of the abyssal secret realm swung open with a resounding crash, allowing thousands of young prodigies to stream forth at Xianyao, alongside the leading cultivators from various sects, followed the guidance of the leader of the Xianyao Sect to an observation platform specially erected for this event, where they would remotely observe their disciples through a unique projection array. As the final disciple stepped into the secret realm, the entrance gradually sealed shut. That moment, a magnificent panoramic image materialized above the observation platform, vividly displaying the scenes within the realm, with every detail laid bare, provided it was not shrouded in black mist. Within the secret realm, Bifone and his 2 junior sisters commenced their own adventurous journey, soon receiving an ancient, mysterious token akin to a relic shared by all participants. Senior brother, what is this? Murong Qian inquired with curiosity, fiddling with the token in her hand. It appears to bear ancient inscriptions. Meng Ying remarked, studying the symbols with keen interest. Not far away, a few disciples from other sects recognized the characters inscribed on the token. The character war? I have seen this in our sect's ancient texts. They murmured excitedly, their eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. What does the singular character war signify? One of them inquired with curiosity. And what is the purpose of this token? Is it meant to unlock a certain location? His voice resonated through the air to a lovely female disciple. Having overheard him, approached with a smile. Wow, senior brother, which sect do you hail from? To recognize ancient script is truly remarkable. Her tone was laced with admiration. The young male disciple beamed with pride, yet humbly waved his hand, saying, Junior sister, you flatter me. I have merely read a few books, nothing worth mentioning. By the way, I am a true disciple of the Xianyao Sect. May I inquire about your sect? Upon hearing this, the female disciple's smile gradually faded, her demeanor turning cold. The Xianyao Sect is merely one of the first-rate powers, if I recall correctly. Senior brother, I have matters to attend to with my fellow disciples. Let us converse another day. With that, she waved her hand gently and swiftly departed. The male disciple stood there, stunned, evidently unprepared for such a reaction. Are we truly that inconspicuous in the Xianyao Sect? In the Xianyao, who would dare show us disrespect, aside from the illusory sound, sacred land? He muttered quietly. Just then, a passerby softly remarked, that female disciple is from the illusory sound, sacred land. You are too busy admiring her beauty to notice her attire. Haha, senior brother, you are simply too amusing. Murong Qian leaned against Bifone, laughing until she struggled to breathe. Oh, not laugh. Little girl, you've only just entered the initial stage of the spirit general realm. And you dare mock me? The male disciple, flustered and indignant, threatened, believe it or not, I could bring you down with a single move. Faced with his threat, Murong Qian's laughter faltered in fear, and she hid behind Bifone. Bifone let out a cold snort, releasing an overwhelming aura that forced the other back several steps. Leave, Bifone commanded. All right, you outnumber us, I shall seek my brothers and return to settle the score. The male disciple, sensing the shift in power, dared not say more and hurriedly departed after throwing a final retort. Shortly thereafter, all within the secret realm felt their tokens begin to shift. The ancient tokens revealed several lines of clear text on their backs. Inscribed in the modern language of the cultivation world, in half an hour, the spirit tide of illusory beast shall commence. Duration of the beast tide, 1 full night. The beasts shall vie for the war tokens. After the tide concludes, those holding war tokens shall advance, while those who lose them shall be obliterated. The greater one's strength, the more abundant the blessings of the spirit tide shall be. As this news spread, the secret realm erupted in fervor. Heavens! The beast tide is set to last a full 2 days. Someone exclaimed, "To be obliterated without a war token." We've just entered, and already we must face life and death trials. Another cultivator lamented anxiously, "We must find our fellow disciples at once." Many hastened their steps. "Senior brother, what shall we do?" Meng Ying asked Bai Feng, her gaze flitting over the faces around them, some brimming with excitement, others fraught with worry. Bai Feng pondered briefly before deciding to regroup with their scattered comrades. There were too many people earlier. We must find them first. The disciples sent by the Xianyao Sect are all elite cultivators. Their cultivation at least at the late stage of the Spirit Sect. However, aside from the 3 of us who practice the Spirit Saint technique and possess 9th grade spiritual treasures, the others do not share such advantages. Our master has instructed us to look after our fellow disciples. That it is said that this abyssal secret realm will feature multiple rounds of trials. Bai Feng elucidated. The spirit tide of illusory beasts is merely the beginning. The illusory beasts should not be too difficult to handle, but we must remain wary of the other sections. The rules state that the more war tokens one possesses in the end, the greater the rewards. Bai Feng continued. Surely, there will be those who seek to seize war tokens amidst the chaos. His foreboding intuition proved correct. Once the rules were understood, some top-tier experts began scheming on how to snatch the war tokens from others. Opportunities within the secret realm have always favored the strong. Within a cavern, several elegantly dressed young cultivators had claimed the space for themselves. This cavern has been claimed by our illusory, sound sacred land. You should seek refuge elsewhere. They proclaimed haughtily. Did a group of disgruntled young cultivators from various sects protested. This place is vast. How can you few occupy such a large area? Why not allow us to enter and take refuge from the beast tide? Indeed, do you think being from the illusory sound sacred land grants you free reign? We could easily drive you out. The leading disciple from the illusory sound sacred land coldly drew his sword, swiftly targeting the loudest challenger. Silence. The flash of the sword sent the challenger crashing to the ground, bisected. Murder. The act was shockingly brutal. This cultivator had achieved the mid-stage of the transcendent realm. He must be the sacred son of illusory sound. The dozen or so cultivators who were unwilling to back down retreated in terror upon witnessing that swift strike, their eyes filled with awe as they regarded the composed figures within the cavern. We should hasten to find another place to avoid the beast tide. There is no need to confront them head-on. Point one disciple, sensing the oppressive aura of the opponents, realized their strength far exceeded their own. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to withdraw. The sacred son is formidable. Humph. Merely a band of clowns, he scoffed. Junior brothers and sisters need not worry. With me here, no one shall take our territory. The sacred son of illusory sound sheathed his sword, calmly seating himself at the cavern's entrance to guard the area. Among those who had just departed in dismay were 2 disciples from the Xianyao Sect. Point one named Wang Feng, the sect leader's direct disciple, was at the early stage of the innate realm. The other, Luo Yi, was the favored disciple of the Peak's master, possessing a perfected cultivation in the Spirit Sect. Brother Wang, what shall we do now? Wang Feng sighed. Every potential refuge along the way has been claimed by the major sections. I had thought that with my early innate cultivation, I was already among the elite of the younger generation. Ever since the Xianyao Sect discovered 6 superior spiritual veins, our cultivation resources have become abundant. Coupled with the esteemed techniques imparted by Su Che, our cultivation has rapidly ascended, nearly rivaling disciples from first-rate sections. Thus, we entered the secret realm brimming with confidence. However, reality has delivered us a heavy lesson. Think that upon entering the secret realm, I would find so many stronger than myself. Wang Feng lamented. Luo brothers, it seems we must adapt to the circumstances. I just saw disciples from the Hahuan sect heading that way. Then let us follow them. I have heard the Hahuan sect maintains a good relationship with our Uncle Su, so perhaps they will allow us to take refuge from the beast tide in their company. Luo nodded in agreement. It seems that is our only option. After their discussion, the two made their way toward the direction of the Xianyao Sect disciples. As they traversed a valley, several hidden gazes from atop the valley descended upon them. "Senior brother, there are only two of them. Should we take action? First, let us consult the information collected before entering the secret realm to ascertain which sect these two belong to. It is prudent to act cautiously and avoid encountering formidable opponents." Upon hearing his brother's words, the younger disciple promptly retrieved a tome to consult. Soon after, he responded, "Senior brother, I found it. They are clad in the robes of the Xianyao Sect. But it is merely a second-rate sect from the inconspicuous city of Tianhua." Seeing this, the senior brother's heart swelled with delight as he chuckled softly. "A soft persimmon has come our way." Commanded abruptly, "Cover your face and prepare for action." He swiftly shrouded his visage with a piece of black cloth that had long been prepared. This cloth was no ordinary fabric. It was a magical artifact capable of shielding one's consciousness from detection. Chapter 41. No mercy shall be given. Stop. Surrender your battle order, and I might spare your lives. Brother Sure roared, and in quick succession, 5 accomplices lying in ambush within the valley sprang forth. Weapons aimed directly at Wang Feng and Luo Yi. "Brother Wang, this is bad. We are ambushed." Luo Yi immediately drew his weapon, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Wang Feng reacted swiftly, coordinating with Luo Yi to form a defensive formation. "Who dares obstruct our path?" he bellowed. The leader atop the valley laughed heartily. "Do you think we are foolish enough to reveal our names? Spare us your prattle and hand over the battle order. Or else," he threatened, a vicious tone permeating his words. Seizing the opportunity during their exchange, Wang Feng discreetly released his consciousness. Although the black cloth obstructed his view, he discerned their strengths. One at the early stage of innate strength, while the remaining 5 were at the spirit realm. This realization offered Wang Feng a modicum of reassurance. "How sneaky," Wang Feng chastised, then whispered to Luo Yi, "It appears they are sent by some major sect. Brother Luo, try to stall the others. Avoid direct confrontation. I shall deal with the leader first, and then assist you." Luo Yi nodded in response, gripping his long knife, ready to face the challenge. "Stubborn fools. Let us engage," the leader yelled as he charged at Wang Feng. Mocking, a disciple of a second-rate sect thinks himself invincible just because he has reached the spirit general level. In an instant, they clashed, their powers colliding and stirring up a cloud of dust. The leader, however, was astonished to find that despite his initial strike, Wang Feng received it with the stability of a mountain, leaving his own arm numb. "How is this possible?" he gasped. "His magical power is even purer than mine." "Is that all?" Wang Feng sneered, delivering a palm strike that forced the opponent back to the sneaky coward. "You are but mediocre." With his first move, Wang Feng grasped the essence of his opponent, realizing that the foe was far beneath him in prowess. His confidence surged as he launched a full-scale assault, his attacks crashing like tidal waves. While the masked leader could only barely defend himself. "Quickly deal with that little brat. Then come assist me," the masked man shouted, urgency seeping into his voice. "This kid is too troublesome. I cannot handle him alone." Observing this, Luo Yi wisely opted not to engage directly, but instead maneuvered with the others around the valley, avoiding confrontation. Seizing the moment when the masked man was distracted, Wang Feng executed a secret technique of the carefree sect. The falling cloud palm. Knocking him to the ground, he swiftly positioned his sword against the opponent's throat. "If you wish to live, order your companions to cease," Wang Feng commanded. Upon hearing the commotion, the others, entangled in their skirmish, turned in astonishment. How did Brother Sun lose so quickly? Aren't they disciples of the carefree sect? When did a second-rate sect produce such formidable individuals? "Release Brother Sun." Wang Feng lightly flicked the sword blade. Droplets of blood splattering onto the ground. "It appears your junior brothers have yet to grasp reality," he remarked coldly. Fear gripped the man known as Brother Sun, terrified that Wang Feng might end his life in the next moment. "Surrender the battle order, and I may spare your lives," Wang Feng declared to save his own life. Brother Sun reluctantly produced the battle order from his bosom and handed it to Wang Feng. "Junior brothers, quickly hand over your battle orders." Brother Sun's voice was tinged with helplessness. "This time, we are utterly defeated. Though the others were unwilling, they understood that their mission had failed. The sect had invested a considerable amount to enable their entry into the abyssal secret realm, and now they faced elimination without even passing the first trial, leaving them discontented. Yet confronted with the tip of Wang Feng's sword, they ultimately chose to concede, relinquishing their battle orders. Today, consider yourselves fortunate. May you never cross paths with me again. Wang Feng sheathed his sword, casting several fierce glances before departing with Luo outside the secret realm. Two elders of the Lingyun sect were observing this scene through a projection, their expressions reflecting profound dissatisfaction. Truly incompetent, 6 individuals have been bested by just 2. One elder chastised. Upon our return, these useless disciples must be thoroughly reprimanded. The other elder concurred. Upon learning of the secret realm's opening, the higher-ups of the Carefree sect hastily arrived at the scene. Watching Wang Feng and Luo Yi's performance on the screen, satisfaction graced their faces. Master, your disciple is truly exceptional. One elder extolled. Disciple Wang has brought great honor to our Carefree sect. Another echoed. However, the 2 elders of the Lingyun sect seethed with indignation, unable to contain their disdain at the Carefree sect's praises. It is far too early to rejoice. They are merely fortunate. They have yet to encounter the true experts of our Lingyun sect. I shall inform my personal disciple. We must ensure that the Carefree sect returns the stolen tokens with interest. Hearing this, Chu Xiaodao privately scoffed at such brazen behavior, yet he knew he could not show weakness at this moment. Do you think this is our Carefree sect's most outstanding disciple? He replied, just wait and see. Subsequently, Chu Xiaodao discreetly transmitted a message to the head of Tianhua Peak. Quickly inform Brother Su to connect with the 3 disciples of Tianhua Peak. If they encounter Lingyun sect members, they must show no mercy. Indeed, how dare they underestimate our Carefree sect? They shall witness our might. When Su Che received the message from the head of Lingyun Peak, he was leisurely sipping tea, occasionally exchanging a few words with the ancestor of the Huan sect. Upon hearing the directive, he promptly sprang into action. The first round of challenges in the secret realm served as a preliminary screening, eliminating those who lack sufficient strength. The true competition would commence in the second round. This time, the Carefree sect had 10 disciples enter the secret realm, but 2 had already been forced to withdraw due to robbery. Just as Su Che prepared to remind Bai Feng and the others to conserve their strength in the first round, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. System prompt. Ding, the higher your disciples rank in the secret realm, the higher the level of spirit technique lottery you may draw. Ding, the better your disciples perform in the secret realm, the more abundant your rewards shall be. Upon hearing this, Su Che's resolve shifted. He sent a new directive to Bai Feng through special coordinates. Fenger, strive to collect as many battle orders as possible. The higher your rank, the greater your gains. Although the secret realm's barriers obstructed ordinary communication methods, each major sect possessed its own secret communication techniques. For instance, Su Che could relay messages remotely through the small world coordinates he had set on his disciples. Within the secret realm, Bai Feng and his 2 junior sisters had been traversing for quite some time without encountering any fellow disciples of the Carefree sect. Just as they intended to find a safe spot to evade the beast tide, they suddenly received their master's instructions. Junior sisters, Master has instructed us to collect as many battle orders as possible. Bai Feng conveyed. Chapter 42. A bountiful harvest master says, the more battle orders we gather, the greater the benefits. Meng Ying smiled slightly, speculating, could it be that Master has foreseen something? Is he secretly guiding us? Murong Qian nodded gently, affirming, indeed. Suddenly, Su Che's voice resounded once more. Remember, should you encounter members of the Lingyun sect, show no mercy. As soon as the words left his mouth, 3 exquisite masks appeared before Bai Feng and his companions. Wow, Master is truly considerate. He even prepared masks for us, exclaimed Bai Feng. It seems Master has engaged in such affairs often. Bai Feng chuckled softly. Otherwise, do you think Master's wealth comes from nowhere? Immediately thereafter, an invisible hand materialized from the air, lightly tapping each person on the head. Disparaging Master deserves punishment. Work diligently. Should you seize the victory, Master will bestow a grand surprise upon each of you. At the mention of a surprise, Bai Feng and the others instantly forgot the discomfort on their heads and stood tall. Understood, Master, my junior sisters, and I shall strive for first place. We will surpass them all. Outside the secret realm, Chu Xiaodao stealthily approached Su Che. Hey, Brother Su, can you communicate with your disciples through the secret realm's barriers? Su Che nodded calmly. Could you inform that lad Wang Feng to exercise caution and avoid being overly ostentatious? He has merely defeated a core disciple of the Lingyun sect. He is yet to encounter true experts. Master, I can only communicate with my own disciples, as they carry the tokens I bestowed upon them. For other disciples, I am powerless. Simultaneously, various sacred lands and sects began mobilizing, issuing directives to their disciples entering the secret realm. The leaders of various sects are not foolish. They have long since realized that this expedition into the secret realm is anything but ordinary. At this moment, the spirit tide of illusory beasts has arrived as anticipated. Within the confines of the secret realm, those who failed to find a safe refuge in time or were driven away by other formidable individuals begin to flee in all directions, desperately seeking a chance at survival. Good heavens, the beast tide has struck so suddenly. Each of these illusory beasts possesses the strength of a late-stage spirit realm practitioner, making them a force to be reckoned with. We must retreat quickly. We cannot allow ourselves to be encircled by the beast tide, for that would be quite troublesome. At the periphery of the crowd, 3 figures clad in masks move stealthily, occasionally seizing a solitary disciple and dragging them to a secluded spot for a rather unfriendly exchange. Halt! Surrender your battle order. Do you know who I am? The robbed disciple attempts to struggle. Bai Feng, lacking the patience to entertain his futile words, brandishes the fiery flame staff, swiftly placing it against the opponent's throat and forcibly seizing the battle order onto the next target. Let us proceed. Senior brother, we are becoming increasingly adept at this, the junior sister whispers. Meng Ying interjects suddenly. Is this not an opportunity to elevate Master S tradition to new heights? A light chuckle follows. With each passing encounter, Bai Feng and his companions have amassed over 30 battle orders. Just as they prepare to change their location and continue their endeavors, another group of masked individuals appears. Hey, are you interested in pulling off a big score together? A few extraordinary individuals, evidently masters from a sacred land. Bai Feng scans them with his divine sense and notes that they do not conceal their strengths. All are at the initial stage of the transcendence realm. After some contemplation, he concludes that collaboration could be a prudent choice, that by joining forces, their combined strength of 6 could enhance the efficiency of their mission. Very well, let us collaborate. The 2 parties swiftly reach a consensus and begin to strategize a new plan of action. My surname is Xiao. May I inquire how to address each of you? Bai Feng. The response is succinct and forceful. Murong Qian and Meng Ying maintain their silence regarding their new companions. Bai Feng introduces them. These 2 are my junior sisters, Meng Ying and Murong Qian. Before long, the 6 have identified their next target. Judging by their attire, they must belong to the illusory sound sacred land that I have long held a grudge against them. The people of the illusory sound sacred land are notoriously arrogant, and it is time to teach them a lesson. Had it not been for their earlier theft of the stone cave, senior brother Sun and I would not have encountered those 2 little sects. What is even more infuriating is that they turned the tables on us in the end. Upon mentioning this experience, senior brother Sun's expression darkens immediately. Those 2 second-rate sect disciples dare lay hands on my belongings. Now, they joined forces with senior brother Lin, and if we cross paths again, I will make them pay. The leader, senior brother Lin, dismisses his junior brother's complaints and turns to Bai Feng to discuss tactics. Junior brother Bai, what do you think? There are 4 of them. 2 are at the initial stage of the transcendence realm, while the other 2 are spirit generals that we shall each take one, and the rest can be handled by the junior brothers and sisters. Bai Feng swiftly assesses the power dynamics and feels confident of victory, nodding in agreement. Very well. Let us act. Bai Feng and his companions coordinate seamlessly, quickly surrounding their opponents. The 3 adversaries appear caught off guard. What do you intend to do? We are disciples of the illusory sound sacred land. Senior brother Lin scoffs coldly, stating that they are here to cause trouble for the illusory sound sacred land. You are Lin Xian of Lingyun Sect? You recognized me? You were quite arrogant in the desert secret realm. Who would have thought today would be your turn? Bai Feng, impatient, swings his massive staff, urging, enough with the idle chatter. Let us begin. Lin Xian, fearing that more disciples from the illusory sound sacred land would hear the commotion and come to aid, refrains from further conversation and directly attacks an initial stage disciple of the illusory sound sacred land. Bai Feng confronts another initial stage disciple, while the remaining two are besieged by Murong Qian, Meng Ying, and the others. The battle quickly turns one-sided. Faced with Bai Feng's overwhelming offensive, the disciple from the illusory sound sacred land begins to falter, thoughts of retreat creeping into his mind. Meanwhile, the two other disciples from the illusory sound sacred land struggle to defend themselves, unable to mount any counterattack. Wait, you only want the battle orders, right? I concede. Junior brother, give them the battle order. Xianyao Sect, I never expected you to be hiding such deep talents with two disciples of the Transcendence realm. Realizing victory is unattainable, the illusory sound sacred land wisely opts to surrender their battle orders to preserve their strength. Without the battle orders, they still have an opportunity to compete based on their abilities. However, if they continue their aggressive onslaught, the risks of injury or elimination are exceedingly high. They mistakenly believe that Su Che and his companions belong to Xianyao Sect, naturally attributing all their grievances to that sect. After the disciples of the illusory sound sacred land retreat, Lin Xian intends to discuss how to divide the spoils of victory with Bai Feng. Junior brother Bai, I did not expect you and your junior sisters to be so formidable. This cooperation has been quite pleasant. The illusory sound sacred land has indeed yielded a bountiful harvest. With a staggering 40 battle orders, how about we split them evenly? 20 for each of us. Bai Feng's earlier display of strength leaves Lin Xian both in awe and respect, prompting him to propose an equitable distribution in an effort to establish a friendly rapport. Chapter 43. Calm and composed, where does junior brother Bai hail from? You must be a prodigy from some sacred land, for only such top-tier forces can nurture talents of your caliber. However, Bai Feng does not exhibit the anticipated enthusiasm. Rather, he regards Lin Xian with a hint of playful intrigue. Split them? That simply will not do. Why master has taught me that only children make choices. Lin Xian is momentarily perplexed, unsure of what this means. Bai Feng responds with a smile. I want it all. Hand over your battle orders. In an instant, Murong Qian and Meng Ying, already prepared, swiftly draw their weapons, pressing them against Lin Xian's throat. Junior brother Bai, no. Brother Bai, what are you doing? Are you trying to be forceful? Bai Feng effortlessly snatches the battle orders from Lin Xian's grasp. The remaining two disciples of Xianyao Sect, seeing their senior brother subdued, dare not act recklessly and obediently surrender their battle orders. That I almost forgot to introduce myself. We are actually disciples of the Xianyao Sect from Tianhua Peak, the very Xianyao Sect you disdain. Upon hearing Bai Feng reveal their true identities, the disciples of Xianyao Sect suddenly come to a realization. So, they are adversaries, the Xianyao Sect. At this moment, the situation takes a complete turn. The disciples of Xianyao Sect recognize the grave error they have made. The Xianyao Sect, merely a second-rate sect, dares to act so arrogantly. A disciple of Xianyao Sect bellows, "Are you not afraid that we will hold Xianyao Sect accountable?" Bai Feng and his two companions regard this enraged individual as if he were an alien. Threats? They have never witnessed their own master bowing to anyone, even in the face of a formidable force like the Xianyao Sect, always maintaining their dignity. Thus so, what significance does the Xianyao Sect hold? Junior sisters, have you noticed that each time we defeat an illusory beast, this token absorbs some of its power? After an intense battle with an illusory beast, Bai Feng suddenly discovers that the battle order in his hand can absorb the energy released upon the beast's demise. I noticed that too. Meng Ying raises her token, noting that each token can store the power of up to 5 illusory beasts. Could this be why our master instructed us to collect more tokens? Bai Feng speculates at this moment. It has been a full hour since the spirit tide of illusory beasts commenced, and the number of battle orders in their possession has reached a staggering 366. The number of people remaining in the secret realm has significantly dwindled. Those who have not been forced to leave by the illusory beast attacks have either been robbed of their tokens or driven away by other sect disciples. Now, the remaining individuals tend to band together for safety. Due to their plundering actions, Bai Feng and his companions have become renowned as the masked bandits within the secret realm, instilling fear in everyone who dread becoming their next target. Suddenly, a luminous screen materializes in the sky of the secret realm, shimmering with light points representing various participants, forming a star map. In one corner of this star map, three particularly bright points gather together, labeled with their names: Xianyao Sect, Baifeng, Ming Ying, Murong Qian. Outside the secret realm, the audience on the viewing platform gazes in astonishment at this scene, especially Elder Su Che of the Xianyao Sect, who suddenly realizes, oh no, there's a red name penalty mechanism in this secret realm. Because Baifeng and his companions have been ruthlessly seizing battle orders, their position is now exposed, and they are bound to face assault from others in the forthcoming moments. Meanwhile, the viewing platform erupts into a clamor as experts from various sects inquire about the origins of the Xianyao Sect. Xianyao Sect? That name does not sound like a sacred land. Could it be a mysterious sect with an ancient lineage? Where are the disciples of the Xianyao Sect? Today, we must receive an explanation for the actions taken against our Lingyun sect, someone angrily demanded. All disciples of our Lingyun sect who entered the secret realm have gone missing. This must be the doing of your Xianyao Sect. More accusations followed, as those from sects previously robbed by Baifeng directed their grievances towards the Xianyao Sect. Seeing the situation escalate, Chu Xiaodao swiftly brought several sect leaders to Su Che's side. Junior brother Su, our Xianyao Sect has become the target of everyone's ire, Chu Xiaodao said anxiously. These shameless individuals, instead of reflecting on their own disciples' incompetence, they lay the blame at our feet, he added indignantly. However, Su Che remained calm and gently gestured for Chu Xiaodao to settle down. They are merely a bunch of clowns, he replied nonchalantly. I end the competition for the secret realm. Strength prevails. Our Xianyao Sect owes no explanations to anyone. In the past, due to the presence of the ancestor of the Tianhua Sect, a semblance of peace was maintained among the sections, yet this time, the Xianyao Sect's remarkable performance in the secret realm has provoked the discontent of many sects, who wish to seize this opportunity to teach the Xianyao Sect a lesson. An elder from Lingyun Sect stood in front of the crowd, letting out a cold snort, unabashedly exerting the pressure of a perfected spirit master, directly bearing down on the members of the Xianyao Sect. If the Xianyao Sect does not provide a satisfactory explanation, no one here will leave today, he threatened. The ancestor of the Tianhua Sect, witnessing the unfolding situation, inwardly lamented the audacity of this elder to act so arrogantly before Senior Su. Was he courting death? Stop! The voice of the Tianhua Sect's ancestor boomed like thunder, instantly suppressing the elder's imposing aura. Her gaze swept across the provocateurs, instilling fear in their hearts. Although the elder of the Huaning Sacred Land was initially reluctant to lose face for a minor sect, upon seeing the Tianhua Sect's staunch support for the Xianyao Sect, he stepped forward without hesitation. Huan Yun, fear no Tianhua Sect's old ghost, he declared arrogantly, as the grand elder of the Tianhua Sect and a formidable spirit emperor himself, lending great confidence to those challengers. Xianyao Sect, hand over your tokens, or today will mark the end of your sect. The elder of the Huaning Sacred Land issued the demand, prompting the surrounding crowd to echo their support for the Xianyao Sect to surrender their tokens. The ancestor of the Tianhua Sect shot a cold glance at Huan Yun, then closed her eyes, seemingly unable to bear witnessing this farce any longer. What a group of ungrateful fools, she sighed inwardly. I kindly intervened to assist you, and yet this is the outcome. Since you insist on this course, so be it. Senior, please show mercy. The ancestor of the Tianhua Sect shook her head helplessly, hoping Su Che would show restraint to avoid further turmoil. Su Che took a delicate sip of tea and calmly inquired, which of you wishes to engage in discourse with my Xianyao Sect? Step forward. Pretentious. Huan Yun, filled with rage, resolved to teach this young man a lesson, intending to demonstrate how to respect one's elders. Chapter 44. Skills of puppet manipulation. He leaped forward suddenly, a blood-red longsword coalescing in his hand. This sword radiated an aura of dread, causing several sect leaders present to feel a sense of oppression. Yet in the next moment, Su Che set down his teacup and unleashed his domain. With a mere flick of his wrist, Huan Yun was compelled to fly toward him. With a dull thud, Su Che's palm struck down, and blood mist erupted. When the mist cleared, Huan Yun's figure had vanished. leaving only the long sword quietly lying on the ground, as if narrating the tragedy that had just transpired. All of this unfolded in the blink of an eye. The spirit emperor Huan Yun had fallen to the hands of this young cultivator. Is there anyone else who wishes to voice something against the Xianyao Sect? Su Che's voice remained composed. The elder of Lingyun's sect, feeling the weight of Su Che's gaze, found his legs give way and knelt to the ground. Forgive me, senior. This is all a misunderstanding. We mean no harm. Misunderstanding. Were you not here to provoke? Su Che's words carried a hint of mockery. The elder of Lingyun's sect broke into a cold sweat, unable to fathom that such an ostensibly ordinary second-rate sect concealed such a powerful expert. To effortlessly slay the spirit emperor Huan Yun, this individual must have reached the realm of a sage. And no, it is merely that my Lingyun sect disciples lack skill, and it has nothing to do with the Xianyao Sect. The elder hurriedly defended, fearful of inciting the wrath of this formidable figure before him. Su Che merely cast a bland glance at him before returning to his seat, after the storm had passed. The representatives of various sects grew cautious, refraining from further discussion, and returned to their positions, intently observing their disciples' actions within the secret realm. 12 hours later, the spirit tide within the secret realm gradually subsided. Baifeng, Murong Qian, and Meng Ying had been constantly on the move during this time. Evading encirclement by disciples from other sections simultaneously, they seized opportunities to effortlessly eliminate several weaker opponents, accumulating 450 battle tokens as the beast tide receded. It seems the first round of trials is nearing its end, Baifeng remarked, retrieving the spoils from his storage ring and distributing 150 tokens each to his two junior sisters. As the beast tide completely withdrew, tranquility returned to the secret realm. Shortly thereafter, an unusual rain began to fall from the sky. People were astonished to discover that these raindrops, upon touching their skin, seeped into their dantians like nectar, promoting the growth of their cultivation. Furthermore, this effect was directly proportional to the number of tokens held. The more tokens one possessed, the quicker the absorption. When everyone realized this, all eyes focused on the three brightest points on the star map, Baifeng and his two junior sisters. The three quickly sensed the miraculous nature of the raindrops and promptly sat down to absorb them with all their might. Senior brother, I've broken through to the spirit general realm. Me too, senior brother. With the help of the raindrops, Murong Qian and Meng Ying swiftly advanced to the spirit general realm, consuming merely a handful of tokens. While the pure spiritual energy continued to purify their dantians, confirming the well-being of his two junior sisters, Baifeng continued to absorb the raindrops. Although his own progress was relatively slow, he eventually ascended to the mid-stage of the extraordinary realm after expending over 40 tokens. Ultimately, when all three of their tokens were depleted, Murong Qian and Meng Ying successfully reached the late stage of the innate realm, while Baifeng leaped to the late stage of the extraordinary realm. Although it was merely a two-tier advancement, it equated to the results of several months of cultivation. This was achieved under the condition of enjoying 100-fold cultivation speed. Ordinary cultivators would require countless efforts to attain the same progress. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Su Che looked on with satisfaction at the system's task completion prompt. The system rewarded him with 3 chances to draw for Imperial-level spiritual skills and 1 opportunity to draw for abilities. Just as he prepared to conduct the draws, a sudden change occurred within the secret realm as black mist spread rapidly, engulfing the surroundings. The higher-ups of various sects attempted to contact their disciples within the secret realm, only to find the projection barrier malfunctioning, rendering their communication tokens ineffective. This is bad. It's the lost land. The terrified cries shattered the silence of the abyssal secret realm. Someone incredulously added, but the lost land hasn't appeared in 100,000 years. Why is it re-emerging now? Filled with confusion, Su Che glanced at the Hahuan sect's ancestor, who had lived for over 1,000 years and was now solemnly observing the secret realm shrouded in black mist. She slowly spoke, "These young ones, I wonder if they are fortunate or unfortunate." She continued, "The last appearance of the lost land was 100,000 years ago, lasting for a full 3 years, during which dozens of spirit emperors perished, and there are even rumors that not even sages were spared. Yet despite this, countless cultivators flocked in recklessly, seeking the chance for immortality. There was once a spirit master rogue cultivator who gained immense fortune in the Lost Land. Reaching the spirit saint realm in just a century, Suche pressed on, is it truly possible to cultivate to the emperor realm or even achieve immortality within? Indeed, but the Lost Land is fraught with danger. Even spirit saints cannot guarantee their safe return. The Xianyao Sect's ancestor's response deepened Suche's worries. When he attempted to contact by phone, Suche discovered that the coordinates had been obscured by mysterious forces, making communication impossible. Anxiously, he inquired of the system, only to be shocked by the reply. A power of law higher than this world had emerged within the secret realm, and his current realm was insufficient to cope. Hence the communication failure. Could this imply that the Lost Land has a connection to the upper realm? Suche speculated inwardly. However, the system, due to insufficient level, was unable to provide further information. Suche resolved to force his way into the secret realm, only to find that even the forbidden body could not breach the barriers. Seeing this, the ancestor of the Xianyao Sect advised, "Senior, please remain calm. The Lost Land has a chance to briefly open its restrictions once a month, and then you'll be able to enter." With no choice but to retreat, Suche could only pray for the safety of his disciples. The news spread rapidly, prompting cultivators from various regions to rush to prepare for their foray into the Lost Land a month hence. As increasingly powerful entities gathered, including the Spirit Emperor and potential Great Emperors, Suche felt an unprecedented sense of unease. Determined to protect his disciples, he resolved to enhance his own strength as swiftly as possible. Thus, he appealed to the system for the opportunity to draw a new ability, hoping for additional support. Fortune smiled upon him as he acquired the skill of puppet manipulation. Bai Feng experienced a sudden vertigo, and when his awareness returned, he found himself enveloped in darkness. Attempting to extend his divine sense to survey his surroundings, he discovered that its range was severely restricted, barely stretching beyond 10 meters. Chapter 45. A hot potato. As he groped in the dark, Bai Feng discerned that he was surrounded by hard rock walls. Realizing he was within a cave, he endeavored to enter a small world for refuge using the method taught by his master. But to no avail, his thoughts were consumed with concern for his junior sisters, hoping his master would soon perceive the changes in the secret realm and locate them. Suddenly, the stillness was shattered by the sounds of a fierce battle, followed by a flash of fire that sliced through the darkness. For a brief moment, the cave was illuminated, and Bai Feng caught a glimpse of a group of indistinct shadows rushing toward the light. The ensuing screams and the chilling silence that followed were harbingers of dread. It was evident that an unknown presence had swiftly extinguished the life of a fellow cultivator. Proceeding with caution, Bai Feng employed his limited divine sense to explore ahead. Soon, he overheard whispers that he stealthily approached, hearing one person suggest breaking through the cave's ceiling to escape. However, another warned that someone had recently met with misfortune merely for lighting a torch, and that breaching the cave could attract greater dangers. The debate escalated, ultimately culminating in tragedy. The individual eager to flee was betrayed by a companion, meeting an instant demise. This cold spectacle revealed that, even in such dire straits, fellow disciples might resort to unscrupulous means for survival. Bai Feng understood that in this perilous environment, every decision could be a matter of life or death, but he needed to remain vigilant, seeking a safe exit while also being wary of potential threats from those he once considered allies. Internally, he mused, "If you seek your own demise, so be it, but do not drag me down with you." He kicked aside the corpse, which plummeted into a nearby blood-red pool, instantly staining the surface with crimson tea that moment. The previously calm waters began to churn violently, that a grotesque figure leapt from the depths, its enormous mouth dominating its head, devoid of eyes, emanating a chilling aura. "This is bad." Bai Feng's heart raced. The creature was a late-stage, extraordinary being. Before he could react, the individual who had just slain his companion lunged at the monster with a sword. "Die!" he roared, his blade striking like lightning. Yet the creature seemed unfazed, emitting a mocking shriek in response. "That man is finished," Bai Feng thought, feeling no inclination to assist someone so unprincipled and treacherous, even though the sword in his hand was a top-tier artifact. It merely sparked against the monster's head. With a powerful swing of its massive tail, The creature cleaved the man in two, along with his sword, devouring them both, which sent a chill down Baifeng's spine. "Master, that blood pool is the passage out of here," a disembodied voice suddenly echoed in Baifeng's mind, startling him. "Who? Who is speaking?" Baifeng inquired. "Master, I am the spirit of the burning heaven flame ruler." Upon hearing the name, Baifeng froze momentarily before a wave of elation surged within him. "Indeed, my master mentioned you are a peerless imperial weapon, possessing a spirit. He also said you had been dormant, perhaps deeming my strength insufficient. Finally, you are willing to converse with me. Does this mean you accept me?" Baifeng asked, tinged with anticipation. The spirit of the burning heaven flame ruler fell silent for a moment before replying. "I simply do not wish for your demise here, as your death may also mean my eternal entombment." Upon hearing this, Baifeng was filled with a complex array of emotions, but ultimately resolved not to hold a grudge against the spirit. He vowed that once he reached the level of a great emperor, he would ensure the spirit understood just how wise its choice of him as a master had been. "What should I do now? Should I deal with that monster directly and then leave?" "Yes, act swiftly to avoid attracting further trouble," the spirit advised. "That creature is merely a ferocious beast lacking intelligence, apart from its formidable physique. It poses little threat and is not difficult to handle." With the spirit's guidance, Baifeng's confidence soared. As he emerged from his hiding place, the monster immediately sensed his presence, feeling threatened by Baifeng and the enormous black ruler in his grasp. Roaring, the creature charged at Baifeng. "Unfortunate for you, you have encountered me," Baifeng declared, gripping the burning heaven flame ruler as he met the oncoming beast. And no matter how resilient its flesh, it could not withstand the might of this unparalleled imperial weapon. With his determination, the ruler seemed to catch fire, blazing with intense flames. In a powerful swing, the monster's head was severed from its body. "Little Black, you were right. This monster was indeed quite simple," Baifeng remarked with a smile as he wiped the blood from the ruler. "Do not call me Little Black. I am a noble imperial weapon, and you should refer to me as Lord Burning Heaven," the spirit protested. Baifeng sheathed the colossal ruler behind him and replied playfully. "Very well, Little Black." That moment, a drop of iridescent liquid soared from the monster's carcass. "You are truly fortunate. You have obtained the creation spirit liquid so easily," the spirit remarked, a hint of astonishment in its tone. Baifeng accepted the drop, curiosity piqued. "What is the creation spirit liquid?" "It is a unique spiritual substance from the Lost Land. A single drop is sufficient to elevate one to the rank of a spirit emperor." The spirit explained. "Wow, does it really have such miraculous effects?" Baifeng exclaimed in astonishment. Eagerly, he asked, "How do I use it? Should I consume it directly?" "Indeed, take it orally. The power of the creation spirit liquid will gradually release within you. If all goes well, you could ascend to the spirit emperor realm within a year, or it may take up to 10 years, the spirit responded. "But before that, you must consider how to preserve your life." The spirit added, "The liquid cannot be consumed immediately. You must wait 3 days. During this period, the liquid will continuously emit a powerful spiritual energy wave, detectable by anyone within a radius of 1,000 miles. Only after its aura dissipates can you safely ingest it." Upon hearing this, Baifeng furrowed his brow. The creation spirit liquid was indeed a rare treasure, but it had thus become a hot potato. He understood well that possessing such a treasure necessitated the strength to protect it. "The atmosphere here is too oppressive. I should leave and discuss this elsewhere." Baifeng secured the spirit liquid and leaped into the blood pool, traversing the passage at the bottom to return to the surface. Finding an open area, Baifeng began to meditate, awaiting the critical moment 3 days hence. The spirit informed him that the Lost Land would last for 3 years. 3 days were but a fleeting instant in comparison. "Haha, after consuming the creation spirit liquid, my cultivation will surely soar. Once I leave the Lost Land, I shall give my master a grand surprise." Baifeng thought, brimming with anticipation. Chapter 46. The true level of power the first day passed without incident, perhaps due to the desolation surrounding him or the stench of blood deterring the beasts. All remained tranquil on the second day. The blood pool suddenly stirred. "Someone is in the pool," the spirit warned. Baifeng's gaze hardened, his enormous ruler poised for action. Whoever dares covet my spirit liquid shall meet their demise. A sharp blade of light shot from the pool, aimed directly at Bai Feng. Already on high alert, he swiftly shifted his position, bringing the ruler down upon the enemy who had just surfaced. The assailant missed their strike and, upon raising their head, saw the shadow looming above, hastily raising their blade in defense. Yet, facing Bai Feng's late-stage extraordinary power and the Imperial Great Assault, the early-stage extraordinary foe was utterly powerless. Falling victim to Bai Feng's lethal blow, Bai Feng smirked disdainfully, murmuring, "A mere fledgling in the extraordinary realm dares to ambush me. Are they so desperate for that drop of creation spirit liquid that they would risk their life?" Shaking his head, he returned to his meditative state, immersing himself once more in cultivation. Meanwhile, in the dark river connected to the blood pool, a group of approximately 10 individuals was quietly deliberating. One among them remarked, "That person must have been eliminated. Anyone possessing the creation spirit liquid would at least be at the mid-level of extraordinary. What are you afraid of? We have 4 at mid-level extraordinary here." Another replied, "But there's only 1 drop of creation spirit liquid. With so many of us desiring it, how do we divide it?" Someone raised a dilemma. Mid-level extraordinary cultivator lowered their voice, suggesting, "Let us first join forces to eliminate that fellow." Do not be overly optimistic. It is possible that the individual in question is at the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm, or even more formidable, that a voice of dissent cast a shadow on their enthusiasm. Even if he is a master at the late stage of the extraordinary realm, with our numbers, we can certainly handle him. A member in the mid-extraordinary realm proclaimed confidently. These individuals were strangers to one another, having formed a temporary alliance solely driven by their desire for the transformative spiritual liquid. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted their scheming. "You would do well to leave promptly. I've already set my sights on this drop of transformative spiritual liquid, and it is not for you." Upon sensing the powerful aura of the masked woman, those who had previously been eager fell silent at once. "Esteemed elder, your strength is formidable. We dare not contest with you." One person replied respectfully that, "I no longer desire this drop of spiritual liquid." Another mid-extraordinary member hastily concurred under a piercing gaze. "It is wise to be compliant." The masked woman sneered, "Otherwise I would not hesitate to eliminate you bothersome pests before dealing with that fortunate one." No sooner had she spoken than her figure vanished into the dark river like a wisp of smoke, leaving the group shaken. "Truly terrifying." Someone exhaled in relief. "She is at least at the early stage of the spiritual saint. We are no match for her. How could a practitioner of the spiritual saint appear in such a place? Could she be from an ancient clan?" The crowd murmured. Despite their reluctance, none were foolish enough to challenge the existence of a spiritual saint. Against someone at the late stage of the extraordinary realm, they might have stood a chance, but against a spiritual saint, it would be akin to courting death. The woman stealthily navigated through the dark river to the area beneath the blood pond, where the scent of the transformative spiritual liquid grew increasingly potent. It was close at hand. "Oh, this fellow has been waiting for me here," she thought, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. The one who had obtained the transformative spiritual liquid clearly exuded confidence in his strength. Unlike the previous adversary who had been struck down by Bai Feng in a single blow, this woman made no attempt at a sneak attack. Instead, she leapt forth from the blood-red pool, directly appearing before Bai Feng. "Do you wish to seize the transformative spiritual liquid as well?" Bai Feng inquired calmly, fixing his gaze upon the woman before him. Though he appeared composed on the surface, his heart had begun to race. The soul of the burning heaven fiery had just informed him that this woman possessed the power of an early-stage spiritual saint. Bai Feng's composure caused the woman to hesitate momentarily. She scrutinized him repeatedly, attempting to discern the true extent of his strength. However, due to the protection of the burning heaven fiery, she was unable to accurately gauge Bai Feng's capabilities. After a brief pause, she softly said, "Hand over the transformative spiritual liquid, and I can spare your life." The treasure lay before her. How could she relinquish it easily? She had resolved that if Bai Feng was unwilling to cooperate, only death awaited him. "The transformative spiritual liquid is right here. If you possess the ability, come and take it yourself." Bai Feng refrained from further dialogue, drawing the burning heaven fiery in preparation for battle. Although his opponent was stronger, He practiced an emperor-level flame technique and wielded an unparalleled imperial weapon. This was not his first time challenging someone of a higher rank. Bai Feng swung the burning heaven fiery to confront the woman. Her spiritual sword shattered in an instant. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Feng executed a sweeping strike that struck her shoulder, causing her to spew blood and fly backward. The beautiful visage hidden beneath her mask was one of shock. An imperial weapon? Who on earth are you? The woman thought in terror, astonished that the young man before her wielded such a powerful weapon. Bai Feng regarded the injured woman with cold indifference, slowly advancing while brandishing the immense. A soon-to-be-dead individual has no need to know so much. Space piercer. The woman spat out a mouthful of essence blood, activating a spatial spiritual treasure and vanishing without a trace just before Bai Feng's attack could land. Boy, you have gotten yourself into serious trouble. That woman hails from the void forbidden land. The soul of the burning heaven fiery warned. She just employed a spatial treasure from the void forbidden land. Forbidden land? Is that a type of sect? Bai Feng queried, puzzled. The Forbidden Land is a far more terrifying organization than a sacred ground. Unlike typical sects, they are usually perpetuated through bloodline inheritance. The burning heaven fiery elucidated. And so what? Young man, do you comprehend what the Forbidden Land signifies? The Forbidden Land is so named because it is a place where emperors cultivate. Each Forbidden Land bears the legacy of an emperor. The Void Emperor, who comprehended the laws of space, became an emperor 100,000 years ago and established the Void Sacred Ground. That woman is likely a member of the Void clan. Upon learning of the Forbidden Land's immense significance, Bai Feng felt a jolt of shock. But I cannot simply relinquish the transformative spiritual liquid, can I? Regardless, I believe my master will protect me. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Blood River. Did you hear the sounds of battle just now? It seems the conflict was brief, and that precious transformative spiritual liquid has found a new master. The practitioner in the mid-extraordinary realm remarked with schadenfreude. Though they too had failed to acquire the spiritual liquid, they felt an inexplicable pleasure witnessing another's misfortune. Chapter 47. Strengthened. Now, surely no one dares to come and snatch it. Right? After Bai Feng had a light meal from his storage ring, he was preparing to depart when, suddenly, he sensed the familiar figure of the woman who had escaped earlier. This time, she was accompanied by a splendidly dressed man of even greater stature. She actually sought help. She is truly relentless. Bai Feng's expression shifted as he swiftly grasped the burning heaven fiery and darted in the opposite direction. However, it was evident that they had no intention of letting him go. As Bai Feng moved, they pursued him relentlessly. An early-stage spiritual saint and a mid-stage spiritual saint spell trouble. Despite Bai Feng's repeated attempts to shake them off, their range of perception exceeded his. No matter how he maneuvered through the terrain or altered his direction, they always stayed close behind. Realizing escape was impossible, Bai Feng resolved to confront them. I am Fu Chun from the Tianhua Sacred Ground. You can either take what you desire yourself or allow me to hand it over. The man before him dropped his disguise, appearing to be in his 30s, clad in a sky-blue robe, exuding an air of mystery. Something is amiss. Your cultivation in the secret realm should not exceed mine, that I acquired the most tokens in the first trial, so you could not have absorbed more resources than I. I am curious as to how you managed to enter here as a spiritual saint while evading the rules of the secret realm. Fu Chun appeared self-assured, showing no concern that Bai Feng would attempt to flee. He even earnestly explained, because I hail from the Tianhua Sacred Ground, concealing heavenly secrets is my specialty. Little brother, since I have revealed my identity, should you not also be forthcoming? After all, achieving the late extraordinary realm at your age, while wielding an imperial weapon, suggests you have an extraordinary background. Does it not? Fu Chen's gaze was profound and serious. Firmly fixing on Bai Feng, he had just attempted to use the Tianhua technique to probe Bai Feng's background, only to find a mysterious force forming a barrier around Bai Feng, obstructing his inquiry into the heavenly secrets. This stirred a wave of intrigue and curiosity within him regarding Bai Feng's identity. I am merely an ordinary disciple from a minor sect in the Tianhua region. Senior brother Fu Chun, with your profound cultivation, acquiring the transformative spiritual liquid should be as easy as reaching into your pocket. Why must you contend with me to the death? Bai Feng spoke softly. while simultaneously releasing the seal on the burning heaven fiery, unleashing a powerful aura. Though his cultivation was not yet sufficient to fully wield this divine artifact, risking backlash, he was prepared to unleash his full power against Fu Chan if cornered, even if it meant that the mid-stage spiritual saint would not be able to retreat unscathed. Your late extraordinary realm, emperor-level technique, and such an extraordinary imperial weapon indeed provide you with ample leverage to reject my demands. Fu Chen's voice remained steady, yet his eyes grew more serious. He no longer appeared at ease, but was instead preparing earnestly for battle. Then let me witness your true strength. The woman beside them anxiously cautioned, Senior Brother Fu Chan. Please be careful. The power of that imperial weapon is formidable. As she spoke, she began setting up formation flags to prevent Bai Feng from escaping. Not forget our agreement. Once the deed is done, the imperial weapon belongs to you, and the transformative spiritual liquid to me. As Bai Feng engaged Fu Chan, he immediately felt the overwhelming pressure of his opponent, whose cultivation was far superior to his own. However, Bai Feng gripped the burning heaven flame tightly, exerting every ounce of strength to withstand each relentless assault. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Su Che suddenly received a notification from the system. His disciple's cultivation had ascended, and his own realm had likewise reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Emperor's stage. Astonishingly, within a mere 3 days, his disciple Murong Qian had leapt from the early stage of innate talent directly to the initial stage of the extraordinary. Evidently having undergone an incredible fortuitous encounter, as Su Che's cultivation advanced, his miniature world continued to expand, and the power of the laws within it was significantly enhanced. At that moment, a surge of excitement coursed through him, as if he could sense the coordinates of a small world within the secret realm. That it seemed that he could only sense the coordinates of the location where Fenger was. Su Che pondered inwardly, attempting to teleport to Bai Feng's position using the small world coordinates. Yet the laws of the secret realm still obstructed his actions. Fenger, can you hear my voice? Su Che called out in his heart. Just then, Bai Feng, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Fu Chan, suddenly heard his master's voice and felt a surge of joy within. Master, I can hear you. Bai Feng responded eagerly. Master, I am in a dire situation. I implore you to lend your assistance. Upon hearing his disciple's plea, a flicker of relief crossed Su Che's face, for he had finally established a connection. Bai Feng's predicament appeared exceedingly perilous, and due to the constraints of the secret realm's laws, his master Su Che was unable to physically intervene. Nevertheless, Su Che discovered a method to send essential items to Bai Feng through the small world. Fenger, I cannot breach the barrier of this secret realm, but I can send you some items to aid in your escape. Su Che's voice resonated in Bai Feng's ears, followed by the sudden appearance of a storage ring in Bai Feng's hand. Bai Feng swiftly rummaged through the storage ring while evading the onslaught of his adversaries. Upon discovering a 9th-grade blood explosion pill, his eyes brightened. This pill could enhance the user's combat prowess significantly in a short period, without any side effects. Seeing that each item bore the usage instructions left by his master, Bai Feng felt a warmth in his heart and unhesitatingly consumed the blood explosion pill. As the pill's power surged within him, Bai Feng's vitality surged, and his cultivation instantly elevated by 2 minor realms, reaching the mid-stage of the Spirit Saint realm. Had he not expended excessive energy in battle prior, he might have achieved even greater heights. Yet even so, such augmentation was sufficient to pose a threat to his enemies. Fu Chan, witnessing this transformation, was taken aback, bewildered by how Bai Feng had so suddenly enhanced his strength. Before he could comprehend the situation, Bai Feng charged forth, wielding the colossal, the flames raging as though intent on incinerating the world itself. Fu Chan attempted to evade, only to find his movements constrained by the imperial weapon in Bai Feng's grasp, leaving him with no avenue of escape. In a moment of desperation, he called out to Jizu, quickly come to my aid. Jizu had just completed the formation of the Celestial Extermination Array, initially set to prevent unforeseen events. Her intention was not to shield Bai Feng, but rather to ensure that Fu Chan would not renege on his promises after seizing victory. Now, she resolved to activate the array to assist Fu Chan. Brother, do not panic. I shall activate the array at once. Jizue commanded, and suddenly, countless sharp-blade shadows surged forth from the void, aimed directly at Baifeng. These blade shadows contained the power of the void laws, and any entity below the saint realm that came into contact with them would meet immediate demise. Chapter 48. Absolute Sovereignty. Suddenly, Baifeng heard the voice of the spirit of the burning heaven flame resounding in his mind, startling him into halting his pursuit of Fu Chun. Turning to look, he noticed several void blades hurtling towards him, prompting him to hastily evade. This won't do. That woman controls the array, and these void blades will continue to assail me. I cannot keep dodging, Baifeng thought anxiously. His first instinct was to retreat into his master's small world, but he recalled his master's warning that in the secret realm, the laws prevented his physical body from traversing space into the small world. Wait, the storage ring my master gave me contains numerous talismans. Does it not? Baifeng thought, while deftly avoiding the void blades, searching through the storage ring with a spiritual sense. The 7th grade evasion talisman can triple my speed. I shall use it first. An 8th grade golden light talisman can quintuple my defense. Although its efficacy against such attacks may be limited, it is worth a try. Jizue and Fu Chun could only watch in astonishment as Baifeng skillfully navigated the array, occasionally retrieving and activating high-grade talismans from his storage ring. How many treasures did this guy bring with him? It feels as if his storage ring contains more than our sacred grounds treasury. It's infuriating. How can this brat be like an indomitable cockroach? The celestial array is utterly ineffective against him. Jizue and Fu Chun could scarcely believe their eyes, as Baifeng faced peril at every turn, yet always managed to escape. Master, I am trapped by the array. This formation possesses the power of the void laws, and it is exceedingly fearsome. Baifeng communicated to his master while fending off the attacks with talismans. In the small world, upon hearing Baifeng's words, Su Che pondered for a moment and asked the system, "Can I control puppets through the laws of the secret realms barrier?" The system replied, "Yes, but it will require a greater expenditure of spiritual sense." "That will suffice," Su Che confirmed, then immediately conveyed to Baifeng, "Fenger, try to approach the one controlling the array. I will assist you in dealing with the enemy." "Understood, Master. You are truly remarkable for being able to offer help across the secret realm." Baifeng's admiration for his master deepened further. With the speed enhancement from the 7th grade evasion talisman, Baifeng swiftly drew closer to Jizue and Fu Chun. "Ziyue, he is coming. Quick, stop him." Fu Chun urged anxiously. Does he not realize that the closer he gets to the heart of the array, the more potent its power becomes? He is courting death, Jizue scoffed, preparing to amplify the array's might. However, Baifeng had already closed the distance to within 100 meters in the small world. Su Che sensed the opportune moment and immediately activated the puppet control technique. 2 beams of light shot forth from the small world, striking directly at Jizue and Fu Chen's foreheads. Both were taken aback by the sudden surge of power, and the celestial extermination array surrounding Baifeng abruptly ceased its operation, causing the void blades that had been attacking him to dissipate. Seeing this, Baifeng felt elated, realizing his master's plan had succeeded, and they could finally escape from peril in the small world. Su Che employed a mysterious control technique that not only allowed him to sense Jizue and Fu Chen's presence, but also to directly manipulate their thoughts. The energy expended to control entities at the early and mid stages of the Spirit Saint realm consumed 20% of his spiritual sense. Utilizing such abilities through the barrier of the secret realm was indeed taxing. Su Che mused inwardly, yet he felt a flicker of comfort, for the lost domain was fraught with unknown dangers, and controlling these two as vanguards would aid Baifeng in scouting the path ahead. Subsequently, Baifeng commanded Jizue and Fu Chun to follow his orders through the control bestowed upon him. Now, an unusual red light glimmered in their eyes as they mechanically responded, "Yes, Master, Baifeng. I have made them both obedient to you." Su Che's voice resonated. "The lost domain is rife with unknown risks, and I cannot personally venture forth for now. You must exercise utmost caution, acquire any treasures you can, and ensure the safety of your 2 junior sisters." Baifeng nodded resolutely, pledging to do everything in his power to protect his sisters. He turned to Jizue and attempted to issue a simple command: "Please retract the formation." Jizue immediately complied. He then inquired Fu Qian about the range of her spiritual sense detection, and, upon learning that it could cover a distance of 500 meters, Bai Feng realized this would greatly assist them in their exploration of the lost domain. Let us depart. You shall lead the way, and report to me immediately should anything arise, Bai Feng instructed. Returning to the small world, Su Che gazed intently at a droplet of creation's spiritual liquid suspended before him. He summoned the system, requesting an analysis of this droplet. System, assess this droplet of creation's spiritual liquid to determine its safety for consumption. This droplet had originally been obtained by Bai Feng, and due to the 3-day time frame, it could not be consumed immediately. Thus it was placed in the small world for preservation. The system swiftly provided feedback. This droplet of liquid originates from the Yao pool of the celestial realm and can significantly enhance the cultivator's physique without any side effects. However, each individual may only benefit once. Furthermore, the system indicated that absorbing this item infused with the power of the laws can lead to an understanding of the laws and refine the law system of the small world. Su Che was taken aback, yet he chose to decline the system's proposal, deciding to refrain from any actions for the time being. This spiritual item belongs to Feng. If we encounter another in the future, we shall consider its absorption. Then that Su Che would certainly not usurp his disciples' possessions. He understood that such treasures, imbued with the power of the laws, could only be absorbed once by each individual. If Bai Feng and the others were to find similar spiritual items again, they could naturally continue to absorb them. The power of the laws was a force that could only be glimpsed after reaching the Saint Realm. To truly master a law and become its sovereign, one must advance further and attain the Tao of emperorship. Each great emperor wields dominion over a specific law, reigning supreme within their realm. Now equipped with a system, I may be able to engage with the power of the law ahead of time. Contemplating the impending events, Su Che felt a sense of urgency. The restrictions of the Lost Land would briefly open in just over 20 days, during which numerous powerful beings would surge in, potentially including saints or great emperors. My own strength must be enhanced. Time is of the essence. Resolving this, Su Che communicated through the small world to Bai Feng, instructing him to gather as many treasures imbued with the power of law as possible from the Lost Land. My master mentioned that these treasures would greatly benefit my cultivation, urging us to pay close attention. Ji Ziyue and Fu Qian immediately agreed. Yes, young master. Ever since Bai Feng placed the creation spirit liquid into Su Che's small world, its aura no longer leaked, alleviating Su Che's concerns about being tracked. Chapter 49. Key treasures. The trio continued on their journey when suddenly, a familiar aura captured their attention. It was the creation spirit liquid. Someone had obtained it. Located to the north, the essence of the liquid shone like a beacon in the darkness, detectable even from hundreds of miles away. Let us go. Let us see what is happening. If the opportunity arises, we shall seize it. With Bai Feng's command, Fu Qian and Ji Ziyue instantly took flight, while Bai Feng followed closely behind. After flying for a while, Bai Feng suddenly halted. Young master, what's wrong? Ji Ziyue inquired in confusion. Bai Feng did not respond directly. Instead, he veered left for several miles, then changed direction again, his expression growing increasingly serious. This is bad. It seems we have stumbled into a vast maze. Fu Qian extended his consciousness to investigate, but found no anomalies. Young master, there is no maze here. Bai Feng pointed toward the direction of the liquidous aura and said solemnly, Look, the essence of the liquid remains straight ahead. Yet, no matter how I alter my course, that aura consistently points to the same location, unaffected by my movements. Upon hearing this, Fu Qian immediately tried flying in other directions for a distance before returning. Indeed, young master, it appears we have truly entered an unknown area. Bai Feng issued new instructions to Fu Qian. Fu Qian, advance quickly and scout ahead. Notify me immediately if you discover anything unusual. Fu Qian's expression changed dramatically. A surge of uncontrollable fear and resistance welled within him. Yet, the mark left by Su Che in his soul felt like an insurmountable command, compelling him to comply. Yes, young master. Following Bai Feng's orders, Fu Qian accelerated toward the direction of the essence. Bai Feng and Ji Ziyue maintained a composed pace, keeping a moderate distance behind him. The three flew for approximately 2 hours. Suddenly, Baifeng received a message from Fu Chun. "Young master, I feel we're getting closer to the liquid." Baifeng cautioned softly. "Be careful." Though Fu Chun and Jiziyue had recently attempted to harm him, Baifeng's warning stemmed not from genuine concern, but from a desire to prevent the protector assigned by his master from meeting an untimely demise. He knew that his master's forced intervention in the rules of the secret realm came at a cost. As the distance closed, Fu Chun's perception of the liquid sharpened. Soon, he excitedly reported to Baifeng, "Young master, I have found the creation spirit liquid." Immediately after, Fu Chun made a request. "Young master, you already possess a drop of the liquid. This substance can only be consumed once by each individual. Could you grant me this drop?" However, through sight, Baifeng observed that what Fu Chun clutched was not the liquid, but rather a black corpse beetle. Realizing something was amiss, Baifeng quickly transmitted a warning. "Toss it away." "What?" "This is the creation spirit liquid. How could I possibly discard it?" Fu Chun replied, perplexed. Before he could finish, the black corpse beetle unexpectedly burrowed directly into Fu Chun's mouth. Fu Chun, astonished, communicated to Baifeng, "Young master, the liquid has entered my mouth on its own. Young master, I feel power surging within me. I am on the verge of a breakthrough." Fu Chun's voice brimmed with joy. Baifeng's heart sank. He understood the gravity of the situation. A breakthrough. "You are about to perish," Baifeng sighed, witnessing the black corpse beetle enter Fu Chun's body, from which a cloud of dark energy erupted from Fu Chun's head. And he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, his master's voice echoed in Baifeng's mind. "Feng, have you encountered trouble? Why have you suddenly lost a puppet?" "Master, I am fine. That puppet brought this upon itself by ignoring my advice." Baifeng explained before swiftly departing the scene with Jiziyue. After Baifeng and Jiziyue left, an astonishing sight unfolded. Fu Chun's body gradually rose from the ground as if resurrected. Initially, his movements were stiff, but as his body acclimated, they became increasingly fluid and graceful. That a series of creaking sounds emanated from Fu Chun's mouth, reminiscent of ancient machinery. That a dark aura materialized at his brow as his eyes sprang open, his head twisting unnaturally. "This physical form is passable. Young master. That other young master's vessel should be superior, right?" At this moment, Baifeng was flying the opposite direction with Jiziyue. "Xiaohei, what was that black creature? Also, where exactly are we? Why can't we find a way out?" Baifeng inquired. The spirit of the burning sky flame ruler responded. "Your luck has plummeted. You have inadvertently entered the domain of the heart-confounding worms. These loathsome creatures can devour a person's soul and occupy their body. Worse still, these worms are social creatures." Baifeng's complexion paled. "Is there no glimmer of good news?" The spirit chuckled. "Not entirely. The lost land is fraught with peril, yet harbors opportunities. If you can defeat the leader of this swarm of heart-confounding worms, you will gain access to their treasure trove." Baifeng's expression froze. Since they are social creatures, wouldn't it be extraordinarily challenging to confront them? Indeed, it will not be easy. Thus you must exercise utmost caution. Left with no choice, Baifeng decided to explore alternative escape routes. "Jiziyue, you hail from the void forbidden land. Can that device you used to escape from me still be employed? It seemed to possess spatial traversal capabilities." "Young master, my current cultivation is insufficient. Utilizing the void shuttle would result in backlash, rendering it unusable for the time being. Moreover, employing the void shuttle requires precise target coordinates, and it appears we cannot ascertain our exact location here. Do you have any other means to exit or to decipher this maze? Your void lineage must be well versed in spatial laws, correct?" "Young master, my strength is insufficient to unravel this maze. However, I can attempt to identify the key treasures that construct this maze." Hearing Jiu's words ignited a flicker of hope within Baifeng, who immediately replied, "Then swiftly search. I will wait here." "Yes, young master." After receiving her orders, Jiziyue promptly retrieved some banners used for breaking formations and began searching for the array's focal point. Baifeng found a spot to sit and commenced his cultivation. A day passed quietly. Someone is approaching. On this day, while Baifeng was engrossed in his cultivation, he suddenly heard a commotion. Upon looking up, He noticed three individuals not far away. A man in white whose cultivation had reached the initial stage of Spirit Saint, accompanied by two companions at the late stage of the Transcendent Realm. They seem to have also noticed Bai Feng and Jizua stopping in their tracks and refraining from approaching. "What brings you two here?" one of them inquired curiously. Chapter 50. Within reach, Bai Feng replied, "We are resting." "Why don't you continue on your way?" One of the transcendent individuals scoffed, saying, "Clearly, something is amiss here. Do you think we are fools?" The white-clad man gestured for his companions to be silent, and then asked, "You have noticed the anomalies here. Haven to you. I see her fiddling with those small flags. Is she attempting to decipher the formation?" The white-clad man questioned further. Since the other party had already sensed something was off, Bai Feng decided to be forthright. "We are trapped within this maze, and my companion is searching for its focal point to escape from here. We must eliminate the creature controlling the focal point." The white-clad man nodded in understanding. "Indeed, it is a maze. I possess some knowledge of formations to break through. We will likely need to head toward the direction of the spirit liquid." When the spirit liquid was mentioned, the white-clad man deliberately paused, clearly recognizing that the aura was not ordinary. It might not be the genuine spirit liquid, but rather a bait, a trap designed to lure individuals in. Bai Feng elucidated, "We previously had a companion who met an unfortunate demise when a black corpse beetle burrowed into his body." As Bai Feng recounted the scene, a flicker of terror crossed the face of the man in white. "That is the heart-confounding worm." His voice turned hoarse. "You are aware of the heart-confounding worm?" Bai Feng inquired, astonished, as he had learned of this creature's existence solely through the spirit of the burning heaven flame. The man in white snapped back to reality, urgently stating, "We must swiftly locate its lair. The very eye of the maze. The current brood of heart-confounding worms should still be in their larval stage. If we do not eradicate them promptly, once they consume more cultivators and evolve, none of us will escape unscathed." At that moment, Jizue, who had been intently focused on the array flags, spoke up. "Young master, I have discovered the location of the arrays. Young master. The man in white gazed at Jizue and Bai Feng in confusion, pondering to himself that this young man appeared to have an extraordinary background. That Jizue, having attained the Spirit Saint stage at such a tender age, was indeed a prodigy, a top-tier figure in any sect. And now she was a subordinate to Bai Feng? Realizing this, the man in white retracted his previous condescension and spoke seriously. "Since we have located the arrays, let us act together and form a battle formation to confront the leader of the heart-confounding worms." Bai Feng succinctly replied, "Agreed." With the addition of three new comrades, particularly the man in white, who possessed profound skills in the Spirit Saint realm, Bai Feng's side experienced a significant enhancement in strength. The six formed a small team, led by Bai Feng and the man in white, as they steadily advanced towards the direction for which the aura of spiritual liquid emanated. As time passed, the intensity of that aura grew stronger, and suddenly, a familiar figure emerged in their line of sight. "Fu Chun!" Jizue exclaimed. "Young master, it is Fu Chun." The group instinctively halted, and the man in white looked at Bai Feng with a puzzled expression, asking, "Do you know this person? Why does he appear so off?" A trace of concern flickered in Bai Feng's eyes as he quietly explained, "This is the deceased companion I mentioned earlier." "What do you mean? He has come back to life?" Someone gasped in astonishment. "Revival? That is impossible. It must be the heart-confounding worm controlling his body," the man in white countered. Just then, Fu Chan erupted into a series of piercing laughs, followed by a rustling sound. Soon, a multitude of small black insects surged towards the six like a tide. "Young master, the eye of the array is within Fu Chun," Ji urged anxiously. Bai Feng's heart stirred as he realized that the worm that had devoured Fu Chun was indeed the core of the maze. They needed to eliminate the heart-confounding worm that occupied Fu Chen's body to break this trap. Bai Feng commanded, and the six quickly adjusted their battle formation, combating the approaching insects while closing in on Fu Chen. Each swing of the burning heaven flame released flames, reducing the surrounding swarm to ashes. "Young master, your flesh appears so delectable," Fu Chun proclaimed with a sinister smile, "and your white-clad friend beside you. Both of you are tempting morsels for ascending to the spirit's sovereign realm. All I need to do is devour you. Dream on." The man in white furiously swung his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy directly at Fu Chun, only to be intercepted by a horde of small insects. Young master, I cannot wait to see you torn apart by my children, to savor your flesh slowly, Fu Chun commanded as more insects charged at the six. If we wish to survive, now is the time to display our ultimate techniques, cried the man in white as he sliced through the swarm with his sword, clearing a significant area around him. Do not hesitate, eliminate the worm king quickly, urged the spirit within the burning heaven flame. Bai Feng ceased holding back, pouring all his strength into each strike, with small insects falling in droves to his attacks. He understood that only by resolving this swiftly could they hope to survive. We cannot afford to delay any longer. We must act immediately to destroy that worm king. The man in white quickly responded. You all handle the rear insects, my friend, and I will charge ahead. Bai Feng then commanded Jizu, assist me with the insects behind. Yes, young master, Jizu immediately replied, throwing herself into the fray. As Bai Feng and his companions accelerated their extermination of the insects, Fu Qin remained relaxed in the distance, regarding them with a mocking gaze. Kill with abandon. Soon, you will witness my true power. He muttered softly as the number of slain insects increased. Bai Feng and his companions gradually approached Fu Qin. Victory seemed within reach, but Bai Feng suddenly noticed that two members of the late stage of the extraordinary realm were moving sluggishly, their gazes wandering. Not good. The heart-confounding worm is interfering with their consciousness, the man in white exclaimed. For every insect we slay, the surrounding heart-confounding energy intensifies. At the man in white's warning, Bai Feng felt his own thoughts becoming muddled, hallucinations appearing before his eyes. Had it not been for the burning heaven flame continuously stabilizing his spirit, Bai Feng feared he would have already succumbed. Everyone, focus your minds. Do not gaze at the worm king. Bai Feng warned loudly, preparing to advance. However, the two members of the late stage of the extraordinary realm could no longer control themselves and charged towards Fu Chun, shouting, Creation's spiritual liquid. That is creation's spiritual liquid. It is mine. No one can take it. In an instant, the two were engulfed by the sea of insects, dragged towards Fu Chun. Look how long you can last. I'm about to enjoy the bodies of your companions. Fu Chun cackled ominously. Chapter 51. Helplessness as Bai Feng pondered strategy. Jizu suddenly surged forward uncontrollably. Jizu, come back. Bai Feng bellowed. That Jizu halted due to the deep-seated loyalty mark within her. But she was soon devoured by the sea of insects. Now, it is just the two of us left, Bai Feng remarked, but before he could finish, the man in white beside him was also affected by the heart-confounding worm, ceasing his attacks and ultimately being consumed by the insect swarm. Despite the burning heaven flame aiding Bai Feng in resisting the heart-confounding worm's power, he understood that time was of the essence. They could not afford any further delays. Bai Feng took a deep breath, decisively stowing away the burning heaven flame, mimicking the demeanor of those who had been bewitched, swaying as he approached Fu Chun. Ah, you can no longer hold out, can you? An eerie voice resonated through the air. Bring him over. I want to savor this flesh, another voice cackled, commanding. Bai Feng allowed the swarm of small insects to carry him towards Fu Chun. As he neared his target, his eyes suddenly widened with determination. Now, he swiftly swallowed a pre-prepared blood explosion pill, instantly elevating his realm to the mid-stage of the spirit saint, with spiritual energy surging within him. The burning heaven flame reappeared in his grasp, accompanied by a torrent of flames as he struck down. Screech! Fu Chun let out a piercing shriek as his form was engulfed in flames. A black, hand-sized insect attempting to escape from within him. Not so fast. Bai Feng had anticipated this move. He knew these insects feared flames, and thus he had set this trap, capitalizing on the enemy's underestimation. He launched a decisive strike at the most unexpected moment. The massive fell. The searing flames enveloped the Worm King, and soon, the air was filled with the acrid scent of charred flesh. With the demise of the Worm King, the small insects scattered, and the maze dissipated. What a perilous situation! Bai Feng sighed in relief, stowing away the burning heaven flame as he approached the spot where the Worm King had fallen. Discovering a vividly colored crystal. What is this? He mused aloud. That is a mirage spirit stone. A voice informed him. Mirage Spirit Stone. It appears to be a treasure imbued with the power of laws. It should be beneficial to my master. I must present it to him for examination. Bifeng stored the Mirage Spirit Stone within his small world and then received a vial of creation spiritual liquid from Su Che, which had surpassed the 3-day safety period. Bifeng found a quiet place to begin consuming and cultivating. Meanwhile, within the small world, Su Che summoned the system to understand the function of the Mirage Spirit Stone. System: Host, the Mirage Spirit Stone contains the power of laws. Shall I absorb it immediately? Not so fast. Tell me its specific effects. The system explained. Upon absorbing the Mirage Spirit Stone, your spiritual consciousness will be greatly enhanced, and you will gain insight into the soul. LAW. An enhanced spiritual consciousness would greatly aid me in controlling puppets, and the soul law can directly attack an opponent's soul, ignoring physical defenses. This is indeed a formidable ability. Then let us absorb it immediately. With the system's confirmation, Su Che felt a newfound understanding of the soul law emerge within his spirit. Yu Che's comprehension of the soul law was still in its infancy, and he had a long journey ahead to fully master it. However, he discovered that his spiritual power had experienced a remarkable enhancement, increasing 5-fold compared to the past. With such formidable psychic strength, he might be able to directly control beings who have attained the saint realm through puppet manipulation techniques. Just as Su Che was deep in thought, his communication jade slip flickered with light, revealing a message from the sect leader, Chu Xiaodao. The content of the message left Su Che astonished. The ancestor of the illusory sound sacred land had actually broken through to the saint realm. Upon emerging from seclusion, he learned that the grand elder of his own sacred land had mysteriously passed away in the Tsang domain. The newly ascended saint ancestor immediately broke through the void, heading straight for the Tianhua Sect, demanding answers from its ancestor regarding the perpetrator behind the death of their elder. Just became a saint, you say? In the past, I might have truly been at a loss against you. Su Che murmured, but now, your arrival is most fortuitous. With a hint of a smile, Su Che stepped out from his small world and swiftly flew towards the main hall of the Tianhua Sect. At that moment, the atmosphere within the hall was thick with tension. The high-ranking members of the Tianhua Sect walked on eggshells, and even the sect leader appeared unusually anxious. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaodao and several esteemed elders concealed themselves in a discreet corner. The ancestor of the illusory sound sat arrogantly in the position designated for the sect leader of the Tianhua Sect, his piercing gaze scrutinizing everyone present as a fellow member of the sacred lands. I grant you 3 days to uncover the murderer. Otherwise, the Tianhua Sect shall pay a price. His voice was laden with menace. Faced with such pressure, the members of the Tianhua Sect, though harboring grievances, dared not voice them. After all, in the eyes of a saint-level powerhouse, ordinary strength was as insignificant as that of an ant. Only by reaching the saint realm could one truly comprehend the power of the laws. The sect leader understood that the elder of the illusory sound had sought death by challenging an unworthy opponent, Su Qianbei, and thus met his demise. However, this secret was one he would never divulge. For Su Qianbei had not only saved him, but was also a benefactor to the Tianhua Sect. It was precisely because of Su Che's existence that the members of the Tianhua Sect remained tight-lipped, refusing to disclose Su Che's name. Now, Su Che resolved to confront this crisis personally, to protect the Tianhua Sect and its allies. The news of the illusory sound ancestor's breakthrough to the saint realm spread like wildfire throughout the Tianhua Sect, followed closely by his determination to seek out the murderer of the illusory sound elder. Yes, as soon as the news broke, someone stepped forward in the grand hall of the Tianhua Sect. The atmosphere was as taut as a stretched string when suddenly an unfamiliar voice shattered the silence. The elder of Lingyun's sect requests an audience. I have important matters to report. Upon hearing this, the illusory sound ancestor seated upon the sacred throne revealed a cold smile. Finally, someone is willing to speak. That he lightly waved his sleeve, tearing through the void and instantly bringing the elder of Lingyun's sect into the hall. You claim to know who killed our elder from the illusory sound sacred land? I dare not conceal it. It was the people from the Xianyao Sect. The elder, under the oppressive aura of the illusory sound ancestor, immediately knelt on the ground, responding with sincere trepidation. Xianyao Sect. This name was utterly unfamiliar to the illusory, sound ancestor. Yet his keen eyes had already locked on several figures in the corner, members of the Xianyao Sect, who now appeared pale and evidently filled with guilt. "Are you members of the Xianyao Sect?" The illusory sound ancestor questioned, his gaze sharp enough to nearly make Chu Xiaodao falter. "I am the sect leader of the Xianyao Sect," Chu Xiaodao replied, trembling as he attempted to maintain his composure. The illusory sound ancestor regarded the man who claimed to be the sect leader with disdain. His cultivation was utterly insignificant in comparison. "With your level of power, how could you possibly have killed my elder? Where is the murderer?" With a furious shout from the illusory sound ancestor, the entire hall seemed to tremble, and everyone instinctively covered their ears in agony. The illusory sound ancestor's patience had worn thin. "If the murderer was not surrendered, I shall take a life every hour." Just as everyone believed there was no turning back, a resolute voice rang out. "No need to search. I am here." Before the words had even faded, Su Che's figure appeared in the hall, his arrival akin to a beacon of hope in the darkness. The illusory sound ancestor narrowed his eyes slightly, astonished at how Su Che had entered so quietly. "Su Qianbei has arrived. This is wonderful." A glimmer of hope sparkled in Ouyang Shue's eyes, while other elders who had previously witnessed Su Che's prowess sighed in relief, gazing at his confident silhouette as if seeing the hope to resolve this crisis. The illusory sound ancestor's eyes brimmed with intense murderous intent, and he scoffed coldly. "You dare to appear before me? Truly audacious." Before he could finish his words, he unleashed a law attack against Su Che. Such an assault could penetrate any physical barrier. Unless one was a saint-level powerhouse, it was utterly impossible to withstand. However, Su Che merely focused his mind slightly, a flicker of red light flashing in his eyes, and activated his puppet control technique. The illusory sound ancestor suddenly felt a force invade his mental realm, his face contorting in resistance. Yet the power proved overwhelmingly strong, and he soon succumbed, writhing in agony upon his throne. The sect leader of the Tianhua Sect and the others present held their breath, their eyes fixated on the clash between the two extraordinary powerhouses. The sect leader of the Tianhua Sect murmured softly, "Su Qianbei appears to be effortless, while the illusory sound ancestor struggles so." Ouyang Shui whispered, "Su Qianbei is a spirit sage. Dealing with the newly ascended illusory sound ancestor is naturally a walk in the park." The sect leader of the Tianhua Sect and several other elders nodded in agreement. Having witnessed the unfolding events in mere moments, it seemed as though Su Che had not even lifted a finger, and yet the illusory sound ancestor had already lost the capacity to resist. Su Che thought to himself, thanks to the heart-confounding stones sent by Fenghe, his spiritual strength had increased fivefold. Otherwise, contending against the illusory sound ancestor would indeed have been no easy feat. He realized that even though the opponent wielded the power of the laws, it was all in vain before him. After a brief moment, the illusory sound ancestor ceased his struggles. His expression settling into tranquility, he approached Su Che, kneeling respectfully before him and murmuring, "Master." The collective gasp echoed throughout the hall. The once arrogant, illusory sound ancestor had now become so abject. The sect leader of the Tianhua Sect was not surprised. After all, the higher one has cultivation, the longer one lived, and the more one cherished life. In the face of life-and-death decisions, what did it matter to submit to a master for survival? The sect leader of the Tianhua Sect internally cursed. This spineless old man, a dignified saint, has so easily yielded. Why did you not fight to the last moment with the elder? You are making it difficult for us. Should we also kneel? The sect leader of the Tianhua Sect secretly grumbled. Ouyang Shui, however, replied nonchalantly, "I don't mind. I have already shown respect to Su Qianbei at this moment." Countless powerful individuals gathered outside the Tianhua Sect, eager to witness this thrilling confrontation firsthand. You think the one from the Xianyao Sect is still alive? Why is there not a single piece of news? Did they not engage in battle? Someone nearby scoffed. The illusory sound ancestor has reached the saint realm. Do you understand what that means? That is an existence capable of wielding the laws. Do you think such a powerhouse needs to make a grand show to eliminate someone? That person is likely already gone. Deservedly so. Who told him to be so arrogant before? Indeed, I see no reason for the Xianyao Sect to exist any longer. What does everyone think? Those who harbored old grudges against the Xianyao Sect, upon seeing the impending revenge, couldn't help but display cruel smiles. Yet in the next moment, the one they presumed dead, Suche, emerged unruffled from the Tianhua sect, astonishing them further as the illusory sound ancestor trailed closely behind. You stay outside the secret realm and wait. Later, enter the secret realm to assist me with some matters. Understood? Oh, I almost forgot. Also clear out the members of the Lingyun sect. Upon hearing Suche's orders, the illusory sound ancestor solemnly replied, "Yes, master." After Suche finished speaking, he vanished, returning to a small world. The surrounding individuals gasped. He actually made the Saint Realm illusory sound ancestor submit. The Lingyun sect is utterly doomed within the small world. After sending a plethora of treasures to his disciple Bai Feng, Suche began to delve into the newly acquired laws of the soul. Meanwhile, Bai Feng had rested for 2 days in the secret realm, regaining his strength before resuming his explorations. Ever since taking the creation's spiritual liquid, he felt his cultivation speed had increased manifold. Although his master had stated that each person could only consume a single drop, Bai Feng still contemplated how to secure more for his 2 junior sisters, that if possible, he hoped the other disciples could also share in this fortune. Recently, his master had appeared increasingly troubled. What could possibly be causing him such concern? Bai Feng pondered deeply. The spirit of the burning heaven flame ruler coldly remarked, "Young one, the matters concerning your master are beyond your current comprehension. Your sole task now is to refrain from causing him any trouble, that I suspect that your master's concerns are undoubtedly linked to the celestial realm, as the fabled lost land is said to be intricately connected to it. With the resurgence of the lost land, the tranquility of the lower realms, which has persisted for 100,000 years, may soon be disrupted." Bai Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, the only thing that could trouble my master is the legendary celestial realm. However, who says I cannot assist him? My master requires treasures imbued with the power of laws, and such treasures can only be found within the lost land. Since my master is barred from entering due to the law-based barrier of the lost land, it is now my duty as his disciple to alleviate his burdens. Bai Feng contemplated the necessity of finding 2 more allies to help him manage the situation. Otherwise, should he encounter perilous locations housing treasures in the future, he would be left without anyone to scout ahead. After 3 days of arduous flight across thousands of miles, Bai Feng finally detected the aura of a new creation's spiritual liquid. This aura not only signified the presence of a liquid, but also suggested that there may be more treasures awaiting discovery. Chapter 53. The hidden potent power in comparison to the single drop of creation's spiritual liquid he had previously acquired. This aura was exponentially more potent, palpable even from a great distance. I must investigate. Bai Feng resolved silently. 2 days later, following the treasure's aura, Bai Feng arrived before a grand and ancient palace. Numerous cultivators had gathered here, yet despite the gates standing wide open, none dared to take a step inside. Curious, Bai Feng approached the crowd and inquired of a seated cultivator regarding the situation. The cultivator, recognizing Bai Feng as a late-stage transcendent expert, respectfully explained that they were awaiting the unlocking of the restrictions of the lost land, which their sect as elders would lead them into. He pointed out an inscription at the entrance, indicating that the palace concealed multiple law-based chambers. To obtain the treasures within, one must undergo corresponding trials of law power. For those beneath the sage realm, this was nearly a fatal challenge. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng felt a chill of despair. Defacing the power of laws was required. Then the treasures within this palace were almost beyond his reach. At that moment, the spirit within his burning heaven flame ruler reminded him, "Why not consult your master? He may have a solution." Bai Feng promptly contacted his master, Suche, to relay the circumstances. After a moment of contemplation, Suche furrowed his brow, deliberating on the dilemma posed by the law power. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to the system to inquire if a solution existed. The system responded that by temporarily bestowing the law power from the small world onto the disciple, it could assist him in resisting the encroachment of the law power. However, this would deplete the law power of the small world, and excessive consumption might lead to its degradation or even collapse. Weighing the pros and cons, Suche deemed this a method worth attempting. Even if it required a sacrifice, helping Baifeng successfully obtain the treasure would justify the cost, as long as I can secure the treasures of the lost land. I can compensate for any loss. Upon learning this news, Suche immediately sought out Baifeng, declaring, "Do not worry, my disciple. I will use the law power of the small world to shield you from harm." "Thank you, master," Baifeng replied gratefully. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Baifeng boldly stepped into the law palace. The spectators murmured amongst themselves, "He just walked in like that, truly fearless. Does he not realize that the power of laws can penetrate all defenses? I thought achieving late-stage transcendent at his age was a feat, but he turns out to be a reckless fool. Let him be. There will always be those who risk everything for treasures." Ignoring the external doubts and ridicule, Baifeng focused solely on how to swiftly obtain the treasure. Upon entering the grand hall, he was confronted with dozens of stone doors. Yes, he prepared to extend his consciousness to explore. He discovered that such a feat was impossible here. This realm imposed stricter limitations, compelling him to rely solely on his own vision. "It seems I must trust my instincts," Baifeng mused, with no alternative. Baifeng steeled himself and pushed open one of the stone doors. Behind it lay a dark and profound passage. After a moment's hesitation, he resolutely took a step forward, the instant he entered the corridor. The stone door behind him slammed shut. Though he had anticipated this, Baifeng's heart still tightened involuntarily. He attempted to push against the heavy stone door, but it remained immovable. "There is no turning back now. I must forge ahead," Baifeng murmured to himself. Continuing down the passage, he ventured deeper. The aroma of the creation's spiritual liquid intensified. After an indeterminate span of time, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, revealing a mysterious underground palace. Upon reaching the passage's conclusion and gazing towards the palace's center, Baifeng beheld a droplet of creation's spiritual liquid, radiating an enigmatic glow, suspended in midair and encased within a translucent barrier, with a lengthy staircase descending below. This height is approximately 100 meters, yet that barrier appears formidable. "I must tread carefully," Baifeng contemplated. Scrutinizing the surroundings, he observed that at each corner of the palace floated a sphere of vibrant, unusual flames. That moment, the spirit within his burning heaven flame ruler began to tremble, as if sensing something. These flames are not to be trifled with. Baifeng felt a surge of caution. Baifeng needed to devise a method to acquire these flames, as they were integral to his cultivation of the flame decision technique. "That I can sense the immense power contained within those 4 flames," Baifeng acknowledged. "Yet obtaining them is no simple task. How I long to possess them. But with my current abilities, a mere touch could incinerate me entirely." As he contemplated the staircase leading to the mysterious creation's spiritual liquid, he noted that it comprised over 20 steps of various colors. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed throughout the underground palace. "Flight is prohibited within the palace. Violators will be simultaneously attacked by the 4 unusual flames. Each step corresponds to a different trial of law, with the challenges intensifying as one ascends. Retreating will double the difficulty of the trials. Only by acquiring the creation's spiritual liquid can this ordeal be concluded." Heavens! Had this rule appeared just a moment later, I would have charged ahead. Baifeng cursed, relieved that he had not acted impulsively. Had he truly flown upwards, he would likely have been reduced to ash by now. Meanwhile, in the small world, Suche had been vigilantly observing since Baifeng entered the underground palace. Upon witnessing these rule prompts, a peculiar notion surged within him. The Lost Land seemed akin to a death game meticulously crafted by the upper realms. These rules were evidently deliberately arranged. But what was their intent? To place so many treasures here while setting numerous traps and hazards. Understanding the rules, Baifeng cautiously ascended the first step that was a blue stone slab. As soon as his foot touched it, an icy chill enveloped him. Just as he feared he would freeze solid, a mysterious force enveloped him, and the cold gradually dissipated. "Master has intervened," Baifeng thought. The spirit of the flame ruler reminded him. "What you just experienced was an attack from the water law, but it poses little threat to a sage. Given your transcendent cultivation, had it not been for your master's timely protection, you would have likely been turned into an ice sculpture." Having survived this brush with death, Bai Feng felt a wave of trepidation, yet he was emboldened by the knowledge of his master's support. This sensation is magnificent. I am entirely unaffected by the laws. He took another step forward, this time onto a black step, representing the law of death. However, thanks to Suche's preemptive warning and enhanced protective measures, the attack from the law of death was swiftly subdued. Confident that his master could safeguard him, Bai Feng quickened his pace. After a few more steps, he found himself standing on the 9th step. Why is the 10th step transparent? Bai Feng inquired curiously. Chapter 54. The Master of Spirit Saints whatever, with my master's protection, they cannot harm me, Bai Feng declared with unwavering confidence as he continued onward. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the seemingly ordinary stone slab, only to feel a mysterious force abruptly seize his consciousness and draw him into an extraordinary realm. In another location, Suche was closely monitoring his small world. I clearly blocked the attack with the power of laws. What is happening? He wondered at that moment. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Master, you indeed successfully shielded against the law attack, but that transparent stone slab represents the illusion law. It did not launch an attack against Bai Feng, hence it was not obstructed by your power. The illusion law? So, Bai Feng has entered a realm of illusions, Suche mused for a moment before stating. Nevertheless, Bai Feng possesses a resolute will. He should be able to navigate this trial. In the depths of the mystical underground, Bai Feng found himself confronted by a figure that mirrored his own. The doppelganger spoke, I am your shadow. Defeat me, and you shall be free from this place. Bai Feng was momentarily taken aback, then a sudden laughter escaped him. This reminded him of the trials set by his master in the challenge tower. Yet he understood that this was a different ordeal altogether, for the shadow possessed all of his skills and powers. Overcoming oneself truly posed a formidable challenge. He murmured, but perhaps within this illusion, there existed a solution. With the shadow of Bai Feng gazing on in astonishment, he decisively struck at his own heart pulse, believing this to be the swiftest method to vanquish his shadow. As his heart pulse shattered, life began to ebb away, and the shadow commenced to dissipate. When the last vestige of vitality vanished, the shadow, too, evaporated in a thin in an instant. Bai Feng found himself back atop the 10th step. Having passed the trial of the illusionary law, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and sighed. Thank heavens this was merely an illusion. The sensation was chillingly lifelike. After passing the trial, Bai Feng did not linger, pressing onward into the depths of the underground. Upon reaching the final step, two unfamiliar figures intruded upon his view. Brother Luo, this fellow has actually found a way to resist the law's assault. One exclaimed in astonishment that I suspected as much. He must possess treasures that allow him to evade the law's strikes. The other responded, if he weren't merely a late-stage extraordinary practitioner, would he dare to recklessly enter this palace filled with the power of the law? What a stroke of luck. Once that lad obtains the creation spirit liquid, the rules of the underground will cease to apply that moment. We can strike without hesitation, taking his life and seizing the spirit liquid. Do not forget, Brother Luo, to also snatch that treasure he possesses, which can resist the law's attacks. The man referred to as Brother Luo chuckled coldly, his gaze hawkish as he looked down upon Bai Feng at the top of the steps. As if he were already within his grasp, two spiritual saints against a late-stage, extraordinary practitioner. His fate is already sealed. Upon overhearing their conversation, Bai Feng's anger surged. How audacious they were to openly conspire to divide his possessions. Do you truly believe you too can take advantage of the situation? In the past, facing two spiritual saints might have posed a challenge for Bai Feng. Yet at this moment, they felt more like easy targets delivered to him on a silver platter. Without uttering a word, Bai Feng stepped onto the final step, ascending to the high platform. As he moved, the radiance encasing the creation spirit liquid faded, revealing the precious substance within. Bai Feng swiftly gathered the spirit liquid into his possession, carefully storing it within his master's small world under the greedy gazes of the two below. Strange, why has the aura of the creation spirit liquid vanished? Was it not said that after the liquid is seized, its aura would linger for 3 days? I understand now. This lad must possess a treasure that conceals the aura of the liquid, Brother Luo exclaimed with delight. This haul far exceeds expectations. This boy is nothing short of a walking treasure. With this artifact, once we obtain the creation spirit liquid, we need not fear being pursued. As Baifeng secured the spirit liquid, the power of the law within the underground began to gradually wane. It seems the legends hold true. Once the liquid is taken, the laws are lifted. Below in the underground, the two who had been waiting for long drew forth their weapons and advanced upon Baifeng. Kid, it is your own naivety that has led you here. Carrying so many treasures and flaunting them so openly is akin to seeking your own demise. Pleading for mercy will be of no use. Today, you shall undoubtedly perish. Someone like you, rich in treasures yet devoid of experience, must hail from an ancient clan or forbidden land. We cannot leave any survivors. Baifeng observed coldly, dismissing their words that let's cease with the idle chatter. My master always says that villains are prone to downfall due to their excessive prattling. It appears this wisdom holds true. Baifeng revealed a mysterious smile to the two before quietly summoning his master from within the small world. Master, these two are early-stage spiritual saints. They would make perfect puppets. Su Che responded with a smile. Since they have delivered themselves to us, we shall not be polite. No sooner had he spoken than he activated the puppet control technique through the barrier of the mystical realm. Two beams of crimson light swiftly pierced the foreheads of the two, and without a hint of struggle, their souls were instantly branded. This time, controlling two masters of the spiritual saint level consumed merely 3% of my divine consciousness. It seems my power has indeed grown. After gauging his strength, Su Che decisively issued an order. Protect my disciple and obey his every command. Yes, master, they replied in unison, their voices imbued with obedience. The power expended from the small world's law was approximately a mere 1,000th. I wonder if absorbing a drop of creation spirit liquid will replenish. A system prompt indicated the discovery of a treasure imbued with the power of the law. Inquiring whether to absorb it immediately, Yu Che unhesitatingly chose to absorb it. The system subsequently announced the completion of the absorption. After assimilating the newly acquired drop of creation spirit liquid, Su Che promptly checked the law's power in the small world. The previously diminished portion had actually increased by 1% due to this single drop? Wow, the power of the law contained within a drop of creation spirit liquid is astonishingly potent. It exceeds what I consumed by over 10-fold. What a tremendous gain! In a valley within a lost land, a multitude of cultivators gathered aloft, unwilling to depart. They were drawn by the rich aura of creation spirit liquid emanating from a beast's lair below. We must devise a plan to lure the ferocious beasts from their lair. Otherwise, we stand no chance of obtaining the creation spirit liquid. Indeed, they've been stationed there for several days without even catching a glimpse of a drop of liquid. This overwhelming aura suggests there are at least a dozen drops of creation spirit liquid within that lair, if not more. At this moment, a mid-stage spiritual saint stepped forward, proposing a plan. The elite disciples from various sects had entered the abyssal secret realm, and only those of at least extraordinary cultivation had managed to reach the lost land. Among the hundreds of cultivators, the majority ranged from early to late-stage extraordinary, with only a handful achieving the level of spiritual saint or higher. Among these young practitioners, one man stood out distinctly in terms of cultivation, and thus his words carried significant weight. When he spoke, the surrounding individuals instinctively turned their gazes toward him, anticipating a clever stratagem. I have counted. There are 12 of us who can wield spiritual saint abilities here. The man surveyed the crowd before continuing. How about this? We let these friends lure the ferocious beast's attention first. Once they leave the cave, we shall enter together to procure the precious spirit liquid. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of unrest rippled through the crowd. What? He actually wants us to serve as bait. Let him take the risk himself, someone shouted in anger. Others echoed the sentiment, and the atmosphere became charged with tension. However, the proposing man remained unyielding. He coldly swung his sword, severing the head of an opponent. Blood splattering upon the ground. In this world, the law of survival of the fittest reigns. The weak are mercilessly eliminated. He raised the bloodied sword, surveying the others. What do you all think of this plan? The remaining spiritual saint practitioners exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. With their tacit consent, The atmosphere gradually calmed. Some timid extraordinary practitioners, witnessing this, quietly prepared to leave, yet the majority chose to remain, unwilling to relinquish the opportunity. What is there to fear? We are over 200 strong. They are but 12. An extraordinary practitioner attempted to rally the others against it, but before he could finish, he was swiftly dealt with by the united spiritual saints. This scene extinguished the last flicker of resistance within the hearts of the crowd, and they understood that compliance was their only path to survival. Have you all made your decision? Going down to lure the ferocious beasts may offer a chance at survival, but refusing to comply will lead only to death. Just as the tension in the valley reached its peak, no one noticed a rosy-cheeked little girl deep within the ferocious beast lair, relishing a sumptuous feast. Her name was Murong Qian, and she held in her hand a half-eaten spirit fruit, curiously scrutinizing her surroundings. This is delicious. It's my first time tasting such a fruit. Is there more? Surrounding her were several ferocious beasts of varying sizes, seemingly her guardians, while she appeared carefree, completely oblivious to the tumultuous changes occurring in the outside world because of her presence within that dim cave. The largest of the beasts roared incessantly at Murong Qian, as if protesting. This is food we have stored for the harsh winter. Behind her, several cubs gazed at the human girl devouring their food with expressions of sheer terror. Murong Qian had unexpectedly found herself in this place since her arrival in the Lost Lands. Oblivious to the impropriety of her intrusion, but a few days prior, she had discovered a rich, fragrant liquid emanating from a cave, and, parched with thirst, had unhesitatingly consumed a drop. Just as she was about to swallow the remaining essence, a surge of potent spiritual energy erupted within her, compelling her to halt and begin her cultivation. Astonishingly, in a mere few days, she had directly transcended to the initial stage of the extraordinary realm due to that single drop. Although this territory belonged to a dozen fierce beasts, they were rendered powerless against the uninvited robber. Murong Qian, as the overwhelming aura of divine retribution emanating from her deterred them from approaching. Despite their longevity and formidable physiques, granting them an advantage in battles of equal rank, they were particularly sensitive and fearful of the aura of heavenly punishment that accompanied each advancement, which was fraught with trials. Upon overhearing Murong Qian murmur that the spiritual liquid seemed to be an exceedingly precious treasure, and that consuming more might cause her to burst, the largest beast's eyes gleamed with a flicker of light, even manifesting a grin that was nearly human-like. Fortunately, it seemed that this esteemed lady did not intend to continue indulging in their treasured reserves. Murong Qian contemplated bringing some of these marvelous items back for her senior brothers and sisters. Inquiring if the beast she had dubbed Big Water Buffalo would mind her taking the remaining spiritual liquid, the response was a furious roar. Undeterred, Murong Qian muttered to herself, "If you don't speak, I shall assume you consent." Ultimately, she nearly emptied the entire cave, gathering every spiritual fruit she could find along with the remnants of over 10 drops of the transformative essence into her storage ring. "I shall seek my senior brothers and sisters now, but I will visit you again another time," she declared, departing with her bountiful haul. Behind her, the fierce beasts could only watch helplessly as the girl who instilled both hatred and fear in them sauntered away, their hearts heavy with bitterness. Burp. Murong Qian gently patted her round little belly as she slowly exited the cave. Before her loomed a colossal rock obstructing her path through the valley, having recently undergone several breakthroughs. She felt a surge of inspiration and wished to test the new sword techniques she had gleaned from the heavenly sword A.R.T. In an instant, a sword embryo materialized in her hand. This sword had evolved alongside her, transforming from a crude bar into a true sword with each breakthrough. Meanwhile, above the valley, the previously stalemated crowd suddenly caught sight of a diminutive figure emerging from the beast's lair. What an overwhelming aura of transformative essence. That little girl possesses at least 10 drops of it. Why is it only her? Where are the fierce beasts? How did she evade them to acquire the essence? Various questions surged within the minds of the onlookers at that moment. Someone suggested, regardless of how she obtained it, the important thing is that the transformative essence is in her possession. Snatching it from her is far easier than confronting the fierce beasts. Indeed, she appears to be merely 7 or 8 years old. Her cultivation level should not be too high. However, the spirit saint in the mid-stage who had previously proposed sending extraordinary realm cultivators to divert the beast's attention remarked, "This little girl is indeed in the initial stage of the spirit saint realm, yet she possesses such remarkable talent at her tender age. It is truly astonishing." Chapter 56. Seizing the Essence Amidst Chaos. However, she is merely at the initial stage of the spirit saint realm. She poses no real threat. Upon hearing this, the other 11 spirit saint cultivators nodded in agreement. Although they lacked confidence in confronting the fierce beasts, they felt emboldened when facing a mere little girl. In that moment, the 12 spirit saint experts exchanged glances, each reluctant to make the first move, fully aware that the one who acted first would become the target of everyone's ire. Each person waited for the others to act, preparing to seize the essence amidst the ensuing chaos. A bunch of cowards. If you wish to wait, then wait you shall. When I acquire the essence, I shall see who dares challenge my blade. One burly man, wielding a hefty hammer, scoffed disdainfully before leaping towards Murong Qian below in the valley. He was in the mid-stage of the spirit saint realm, specializing in body refinement, and he looked down upon the others with utter contempt. Meanwhile, below in the valley, Murong Qian gripped her treasured sword, her sword intent coalescing a jet-black sword energy sliced toward the massive rock above. Its sharpness unparalleled, as if it could rend the heavens. The rock was effortlessly cleaved asunder by her strike, the sword light continuing its ascent into the sky. That moment, the descending figure collided directly with Murong Qian's sword light. The man attempted to block the terrifying sword light with his 4th-grade spiritual treasure hammer, only to find his artifact instantly severed in two. In the ensuing chaos, he had no time to evade and was directly struck by the residual sword light. Sent flying, he traced a graceful arc through the air before crashing heavily among the crowd in the valley, subsequently spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his head lolling to the side as he succumbed to death. Unaware of the tragic consequences of her unintentional strike, Murong Qian rode the light of her escape upward to the valley above. As her figure emerged, all eyes immediately locked onto her, then shifted to the fallen figure on the ground. With a hint of curiosity, Murong Qian inquired, "Is he asleep?" The moment her words left her lips, the crowd instinctively recoiled a step back, gazing at the astonishing girl with terror in their eyes. "Goodness, he was clearly killed by you. What do you mean asleep?" "He is already dead. Your sword just killed him." Murong Qian swiftly retracted her sword and her dantian, hastily waving her hands in denial. "It wasn't me. Don't say such nonsense. I merely passed by." Having said that, she declared her intention to search for her senior brothers and sisters and walked toward the valley's exit. Wherever she went, the crowd parted automatically, none daring to obstruct her path. That awe-inspiring sword strike lingered in their minds, refusing to fade. That moment, a mid-stage spirit saint man seemed to recognize the pattern on Murong Qian's dress. Feeling a sense of familiarity. "Wait, little sister, I believe I've seen your senior brother before." "Really? You have seen my senior brother?" Murong Qian halted in her tracks, regarding him with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. Having been frequently warned by her master and senior brothers not to easily trust strangers, she exhibited a heightened sense of caution. The man took a moment to recollect, using his spiritual power to sketch a simple portrait in the air, depicting Bai Feng's likeness. "Wow, it truly is senior brother Bai Feng. Where is he? Please tell me quickly. I must find him." Murong Qian exclaimed excitedly, racing to the man's side for answers. The man, seeing that Murong Qian had taken the bait, felt a surge of delight within him. This little girl appeared simple and easy to deceive. Maintaining a facade of warmth and politeness, he displayed a friendly smile. "He is over there. I saw him at a certain palace of laws." "Little sister, I can take you there." "All right, let us hurry then." Thus the two set off side by side. Although the man's cultivation level was slightly higher than Murong Qian's, after witnessing her formidable swordsmanship, he dared not act rashly. Throughout their journey, the man engaged in light conversation with Murong Qian, yet he sensed that she maintained a certain distance, indicating that she had not fully lowered her guard. Consequently, he refrained from immediately producing the cup of fruit juice laced with sealing powder, opting instead to divert her attention. Little sister, you must have harvested quite a bit of transformative essence from the beast's lair this time. Right? He inquired. Upon hearing this, Morong Qian instinctively touched her storage ring, replying, Actually, it's not much. I plan to save it for my senior brothers and sisters. The man chuckled, Do not worry, little sister. I am not here to steal your things. He continued, I am merely curious if you have any surplus essence. I would be willing to exchange treasures with you. Upon hearing the word treasure, Morong Qian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What kind of treasure? Is it delicious? Subsequently, the man waved his hand, producing dozens of spiritual fruits and juices from his storage ring, presenting them before her. These are all top-grade spiritual fruits I brought from my sect. Take whichever you like. However, Morong Qian merely glanced at them with disinterest, muttering, Alas, I see they are all low-tier spiritual fruits. Back at Tianhua Peak, the spiritual fruits my master gave us were far superior to these. I've grown quite tired of them. The man's expression instantly stiffened. How could a mere little girl disdain him, the son of a sacred land? This little girl certainly had an extraordinary background. Dismissing even fourth-grade spiritual fruits, after a brief moment of contemplation, the man retrieved an exquisite spiritual treasure vial from his storage ring. Little sister, do not be disheartened. Take a look at this, that he explained. This jar of spiritual wine is something I painstakingly acquired from a hidden realm. Although it may not be as precious as the creation elixir, it is undoubtedly an exquisite liquor. Morong Qian inhaled deeply, the fragrant aroma wafting towards her, and exclaimed in delight, Wow, it truly looks delectable. However, after a moment's contemplation, she shook her head, but trading this amount of wine for the elixir seems a bit unfair. The man quickly interjected, Of course, I am aware that the value of this wine pales in comparison to the creation elixir, but it is merely a complimentary gift. I also possess a talisman personally crafted by a sage, which can aid you in locating your senior sister through her aura. He displayed the mysterious talisman, a genuine artifact forged by the sect sage, with an extraordinary ability to locate individuals. At this moment, Morong Qian felt genuinely intrigued. She had several drops of the creation elixir, and exchanging one drop for this seemed like a commendable choice. Noticing her interest, the man promptly extended the small vial of spiritual treasure into her hands. Little girl, why not give it a try? If you find it satisfactory, we can proceed with the transaction. Just as Morong Qian intended to pour some out for tasting, her innate sword embryo, which she had been nurturing within her dantian, suddenly quivered violently, and a vague consciousness surged into her mind. It's poisonous. Morong Qian's complexion turned pale in an instant, and in a panic, she hurled the vial away. Chapter 57. A Bitter Reckoning Scoundrel. You dare to poison me, she cried in fury, summoning her innate sword embryo in preparation for a counterattack. Realizing his scheme had been unveiled, the man dared not linger, transforming into a streak of light and fleeing rapidly. Morong Qian initially had no intention of pursuing him, but recalling that he possessed the crucial talisman to assist her in finding her senior brother and sister, she shouted, Stop! Don't run! Leave the talisman behind. Thus, a chase ensued between the two, hurtling towards the Palace of Laws. The man, being at the mid-stage of the spiritual saint realm, could have easily outpaced Morong Qian with his profound magical power and superior speed. However, he deliberately slowed down, allowing her to remain closely behind. Humph, little girl, chase all you want. Once we reach the Palace of Laws, you'll know what regret feels like. Meanwhile, inside the Palace of Laws, Baifeng led two newly joined subordinates deeper into the underground palace. After exiting the underground chamber, they arrived at a courtyard. In the center of the courtyard stood a lush, towering tree that obstructed their path. Young master, this tree seems rather peculiar. I sense a dangerous aura. Faced with the seemingly lifeless giant tree, Baifeng decided to circumvent it or not provoke it. We shall go around. However, as the three of them had only managed to navigate halfway, the colossal tree suddenly sprang to life. Its countless branches cascading down, enveloping the entire courtyard in a massive net woven from its limbs. Cut those branches, Baifeng commanded. Upon receiving the order, the two immediately drew their weapons and began to frantically attack the branches, with chips flying everywhere. Yet, This action thoroughly enraged the giant tree, and the branches that initially served to obstruct them transformed into a violent assault. Two branches, as thick as water barrels, emerged from the ground like pythons, ensnaring the two who were chopping away. "Young master, help! Save us!" they cried out, exerting all their strength to fight against the constricting branches. However, those thick branches were far too sturdy for them to sever. "Young friend, your flame decision is a fire attribute technique, precisely the weapon to counter this monstrous tree," the spirit of the burning heaven flame ruler reminded as the two were on the verge of being throttled by the branches. Bai Feng finally resolved to intervene. That he drew the burning heaven flame ruler, activated the flame decision, and unleashed a blazing attack directly at the tree's roots. With a surge of intense flames, the scent of charred wood permeated the courtyard. The giant tree's branches trembled violently, seemingly enduring immense agony. Simultaneously, the branches that had ensnared the two retreated swiftly underground, and those that had sealed off the courtyard also withdrew, allowing the giant tree to regain its composure. "Humph, so this giant tree is merely a bully, fearing the strong," Bai Feng scoffed, sheathing the burning heaven flame ruler. "Thank you, young master, for saving our lives. Thank you, young master, for saving our lives." The two, still trembling from their near-death experience, gazed at the massive tree that had almost claimed their lives, their eyes filled with gratitude as they looked at Bai Feng. "Let us move on, since this giant tree guards this place. It must conceal great treasures within." Bai Feng waved confidently, signaling them to proceed. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from behind. It turned out that after Bai Feng had passed the trial, the passageway had reopened, and the crowd waiting outside surged in. "Hey, you there! Stop! Where is the creation elixir? How can the aura have dissipated in just one day?" Upon hearing the call, Bai Feng halted. "Are you speaking to me?" "Cut the nonsense," barked the first speaker with a fierce glare. "You're the first to enter. The elixir must be with you. Hand it over. Want the creation elixir? Then let us see if you have the ability to take it," Bai Feng retorted, raising his middle finger defiantly before turning back toward the depths of the courtyard. "Everyone, attack together. That kid only has 2 companions. Kill them. He must have some treasure that can conceal the aura of the creation elixir." Seize it all. Bai Feng dismissed these opportunists, thinking that with the giant tree's presence, they would have no chance of gaining anything. He could deal with these individuals after acquiring the treasures inside. However, just as Bai Feng prepared to enter, Su Che's voice suddenly resonated from the small world. "Fenger, I sense Qian'er's aura. She is nearby. She should have arrived at the Palace of Laws. Go and fetch your junior sister." Upon receiving this news, Bai Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Ever since he and his 2 junior sisters had parted ways, he had been incessantly worried about their safety. Now that he finally had news of Murong Qian, he no longer cared about seeking treasures and immediately turned to rush back the way he had come. "Follow me." In the courtyard, the scene was horrific. With several bodies drained of life hanging from the branches, suddenly, someone recognized Bai Feng. "You dare to return. You vile scoundrel, you endangered our lives. I will take yours." Meanwhile, Murong Qian had pursued the mid-stage spiritual saint enemy all the way to the exterior of the Palace of Laws. A large number of cultivators gathered outside the palace, and upon seeing a young girl wielding a long sword chasing after a mid-stage spiritual saint cultivator, they erupted in laughter. "This guy is utterly useless. He is being chased by a little girl." Their laughter was laced with mockery and derision. However, when they learned that the little girl possessed over 10 drops of the creation elixir, their attitudes shifted dramatically. Greedy gazes fixating on Murong Qian. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, a figure wrapped in crimson flames burst forth from the Palace of Laws. "Junior, Sister Murong Qian," Bai Feng exclaimed excitedly. "I'm so glad to find you. My master informed me of your whereabouts, and I rushed over immediately." He embraced Murong Qian tightly and jestingly remarked, "It seems you've been faring quite well. Your face has become much rounder." Upon seeing her senior brother, Murong Qian's eyes sparkled with joy. Just as she was about to inform Bai Feng about the sage's talisman, she suddenly remembered that the enemy still possessed the crucial item. "Senior brother, that person has a talisman forged by a sage, which can help us locate Sister Menjing." She pointed towards the figure in the crowd, who was attempting to incite others to seize her creation elixir. Oh, so it's a mid-stage spiritual saint adversary. Bai Feng was taken aback. Having only just entered the initial stage of the spiritual saint realm, he anticipated that his junior sister was already challenging a mid-stage opponent. All right, junior sister, you should rest for a moment. I will retrieve the talisman for you. He ordered the two cultivators under his master Su Che's control. Go, reclaim the talisman from that person. Yes, young master. The two responded in unison. One of them was at the initial stage of the spiritual saint realm, while the other was at the mid-stage, more than capable of handling that individual together. Thus, Bai Feng did not rush to intervene personally, but stood beside Murong Qian to protect her. Chapter 58. The Onset of Heavenly Tribulation. Murong Qian. After we obtain the talisman, we shall charge into the Palace of Laws. They will not dare to follow us. The greedy gazes of the surrounding cultivators were openly fixated on the two of them, as if ready to spring into action at any moment. These people are all eyeing the treasures on your person. What a bunch of lazy opportunists. Murong Qian shyly nudged Bai Feng's sleeve and whispered, Actually, senior brother, it seems they are targeting me. After saying this, she retrieved 11 drops of the creation elixir from her storage ring and handed them to Bai Feng. Here for you, senior brother. What? Bai Feng could scarcely believe his eyes. In a lost land, he had only managed to acquire 2 drops of the rare creation essence, each drop hard-won, with one even obtained with the aid of his master. Yet now his junior sister had unexpectedly bestowed upon him 11 drops in one go. Little girl, from where did you procure these essence drops? Bai Feng inquired with curiosity. Murong Qian casually explained, I found them in a cave where a large water buffalo was exceedingly friendly. Not only did it invite me to partake of spirit fruits, but it also gifted me these essence drops. Is that truly the case? Bai Feng asked, skepticism evident in his gaze. Although she was indeed charming and adorable, this was a perilous place rife with danger. How could a ferocious beast possibly offer spirit fruits and essence? However, this was not the moment for such discussions. Bai Feng swiftly transmitted the 11 drops of essence to his master through the small world and then joined the fray for the talismans. Junior sister, remain here and await my return. I shall retrieve the talismans, and then we shall depart. Within the small world, after absorbing the 11 drops of creation essence, the power of the laws within it strengthened by 1%, significantly expanding the absolute domain. Xianer. This breakthrough to Spirit Saint may attract heavenly tribulation. Su Che expressed his concerns, as he was currently unable to exit the small world. Murong Qian possessed a body of heavenly punishment, and her tribulation would far exceed that of ordinary cultivators. Moreover, she could not rely on external objects during her tribulation. She could only depend on her own strength. Using treasures to resist would only intensify the tribulation. Master, I too sense it. My innate sword embryo has already informed me. Murong Qian stated, Oh, your innate sword spirit has developed consciousness so swiftly. Indeed, the innate sword spirit is as one with you, now that it has awareness. It can assist you in withstanding the trials of the heavenly tribulation. Xianer, face the tribulation with confidence. Should you encounter danger, I shall surely intervene to aid you. Su Che had made a decision. If Murong Qian could not bear the weight of the lightning tribulation, he would utilize the power of the laws within the small world to protect her soul. Just as the master and disciple were communicating across the void, the cultivators outside the Hall of Laws could no longer contain themselves. Her senior brother was engaged in battle with the enemy, and now she was alone. Attack, capture her, and use her to coerce her senior brother into yielding all the essence. Little girl, do not resist, or the sword will show no mercy. Dozens of cultivators above the Spirit Saint realm advanced towards Murong Qian, sealing off all escape routes, leaving her with no means of retreat. However, Murong Qian harbored no thoughts of escape, for she sensed that the heavenly tribulation was imminent. Upon realizing that her master was safeguarding her from afar, she felt a surge of confidence in the approaching tribulation. At this moment, she was adjusting her inner breath, preparing to meet the lightning tribulation in optimal condition. Murong Qian warned the malevolent individuals, Hey, I advise you not to come closer. Otherwise, I will not be responsible for any casualties that may occur. Ha ha, this little girl is adorably Navi. Little sister, I acknowledge that reaching the Spirit Saint realm at such a tender age is indeed a rare talent. Yet you are far too arrogant. Do you believe you can contend against us with just your own strength? Cease wasting time with this little girl. Everyone, attack together and capture her. Witnessing this scene, Bai Feng felt a surge of urgency. Without hesitation, he ordered the two to launch an all-out assault. With the combined efforts of three, the opponent at mid-stage of the divine abilities soon fell beneath Bai Feng's immense ruler. Bai Feng seized the opponent's storage ring and sent it into the small world, requesting his master to assist in erasing the soul imprint. Junior sister, I am coming. Senior brother, I am about to face the heavenly tribulation. Do not approach. Upon hearing Murong Qian's cry, Bai Feng halted, his expression shifting dramatically. He understood the terrifying nature of his junior sister's body of heavenly punishment. Had it not been for their master locating special materials to forge her innate sword embryo to suppress the aura of heavenly punishment, even he, as her senior brother, would find it difficult to approach her like this moment. The sky above them suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and a suffocating aura of the heavenly laws locked onto Murong Qian below. This is not good. It is the lightning tribulation. How could this happen? Do not human cultivators only attract tribulation after comprehending the laws? Beneath the astonished sky, the crowd was perplexed. How could this young girl, having just entered the Spirit Saint realm, possibly summon a lightning tribulation? Flee! Keep your distance from that little girl. Any life within the range of the heavenly tribulation will be regarded as part of the rebellion against the heavenly will and will be utterly obliterated. Just as everyone hurriedly retreated, they were horrified to discover that the range of the heavenly tribulation summoned by this little girl was exceptionally vast. With a deafening roar, a bolt of tribulation, lightning, descended from the heavens, instantly annihilating a Spirit Saint cultivator who had charged to the forefront. Following this, more bolts of lightning fell like a torrential downpour, mercilessly launching indiscriminate attacks on everyone surrounding Murong Qian. Among them, the most powerful bolt of lightning seemed to target Murong Qian specifically, continuously augmenting its own strength. Murong Qian seemed to sense something. She opened her eyes, witnessing the apocalyptic scene, a flicker of enlightenment flashing through her mind. Endless death. Her innate sword embryo appeared to sense its master's state of realization, flying out from her dantian to encircle and protect her. This is the essence of the laws. Su Che marveled as he observed from within the small world. This girl has only just stepped into the Spirit Saint realm and has already comprehended the power of the laws. Such insight is truly astonishing. As the lightning snake in the sky reached its zenith, locking onto Murong Qian, she had already awakened from her state of enlightenment, radiating like a brilliant star. Perhaps death is your best destination, Murong Qian murmured softly, her innate sword embryo automatically flying into her hand. She gazed at the enemies who had survived the lightning tribulation due to their formidable strength. Only those at mid-stage Spirit Saint or above remained. Slowly, Murong Qian raised the long sword in her hand, not employing any extravagant sword techniques, merely sweeping it gently, a pure white sword light slicing through the sky. Seeking death, this little girl dares to strike at us. Chapter 59, a rare phenomenon in the world. A mere early-stage Spirit Saint dares to show off. Let me teach you the true art of the sword. However, in the next moment, all sounds ceased abruptly. That seemingly ordinary sword light swept through, annihilating the souls of all it touched, their bodies rapidly decaying. This single strike, devoid of resplendent techniques, contained a formidable power of the death laws, instantly severing their life force, leading to the obliteration of their souls and the decay of their physical forms, leaving no time to activate their life-preserving treasures. Hiss, my junior sister has actually mastered the laws of death. This implied that she was nearly invincible below the realm of saints, even when facing those in the transformation realm or even the Spirit Emperor realm. As long as they lacked treasures capable of resisting the power of the laws, they would likely be unable to withstand her strike. With my junior sister here, the Lost Land is but a playground for me. Bai Feng, witnessing all this, couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Under Murong Qian's guidance, he had already concealed himself at the entrance of the Hall of Laws, where the power of the laws could shield him from the tribulation's attacks. Even the spirit of the burning heaven ruler could not help but exclaim, "This girl's talent and insight are truly rare in this world. Within a millennium, she will surely attain the Tao." Meanwhile, Murong Qian had cleared away the remaining foes with a single sword strike, her understanding of the laws of death deepening further, blossoming amidst the carnage like a flower in the dawn. Heavenly tribulation. Is it? Then come forth. Murong Qian gently waved her hand, her long sword pointing towards the devouring thunder snake, and then she soared into the air, actively welcoming the lightning tribulation. Her master had once said that cultivation was inherently rebellious against the heavens, and she was born burdened by the body of heavenly punishment, with the heavens eager to eliminate her. But my fate is determined by me, not by the heavens. The essence of the rebellious sword technique was to act against the heavens. If the heavenly laws obstructed her, she would sever them all. Suspended in midair, her aura surged to its peak, and her innate sword embryo danced to her heart's desire. Before her, a sword light, merging the rebellious sword intent with the laws of death, gradually took shape. Slice, with a soft command, the long sword swept down, and the sword light erupted instantaneously. The heavenly Tao, feeling its authority challenged, unleashed a thunderous roar from the lightning snake, furiously charging towards the diminutive figure that dared to defy its might. It sought to obliterate the mortal that dared to challenge the authority of the heavenly Tao. Yet, at the moment the lightning snake was about to strike Murong Qian, it collided with the sword light she had unleashed. Empowered by the laws of death, the rebellious sword intent proved indomitable, cleaving the lightning snake in two and continuing forward, shredding the fragmented lightning snake into pieces. All this transpired in the blink of an eye, and the raging heavenly tribulation was cut down by Murong Qian's single strike. With mastery over the laws of death, Murong Qian was unrivaled beneath the realm of saints. Just like that, it appears that the heavenly tribulation is not as terrifying as Master claimed. Observing the dissipating remnants of the sword that had struck down the tribulation, Murong Qian curled her lips and wrinkled her nose. She retracted her life sword embryo and turned to walk toward her senior brother. By phone, at the entrance of the Palace of Laws. "Senior brother, I have passed the heavenly tribulation." A cheerful voice rang out. "How disappointing! I was hoping for a grand battle, but that fellow simply backed down." The speaker seemed somewhat disheartened. The hint of helplessness flashed across Bai Feng's handsome face as he gently tapped Murong Qian on the head. "Do not be too proud. This is merely the heavenly tribulation for spirit saints. You have mastered the power of laws. Naturally, it cannot harm you," he continued, "but do exercise caution. The heavenly Tao harbors grudges. When you attain sainthood, all past grievances will be settled," covering her head where he had tapped. Murong Qian playfully blinked, and her gaze fell upon Bai Feng's storage ring. "Senior brother, is there anything delicious in the Lost Land? I am tired of the spiritual fruits given by Master." Bai Feng was left speechless, only managing a wry smile. Meanwhile, within a small world, the system's voice suddenly echoed. "Ding! The host disciple has comprehended the law of death, activating shared abilities. Law sharing. All disciples of the host can share the understanding of the power of laws once they grasp it. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the law of death. Current comprehension progress is at 1. When the host's understanding of the law reaches 100, they will have complete control over it. Absorbing items imbued with the power of the law can enhance the host's comprehension." "Such good fortune," Su Che exclaimed with delight. As his understanding of the law of death deepened, he sensed that the laws within the small world were gradually becoming more complete. After absorbing the 11 drops of creation spirit liquid sent by Qianer. "It seems I can vaguely sense a second spatial coordinate." This second spatial coordinate was linked to his disciple, Meng Ying. Sensing that faint aura, Su Che began to search carefully. After sharing the law of death with Murong Qian, the laws of the small world became more complete, and the previously vague spatial coordinate became clearer. Meanwhile, along a long river in the Lost Land, Meng Ying trudged wearily through the shallow waters. "Does this mysterious river have an end? I want to be trapped here forever, will I, master, senior brother, junior sister?" She silently called out in her heart. I could see that moment. Her master, Su Che, was observing everything about her through the small world. "Meng Ying, can you hear my voice?" However, After a long while, Meng Ying still did not respond, as if she had completely failed to hear Su Che's call. Strange. I clearly verified the spatial coordinates. Why can Meng Ying not hear my voice? Hey, system, what is going on? Is she trapped in some illusion? But that didn't seem right either. He felt no presence of any illusion, only a strange aura emanating from that place, along with the murky river. The system suddenly interjected. Host, there's good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Su Che was taken aback, wondering when the system had become so playful. Stop beating around the bush. Just tell me. Also, why can't my voice reach her? The system replied. Your disciple accidentally stepped into the river of time. The good news is that this indicates she possesses an extremely rare talent for the law of time. The bad news is that due to her low cultivation and weak soul power, if she cannot escape the river of time for an extended period, she will gradually lose herself and ultimately become a part of the river. Su Che gasped in horror. The river of time. Even without the system's prompt, he understood the terrifying power of the river of time. As one of the most potent laws, comprehending the law of time is exceedingly challenging. Even those saints or emperors born with the talent for the law of time would require decades of time to cultivate within the river. Yet for Meng Ying, at her current level, her soul could not endure such an ordeal. Is there any way to awaken her and help her escape the river of time? The system responded. The only way is for someone to personally enter the river of time to find her and bring her out. Su Che paused slightly, seemingly catching on to something from the system's words, and cautiously asked, Are you saying I can go into the river of time to find her? The system confirmed. Indeed. In fact, your talent for the law of time is quite strong, giving you a considerable chance of successfully rescuing her. Yu Che grew more confused. I possess talent for the law of time as well. How could I be unaware of this? The system explained. The key to practicing the law of time lies in maintaining inner calm. One must not lose oneself within the river of time. Your rare lazy fish trait is precisely the most suitable, as your calm demeanor allows you to remain undisturbed even in the same place for thousands of years. Su Che was momentarily speechless. Wait, so what you meant by my talent for the law of time was this? But right now, the most important thing is to save Meng Ying. I don't have time to debate this with you. Cut the nonsense. Tell me how I can enter the river of time. The system replied. You can utilize the spatial coordinates where your disciple is located and consume the power of the laws from the small world to allow your soul to directly enter the river of time. Hurry, send me in. Instantly, Su Che found himself in a dim and mysterious river. Unlike the section of the river where Meng Ying was located, the waters here flowed with great turbulence. The sense of spatial coordinates was becoming weaker. It seemed the river of time indeed diminished spatial perception, as Su Che thought. The flow here is clearly faster. I must head downstream. After walking for a short while along the river of time, Su Che felt that this method of walking was far too slow. This is too slow. How wonderful it would be if I could accelerate, he muttered under his breath. Just then, a miraculous event occurred. With each step he took, the surrounding scenery swiftly receded, as if he leapt thousands of miles in an instant. Is this acceleration? Su Che pondered the wondrous feeling he had just experienced. As soon as he thought about wanting to go faster, his speed truly increased. This the power of the law of time. Truly astonishing. As his pace gradually quickened, the distance he covered with each step became greater. Slow down. Once he became accustomed to this sensation, he attempted to issue a command to decelerate. This time, his steps seemed to freeze in place. It. The essence of the law of time lies in controlling the flow of time. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for comprehending the law of time. Comprehension level of the law of time. After having initially grasped the law of time, Su Che's movements within the river of time became increasingly fluid. With the effect of acceleration, each step allowed him to traverse a vast expanse of water, swiftly heading downstream. Soon, Su Che discovered Meng Ying's soul. Meng Ying, my disciple. In her dazed state, Meng Ying seemed to hear her master's voice. Is it just my imagination? Did I really hear Master calling me? Master, is it really you? Meng Ying raised her head just in time to see Su Che approaching from upstream, her eyes sparkling with joy. I have come to fetch you, Su Che said gently. Gently placing his hand on Meng Ying's forehead, a pure stream of soul power flowed into her consciousness, instantly clarifying her previously hazy awareness. Let us go. Master will take you away from here. Through the cultivation of the law of soul, Su Che's spirit had become extraordinarily powerful, enabling him to traverse freely within the river of time. Using the spatial coordinates of the small world as a starting point, he returned to the lost land with Meng Ying in a form of pure spirit. Master, you can truly enter the lost land? Wonderful. With you by my side, I am no longer afraid. Meng Ying tightly clung to Su Che's arm, her heart filled with beautiful aspirations for future adventures. However, reality was not as she wished. Su Che could currently only briefly delve into this forbidden realm in a state of spirit. The power of the lost land rejects my presence. Thus, I can only remain here for a short while before I must leave, Su Che said, stroking Meng Ying's hair. Soon, I will send you to reunite with your senior brothers. You three can look out for one another, and I will feel more at ease. Just as he was about to explain the law of time to Meng Ying, an unprecedented sense of overwhelming pressure suddenly descended. Su Che's expression hardened. The magnitude of this power exceeded his imagination. This was certainly not a force that should exist in this realm. Even the mightiest emperors had never instilled such a profound sense of threat in him. In an instant, he realized that this could be an envoy from the higher realms. Which mortal dares to disrupt the rules of the lost land? Today, I shall reduce your soul to ashes, ensuring you never attain rebirth. With the Immortals' decree, Meng Ying's expression changed drastically. Only then did she comprehend that her master had forcefully broken the rules of the lost land to save her, and now faced punishment from the immortal. Master, run. Do not concern yourself with me. Despite the dire circumstances, Su Che did not flee immediately. He sensed that although this immortal possessed formidable strength, it had yet to reach a level capable of instantaneously killing him. Furthermore, it appeared that the other party was merely manifesting through divine thought rather than in their true form. Driven by curiosity about the celestial realm, Su Che resolved to test the waters. Even if he could not prevail, he possessed a small world to retreat to at any moment. Rules? Did you establish them? After conveying Bai Feng's location to Meng Ying and ensuring her safe passage 1,000 miles away, Su Che boldly engaged in a mental contest with the mysterious immortal. System, if I were to battle him, what are my chances of victory? In the vast emptiness, the system's cold voice resonated. 100-0. You are bound to lose. Su Che fell into silence, pondering. Can such a fragile strand of divine thought be so potent? If my soul were to be fully restored, how would I fare against his true form? Inquisitively, he asked, expecting the usual despairing response. Yet this time the system paused before replying. 46 to 54. You have a 6 advantage. The system elucidated that the celestial laws of the upper realm restrict the frequency and potency with which immortals may descend to the lower realms, limiting their power to less than 1/10 of its original strength. Upon hearing this, Su Che exhaled in relief, muttering to himself, if that is the case, what have I to fear? At worst, I could revert to my true form and see if he dares to pursue me. He fervently declared, one day, I shall ascend to your celestial realm and reveal the true order to you. Chapter 61. Justice served upon realizing the futility of his spiritual essence. Su Che wasted no time and contemptuously raised his middle finger at his opponent before swiftly retreating into a small world. A small world? The immortal's divine thought was poised to obliterate Su Che's spirit when it discovered that its target had escaped into the small world through spatial leap. This was indeed serendipitous. Unforeseen gains. The immortal, who referred to himself as Hong Yin, thought to himself that for the sake of that world pearl, he must eliminate this insignificant creature at all costs. Upon entering the small world, Su Che immediately communicated with Bai Feng and another version of himself, warning them to rendezvous with Meng Ying and remain vigilant against the immortal's retaliation. Simultaneously, at the southern heavenly gate of the celestial realm, Hong Yin was attempting to request passage to the lower realm to apprehend the transgressor. I am Hong Yin, the guardian of the lost lands. Someone has violated the regulations and crossed into the lost lands without permission. Please allow me to descend and capture the offender. In response to this request, the guard at the southern heavenly gate appeared quite troubled. By the decree of Lord Hao Yin, no one is permitted to descend to the lower realm without authorization. I hope the immortal can understand. Although the guard spoke politely, the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. For an official of mere earth immortal rank to seek to act independently was considered utterly absurd by the guard. However, Hong Yin had long anticipated such a scenario and promptly proposed a bargaining condition: 1,000 celestial crystals. After some haggling, the final price was settled at 10,000 celestial crystals, and only for the duration of 1 hour. Though pained by this exorbitant cost, Hong Yin had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept it in order to fulfill his mission. After all, earning merely 20 celestial crystals a year meant that this sum equated to 5 centuries of hard-earned savings. If you find the price excessive, you may choose not to proceed, but understand this. If I allow you to descend without authorization and it comes to light, I will face severe punishment at the celestial execution platform. I'm taking a significant risk by letting you down there, and charging 10,000 celestial crystals is already a bargain. Originally intending to depart immediately, Hong Yin recalled the mortal possessing a small world. No, such an excellent opportunity must not be missed. It has been 100,000 years since anyone has ascended from the human realm, let alone one with a small world, if I wish to elevate to a heavenly immortal. This world pearl is indispensable. Very well, 10,000 celestial crystals it is. As long as I achieve the rank of heavenly immortal, I need not worry about finding a good position. After careful consideration, Hong Yin ultimately painfully produced the 10,000 celestial crystals he had accumulated over a millennium. Very well, you may descend now. But remember, you only have 2 hours. Should you exceed this time, I shall close the southern heavenly gate. The guard quietly informed Hong Yin after accepting the celestial crystals. Passing through the southern heavenly gate, Hong Yin arrived at the passage leading to the human realm. 10,000 celestial crystals. Young one. For you, I have spent a fortune. I hope the principles you grasp are sufficiently powerful, so I need not exert effort to refine the world pearl, even under the constraints of the celestial laws. With only 1/10 of my strength, I can easily annihilate you. Outside the secret realm, there are still 10 days until the barrier of the Lost Lands opens. Experts from various domains have gathered here, awaiting the opening of the Lost Lands. Even the saints of the secluded ancient clans have arrived, and the divine thoughts of powerful beings from forbidden areas are present. Such a spectacle has not been seen in 10,000 years. However, this time it is unusually tranquil. The experts from various sects seem to be remarkably composed. How can they be quiet? That mysterious powerhouse from the Xianyao Sect is stationed here. The ancestor of the Huanin Holy Land is a prime example. Indeed, the ancestor of the Huanin Holy Land has evidently resolved to follow that mysterious powerhouse, remaining steadfast at the secret realm's entrance without a moment's deviation. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Meng Ying is anxiously fretting, concerned that her master may not be a match for the immortal. Oh dear, I am so worried about my master, but I cannot return. Otherwise, my master will be distracted by caring for me. At this moment, Bai Feng and Murong Qian, following the clues provided by their master, have located her. Sister Meng Ying, brother, we finally found you. The three, having been separated in this lost realm for many days, are now reunited. Meng Ying hurriedly relayed the news of the immortal's intent to harm her master to Bai Feng and Murong Qian, both of whom were taken aback, worry flooding their expressions. Although their master is extraordinarily powerful, he is still an immortal from the upper realm. Bai Feng, though filled with concern, endeavored to maintain composure as the eldest brother, reassuring the guilt-ridden Meng Ying. This is not your fault. Do not be too hard on yourself. In contrast, the youngest, Murong Qian, appeared full of confidence. Our master would never fear any immortal. She brandished her small fists and declared loudly, "Our master is the strongest. I believe our master will surely triumph over that immortal." Just as emotions ran high among the group, a tempestuous change swept through the secret realm. "Look to the sky," someone shouted. Is that a projection? Or is it an image from the outside world? The crowd collectively gazed upward, witnessing the imposing outline of a face manifesting in the heavens. Could this be the power of the law of heaven? Who possesses such divine abilities to evoke such a phenomenon within the secret realm? Meng Ying recognized that visage, her complexion paling instantly, It is that immortal. Brother, it truly is him. But why can we not see our master's figure? Bai Feng gently placed a hand on Meng Ying's trembling shoulder, softly reassuring her. Do not worry, sister. Our master will be fine. I carry the coordinates of the small world left by our master. As long as it exists, it signifies that our master is safe and sound. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the secret realm, Hong Yin descended from the celestial realm through a special passage. However, due to the constraints of celestial laws, he could only appear in the form of a Dharma manifestation. While the crowd speculated on the identity of this enigmatic Dharma figure, several divine thoughts suddenly flickered, swiftly retreating into the distance. The immortal has arrived. We must flee from here. A wave of panic erupted among the crowd. Was it not said that the celestial laws would provide protection? How could an immortal descend? Chaos and unease began to spread among the throng. Those divine thoughts emanated from various powerful beings in forbidden areas. They had either been in secluded cultivation or had merely sent a fragment of their divine thoughts to the lost lands. As the pinnacle existences of this world, even in thought form, they could sense the immense pressure emanating from the newly appeared Dharma figure, immediately realizing that the arrival was that of an immortal from the upper realm. Bold mortals, daring to disrupt the regulations of the lost lands. Today, I have descended here to ensure that you have no place to rest in death. A resonant voice echoed throughout the Xianyao continent, while simultaneously, the sky revealed a luminous shadow, which was none other than Su Che's likeness. This individual disregards the rules of the lost lands and intrudes without permission. Today, I shall bring him to justice. Chapter 62. A complete capture. Hong Yin, after a brief calculation, discerned that Su Che's aura was near the entrance, yet he did not see the figure, immediately deducing that Su Che was hiding within the small world. As an immortal, Hong Yin found it effortless to locate mortals, soon tracing Su Che's residual traces to those associated with the Xianyao Sect and the Tianhua Sect. When Hong Yin's Dharma manifestation appeared above the Tianhua Sect, countless pairs of eyes fixated upon the scene. Bring that person out. If he dares not show himself, I shall annihilate you insignificant creatures first. At that moment, the ancestor of the Huanin Holy Land stepped forward. What business does my master have here? Do I need to explain myself to you? Hong Yin disdainfully remarked, casually striking down with a palm, causing the corporeal form of the illusory sound ancestor to shatter instantaneously, forcing his soul to flee. Onlookers gasped in astonishment. The illusory sound ancestor is a formidable figure of the Spirit Emperor realm. How could he be so effortlessly annihilated with a mere slap? Is this the power of an immortal? It's utterly terrifying. Within the grand hall of the Harmony Sect, the crowd appeared pallid, staring in shock at the divine visage in the sky. An immortal has indeed descended. How has our elder attracted the ire of a celestial being? The Taoist Chu exchanged a resigned glance with several other elders, suggesting, perhaps we should inform junior brother Su to conceal himself and refrain from appearing. With his small world as protection, it seems that the immortal cannot touch him, and seeks to use us to coerce his emergence. As long as junior brother Su remains alive, our Xianyao Sect has hope for continuity. Taoist Chu nodded bitterly, acknowledging the wisdom in the elder's words. This cultivator clearly disregarded any semblance of dignity, attempting to eradicate all those connected to Su Chat this moment. Even if Su Che were to reveal himself, he would be doomed to the fate of demise, and those innocent souls would become targets for his wrath. Rather than face death together, it would be prudent to have junior brother Su hide away as long as the Green Mountains remain. One need not fear the absence of firewood. Within the small world, Su Che received a series of urgent messages. Junior brother Su, do not reveal yourself. Junior brother Su, the future of Xianyao Sect depends on you and Tianhua Peak. Take utmost care. Senior Su, that cultivator is searching for your whereabouts. Please, do not expose yourself. Having just completed his cultivation of the time law, enhancing his understanding from level 5 to 7, Su Che read through these messages with a cold smile. How bold of them to chase me here. Since learning that the cultivator descending to the mortal realm would suffer a significant reduction in power due to the laws of heaven, Su Che no longer feared retaliation. As long as he remained in the lower realm, he was nearly invincible. However, it was evident that this cultivator was driven by a thirst for revenge, possibly coveting some item possessed by Suche. Regardless, it was best to confront him and ascertain the situation. System, if I engage him now, what are my odds of victory? The system responded, under the current circumstances, you possess a 60 chance of victory. Upon receiving this confirmation, Suche inquired further, what if I wish to eliminate him? The system replied, that would be exceedingly difficult. The immortal body cannot be destroyed. To vanquish an immortal, one must obliterate their soul. However, such an endeavor would likely result in mutual destruction. With a plan forming in his mind, Suche stepped forth, leaving the small world behind. You have truly worked hard, pursuing me from the lost lands to here. He called out to the immense divine visage of Hong In hovering above the Harmony Sect. Look, the individual from Xianyao Sect has actually revealed himself. I heard he has reached the level of spirit saint with his own small world. Why does he not hide within it, but instead chooses to appear? What could he possibly intend? Whispers circulated among the crowd. The immortal has proclaimed that if he does not reveal himself, he will annihilate everyone from both Xianyao Sect and Harmony Sect. Such ruthless tactics. Does this immortal truly possess such audacity to threaten a mortal? Alas, it is a pity for that mysterious powerhouse from Xianyao Sect, a dignified spirit saint. Yet he possesses his own small world, that eye in the sky. Upon witnessing Suche's swift appearance, Hong In felt a surge of delight. How audacious! Do you not surrender at once? Hong In bellowed in fury, unleashing a binding law towards Suche. Unfazed, Suche, bolstered by the power of the laws within his small world, found that the attack could not harm him in the slightest. Is this all you can do? Today, it is you who shall face annihilation. Suche laughed heartily, countering with a direct assault of soul law aimed squarely at Hong Yin's divine visage. The strike, enhanced by the laws of the small world, caused Hong Yin's visage to tremble violently. How can this be? He actually managed to injure me. How could a mere mortal possess such formidable soul power? It is the soul law. Damn it, he's cultivating the soul law. Filled with terror, Hong In had initially believed that his immortal body would easily crush this mortal, but he had not anticipated that his opponent was a master of the soul law. If Suche were practicing any other law, Hong In, as an immortal, could completely disregard all of Suche's attacks. Yet, facing the soul law, which directly affected his spirit, compounded by the laws of the small world, Suche's assault was capable of inflicting pain upon him. Enraged beyond measure, Hong In felt a profound humiliation. To be wounded by a mortal was an affront. Fool, you are courting death? I shall show you the true disparity between immortals and mortals. In a fit of rage, Hong In communicated with the heavens, channeling the resonance of the laws of the lower realm as an immortal. In an instant, dark clouds gathered over the entire Xianyao continent. Thunder roaring and the divine visage in the sky twisted grotesquely. Today, I shall ensure that you ants have nowhere to escape. The demon extermination great formation. Hong In unleashed his most potent technique, now limited in power, enveloping the entire Xianyao continent. Under this overwhelming pressure, all beings felt an inescapable dread. Immortal, be merciful. We have never disrespected you. Please spare us. We implore you. Immortal, show us mercy. We are in no way connected to him, nor to Xianyao Sect. At this moment, the powerful figures at the entrance of the Lost Lands felt unprecedented terror. This immortal had been thoroughly provoked. His intent was unmistakable, to eradicate all life on the Xianyao continent. It was no wonder that upon the immortal's descent, those spirit saints fled without hesitation, clearly anticipating such an outcome. They had merely intended to observe the battle and witness the immortal's power firsthand, but found themselves caught in the midst of this calamity. Now, it was too late to escape. In the center of the formation, Suche stood resolutely, surrounded by the power of the small world's laws. Hong In's attacks posed no threat to him. Yet, he hesitated. The system had just informed him that to obliterate the immortal's soul would require consuming at least 80 of the small world's law power. Such an act would severely damage his own soul, as he and the small world were intricately intertwined. Moments later, Su Che opened his eyes, having reached a decision. This immortal, with a narrow mind, regards us mortals as mere ants. If I cannot eliminate him in one fell swoop, he will likely retaliate with even greater ferocity. One does not walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. If I do not remove him today, Fenger and the others will be in grave danger within the Lost Lands. Having made up his mind, Su Che no longer hesitated and charged toward Hong Yin's colossal divine visage. Look, he has taken the initiative to attack. He dares to challenge an immortal with his mortal form. Alas, such courage is beyond our reach. Yet, all this is futile. How could a mere mortal triumph over an immortal? In the secret realm, Bai Feng gazed anxiously at the immense figure in the sky. In the shifting lights, the familiar yet dear silhouette faced the immortal's visage. Master, no. Wailing, Meng Ying was reduced to tears, while Mu Rongxian, witnessing the immortal's destructive power over the Xiantian continent, grew increasingly worried for her master. Bai Feng clenched his fists, lamenting his insufficient cultivation, unable to aid his master. Before countless gazes, Su Che confronted the immortal's divine visage in the sky. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Anticipating the acquisition of the precious world pearl. Hong Yin's heartbeat quickened, his gaze towards Su Che brimming with fervor. Yet, Su Che coldly retorted, do you truly think that as a mere earth immortal, you can act with impunity in this lower realm? With a flick of his finger transforming into a sword, the power of the laws from the small world surged to his fingertips like a tidal wave. This strike concentrated a staggering 80 of the small world's law power, equivalent to the combined force of 80,000 drops of creation's spiritual liquid. This technique was named Exterminate the Immortals. Arrogant fool. Hong Yin roared in anger. How dare a mortal be so audacious? Yet, before he could finish speaking, Su Che's finger transformed into a formless yet potent sword of law, cleaving toward Hong Yin. Harnessing the laws of the entire small world, Su Che's time law was significantly reinforced, instantly freezing the space and time surrounding Hong Yin. Hong Yin's words were abruptly silenced, terror filling his eyes. How is this possible? How can a mortal possess such immense power? He attempted to flee, yet found the flow of time around him completely sealed, helplessly watching as the sword of law descended. As Hong Yin's soul was torn apart by the sword, his divine visage crumbled, and this once earth immortal met his end. The fall of the celestial being sent tremors through the heavenly path, reverberating with mournful wails across the cosmos. In that moment, countless powerful figures turned their gaze toward the Xianyao continent, witnesses to the unfolding events. The saintess of the Tianhua Sect sat in place, unable to regain her composure, her eyes fixed on the figure in the sky, her heart lamenting, to defy the heavens and challenge immortals with the frailty of a mortal body, unprecedented and unlikely to be surpassed. The surrounding strong warriors also stared intently at Su Che, silent in awe, utterly taken aback by his strength. Had that celestial truly fallen? Indeed, the heavenly path quaked, and the universe mourned. Was he really just a mortal? This elder sword had shattered the age-old legend of the invincibility of immortals, who claimed that before celestial beings, all life was but insignificant. Under the blade that executed the celestial, even immortals were rendered as mere insects. At this moment, Su Che felt his soul waning in his quest to defeat Hong Yin. He had nearly exhausted the resources of his miniature world, leaving it on the brink of collapse. System. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the Earth Immortal. Would you like to absorb the other's law fruit? Items can also drop. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Su Che immediately regained his spirits and declared, Absorb, system, ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Fire Law Fruit 1, that you may choose to absorb it directly or gift it to another. As Su Che accepted the fruit, choosing not to use it immediately. The flame decision that Feng Air practiced belonged to the fire attribute, making this Fire Law Fruit perfectly suited for him. After all, I can directly share my disciples' comprehension of the law. I must hurry back to my miniature world to recuperate. The exhaustion of such a vast amount of law power will take an unknown time to replenish. This time, the defeat of Hong Yin had brought Su Che's miniature world to the brink of ruin, and the absolute domain that depended on it had essentially failed. Now, Even a moderately powerful sage could easily deal with him. Thus he decided to retreat into his miniature world, only to re-emerge once his strength was restored in the Lost Land. Bai Feng and the others bore witness to their master's astonishing feat of slaying an immortal, their excitement rendering them nearly unable to contain themselves. Master has triumphed. That loathsome celestial has been vanquished by our master. Truly, he is remarkable. At that moment, Mu Rongqian noticed something amiss. Master is injured. Bai Feng and Meng Ying gasped, instantly tensing up. Meng Ying queried, but Master seems so relaxed just now. He resolved the battle with a single strike. That Mu Rongqian shook her head, saying, when Master departed. I observed his silhouette appearing exceedingly weary. Just then, Su Che's voice echoed in the hearts of his three disciples. Feng Qian Meng Ying, I have expended a vast amount of law power and need to recuperate my spirit. I will rest in the miniature world for a time, during which you must exercise caution in the Lost Land. Feng this fire law fruit is for you. Take it to comprehend. Su Che, now in a deteriorating state, imparted the essence of the fire law to Bai Feng before hastily entering seclusion to heal. Senior brother, it seems Master is gravely injured, one voice whispered. Bai Feng silently nodded. Their master had only briefly spoken with them before retreating to heal, clearly indicating his dire condition. After all, Master is a true celestial. Defeating an enemy must have come at an immense cost. Meng Ying murmured, let us visit the Palace of Laws once more. The treasures there emanate a potent aura. Surely, many valuable items await us, someone proposed. Master has stated that he requires treasures imbued with law power. And the Lost Land is indeed a prime location for gathering such treasures. Mu Rongqian and Meng Ying nodded in agreement. Precisely, senior brother, time is of the essence. Let us enter at once, lest the good things be snatched away by others. With Bai Feng's command, the three once again plunged into the subterranean passage. This time, the entrance felt like familiar territory to Bai Feng. Soon, they arrived at the courtyard of the colossal tree. Meng Ying furrowed her brow in worry, saying, Senior brother, why is there such a strong scent of blood here? Mu Rongqian echoed. Yes, senior brother, it seems a fierce battle has transpired here. Bai Feng smiled reassuringly. Fear not. These individuals attempted to rob me previously, only to be ensnared and eliminated by this giant tree. He then waved at the tree. Hey, old friend, do you remember me? I've come to see you again. He knew this tree possessed intelligence and could comprehend his words. These two are my junior sisters. Please allow us passage without interference. Observing their senior brother conversing with a tree, Mu Rongqian and Meng Ying exchanged bewildered glances. Senior brother, are you truly speaking to a tree? Can it really understand your words? At that moment, the previously motionless branches began to sway gently and then gradually receded, clearing a path for them. Wow, senior brother, it really made way for us. Senior brother, you're incredible. It actually listens to you. Under Bai Feng's lead, the trio traversed the path cleared by the giant tree. Arriving at a fork in the road, the scent you detected was indeed caused by this tree, but it is inherently timid. After being scorched by my otherworldly flames, it no longer dares to attack me. As they continued forward, Mu Rongqian suddenly pointed upward, exclaiming, Senior brother, look! Bai Feng and Meng Ying followed her gaze and beheld a wooden plaque inscribed with large characters. Seek treasure henceforth. Good heavens, the designers of this palace possess a rather humorous touch. The three could not help but marvel. Bai Feng stared at the arrow on the plaque, momentarily at a loss for words. He felt as though all of this was an elaborate game set up by the celestial beings of the upper realm, yet he could not decipher their intentions. Bai Feng was not convinced that those lofty immortals genuinely wished to bestow treasures upon mere mortals. For his previous experiences had taught him that celestial beings were not benevolent. Mu Rongqian and Meng Ying, however, harbored fewer concerns. With a signpost directing their path, much trouble was alleviated. Senior brother, since there is a marker, let us proceed swiftly. Indeed, senior brother, we simply need to be wary of any traps. Bai Feng nodded in agreement. Very well, I will lead the way, and you shall follow. Just as Bai Feng prepared to advance in accordance with the arrow's direction, a sudden scream pierced the air. Someone has arrived first. Meng Ying's mind raced, and Bai Feng quickened his pace. Along the way, they encountered several forks, but each bore a guiding marker. After turning several corners, they faintly heard voices conversing. Approaching, they discovered a half-open stone door. "Let's enter." Bai Feng stepped in first, followed closely by Mu Rongqian and Meng Ying. "Senior brother, it seems there is no one here." Meng Ying whispered. Bai Feng, gripping the burning heaven flame ruler, remained on high alert. As he probed deeper with his consciousness, a chilling voice echoed. After 100,000 years, newcomers have arrived again." Simultaneously, over 100 ethereal figures emerged from the shadows. Meng Ying and Mu Rongqian were startled and huddled close to Bai Feng, anxiously asking, "Senior brother, are these beings human or ghost?" Bai Feng queried sternly, "Who are you? Where is this place? And what do you mean by newcomers have arrived?" A translucent figure slowly responded, "What is this place? Ha! Are you not here to seek treasures? The treasures are right within." The figure materialized from the shadows, revealing a pale face. "Oh, you see that above? That is the time law fruit you seek." Upon hearing this, Bai Feng and his companions instinctively looked up, their eyes widening in surprise. Indeed, within their sight lay a fruit radiating with law power. However, beneath this time law fruit lay a veil of chaotic mist. Meng Ying was the first to express delight, discreetly transmitting to Bai Feng and Mu Rongqian, "Senior brother, Master is also cultivating the time law. This time law fruit must be of immense importance to him. We absolutely must obtain it." Yet Bai Feng was not as optimistic as Meng Ying, as he scrutinized a multitude of ethereal figures in the dark. His brow furrowed. If this place harbors the time law fruit, why do they not retrieve it? At that moment, Mu Rongqian and Meng Ying also sensed something amiss, gazing in perplexity at the figures that resembled neither humans nor ghosts. "Indeed, senior brother, there are so many here, yet none have taken the time law fruit. It seems acquiring this fruit will not be an easy task." Suddenly, a figure resembling a middle-aged man burst into laughter. "Now that you have arrived here, accept your fate. Do not even think about obtaining the time law fruit. You will not be able to leave, but fret not. With so many people here, you should not feel lonely. You may not recognize everyone yet, but in a few millennia, you will become just like us." Upon hearing this, Bai Feng was taken aback. "Millennia? Are you not the ones who have entered the Lost Land this time?" The middle-aged figure chuckled in response. What do you think? In the recent 100,000 years, apart from the three of you, no one else has ventured in. In this bizarre realm, if one lingers too long, the physical form gradually dissipates, leaving only the soul, neither alive nor dead, incapable of cultivation, and utterly unable to escape. As his words deepened, the middle-aged man grew increasingly agitated, almost roaring in the end, evidently driven to the brink of insanity by countless years of torment in this place. Bai Feng was astonished and solemnly inquired, "Is there truly no way out of this place? You have all attempted for so many years, and not a single one has succeeded?" The middle-aged man sneered, gesturing towards the fruit of the time law above. "Out? There is a way, as long as you can traverse that layer of chaotic mist and absorb that time law fruit. You can leave." Bai Feng and the others exchanged glances, speaking in unison. Is it really that simple? The middle-aged man seemed momentarily perplexed. Should they not feel despair? Why did their faces instead reveal an eagerness to try? "Simple. Are you sure your minds are intact? If it were so easy to break through that layer of chaotic mist, would we have been trapped for hundreds of thousands of years? Our treasures and spirit artifacts have been devoured by that mist. Yet we cannot even breach a corner of it. That mist can even absorb our spirit artifacts, growing ever more powerful. Do not be deceived by its gossamer thinness. Without the might of an imperial weapon, it cannot be shaken in the slightest." Imperial weapons. How many exist in the lower realms? Who would bring such precious items here? Thus, this place is akin to an unsolvable cage. Once entered, one can never leave. Chapter 65. A qualitative leap. Bai Feng disregarded the middle-aged man's furious outburst and quietly communicated with the spirit of the burning heaven flame. "Xiao He, can you break through that mist?" "Do not call me Xiao He. It might be possible, but alone, I would find it quite challenging. That if other imperial weapons joined in the assault, it would be much easier." Hearing this, Bai Feng felt a slight relief. imperial weapons. Their group had no shortage of those. Each wielded one, an impressive display. Bai Feng turned to his junior sisters and said, to break through this chaotic mist, it would be best if two imperial weapons could strike together. Who is willing to join me? Meng Ying eagerly volunteered. Let me do it. Senior brother, my Wind Thunder Seal can both attack and defend, and can protect us in moments of danger. Very well, junior sister Meng Ying. Let us proceed together. Bai Feng drew forth the burning heaven flame, and Meng Ying raised her Wind Thunder Seal, employing the time law to accelerate both herself and Bai Feng as the two imperial weapons unleashed their might simultaneously. The entire space was suffused with the majesty of kings. Those who had lingered in the shadows, their souls alone remaining, were nearly dispersed by this force, fleeing from Bai Feng and the other's position. The burning heaven flame and Wind Thunder Seal united to assault the chaotic membrane, shattering it in an instant. Bai Feng swiftly grasped the time law fruit, descending to the ground alongside Meng Ying. Wonderful! Senior brother, quickly present this law fruit to master. Holding the time law fruit, Bai Feng nodded with delight. Indeed, with this fruit, master should recover more swiftly, without regard for the hundreds of watchful eyes around them. He directly placed the time law fruit into Su Che's miniature world. Within that realm, Su Che was utilizing the time law to hasten his cultivation of the soul law, desperately in need of replenishing the power of the laws in his world. The fruit Bai Feng brought was perfectly timed. Bai Feng stowed away the precious law fruit and solemnly addressed his disciples. Children, the restrictions of the lost land will activate tomorrow at that time. Experts from all corners of the world will converge here. You must be exceptionally cautious. This time, not only will there be various heroes, but many powerful beings from the Spirit Emperor realm who have long resided outside the world will also appear. Yes, Master, his disciples responded in unison. We will proceed with utmost caution. In the days that followed, Bai Feng led his two junior sisters in exploring the lost land, hoping to uncover more treasures imbued with the power of the laws. As the gates of the lost land swung open, countless formidable practitioners surged in, including many of saintly caliber, causing this mysterious realm to become fraught with peril. During this time, Bai Feng seized the opportunity to completely absorb the fire law fruit bestowed by his master. Initially mastering the fire law, resulting in a qualitative leap in his strength. Now, as the eldest brother, Bai Feng wielded the burning heaven flame, having comprehended the fire law, possessing formidable physical attack power. Mu Rongqian held a life-bound sword embryo comparable to an imperial weapon. Mastering the law of death, with exceptional soul attack capabilities, Meng Ying, armed with the versatile imperial weapon Wind Thunder Seal, grasped the time law, capable of providing explosive speed boosts for the three in critical moments. Compensating for their team's survival capabilities, Point One could say that with their trio's combat strength, even when facing formidable opponents of the Spirit Emperor realm, they had ample confidence to engage in battle. One day, after a lengthy search, Bai Feng and his companions sensed an exceptionally strong aura of treasure. Following this aura, they arrived before a massive black castle, the entire structure resembling a slumbering giant beast. Its arched entrance akin to an open maw, emanating an ominous aura. Senior brother, look! Mu Rongqian pointed at the large characters inscribed on the castle gate, reading aloud, Paradise of Death, the treasures here must be extraordinary. Let us venture inside. Bai Feng waved his hand, leading his junior sisters into the enigmatic castle. As they stepped beyond the gate, the once rich aura of treasures vanished without a trace, replaced by a chilling aura of death. Feeling this pressure, Bai Feng instinctively tightened his grip on the burning heaven flame. Senior brother, why has the treasure's aura vanished? Mu Rongqian asked, shivering from the oppressive cold. That moment, a mechanical voice echoed above them. Welcome to the Paradise of Death. A reminder to all trial takers. Here lies the treasure you desire, but it may also cost you your life. The Paradise of Death opens for 1 month each time, during which no one can leave. For every opponent or ferocious beast you defeat that possesses a higher cultivation than yourself, you will earn a point of death credit point 1 month later, if your death credits amount to fewer than 3 points. You will be obliterated within the Paradise of Death. The higher your death credits, the more powerful the treasures you can obtain. The individual with the highest credits will receive a mysterious grand prize. Now, brave trial takers, it is time to commence your life and death test. Upon hearing these rules, Baifeng revealed a confident smile. It seems that defeating opponents of a higher realm will increase one's death credits. He mused softly. This may be a challenge for others, but for us three siblings, fighting across realms is merely routine. Although they were all merely at the initial stage of the Spirit Saint realm, they had already comprehended the power of the laws, and each possessed an imperial weapon. Therefore, even when facing late-stage Spirit Saints or even incarnate realm enemies, they remained unafraid. Suddenly, one of the junior sisters urgently reminded, "Senior brother, I've noticed that here, spiritual consciousness is completely unusable." Baifeng attempted to project his spiritual consciousness and found it indeed to be so. He stated gravely, "We must exercise extra caution. There may even be ferocious beasts of saintly caliber here. Without the aid of spiritual consciousness, encountering a sudden ambush will be exceedingly perilous." At this moment, several other trial takers passed by them. When these individuals realized that Baifeng and his companions were merely at the initial stage of the Spirit Saint realm, a glint of greed flashed in their eyes. Two middle-aged cultivators who had reached the great perfection of the Spirit Saint realm glared at them viciously, conspiring on how to divide these three fat sheep. However, Baifeng and his companions were undeterred. Once the others had concluded their discussion, Baifeng coldly remarked, "Have you made your decision? If not, shall we head to hell together for a leisurely discussion?" No sooner had he spoken than the burning heaven flame in his hand, empowered by the fire law, struck decisively, instantly penetrating the middle-aged cultivator who had suggested attacking them. Then, aided by Meng Ying's time, law acceleration, Baifeng moved like a specter, swiftly dispatching the remaining two opponents. "Is this the extent of your abilities, daring to strike at us?" Baifeng taunted, possessing the unparalleled imperial weapon burning heaven flame and the fire law. He demonstrated overwhelming power against opponents who were also at the great perfection of the Spirit Saint realm, but lacked defensive imperial weapons. Before Meng Ying's time law, the enemies could not even escape. Chapter 66. A foreboding crisis. Thus, Baifeng effortlessly dispatched the three formidable foes, earning a newfound respect from the onlookers. With a creak, the trio arrived before a row of humble houses, and Baifeng casually pushed open a wooden door. Hiss! Suddenly, a slender black shadow darted out, charging straight at Baifeng, who had just opened the door. However, Baifeng had long been prepared. The burning heaven flame ruler was already ablaze with a fierce inferno. Standing nearby, Meng Ying immediately cast a time deceleration spell upon the shadow. Although her comprehension of the laws of time had not yet reached the level of complete stasis, it was sufficient to reduce the little creature's speed to nearly a standstill. Following this, Baifeng swiftly swung the ruler down, and in an instant, the shadow was cleaved into two segments, falling to the ground. "Xianyao, it's just a little snake." Murong Qian curiously poked at the severed snake with her sword hilt, confirming its demise. That it appeared to be merely a low-level Spirit Saint snake. Unlike her two junior sisters' a flicker of concern surged within Baifeng. This black snake was alarmingly swift, and even at the initial stage of Spirit Saint, it was astonishing. If its cultivation were to rise even slightly, evading a surprise attack at such speed would likely be implausible. Junior sisters, we must not let our guard down. This death paradise is indeed a perilous place, truly enigmatic. Although the small black snake Baifeng had slain was only at the initial stage of Spirit Saint and did not contribute to their death points, he was not worried about the trio's acquisition of points. In this realm teeming with ferocious beasts and cultivators, their prowess would easily secure ample death points. Upon entering the wooden cabin, the interior was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a feeble torch. Strangely, a half-open door lay hidden deep within the room that Baifeng approached to investigate. A chill and malevolent aura suddenly enveloped him. Instinctively, he leaned back to evade the attack, while Murong Qian and Meng Ying simultaneously struck at the ebony creature. However, a powerful soul attack, infused with the force of law, struck them, leaving both in a daze. Reacting swiftly, Baifeng pulled the two into his embrace and swung the burning heaven flame ruler with all his might, unleashing a torrent of flames as he cradled the unconscious juniors and dashed out of the cabin. With a loud bang, Bai Feng forcefully shut the wooden door, only to hear a resounding crash from within. Just at that final moment, Bai Feng finally glimpsed the true visage of the shadow. It was an enormous black serpent. Could it be seeking vengeance for the little snake I had slain earlier? The most terrifying part was that this black serpent possessed the strength of a holy realm beast. Fortunately, this ferocious creature lacked intelligence and relied on straightforward attack methods. Otherwise, we would have likely faced dire consequences. Thankfully, the wooden cabin seemed to exert some kind of sealing effect against the beast inside, for no matter how violently it battered the door, it remained steadfast. Just as Bai Feng prepared to find a quiet place for his two unconscious juniors to recuperate, several wanderers discovered them. Look, isn't that the young cultivator who single-handedly defeated 3 perfected spirit saints at the entrance earlier? One of them exclaimed, "To break through to spirit saint at such a young age. He must have an extraordinary background. He might even possess rare treasures." Taking advantage of his current injuries was the perfect opportunity. His 2 companions appeared gravely wounded and unconscious. We could profit from this. The speaker, named Wang San, was an elder from an ordinary holy land, his cultivation at the initial stage of spirit venerable. Another similarly ranked individual nodded in agreement, saying, "We must seize this opportunity. We cannot allow him a chance to use his treasures. Let's strike directly." Bai Feng remained on high alert. As the 2 locked their gazes upon him and whispered among themselves, he sensed the impending crisis. Faced with the assault of 2 spirit venerable experts while carrying 2 unconscious juniors, Bai Feng dared not engage directly. He decisively turned and pushed open the wooden door. "Want to play with me? Then come," Bai Feng thought resolutely, leading Meng Ying and Murong Qian back into the wooden cabin. Naturally, the 2 spirit venerable individuals were unwilling to let this prime opportunity slip away and unhesitatingly pursued them inside. However, what they did not expect was that Bai Feng had concealed himself behind the door. In this death paradise, spiritual senses could not be employed. Everything relied on visual observation. Bai Feng held his breath, hiding behind the door, and the 2 intruders were completely oblivious. It was only when they heard movement behind them that they realized something was amiss. By that time, Bai Feng had already escaped the wooden cabin with his 2 juniors and casually closed the door behind him. Go contend with the saint-level black serpent. Soon, anguished cries echoed from within the cabin. Its vitality was surprisingly resilient. It had not been instantly slain, indicating a commendable ability to survive. After a while, as the commotion inside the cabin gradually subsided, Bai Feng cautiously opened a narrow gap in the door and called out, "Are you still alive? If so, hurry out." In the next moment, 2 nearly dissipated souls floated out from the door. Bai Feng's eyes lit up as he immediately recognized them as the 2 who had pursued him earlier. Their physical forms had been destroyed by the enraged black serpent, and to survive, they had to exhaust their soul power, repeatedly employing life-preserving techniques. In a moment of peril, Bai Feng managed to grasp a thread of their lingering souls. "Please don't kill me," one of them wailed. "I am an elder of the Xianfeng Holy Land." The other hurriedly added, "I am an elder of the Ironbone Holy Land." "Young man, please show mercy." Faced with their desperate pleas, Bai Feng smiled slightly and said, "You wish to live? Then you must demonstrate some sincerity." He continued, "Hand over all the treasures you possess, and I shall spare your lives." The 2 souls appeared hesitant. After all, they had just acquired some precious items in the Lost Land, having painstakingly utilized their profound cultivation to find them, only to have them snatched away by this seemingly inconspicuous young man. The elder who feared death most quickly interjected, "You must swear that as long as I give you the treasures, you will not kill me." Bai Feng did not hesitate to agree. "I, Bai Feng, swear that as long as you give me the treasures, I shall not harm you." Consequently, one elder offered a drop of creation spiritual liquid, sighing, "This was prepared for my most gifted disciple." The other elder, humiliated, surrendered his storage ring, which contained another precious drop of creation spiritual liquid. Bai Feng accepted the treasures with satisfaction and then turned to the 2 souls, who awaited redemption, saying, "I keep my word. I will not kill you. However," he added, "I can only guarantee my own actions. I never said my junior sisters would refrain from taking action." Chapter 67. An inevitable demise. Standing nearby, Murong Qian and Meng Ying had long since awakened and nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Since there were heads presented to them, why not take advantage? Faced with the law attacks from Murong Qian and Meng Ying, the two elders, now only souls, stood no chance of resistance and could only dissipate amidst their curses. As their points increased, Bai Feng and his juniors felt elated that on their first day in the Death Paradise, they had acquired 5 points, deciding not to rush in seeking the entrance to the second layer, but instead remaining in the first layer to hunt for more death points. As time passed, they ravaged the first layer for an entire week, accumulating a total of 155 death points, with most stemming from ferocious beasts and a fraction from defeating other cultivators. Bai Feng gradually discerned that in the Death Paradise, not all ferocious beasts traveled in packs. The black snake they had encountered earlier was merely an exception. Many more were solitary, making them easier to deal with. For those beasts without the protection of Holy Realm powerhouses, once encountered by Bai Feng and his junior sisters, their demise was all but assured. In recent days, they had slain no fewer than 100 spirit saint and spirit venerable beasts. I believe we have cleared out most of the low-tier beasts on the first layer. It is time to head to the second layer. After wandering for half a day with his 2 junior sisters to no avail, Bai Feng made his decision. Meng Ying and Murong Qian had always heeded their Xianyao guidance, and the 3 nodded in agreement, setting out to find the entrance to the second layer. Soon, they discovered that the path leading to the second layer was not singular, but rather there were at least dozens of routes. Moreover, during this period, it seemed that the number of experts entering the Death Paradise had dwindled. Most of those who had entered alongside them, particularly the higher-ranked cultivators, had already moved on to the second layer or beyond. Thus, Bai Feng and his companions opted for a more concealed passage, embarking towards the second layer of the Death Paradise. The higher we ascend, the greater the danger. We must remain vigilant, junior sisters, Bai Feng cautioned. The 2 responded in unison. Xianyao, I am prepared to employ the time laws to flee at any moment. After passing through the passage and enduring a brief moment of dizziness, the trio found themselves in the second layer. Upon arrival, they immediately heard someone grumbling. Here come 3 little lackeys of the spirit saint. Following the sound, Bai Feng spotted a group of over a dozen spirit venerable cultivators brandishing weapons stationed not far away. Kid, what are you staring at? Hurry and scram. One of them shouted, Little spirit saints like you are of no help to us. Don't block our path. Meng Ying assessed the strength of their opponents and felt considerably relieved. Chuckling, Xianyao, they are planning to hunt here. Bai Feng responded with a smile. It appears they consider our realm too lowly, merely a group of spirit venerates, lacking even a single spirit emperor, yet they dare to disdain our cultivation. These words rendered the faces of those spirit venerates pale with fury. You are courting death, one of them bellowed. Another remarked, these 3 little brats must possess quite a few treasures if they've made it to the second layer. Upon hearing this, the others began to realize the implication. Indeed, while their cultivation may hold no value to us, the artifacts they carry could be immensely precious. Consequently, the group swiftly shifted their attitude, declaring, Boys, hand over your valuable possessions, and perhaps we shall grant you a chance at survival. Bai Feng exchanged glances with his companions, and they understood each other perfectly as they brandished their respective weapons. Rare items? Indeed, we possess them. Do you wish to acquire them? Witnessing the artifacts in the hands of Bai Feng and his companions, the more than a dozen spirit venerates immediately sensed the unparalleled might emanating from the imperial weapons. Those are imperial weapons. Quick, seize the imperial weapons. Several spirit venerates rushed forward with greed gleaming in their eyes. Meanwhile, some of the spirit venerates standing behind felt a twinge of unease. How could these fledgling spirit saints possibly possess imperial weapons? This either indicated they had concealed their true strength or were backed by formidable powers. Either scenario suggested that these individuals were far from easy prey, posing a significant challenge for the spirit venerates. Just as a few of the more rational spirit venerates sensed the impending danger and contemplated retreating, Bai Feng and his companions had already launched their coordinated attack. If you desire it, then brace yourselves, Bai Feng roared, activating the law of fire as the inferno flame staff descended like thunder. Simultaneously, Murong Qian unleashed her soul law against the enemy's souls, while Meng Ying employed the law of time to slow the movements of the spirit venerates. striking those attempting to flee with the wind thunder sealed that I can't move. What is this power? This is a law attack. How could a spirit saint wield the power of laws? In mere seconds, Bai Feng and his companions had vanquished all the spirit venerates, each gaining a few points for their deaths, bringing their total score to 170 points. After collecting the opponent's storage rings, Bai Feng, accompanied by Meng Ying and Murong Qian, continued their exploration towards the second layer. Shortly thereafter, they encountered a panicked spirit venerate at the peak of his realm. It's terrifying, he muttered to himself as he fled, seemingly gripped by immense fear. Bai Feng, intrigued, approached him with Meng Ying and Murong Qian, directly inquiring, "What has instilled such fear in you? What have you encountered?" The peak spirit venerate initially dismissed them as mere junior spirit saints and prepared to wave them away with a scoff. However, before he could act, he felt his body stiffen as Bai Feng's inferno flame staff was suddenly poised at his throat. Is this the law of time? Without further ado, Bai Feng demanded, "Speak. What have you encountered?" The peak spirit venerate was overwhelmed with dread. Faced with Bai Feng's intimidation, he could only respond truthfully. It was a sacred beast, and 3 of them appeared at once. They are currently battling 2 saints, one of whom has already met a tragic end. The other, seeing the dire situation, is gravely injured yet still attempting to escape. While the 3 sacred beasts pursue closely, Bai Feng's heart stirred with interest as he pressed. In which direction did they go? The peak spirit venerate, fearing further retribution, pointed resolutely in that direction. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Feng decided to lead Meng Ying and Murong Qian towards the indicated path. Along the way, Meng Ying curiously asked, "Brother, are we going to take advantage of the situation?" Bai Feng shook his head, replying, "We shall adapt to the circumstances. Let's assess the situation first. If an opportunity arises, it would be splendid. However, should the sacred beasts prove too powerful, we will retreat immediately." Chapter 68. A fatal strike. Unlike human cultivators, ferocious beasts typically possess greater physical strength and innate special abilities. However, now that everyone has comprehended the law of power, they can disregard most physical defenses, enabling them to contend even against sacred beasts. Furthermore, the saints surely harbor numerous treasures, with their master currently secluding himself to heal. Any opportunity to collect items imbued with the power of laws must not be missed. The trio pursued the direction indicated by the spirit venerate for an entire day, finally arriving at a valley. At the valley's bottom, they discovered a mutilated corpse, its features beyond recognition. From the horrific aura, it was evident this was the deceased saint. It seemed the remaining saint had been so frightened that he fled without even taking his storage ring. Bai Feng utilized his divine abilities to retrieve the storage ring, placing it into his master Su Che's small world, since their cultivation was insufficient to erase the soul imprint left by the saint. This task could only be handled by Su Che. With this storage ring in hand, their adventure was already worthwhile. Meng Ying and Murong Qian nodded in agreement, knowing that as a saint's storage ring, it must contain a wealth of valuable items. In the lower realm, unless an emperor appears, a saint is the most formidable existence. The wealth accumulated by such a powerful being over countless years is unfathomable. Their aura headed that way. Let us continue the pursuit. Confirming the direction the 3 sacred beasts had taken, Bai Feng led his companions onward. Before long, they heard a series of dull thuds emanating from a natural cave. Bai Feng signaled for silence, then stealthily approached the source of the sound. Soon, they caught sight of a massive cavern, where 3 gigantic white-furred beasts were alternately bashing against a large rock that obstructed the cave's entrance. The fleeing saint must be hidden within that cavern, someone whispered. These 3 massive creatures resembled gorillas, their snow-white fur gleaming, their enormous bodies as imposing as mountains, with tough skin and thick flesh. Bai Feng silently assessed the strength of these 3 beasts. If they are all at the initial stage of the saint realm, with the assistance of the law of time, escaping should pose no problem, he deduced. However, we must not allow them to surround us. 3 saint-level beasts could easily tear us apart. It would be ideal if the saint within the cavern could unleash a final burst of power to severely wound these 3 beasts. Meanwhile, inside the cavern, the heavenly sovereign saint's face contorted in rage and fear. How could I, the illustrious heavenly sovereign saint, be cornered by a mere handful of beasts? He lamented, blaming the overly stable space around him. Otherwise, I would have long since torn through space and fled. Outside, the beasts continued their relentless assault on the stone, which was gradually loosening, nearing the point of complete destruction. The heavenly sovereign saint's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. Roaring, cursed white-furred beasts, today I shall fight you to the death. With that, he summoned his life spirit treasure, an 8th-grade spiritual treasure feather fan, and spewed forth a mouthful of blood to forcibly activate its peak power. Just as the stone was finally dislodged and one beast charged into the cavern, the heavenly sovereign saint bellowed, "Beast, die!" With a determination to perish, he waved the feather fan, unleashing a fierce storm that pierced through the beast. "You white-furred beasts, come accompany me in death." Ignoring the injured beast, he seized a moment of his greatest strength to launch a suicidal attack on the remaining two. Not far away, the concealed Baifeng and his companions witnessed this spectacle in astonishment. "Brother, that old man is truly valiant," Murong Qian whispered. Baifeng patted her head, saying, "This is what they call a corner dog will jump over the wall. A desperate beast is more dangerous, especially when a saint disregards their life to retaliate." Within the cavern, after slaying the second beast, the heavenly sovereign saint engaged in a fierce battle with the last one that this remaining beast, clearly intimidated by the fate of its companions, hesitated to attack, which only heightened the heavenly sovereign saint's anxiety. His state of blood eruption could not be sustained for long, and once his strength waned, it would spell his doom. Yet, if he could defeat or repel the 3 ferocious beasts before that happened, he might still find a glimmer of hope. "Brother, should we make our move?" Meng Ying urged, observing the 2 beasts severely injured and the last one wounded amidst the saint's frenzied assault. Murong Qian chimed in. "Yes, brother, that old man can hardly hold on. Now is the perfect moment for us to act." Baifeng grasped the hands of his eager younger sisters, whispering through their minds, "Patience. The saint can still endure a while longer. Let him weaken the ferocious beasts further before we make our move." That moment, Su Che's voice suddenly resonated in the minds of the 3. "Disciples, treasures are hidden within the bodies of the ferocious beasts. Wait just a moment longer. Their strength lies in their physical resilience against most elemental law attacks, but they are powerless against the laws of time and death." As Minjing unleashed the power of time, Chinner could initiate her attack. "Master," the 2 replied in unison. "Understood, Master." "Huh. You shall all perish," the heavenly sovereign roared, emitting a beastly howl as he struck fiercely at the critical point of the last ferocious beast. The creature howled in agony, crashing heavily into the pile of rubble, its white fur torn apart, revealing bloody flesh beneath. A scene of sheer horror. This moment, the heavenly sovereign had completely lost his sanity. Engaging in a brutal melee with the beast, Baifeng sensed the overwhelming energy fluctuations capable of annihilating the world. Each strike was imbued with the power of the laws that in battles of this caliber. The outcome largely depended on whose mastery of the laws was more profound and whose weapon was superior. They're nearing their end. Junior sisters, prepare to strike, as the heavenly sovereign's momentum gradually waned and his life force swiftly dissipated. The last beast was left on the brink of death, gazing in terror at the now mad human. "Strike," Baifeng commanded softly, and Murong Qian and Minjing immediately launched their lethal blow. Minjing first employed the time law to slow the beast's movements. Then Murong Qian wielded her innate sword embryo, unleashing a colossal sword light forged from the law of death towards the beast. The injured creature attempted to flee, only to find time seemingly suspended, ultimately succumbing beneath Murong Qian's sword light. Simultaneously, Baifeng wielded the heavenly flame against the dying heavenly sovereign for a final strike. Even a sovereign, at the edge of life, could display such formidable power. "Regrettably, your vitality has been depleted. Allow me to escort you on your final journey." The powerless heavenly sovereign was easily defeated. "Senior brother, look, there truly is a treasure within the beast." Upon hearing this news, Baifeng swiftly retrieved the heavenly sovereign's storage ring and hurried over to inspect. To his astonishment, there lay a drop of blood, exuding a potent power of law. despite scrutinizing it for quite some time. Bai Feng could not discern the exact purpose of this drop of blood, yet he decided to place it into a specially crafted vial meant for storing spiritual liquids. Perhaps I should present it to Master for examination. He might discern its true significance. Bai Feng pondered. In the small world, Su Che received the vial from his disciples and opened it for inspection. Out of curiosity, he directly inquired of the system regarding the nature of this drop of blood. The system explained, "This is sacred blood that only sovereign-level ferocious beasts possess, and only a select few can condense it." The system further clarified, "Absorbing the sacred blood can enhance one's comprehension of the laws and accelerate cultivation speed." Su Che nodded in understanding. It was indeed a rare treasure for enhancing one's grasp of the laws. However, it would be more suitable for Feng Er and the others to use it. After all, he could indirectly elevate his own comprehension of the laws through sharing with his disciples. Ultimately, Su Che decided to allow Minjing to attempt the sacred blood, although Minjing possessed a natural talent for the time law. Her cultivation had been slow due to stringent requirements, particularly regarding the strength of her spirit. This drop of sacred blood could indeed expedite her progress. Minjing, this sacred blood will aid in enhancing your understanding of the laws. Take it and consume it, Su Che said. Such sacred blood is extremely beneficial to you. Remember to gather more when you encounter sovereign-level ferocious beasts in the future. Overjoyed, Minjing accepted the sacred blood and prepared to consume it immediately. But recalling her master's injuries, she hesitantly asked, "Master, why don't you use it?" Su Che chuckled, replying, "My injuries are not severe. I merely need time to restore my power of law." Seeing her master's condition seemingly improve, Minjing no longer hesitated and consumed the sacred blood under the protection of Bai Feng and Murong Qian. 3 days later, Minjing had fully absorbed the sacred blood, her comprehension of the time law rising by 5, and her cultivation level surging to the pinnacle of the spirit saint realm. Simultaneously, through sharing comprehension with Minjing, Su Che elevated his own understanding of the time law to 10, and under the influence of the 10,000-fold heavenly Tao, his cultivation abruptly broke through to the early stages of the Spirit Emperor realm. The system promptly notified Su Che, "Congratulations, host, on your breakthrough to the Spirit Emperor realm. The Heavenly Secret Exchange function is now unlocked." "What is the Heavenly Secret Exchange?" Su Che asked, puzzled. The system elucidated. The host can exchange any valuable item for heavenly secret points, which can then be used to acquire desired information. The system added, "Please note that the information exchange rights of the host are influenced by the current realm." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of interest flickered in Su Che's eyes. "So, as long as I have enough heavenly secret points, I can obtain any information I desire?" The system replied, "Theoretically, yes." "Fantastic. System, convert all those trivial items from my warehouse accumulated through sign-ins into heavenly secret points. These items are of no use to me anymore. Exchange them all." The system responded. "Exchange completed." Shortly thereafter, the system prompted, "Heavenly secret points increased by 360. Only 360 points? Are the treasures I've gathered over the years worth so little?" Su Che's eyes widened, initially expecting a greater sum. Could it be that the items I previously obtained lack sufficient value? By the way, how many points can a drop of creation spiritual liquid be exchanged for? Unsure of the exchange standards, Su Che used creation spiritual liquid as a reference for his inquiry. The system answered, "Master, a drop of creation spiritual liquid can be exchanged for 100 heavenly secret points." "I see. It appears that only items containing the power of laws hold significant value." With over 300 heavenly secret points in hand, Su Che began contemplating what information to exchange first. Exchange for information regarding the upper realm. The system replied, "Please provide specific questions." Su Che continued, "The origins of the lost lands." The system asked, "Do you require detailed information or a brief summary?" The system explained, "Detailed information requires 100,000 heavenly secret points, while brief information only costs 100 points. 100,000. That's exorbitantly priced. Then I shall opt for the brief summary," the system confirmed. "Understood, consuming 100 heavenly secret points to exchange for brief information." The system informed, The Lost Lands was originally a high-level secret realm created by a celestial being of the upper realm, intended to select talented individuals from the lower realms to participate in interdimensional wars. Just as Su Che was deeply engrossed in listening, the system's narration abruptly halted, prompting him to exclaim in surprise, "Is that all?" The system replied, "Yes. Did you pocket my service fee? You provide so little information for 100 heavenly secret points?" The system responded, "This question only requires 10 heavenly secret points. Would the master like to exchange again?" Su Che was left speechless. All right, so that's how it works. Interdimensional wars. Could it be that this world consists of more than just one celestial realm or upper realm? However, considering that he and his disciples had only just stepped into the sovereign realm, such matters seemed distant. The most pressing concern was to elevate both his and his disciples' strength, with 260 heavenly secret points remaining. Su Che resolved to exchange them all for intelligence regarding the Lost Lands, hoping to assist his disciples in acquiring more treasures within. They are currently in the Death Paradise. System, tell me how many heavenly secret points are needed for detailed intelligence on the Death Paradise? I prefer comprehensive data, ideally with a map, the system responded. Master, the detailed map and strategy for the Death Paradise are ready, costing only 260 heavenly secret points that Su Che queried. Isn't that quite the precise number? Surely, you didn't set that price yourself? He began to suspect that this so-called system might be profiting from the transaction, yet faced with the system's silence, he could only accept it with resignation. Very well, let us proceed with the exchange, the system announced. Congratulations, Master, on successfully exchanging for the detailed strategy of the Death Paradise. As the system's notification concluded, a jade slip appeared in Su Che's hand. He rapidly scanned it with his spiritual sense, nodding in satisfaction, and transmitted the jade slip to Bai Feng through the small world. Meanwhile, on the second layer of the Death Paradise, Bai Feng received the jade slip sent by his master, his face radiating excitement. "Junior sisters, come quickly. This was just sent to us by Master. He truly is omnipotent." Even acquiring the detailed map of the Death Paradise, Murong Qian and Minjing, upon hearing this, were utterly astonished and eagerly began examining the contents of the jade slip. Wow, Master is incredibly thoughtful. Chapter 70. The unopened treasure chamber. Not only were the locations of every passage marked, along with the distribution and strength of the ferocious beasts, but also indicated treasure locations and the points required to unlock them. The three meticulously studied the information within the jade slip, and a bold plan began to take root in their minds. With this map, we can systematically explore layer by layer. We cannot return until we have thoroughly scoured the Death Paradise to repay Master for his assistance. United in resolve, the trio promptly commenced their endeavor. Bai Feng, referencing the map, indicated that the second level harbored over 1,000 ferocious beasts. The three most formidable Sacred Realm beasts had already been vanquished, leaving more than 600 beasts of mid-godly power and above, which could be utilized to accumulate points. After careful consideration, they selected over 300 scattered and manageable beasts for extermination in the ensuing 3 days. Guided by the map in their possession, the trio successfully hunted a total of 328 beasts ranging from mid-godly to Spirit Emperor level, collectively earning 400 points. Senior brother, we have nearly dealt with all the beasts we can handle on the second level. Where should we head next? Brother, the map indicates there is only one unopened treasure chamber on the second level. Inside, there is but a drop of creation essence, which can be exchanged for merely 100 points of death credits. Let us hasten there. Bai Feng nodded in agreement, and the three of them swiftly flew toward the treasure chamber on the second level. With the aid of the map, they skillfully navigated around all hazardous zones, significantly enhancing their efficiency. Before long, they reached their destination, and after paying 100 points of death credits, they successfully acquired a drop of creation essence. Having obtained the creation essence, let us proceed to the third level. The higher we ascend, the more treasures await. However, the required death credits will also increase, so we must devise ways to accumulate more points. Upon reaching the third level, Bai Feng once again consulted the jade slip in his hand. There were 2 treasure chambers in total, of which one had already been accessed. The remaining chamber required 500 points of death credits for entry, and it was said to conceal a quasi-immortal artifact. Wow, a quasi-immortal artifact! Although all 3 possess imperial weapons, This would be their first encounter with such legendary artifacts said to exist only in the upper realms. Bifone meticulously perused the description within the jade slip and elucidated. A quasi-mortal artifact is the byproduct of a failed attempt to forge an immortal weapon. It possesses half the power of an immortal weapon and can slightly enhance the efficacy of rule-based attacks. This distinction between immortal weapons and the apex imperial weapons of the lower realm is pivotal. No matter how powerful an imperial weapon may be, it cannot augment the power of the rules. Only immortal weapons can achieve such feats. Moreover, immortal weapons can be embedded with treasures that embody corresponding rule powers to amplify their effectiveness. Indeed, some defensive immortal weapons can even withstand rule-based assaults. That Mu Rong Qian gazed into the distance, murmuring to herself, immortal weapons. I wonder if Master possesses any. In the small world, Su Che, who had been in seclusion, retained a sliver of consciousness to monitor his 3 disciples. Upon hearing Mu Rong Qian's words, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. It seems such artifacts will only manifest as rewards once I reach the immortal realm. Bifone resolutely decided to procure the quasi-immortal artifact before seeking to amass more death credits. Junior sisters, let us now venture to acquire the quasi-immortal artifact. Preemptively thwart any potential rivals. There are surely other formidable beings within this death paradise who possess sufficient credits to make exchanges. Mu Rong Qian and Meng Ying nodded, clearly eager for the coveted quasi-immortal artifact. Let us set forth. Following the map's guidance, the trio swiftly advanced towards the final treasure chamber. However, upon their arrival, they discovered a middle-aged cultivator at the Spirit Emperor level guarding the entrance. Upon seeing the 3 of them, whose cultivation was merely at the Spirit Sage level, the previously tense expression on the middle-aged cultivator's face immediately relaxed. Oh, what are these little Spirit Sages doing in the 3rd level? I must say, your luck is extraordinarily remarkable to have survived to reach this place. However, this is no domain for you. If you have sufficient credits to confront the challenges of the death paradise, it will be best to find a safe corner and wait for it all to conclude. Bifone and his companions exchanged glances, silently speculating. He seems to be awaiting someone, but what is the strength of his companions? The middle-aged man was only at the initial stage of the Spirit Emperor realm. If they could launch a surprise attack, they might have a chance to subdue him. However, should his companions arrive unexpectedly, they would find themselves in an exceedingly perilous situation. Senior brother, shall we engage? Meng Ying inquired. After consuming sacred blood, her understanding of the rules had more than doubled, with her mastery over the time rule growing increasingly formidable. I will draw his attention first. Junior sisters, wait for my signal and act in unison. Su Che declared before striding toward the treasure chamber. Senior, we discovered a mysterious liquid obtained from the corpse of a sacred beast on the 2nd level, but we are unable to discern its purpose. Could you assist us in examining it? Bifone inquired. Upon hearing Bifone mention the sacred beast's corpse and mysterious liquid, the middle-aged sage's interest was piqued. Oh, quickly, show it to me. Having lived for over 10,000 years, this middle-aged sage was well-versed in lore and could not help but associate it with the legendary sacred blood chronicled in ancient texts. 500 years prior, he had comprehended the Thunder Rule and ascended to the sacred realm, yet his cultivation of the rule had progressed at a painfully slow pace, remaining at a mere 3. If this truly were sacred blood, his rule's cultivation speed could potentially surge tenfold. With this thought, the middle-aged sage's heart was gripped by a surge of murderous intent. Initially dismissive of the young trio, he now perceived them as potential holders of a significant treasure. To ensure that the information did not leak, he resolved not to inform the elder and his personal disciples stationed nearby, who were out gathering death credits. Very well, Senior, please take a look. Bifone approached the middle-aged sage cautiously, the latter remaining unguarded. Just as Bifone came within 10 meters, Su Che drew forth not a treasure, but a gigantic ruler, entirely black. The Burning Heaven Flame Ruler. As the Burning Heaven Flame Ruler unleashed its astonishing power, the middle-aged sage finally realized he was facing an imperial weapon. Simultaneously, Mu Rong Qian and Meng Ying launched their attacks. Meng Ying employed a time pause technique, albeit limited in range, yet sufficient to create a lethal strike. That suspended moment. Bai Feng wielded the burning heaven flame ruler, empowered by the fire rule, manifesting devastating might. Almost simultaneously, Meng Ying's wind thunder seal and Mu Rongqian's death sword struck the middle-aged sage, who was ensnared in the time pause. Time seemed to freeze for just an instant. When the middle-aged sage regained his senses from the stasis, he was horrified to discover that his sacred body had been shattered. His formidable soul, now detached, prepared to unleash thunderous retribution upon the trio of ambushers. Yet, an ominous shadow of death suddenly enveloped him as Mu Rongqian swung her death sword, aiming directly for his soul. Chapter 71. Slightly victorious, a piercing scream rent the air as the middle-aged sage's soul was cleaved in two by Mu Rongqian's blade. In his final moments, confusion filled his heart. How could a few mere spirit sage juniors wield such formidable rule power? Not long after the middle-aged sage's soul dissipated, a powerful aura emanated from a distance. "Trouble," Bai Feng exclaimed anxiously. His companions have returned. This aura was at least that of a late-stage spirit emperor, and the trio, aware they were outmatched, swiftly expended 500 death credits to unlock the treasure chamber's door, stowing away the quasi-immortal artifact before fleeing in the opposite direction. Our speed cannot compare to theirs, and Meng Ying's time rule requires time to recover. We must devise a plan to shake them off. Bai Feng examined the jade slip in his hand and discovered a beast lair not far ahead. The map indicated the presence of 4 beasts at the sacred realm level, one of which was a high-tier sacred beast. Confirming the direction, Bai Feng led Meng Ying and Mu Rongqian straight towards the beast lair. Meanwhile, less than 1,000 miles behind them, an elder at the late-stage spirit emperor level was relentlessly pursuing them alongside a young cultivator. "Who killed my disciple?" The elder bellowed furiously. "I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death." This elder, known as the ancestor of creation, was a top-tier powerhouse of the creation clan, while the middle-aged sage recently slain by Bai Feng and his companions was the clan leader of the ancient creation clan. Upon discovering the leader's command token shattered, the ancestor of creation had been consumed by rage, promptly leading his disciples to track down the culprits. At this moment, Bai Feng and his companions had delved deep into the beast lair. According to the jade slip, the beasts here were inherently lethargic and slumbering. As long as they did not provoke them, the beasts would not readily launch attacks. "Junior sisters, restrain your aura. We must proceed with caution," Bai Feng whispered, and the trio subsequently suppressed their powers, lightly landing and quietly advancing towards the far end of the lair. Shortly after they touched down, a powerful force suddenly enveloped the lair. It was none other than the ancestor of creation, who had tracked them. However, the ancestor was unaware of the map of the death paradise, and thus did not know that a beast habitat lay hidden within. As he soared above the lair, he immediately sensed several unusually potent auras below, one of which was even slightly superior to his own. How audacious to have fled into the beast lair. "Humph, do you think you can evade my pursuit in such a manner? Utterly laughable. Even if you join forces with that high-tier sacred beast, what do I have to fear?" Confident in his extraordinary prowess, the venerable ancestor of creation wasted no time and boldly ventured deep into the beast's lair, following the trail of Bai Feng and his companions. Upon noticing a ferocious beast, whose form resembled a small mountain, in a deep slumber not far away, Bai Feng devised a cunning plan. "Junior sister, I shall provoke that esteemed elder, and I kindly ask you to enhance my speed with time acceleration." Dreaming nodded in agreement, her gaze reflecting an understanding of her senior brother's mischievous intent. With that, Bai Feng soared into the air and called out to the ancestor of creation, "Hey, esteemed elder, are you here to trouble me? Who dares to be so audacious as to show such blatant disrespect to me? This is akin to courting death." The ancestor of creation dismissed Bai Feng, a mere spirit saint, with utter disdain, casually unleashing a bolt of lightning, convinced it would reduce him to ashes. In the ancestor's eyes, a minor spirit saint was utterly powerless beneath his strike. However, bolstered by Dream Ying's time manipulation, Bai Feng's speed became astonishingly swift, allowing him to evade the ancestor's attack effortlessly. The bolt of lightning then struck the slumbering beast, rousing it with a furious roar. Observing this, Bai Feng's heart leapt with joy. Success. "Junior sister, let us retreat swiftly. Let the esteemed elder engage in a fierce battle with those beasts, prepared in advance. Dreaming rapidly cast time acceleration upon the three of them, and they wasted no time in fleeing into the distance. Long ago, Hong Yin was the guardian of the lost lands. After he descended to the mortal realm without permission, he vanished without a trace. As the eldest brother in the family, Hongda, possessing the cultivation of a golden immortal, informed his siblings through a jade slip. The newly appointed guardian, Hong Yi, had utilized the resources of the Heavenly Mechanism Sect to uncover Hong Yin's whereabouts. Unfortunately, it was revealed that Hong Yin had been slain by a mere mortal. Hongda speculated that this mortal might be a reincarnated deity, thus requesting Hong Yi to ascertain the identity of this individual. According to Hong Yin's previous disclosures, someone had violated the rules of the Lost Lands and forcefully intruded in an attempt to save a disciple. Even more shocking was the revelation that this individual possessed their own miniature world. However, Hong Yi never anticipated that he would fall to someone who might have been a golden immortal in a past life. Due to Hong Yin's previous unauthorized venture into the mortal realm, which had attracted the attention of the Celestial Court's enforcement team, Hong Yi had to act with utmost caution to avoid violating celestial laws. Consequently, he decided to dispatch his two disciples, Chung Feng and Chung Feng, to the Lost Lands on a covert mission, to locate and confirm the identity of the perpetrator who had slain their master. Hong Yi provided them with a tracking talisman crafted by the Heavenly Mechanism Sect, capable of sensing the target's aura as long as they approach the target or someone closely related to them. The talisman would activate. Additionally, he bestowed upon them two quasi-immortal artifacts for their protection. Though not genuine immortal artifacts, considering the rarity of such treasures, even Hong Yi possessed only a single low-level immortal artifact. Meanwhile, Bai Feng and his companions had just evaded the pursuit of the ancestor of creation and entered the fourth layer of the paradise of death. The new regulations here rendered battles even more brutal. Defeating an opponent allowed one to seize all their death points. Faced with this change, Bai Feng considered it an opportunity, as they, despite being spirit saints, possessed the capability to triumph over early-stage, saint-level adversaries. Bai Feng also mentioned the quasi-mortal artifact, the Haotian Mirror, gifted by their master, which could reflect attacks and was particularly effective against foes below the immortal realm. Given the trio's current spiritual strength, utilizing this artifact proved somewhat taxing, prompting Bai Feng to propose that they take turns wielding it to better restore their spiritual powers. Let us begin by clearing the outskirts of the fourth layer and eliminate those beasts to accumulate death points. Remember, the more precious the artifact, the higher the points required. After articulating his plan, Bai Feng led Dream Ing and Mu Rong Qian into action at the fringes of the fourth layer, specifically targeting beasts of the Spirit Emperor realm and below. During their endeavors, they occasionally encountered attacks from other cultivators, swiftly seizing their death points as well. Over the course of 2 days, the trio accumulated 560 death points, astonishingly, most of which were garnered by defeating other cultivators as they gradually approached the core area of the fourth layer. They noted a marked decrease in the number of beasts surrounding them. Senior brother, look, the beasts seem to have diminished significantly. We've noticed several locations previously marked with beasts now appear deserted, Dream Ing remarked. Bai Feng, sensing something amiss, speculated, perhaps someone has preemptively cleared these beasts before us. But their speed is astonishing. We arrived at the scene several times only to find the beasts freshly slain, seemingly by the same individual. Bai Feng added, pondering, could they possibly possess a map? The distribution of these beasts is so scattered, yet they have been cleared so swiftly. Just as Bai Feng and his companions felt disheartened by being consistently outpaced. Several hundred miles ahead, Chung Feng had just completed a sweep of beasts, amassing 700 death points. The strength of those entering the Lost Lands is truly weak, Chung Feng complained. We only encountered 2 opponents of the Spirit Emperor realm, while the rest are hardly worth mentioning. Hearing his junior brother's lament, Chung Feng reminded him not to lose sight of their primary objective. At that moment, Chung Feng suddenly noticed that the tracking talisman at his waist had reacted. The talisman is responding. The person our master instructed us to find is nearby. Let's hurry in that direction. It seems their aura is not strong. Likely, it's one of their disciples. Meanwhile, Bai Feng and his companions pressed deeper into the fourth layer. Suddenly, a chilling aura enveloped them, and Bai Feng felt a powerful coldness rise from beneath his feet, swiftly freezing him in place. In the next moment, the Haotian mirror on his body emitted a beam of light, shooting into the distance. "Flee! At least a late-stage spirit emperor," Bai Feng shouted to Dream Ing and Mu Rongqian before losing consciousness. Not far away, Cheng Feng, preparing to launch another attack, suddenly felt a familiar icy force engulf him. "Damn it! How could my icy law recoil upon myself?" Cheng Feng frowned and halted, assisting Cheng Feng in countering the sudden surge of cold energy while warning. "This is bad. They might possess defensive quasi-immortal artifacts. They have the ability to reflect attacks." Dream Ing and Mu Rongqian, witnessing their senior brother Bai Feng encased in ice, turned pale with fright. Dreaming urgently exclaimed, "Quick, we must get senior brother out of here. Let us head directly to the 5th layer." With that, she activated her time acceleration skill, and, alongside Mu Rongqian, they hurriedly dragged Bai Feng towards the passage leading to the 5th layer. During their escape, the two communicated via thought to their master. "Suche, Master, senior brother has been frozen solid. Someone is pursuing us." Suche had long sensed the peril facing his 3 disciples. After utilizing the creation spirit liquid acquired by them, which he exchanged for 100 heavenly mechanism points, he learned from the system of the imminent threat posed by these enemies. How relentless they are. With a mere thought, Suche employed the puppet control technique through the connection of his miniature world on the pursuing Cheng Feng. Regrettably, the power of his miniature world's laws had yet to recover. Otherwise, with his current spiritual strength, controlling a late-stage spirit emperor would not require the expenditure of 90 points of spiritual energy. Before controlling Cheng Feng, Suche first lifted the control over the illusory sound ancestor. Considering that the illusory sound ancestor was only at the early stage of the spirit emperor realm, and with Suche mastering various laws, he could easily suppress the opponent. Moreover, the illusory sound ancestor had witnessed Suche's formidable strength. Even liberated from control, he would not dare to betray. However, after taking control of Cheng Feng, Suche commanded him to eliminate Cheng Feng, but Cheng Feng quickly sensed the anomaly and fled in haste. Following this, Suche utilized the laws of his miniature world to rescue the frozen Bai Feng and instructed them to deal with Cheng Feng, simultaneously acquiring over 500 death points from him. Afterward, Bai Feng, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Master, since he is a late-stage spirit emperor, why not keep him scout for us?" Suche explained, "I am still in the recovery phase. Controlling him would deplete a significant amount of my spiritual energy, hindering my recuperation. Due to the quasi-immortal artifact possessed by Cheng Feng having already recognized its master, Bai Feng and the others were unable to utilize Suche, lacking the energy to erase the spiritual imprint upon it. Had no choice but to allow the system to absorb it, converting it into 500 heavenly mechanism points. This further emphasized to Suche the urgency of enhancing his own strength, for he knew his adversaries would not easily relent in their pursuit of him and his disciples. After accumulating sufficient points, Bai Feng and his companions resolved to venture towards the unopened treasure chamber of the 5th layer. However, upon entering the palace leading to the treasure chamber, a chilling aura greeted them. Their danger, retreat quickly. Bai Feng was struck with terror as Meng Ying instantly invoked the power of time acceleration, causing the 3 of them to retreat with lightning speed, swiftly distancing themselves by over 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. At the moment they exited the palace, a fearsome beast resembling a human but grotesquely terrifying appeared at the entrance. It walked upright like a human, yet possessed 2 heads and 4 arms. With a scaly tail dragging behind an elderly man, an early-stage spirit emperor who had just fled the palace, met a tragic fate as the beast pierced his chest with its sharp tail. His soul had barely begun to escape when the beast opened its maw and devoured him whole. Subsequently, this dreadful creature began to rend the old man's lifeless body, a satisfied expression washing over its face in response to the sanguinary aroma. After finishing its gruesome feast, it cast a greedy glance at the already distant Bai Feng and his companions, yet chose not to pursue them, retreating instead back into the grand hall. It appeared that the beast possessed a degree of intelligence, aware that remaining within the hall would ensure a continual supply of sustenance. Bai Feng and his companions halted only when they were certain of their safety, exhaling a sigh of relief. That was close, Murong Qian exclaimed, cradling her face in her hands, still trembling with fear. It was horrifying. Senior brother, that humanoid beast possesses at least the strength of a late-stage saint, yet her expression soon shifted to one of dismay. However, to enter the treasure chamber, we must pass through that palace, and the path to the 6th level lies in that direction, as well that Su Che suggested. Let us not be hasty, we should wait nearby until the beast is drawn away by others. And then we can take the opportunity to use time acceleration to dash past. According to the map provided by Su Che, this palace had not originally housed such a formidable beast, indicating it had come from elsewhere. Since it was not its territory, it likely would not linger for long. 2 days later, Cheng Feng arrived at the 5th level, his demeanor exceedingly cautious, intent on reaping benefits in this labyrinthine domain without courting danger. As he approached the palace housing the treasure chamber, he sensed the presence of the beast. How could there be a late-stage saint beast here? Cheng Feng pondered, "It no matter. If I slay it, perhaps I can obtain a drop of saint blood to sell for a handsome price." Armed with a quasi-mortal weapon, he felt a surge of confidence at that moment. Bai Feng and his companions were lurking at a distance, observing the unfolding situation that it's the one who was chasing us. He's here as well, Bai Feng squinted, deducing he should be able to contend with that beast. After all, Master mentioned he possesses another quasi-immortal weapon. They resolved to wait for the two parties to engage in battle before seizing the opportunity to slip past unnoticed. The instant Cheng Feng stepped into the palace, he was immediately confronted by the beast's hard, scaled tail lunging towards him. "You wretch, you seek your own demise," Cheng Feng bellowed, brandishing his quasi-immortal sword and striking fiercely at the beast's tail. With a resounding clang and a shower of sparks, his sword failed to sever the beast's tail. What? Its tail is so resilient. Cheng Feng was momentarily taken aback, then exerted more force to swing his sword again. This time, the sword finally penetrated the beast's tail, but only to a third of its length, failing to sever it completely. The humanoid beast let out a howl of agony, black blood trickling down Cheng Feng's sword. Infuriated by the injury, the beast became even more frenzied, launching a savage assault with its robust arms. Cheng Feng parried with his sword while attempting to freeze the beast using the ice law, only to find the effectiveness of his attack disappointingly limited, merely slowing the beast's movements. This is bad. It seems the beast's body possesses partial immunity to law-based attacks. After a fierce exchange, Cheng Feng discerned a vulnerability in the beast's anatomy, its abdomen. Seizing the opportunity while the beast was hindered by the ice law, Cheng Feng swiftly thrust his sword into the beast's belly, twisting it before withdrawing, bringing forth a repulsive array of entrails. "Umph! Behold my swordsmanship!" Cheng Feng chuckled triumphantly, having identified the key to victory. He believed a few more exchanges would suffice to vanquish the beast entirely. However, just as Cheng Feng prepared to deliver the final blow, the original beast thumped its chest and roared, and soon after, another equally formidable beast appeared outside the palace. Faced with this sudden reinforcement, Cheng Feng's expression changed drastically as he attempted to flee the scene. Yet, the previously injured beast had already anticipated his escape route, blocking his path. The newly arrived beast swung its tail, the sharp tip piercing through Cheng Feng's back and beginning to siphon his blood. Although a spirit emperor cultivator could reincarnate, even if their physical body was destroyed, loss of blood would still impact their strength. Cheng Feng was seething with rage. "Oh, you truly believe you can best me?" Under the onslaught of the two powerful beasts, Cheng Feng resolved to hold nothing back, that he retrieved a purple orb radiating an aura of destruction from his storage ring, exclaiming, "You force my hand to use this disposable immortal treasure." Perish, upon activating the purple orb, a powerful wave of destructive energy erupted, spreading outward in a shockwave. The once blood-red eyes of the two beasts filled with fear as their bodies were obliterated in an instant. With a thunderous explosion, the bodies of the two late-stage saint beasts disintegrated completely in the air. A drop of blood emanating an extraordinary glow appeared. It was the fabled saint blood. Cheng Feng, witnessing the miraculous occurrence, felt a surge of excitement, momentarily forgetting the precious immortal treasure he had just expended, and laughed as he prepared to collect the drop of saint blood. Yet at that moment, a figure swiftly approached. Su. Chung Feng recognized Bai Feng at a glance, his heart sinking as he prepared to flee, only to be ensnared by Su Che's puppet control technique from his small world. Locking his soul in place, Fenger, deal with him, T. Su Che's command. Bai Feng swiftly executed the incapacitated Chung Feng, allowing Su Che to feel a measure of relief. The exertion of soul power twice in quick succession had been a considerable burden for the already weakened Su Che, rendering him unable to use it again in the short term. However, acquiring a drop of saint blood was a significant boon. Bai Feng and Murong Qian had never consumed saint blood before. It could enhance the speed of their law cultivation. After dealing with Chung Feng, the trio successfully passed through the palace and arrived before the treasure chamber on the 5th level. This treasure chamber requires 1,000 death points. Fortunately, we seized their points, or we would be left lamenting, Murong Qian remarked. After eliminating Chung Feng, they had gained an additional 300 points, bringing their total to 1108. Hurry and exchange them. Senior brother, I'm eager to discover what treasure can be exchanged for 1,000 death points. Thus, the three spent 1,000 death points to unlock the treasure chamber, revealing a small sapling radiating a divine aura within. This a sapling. Meng Ying exclaimed in astonishment. Wait, are you all feeling it too? The power of the laws within us is depleting. Upon her observation, Bai Feng and Murong Qian immediately became aware of the phenomenon as well. That this sapling. It is absorbing the law power from within us. Bai Feng cried out. They believed that bringing this miraculous sapling to their master might be beneficial, as its ability to absorb law power could potentially aid in accelerating their master's recovery. Although Bai Feng and his companions had not practiced for long, they understood the sapling's value, yet were unaware of its specific origins. Upon returning to the small world, Su Che promptly instructed the system to appraise the sapling. The system responded, Master, this is a Jinmu sapling, which can be planted within your small world. I feel as though I've heard of Jinmu before, Su Che muttered to himself, lost in thought. But what exactly is its purpose? The system explained. Once matured, Jinmu can serve as a pillar supporting heaven and earth, enhancing the stability of your small world and forming a powerful barrier to repel external invaders. The system added, moreover, Jinmu possesses an additional function particularly suited to your current situation. It can absorb the law power from living beings, promoting its rapid growth while returning a portion of that power to your world. A sudden realization struck Su Che. If Jinmu can absorb law power for the small world, can I not draw the remains of beasts and cultivators above the saint realm into the small world as nourishment for it? After all, beings above the saint realm harbor law power within them. Conveniently, the law barrier of the lost land only restricts living beings from entering my small world. Corpses should be exempt from this limitation. With this idea in mind, he swiftly set about acting, contacting Bai Feng without delay. Bai Feng, along with Murong Qian and Meng Ying, returned to the hall where Chung Feng had battled the beast. Su Che then collected the remains of the two saint beasts and Chung Feng, bringing them back. As the remains of the two beasts and Chung Feng were placed near the Jinmu sapling. The sapling immediately began to absorb their power while releasing a trace of law power, nourishing Su Che's small world. Indeed, it works, Su Che exclaimed. This is far quicker than cultivating on my own. At this rate, it may only take about 10,000 remains of Saint Beast to restore the strength of my small world to what it was before defeating Hong Yin. Chapter 74. Delving into the immortal realm is the optimal strategy, however. Relying solely on Feng and the others to hunt beasts was insufficiently swift, and their relatively low cultivation levels posed dangers when faced with numerous beasts. Contemplating this, Su Che recalled a potential candidate, the elder Huanin, who remained at Xianyao Sect awaiting summons after being released from control. Speaking of which, the enigmatic ancestor of the illusory sound is indeed quite remarkable. Although Su Che has liberated himself for the control of the ancestor over his spirit, the latter has not departed. Instead, he is wholeheartedly intent on recognizing Su Che as his master. Preoccupied with healing his wounds, Su Che has yet to address this matter. It seems that the time has come to seize this opportunity. A thought flashed through his mind. and Su Che instantaneously transported himself to the Xianyao Sect. Sensing Su Che's presence, the venerable ancestor of Xianyao Sect and the holy master of Xixia hurriedly arrived to greet him. Senior, have you just emerged from seclusion? Su Che nodded slightly in response to the greetings from the two elders of Xianyao Sect. Yes, I am here today to seek the illusory, sound Holy Land's ancestor. Just then, a green light swiftly approached, accompanied by the excited voice of an elder. Master, do you have a task for me to accomplish? Observing the illusory sound ancestor's keen awareness, Su Che's demeanor softened somewhat. I hope you can assist me in entering the land of lost spirits to collect the remains of ferocious beasts above the sacred realm. Upon hearing this, the illusory sound ancestor readily agreed. Certainly, I shall proceed to the land of lost spirits to hunt ferocious beasts for you. Wait, Su Che called out to him, searching through the system's repository for a moment before finally producing a tome of Imperial-level martial arts and two top-tier wind-type Imperial weapons. This martial arts tome and these two Imperial weapons are rewards for this mission that I recall that you cultivate the laws of wind, correct? These are perfectly suited for you. Receiving the martial arts tome and Imperial weapons. The illusory sound ancestor's eyes widened with excitement, his face brimming with joy. For him, possessing a sacred-level martial arts was already the pinnacle. Achieving completion in the sacred realm was no easy feat. However, with this Imperial-level martial arts tome, stepping into the legendary Spirit Saint realm is no longer a mere dream. Even more exhilarating were the two Imperial weapons, an offensive wind-type sword and a defensive wind-type small shield. These items were acquired through recent sign-ins, while previous sign-in rewards had been converted into heavenly machine points. Thank you for your generous gifts, Master. The illusory sound ancestor was overcome with gratitude, clutching the two Imperial weapons. He felt a surge of confidence for the impending task. Even though he was merely at the initial stage of the sacred realm, with these two Imperial weapons in hand, he was confident he could easily confront ferocious beasts at the mid-stage of the sacred realm. Let us depart that I will set a spatial coordinate on you. Should anything arise, you can contact me at any time. Observing all of this, the venerable ancestor of Xianyao Sect and the holy master of Xixia felt a mix of envy and jealousy. Any one of these items could stir the world of cultivators in the lower realm. Yet Senior Su had so generously bestowed them upon the illusory sound ancestor. However, upon reflection, they realized that Senior Su's strength was formidable. Disregarding even celestial beings, and such rewards might not hold much significance for him. After returning to a small world, Su Che pondered. Hong Yi and the formidable Hong have already begun to take notice of my existence. From the information he exchanged, Su Che learned that the so-called celestial realm was actually a product of a split from the Tianxian realm, which had been unified with the lower realm a millennium ago. Following a defeat in a dimensional war, the spiritual energy had sharply diminished, and the top-tier powerhouses had divided the Tianxian realm into the lower realm and the celestial realm to preserve their remaining strength. Although not everyone in the celestial realm is a celestial being, there are also mortals and low-tier cultivators, as well as numerous celestial sections. The difference lies in the existence of a celestial court that governs all celestial sections. The reason Hong Yin and other celestial beings have their eyes set on Su Che's small world, even going so far as to defy heavenly laws to confront him, is that his small world is a complete and independent entity. Unlike those secret realms, a small world is self-contained, possessing its own unique system of laws. Once these laws are sufficiently perfected and powerful, they could even give rise to a unique heavenly Tao. In this small world that belongs to him, Su Che is akin to the heavenly Tao, omnipotent. Hong Yi and Hong to have respectively reached the realms of celestial immortal and golden immortal, levels that currently surpass his capabilities. Su Che contemplated, realizing that rather than evading the situation, it would be better to take the initiative. Perhaps delving deeper into the celestial realm is the optimal strategy. With this thought in mind, a plan gradually took shape in Su Che's mind. However, before executing it, he needed to negotiate with the system. System, reveal yourself, Su Che called out. Master, I am here. The system responded. Su Che scoffed. Don't think I'm unaware that you've been pocketing my commissions. The last time I exchanged for information about the Death Paradise and the others, you quoted me based solely on how many heavenly machine points I had. How coincidental can that be? The system felt somewhat awkward. Well, Master, let me explain. No need for explanations. Suche interrupted. Let bygones be bygones, but now I want to establish a rule. From now on, half of the heavenly machine points earned shall be shared with me. The system protested. That is unacceptable. Master, you're being unreasonable. My commissions aren't even that much. Hearing the system admit to taking commissions, Suche's anger flared. Ha! So you finally admit it, at least 30%. It cannot be any less. After some back-and-forth bargaining, both parties ultimately reached a consensus at 10%. Fine, 10% it is. Suche agreed, although he still suspected the system was profiting more than that. Yet this exceeded his expectations. He knew that once his strength grew sufficiently, there would come a day to settle the accounts. This 10% will directly convert into an enhancement of my cultivation. Right? Suche inquired. No problem, the system replied. After finalizing the agreement, Suche utilized the summoning talisman obtained from Chung Feng to locate the coordinates leading to the celestial realm and establish the entry point of his small world in a relatively quiet area. He planned to leverage the spatial overlap effect of the small world to create a scaled-down absolute domain within the celestial realm. Sigh, my small world has already expanded to several thousand kilometers. Yet in the celestial realm, it can only project a small domain of a few dozen meters. Suche frowned. The system explained. This is due to your current realm being insufficiently high. While the laws of the celestial realm are far more potent, your small world can only cover this limited area therein. Suche shook his head helplessly. All right, small it is. At worst, I want to go outside. As long as I remain within my small world, I am invincible, correct? The system responded. In theory, yes, as long as your small world is not destroyed, you shall be invincible within its bounds, Suche queried with curiosity. Theoretically? Does that mean there exists a force in the celestial realm capable of destroying my small world? Chapter 75. A sense of shock, the system replied. Not in the celestial realm. But higher planes may possess such power. Understanding this, Suche concluded that it was best to act with discretion. After making all necessary preparations, Suche checked on the status of his 3 disciples through the coordinates linked to Baifeng. Baifeng and her 2 junior sisters had already entered the 7th layer of the Death Paradise, successfully avoiding the formidable, ferocious beasts with the aid of the map he provided, and were busy collecting various treasures. They wanted to be able to escape from the land of lost spirits in the short term. As their master, I will first venture into the celestial realm to scout the path. When Suche arrived in the celestial realm via the coordinates, he found himself within a city. Looking around, he noticed that most of the inhabitants were mortals, bearing little difference from towns in the lower realm. Suche sensed the actual range of his small world, confirming that it was indeed only a few dozen meters in diameter. Subsequently, he removed his small building from his small world, erased its original name, and inscribed the 3 characters Qi Tiang. He also wrote a line on the entrance curtain. Enter this pavilion, and the heavenly machine shall be revealed. The entire building remained within his small world. Anyone who stepped into this range would effectively enter Suche's small world. Dressed in white, Suche appeared handsome and elegant, leisurely reclining in a rocking chair while sipping tea, now waiting for his first customer to arrive. Half a day passed, and although many passers-by noticed the newly emerged pavilion, most merely cast a curious glance before leaving. Occasionally, a few cultivators passed by, spotting the slogan on the entrance curtain, and couldn't help but sneer. Another wild fox Zen from who knows where, daring to claim the heavenly machine, can be measured. The city where Suche resided was called Yaoguang City, located on the fringe of the northern domain of Jinju. An inconspicuous small city, the celestial realm is divided into 4 domains: east, south, west, and north, with the ancient wilderness being the most powerful and the seat of the celestial court, while the northern domain is relatively weaker. Unperturbed by the mockery of passers-by, Suche remained patient, knowing it was only the first day of business. The next morning, 2 young women were preparing to leave the city when they passed by a building named Qitiangu. One of the girls, stunningly beautiful and around 16 years of age, had an exquisite face, and her lively eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. Master, We have been out for 3 months, traversing almost the entire Jinju, yet we have not even caught a glimpse of the 9 nethergrass. Does this miraculous herb truly exist? Could it be that the people from the Spirit Pill sect are deceiving us? The girl furrowed her brows, a hint of fatigue etched on her face. Standing beside her, a beautiful woman referred to as Master gently admonished, "Linger, how many times have you complained about being tired after just 3 months? The prescription came from my dear friend of many years. She would not deceive me. Regardless of how difficult it may be to find, we must locate the 9 nethergrass. Only in this manner can we heal the affliction of your venerable master." At that moment, Zhao Linger suddenly noticed the distinctive little building by the roadside, her eyes widening in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Qitian Pavilion? Master, look! It says that by entering this pavilion, one can gain insight into heavenly secrets. Why don't we step inside and see if this Qitian Pavilion's owner truly possesses such abilities? Insight into heavenly secrets." The beautiful woman scoffed dismissively, already regarding the owner of Qitian Pavilion as a charlatan. However, considering the exhausting journey they had endured for several months, Zhao Linger genuinely needed a respite. "Master, shall we go in for a cup of tea before continuing our travels?" Reluctantly, the beautiful woman acquiesced, leading Zhao Linger into Qitian Pavilion. Out of concern for her disciple, she thought that a brief pause would be harmless, allowing Linger a moment of rest. As the two entered Qitian Pavilion, Su Che immediately sensed their arrival. Through his omniscient gaze, he instantly comprehended all there was to know about the pair. Reclining leisurely in his rocking chair, he merely gestured towards the tea table beside him, showing no intention of standing to greet them. "Please have a seat. Help yourselves to tea. Miss Yi and Miss Zhao, tea is fate that has brought you here from afar. Feel free to inquire about anything you wish to know. There's a discount of 20%, after all." Humph. A classic ruse of the underworld. Yume sneered, preparing to mock him, but suddenly realized something was amiss. How did he know our surnames? Could he possibly know me? Yume pondered. Yet no matter how hard she tried to recall, she found no memory of this individual. Certain she had never encountered him before. With a tinge of surprise, Yume cautiously shielded the tea-pouring Zhao Linger behind her, asking, "How do you know us?" Su Che calmly pointed to the slogan hanging on the door curtain and replied, "Upon arriving here, everything becomes clear. There is nothing I do not know. Such theatrics. Do you think I will believe your grandiose claims?" Yume's expression hardened, completely dismissing Su Che's boastfulness. With that, she took hold of Zhao Linger, preparing to leave while warily observing Su Che, who remained seated in his rocking chair from the onset. She had found it impossible to gauge Su Che's strength, as if confronting an unfathomable abyss. Her probing yielded no results. Meanwhile, Yume secretly gathered her magical energy, ready to retaliate at a moment's notice should Su Che show any signs of movement. However, in that very instant, a wave of despair washed over her. Her magical powers were inexplicably rendered inoperable. To make matters worse, she could not even muster the most fundamental force of the laws. "Who exactly are you?" Yume felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. The ability to seal away her powers, and even her law force suggested that this individual's strength far surpassed that of her master. At the very least, her master, Zheng Qingxiu, one of the 6 elders of Liuli Palace and a formidable figure in the celestial realm, would not be capable of such a feat could this person before her be of golden immortal caliber. Yet, how could a golden immortal possibly appear in such a remote little town? Just as Yume was lost in thought and hesitant to act recklessly, Su Che seemed to sense the opportune moment had arrived. He straightened his robes and stood up with composure. "Do not be alarmed. I am merely a merchant. You are the first guest to grace Qitian Pavilion since its opening to celebrate. All goods are offered at a 20% discount. It seems you two are particularly interested in the Jiuyu grass." Su Che's demeanor radiated an air of unflappable confidence, as if he held dominion over all matters of the world. His words left Yume and Zhao Linger astounded once more. How did he know we were searching for the Jiuyu grass? We had not revealed a single word about it upon entering Qitian Pavilion. Yet he was utterly aware of our intentions. Could he truly be a recluse of extraordinary prowess? At that moment, the astute Zhao Linger was the first to recover from her astonishment. Her large, expressive eyes blinking as she inquired, "Senior, do you know where we can find the Jiu grass?" Beside her, Yume's breath quickened, her eyes reflecting eager anticipation. Chapter 76. Laced with bitterness at this moment. She dared not harbor even the slightest disdain. She respectfully bowed and said, "Senior, we are indeed in search of the Jiu grass. If you happen to know its whereabouts, please do not hesitate to inform us. We are willing to offer a corresponding reward." Su Che smiled faintly, acknowledging the wisdom of those who recognize the times. "The rules here are quite simple, as long as you present an appropriate price. I can provide the answers you seek. If you desire information about the Jiu grass, then offer me a treasure in exchange." With that, Su Che silently inquired within his mind, how many heavenly secret points are required to exchange for the clue to the Jiu grass? The system responded, 200 points. Upon learning the cost, Su Che devised a plan, maintaining a calm demeanor as he awaited the duo to produce their treasures. After a while, they did not extract anything from their storage rings. Instead, they presented a shimmering longsword. "Please take a look, Senior. This bloodblade is a prized possession I obtained from a secret realm, and it can be deemed a quasi-immortal artifact in her quest to cure her master's ailment." Yi Mei unhesitatingly offered the quasi-immortal artifact she had painstakingly acquired from the secret realm, regardless of the price. Would this sword suffice to exchange for information about the Jiu grass? Su Che raised an eyebrow, a flicker of delight coursing through him. He inwardly marveled at how the celestial realm indeed boasted a wealth of treasures. In the lower realms, an imperial weapon was already a rare gem. Little did he expect to procure a quasi-immortal artifact so swiftly in the celestial realm. Consulting the system once more, "What is the value of this somewhat damaged quasi-immortal sword?" The system replied, "Although it bears damage, it is worth 400 heavenly secret points." Such a transaction. Su Che felt an exuberance swell within him. This exceedingly simple exchange would yield double the heavenly secret points, a veritable windfall. Despite the tumult within, he maintained his unflustered demeanor, accepting the bloodblade without even a glance, promptly stowing it away in his miniature world. System, convert this quasi-immortal artifact into heavenly secret points and retrieve the specific location of the Jiu grass. As the system's notification chimed, the conversion was completed, leaving Su Che with 200 heavenly secret points, and the information regarding the Jiu grass materialized in his mind, under the watchful eyes of Yi Mei and Zhao Ling. Filled with tension and anticipation, Su Che slowly spoke. "The Jiu grass is a third-tier celestial treasure, possessing remarkable effects for soul restoration. The nearest specimen is located within the mountains, approximately 60,000 miles southwest of Xianyao in the northern region, guarded by a mid-tier spirit saint ferocious beast." Having spoken, Su Che delicately sipped his tea, contemplating how to further exploit potential clients. When Yume learned of the precise location of the Jiu grass, she was initially overjoyed, but her face quickly fell upon hearing that they would have to confront a mid-tier spirit saint ferocious beast. She was merely at the initial stage of spirit saint. Having lost her only lifeline, the quasi-immortal artifact, facing such a formidable adversary left her with nearly no chance of success. How could she possibly obtain the Jiu grass? Yi Mei was overwhelmed with bitterness. Just as she felt an immense wave of discouragement, Su Che's voice resonated once more. "The ferocious beast is a dragon-patterned giant python that has just recently broken through. It will shed its skin in 3 days, at which time it will be most vulnerable. You may take this opportunity to slay it and claim the Jiu grass." Yi Mei's emotions soared like a roller coaster, tears of excitement streaming down her face as she immediately knelt before him. "I shall forever remember your guidance, Senior." At that moment, Su Che appeared increasingly benevolent in her eyes, akin to the greatest benefactor in the world. Not only had he revealed the location of the Jiu grass, but he also provided a method to defeat the guardian ferocious beast. Reflecting on her previous sorrow over losing the quasi-immortal artifact that had accompanied her for many years, she now felt it had all been worth it. Su Che smiled gently, waving his sleeve as a gentle breeze lifted Yi Mei. In truth, the information regarding that ferocious beast had come alongside the location of the Jiu grass. He had merely paused to sip water due to thirst. Having obtained the precise information, Yi Mei was ready to set off immediately. "Senior, the journey is long. May I leave Linger here until my return? Suche nodded in agreement. Of course. I too feel a bit lonely on my own. Having someone for company would be quite nice. Senior, your depth is unfathomable, your knowledge vast, and your heart magnanimous. You truly are a recluse of extraordinary caliber. Yimei couldn't help but exclaim. Upon learning she could remain in Tianhua Pavilion, Zhao Linger was filled with exhilaration. Hope had blossomed for her master's remedy. She need not wander aimlessly anymore. Most importantly, she could stay by the side of this esteemed senior. And if she could receive some guidance, that would be even better. After Yimei departed from Tianhua Pavilion, she was astonished to discover that the restrictions placed upon her had vanished without a trace. The wisdom of the senior is indeed immeasurable. Why, Yimei gazed at the three large characters of Tianhua Pavilion, then activated her escape light, flying in the direction Suche had indicated. Within Tianhua Pavilion, the astute Zhao Linger proactively brewed a fresh cup of tea for Suche, respectfully presenting it to him. Senior, how should I address you? Zhao Linger inquired with bright, curious eyes. Gazing up at Suche, seeing her obedient demeanor, Suche couldn't help but reminisce about his three disciples in the Lost Land. That I am Suche. You may call me Senior Su. All right, Senior Su. Do you think Master can contend with that giant serpent? Suche nodded. The information I provided is reliable. As long as she adheres to my methods, there shall be no issues. Subsequently, he gestured towards his leg, requesting, please assist me with a gentle massage. Far away, amidst the endless mountains thousands of miles away, you may reach the location spoken of by Suche in merely half a day. She employed her divine sense to swiftly investigate the surroundings for dozens of miles. Indeed, it is the aura of a spirit saint ferocious beast. Before long, you may follow the scent to a nearby area where a colossal python, adorned with dragon patterns and measuring several dozen zhang in length, came into her view as expected. It is a dragon-patterned python in the midst of its spirit saint mid-stage. A wave of joy surged within her, since the elder had prophesied the appearance of the dragon-patterned python. The 9 nether grass must be nearby. Yimei cautiously concealed her presence, striving not to alert the dragon-patterned python, and began her meticulous search. Shortly thereafter, beneath the rocky cliff behind the dragon-patterned python, she discovered traces of the 9 nether grass. Its vibrant green color, with 9 leaves surrounded by an aura of coldness, was unmistakably the 9 nether grass. Yimei was overjoyed, astonished by the ease of her task. Thanks to the elder's guidance, the elder's words were indeed not in vain. Even the secrets of the heavens could be foreseen upon entering the Tianhua Pavilion. However, Yimei was not inclined to act rashly at that moment. As the dragon-patterned python was nearby, safeguarding its territory, she resolved to remain hidden until 3 days hence, when the python would shed its skin and enter a state of vulnerability before seizing the 9 nether grass. Since hearing Suche's words, her faith in his abilities had solidified, believing that what he said would undoubtedly come to pass. Time swiftly slipped by, and as 3 days elapsed, Yimei abruptly opened her eyes from meditation, her gaze fixating on the coiled, dragon-patterned python in the distance. Chapter 77. Unbeknownst, she observed the giant python entwined around a massive stone pillar, continuously rubbing against it, as a layer of translucent old skin gradually peeled away from its body. The elder's words have proven true, Yimei marveled inwardly. This was indeed the opportune moment to act. Recognizing that this was the python's most vulnerable moment, Yimei wasted no time springing into action. With a mere thought, a blade of sword energy imbued with icy power shot forth from her fingertips, lengthening in the wind as it aimed directly at the shedding dragon-patterned python. Although the python sensed danger and attempted to twist its massive body to escape, its movements were sluggish, hindered by the shedding process, rendering it incapable of evading Yimei's assault. The icy sword energy struck the python's body, causing its movements to freeze instantly, frost flowers rapidly blossoming upon its scales, gradually spreading throughout its entire form. Why Yimei's intention was not to kill the python. Despite its current frailty, as a mid-stage spirit saint ferocious beast, it would be beyond her capability to defeat it swiftly. Hence, her plan was to temporarily immobilize the python using the principles of ice, allowing her the opportunity to pluck the precious 9 nethergrass. Witnessing the success of her strategy as the python became successfully frozen, a satisfied smile graced Yi Mei's face. She deftly leaped to the rock beneath which the 9 nethergrass thrived, swiftly gathering the herb into her possession. After securing her prize, Yi Mei felt an immense sense of relief. However, at that moment, an enraged voice echoed in her mind. "You despicable human! How dare you seize my treasure while I shed my skin? Once I complete my transformation, I shall devour you whole." Yi Mei chuckled softly, securing the 9 nethergrass safely as she replied, "The elder had already foreseen that you would shed here today and guided me to procure the herb. It appears that the 9 nethergrass is not fated to be yours. I have indeed paid a price for it." With the 9 nethergrass in hand, Yi Mei embarked on her journey back to Yaoguang City. But shortly after her departure, the python completed its shedding, transforming into a robust, middle-aged M.A.N.D. "Oh, you think you can escape after stealing the 9 nethergrass? I have marked you with my aura. I shall hunt you down to the ends of the earth," he roared as Yi Mei approached Yaoguang City. A powerful aura suddenly locked on her. Instantly, a searing pain radiated from her back as she coughed up a mouthful of blood, realizing in terror, "Oh no. That cursed serpent is caught up." Its speed was astonishing. Still thinking of fleeing. "Ha ha! Having stolen my belongings, where do you think you can hide?" A few miles behind Yi Mei, the dragon-patterned python, now in human form, a middle-aged man, cackled as he unleashed a torrent of fiery dragon breath directly at her. Understanding her grave injuries, Yi Mei dared not confront this lethal strike head-on. With resolute determination, she enacted the blood-escape secret technique of the Lioli Palace. Willing to sacrifice her own blood essence in exchange for a slim chance of survival, do you think hiding within the city will make you safe? I swear, even if I must chase you to the world's end, I will swallow you whole." The middle-aged man mocked disdainfully, his figure vanishing in an instant as he pursued her swiftly. Meanwhile, within the Qitian Pavilion in Yaoguang City, Su Che was leisurely enjoying a massage from Zhao Ling, savoring a sip of spiritual tea when he remarked, "Considering the time, your master should be returning soon." And oh, sooner had he spoken than a bloodied figure plummeted from the heavens, crashing heavily before the entrance of the Qitian Pavilion. "Elder, please save me." The one who arrived was none other than Yi Mei. Zhao Linger recognized her master at a glance and rushed out to assist her into the pavilion. "Master, how could you be so injured?" Yi Mei, still shaken, glanced back anxiously and sighed. "That great serpent is in pursuit." Su Che swiftly rose, surveying Yi Mei with scrutiny, inwardly pondering whether the information he had previously exchanged was erroneous, suspecting that Yi Mei had not obtained the 9 nethergrass. However, upon activating his all-seeing eye, he instantly understood the unfolding circumstances that turned out that there was no mistake in his information. Rather, the dragon-patterned python, driven by vengeance, had relentlessly pursued her for thousands of miles to the very city. Shortly thereafter, the middle-aged man descended upon the Qitian Pavilion, exuding the formidable aura of a mid-stage spirit saint, enveloping the entire pavilion. Nearby mortals were paralyzed in fear, while some courageous cultivators observed from a distance. "That is a mid-stage spirit saint powerhouse. Look at that aura that devours all. He must be a fearsome character," the onlookers whispered among themselves, filled with curiosity and speculation regarding the imminent clash. As the dragon-patterned python landed, the ground trembled beneath its weight. Upon seeing the insignia of the Qitian Pavilion, it momentarily froze in astonishment. Qitian Pavilion. Can it truly discern the secrets of the heavens? Having cultivated for tens of thousands of years, the dragon-patterned python possessed wisdom comparable to that of humans. That IT was well aware of the divination arts practiced among human cultivators. Humph. It seems that the elder the woman spoke of is indeed you. I shall see just how many lives you possess that you dare command others to steal my celestial treasure. Inside the Qitian Pavilion, Yi Mei, filled with remorse, weakly addressed Su Che. "Elder, I have troubled you. I resorted to such desperate measures as I saw no other recourse." Su Che waved his hand dismissively, adopting an unconcerned demeanor. "It is but a trivial matter, as long as you are my guest." From the moment you stepped into the Qitian Pavilion, Your safety is my responsibility. He then gestured toward the dragon-patterned python outside. If you have come to negotiate, please enter. Otherwise, kindly take your leave. The dragon-patterned python's eyes glinted with cold light as it bellowed. Negotiate? You think yourself worthy? I shall devour you all today and demolish this wretched building as well. No sooner had it spoken than it revealed its true form, transforming into a massive python spanning dozens of zhang, charging toward the Tianhua pavilion. Witnessing this scene, Yimei, who had narrowly survived the dragon-patterned python's previous assault, felt a jolt of alarm and instinctively retreated a few steps. However, just as the dragon-patterned python surged into the Tianhua pavilion, the entire space seemed to freeze. Boom! Following a brief silence, the massive body of the python exploded without warning, disintegrating into a cloud of dust that scattered into the air. A dragon-patterned python of mid-stage spirit saint cultivation vanished in an instant without causing a ripple. Outside the Tianhua pavilion, the crowd, initially gathered to witness the spectacle, stood agape, mouse agape, in utter bewilderment. They could not comprehend what had transpired. They only saw the middle-aged man reveal his true form as a massive python charging into the Tianhua pavilion. And then there was nothing more. The mid-stage, spirit saint dragon-patterned python had been annihilated in the blink of an eye. The strength of the Tianhua pavilion's master was truly terrifying. Hiss, I hope you didn't overhear our previous conversation. Cough, everyone, I suddenly remember my grandmother is having a second child. I must take my leave. Within the Tianhua pavilion, Yimei and Zhao Linger were both rendered speechless. Zhao Linger's rosy lips parted slightly, swallowing hard as she found herself at a loss for words, gazing at Su Che's figure with a mixture of awe and reverence. Chapter 78. The most powerful force amidst the shock. Yimei quickly regained her composure, respectfully bowing to Su Che. Thank you, Elder, for saving my life. It was but a trifling matter, he replied. I have already stated that you are my guest within the Tianhua pavilion. I shall guarantee your safety. This is the ironclad rule of my Tianhua pavilion. Any who dares to harm those under my protection here shall face certain death. Su Che's voice was calm, yet empowered by the forces of the small world. His words resonated throughout every corner of Yaoguang City. The onlookers, still lingering, were stunned into silence, pondering when such a rule had been established. The door bore no inscription, a fact that seemed to resonate with the collective thoughts of those present. Upon sensing this, Su Che's mind stirred, and lo and behold, a new door curtain appeared in his hand. With a gentle flourish, he draped the curtain across the entrance of the Tianhua pavilion, now adorned with a few additional words. Provocateur, perish. Yimei observed this spectacle in silence, her respect for the elder's prowess deepening. Such dominance! Yet, in her eyes, the elder remained a paragon of virtue. Not only had he aided her in procuring the Jiuyu grass, but he had also effortlessly dealt with the dragon-patterned giant python that pursued her. Elder, I must return to the sect. My master's ailment cannot be delayed any longer. While Yimei spoke cautiously to Su Che, frequently glancing up to gauge his reaction to go, and should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Very well, Elder, she replied. Linger, let us return home. Yimei grasped Zhao Linger's hand, and after expressing her gratitude to Su Che once more, departed from the Tianhua pavilion. Before leaving, Zhao Linger cast a lingering glance at Su Che, as though wishing to remain. She felt that her cultivation had markedly accelerated during her stay at the Tianhua pavilion. Elder, I shall return to visit you. Zhao Linger's sentiments were not mere illusions. The area encompassing the Tianhua pavilion was, in fact, a projection of Su Che's miniature world, where the spiritual energy was far more abundant than that of Jinju. Furthermore, the Jianmu continually infused this realm with power, rendering it a sanctuary for cultivation. Once the two guests had departed, Su Che summoned the system. System, what level can I attain by utilizing all 200 heavenly mechanism points earned this time to enhance my cultivation? Master, an additional 300 points are required to ascend to the next minor realm. The system responded. Su Che was somewhat taken aback. Currently, he was at the mid-stage of the Saint realm, and he had not anticipated that ascending a minor realm would necessitate 500 heavenly mechanism points. As realms advanced, the requisite points increased significantly. However, with the aid of the tenfold Tao of Heaven and following Feng'er's trials in the Lost Lands, his cultivation speed would greatly amplify, thereby elevating his own prowess in tandem. In light of this, he felt no undue concern regarding the pace of his ascendance, that I shall set these points aside for now. I will enhance my cultivation once I have amassed enough. He resolved. With his plan firmly established, Su Che reclined back into his chair, savoring the tranquility. The sensation of growing stronger without the need for arduous training was truly delightful. Nevertheless, the heavenly mechanism points provided by clients at the Saint Realm were still rather meager. He needed to devise a strategy to attract more substantial clientele. Thus, 2 peaceful days passed. One afternoon, as Su Che basked in the sun, a sudden thunderclap reverberated through the skies of Yaoguang City. Accompanying the rumble was a dragon's roar that resonated through the heavens, revealing a golden dragon spiraling above the city. The dragon gazed down upon the Qitian Pavilion, as though searching for something. Moments later, it descended before the pavilion, transforming into an elder garbed in golden robes. The cultivators of Yaoguang City, upon hearing the commotion, hurriedly gathered. When they recognized the elder, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. It's someone from the North Sea Dragon Palace. What brings the North Sea Dragon Palace to our Yaoguang City? I recall that just a few days ago, a dragon-patterned giant python was slain by the owner of the Qitian Pavilion. That python must have belonged to the North Sea Dragon Palace. We are in deep trouble now. Indeed, the North Sea Dragon Palace is one of the most powerful factions in the North region. I wonder if the owner of the Qitian Pavilion can withstand them. As the crowd murmured, the elder in the golden robe let out a cold snort, unleashing a powerful sound wave that instantaneously felled several of the commentators. The remaining cultivators turned pale, paralyzed with fear, silently acknowledging the North Sea Dragon Palace's overwhelming authority. Nearby, the city guards who had been patrolling witnessed the scene and hastily rushed to report to the city lord. At that moment, the elder bellowed, "Which fool dares to slay a member of my North Sea Dragon clan?" It turned out that the dragon-patterned giant python was his subordinate, possessing a trace of true dragon blood. Just as the elder prepared to enter the Qitian Pavilion, the city lord of Fengshan arrived, wearing a broad smile to greet him. "Esteemed elder of the North Sea Dragon clan, I apologize for not having welcomed you sooner. Please forgive my oversight." However, the elder in the golden robe was unyielding, his demeanor frigid as he retorted, "Get lost, speak further, and I shall slay you too." The city lord's smile instantly faltered, replaced by an awkward expression as he stammered, "Elder, while Yaoguang City may be modest, it is under the jurisdiction of the Immortal Court. I hope you will grant me some courtesy if there are matters to discuss. Please inform me. I shall handle them on your behalf." The lord of Yaoguang City initially intended to disregard such trivialities, but as the leader of a city and with a post in the Immortal Court, how could he simply stand by and watch as a member of the Dragon Clan wreaked havoc in his territory? Yet, what greeted him was a resounding slap to the face. The elder in the golden robe retracted his hand, casting a cold glare at him as he scolded, "You, a mere spirit saint, dare to speak in my presence?" He continued, "Do you wish to leverage the Immortal Court against me? This is the North region, not the ancient wilderness." After all, he was merely a practitioner at the late stage of the spirit saint realm, while the elder standing before him was a true dragon at the celestial immortal realm. The disparity between them was akin to heaven and earth. This moment, the city lord felt not only humiliation, but a swell of resentment towards the Qitian Pavilion. Damn that Qitian Pavilion. I have yet to begin taxing you, and you have already brought me such trouble. He nearly contemplated abandoning everything, thinking death might be a release. The surrounding cultivators too felt a chill of trepidation. Their most respected city lord appeared so diminutive against the elder. It seemed the Qitian Pavilion was destined to face calamity. The elder in the golden robe paid no heed to the city lord or the others, striding directly toward the Qitian Pavilion. Upon stepping inside, he was met with an unusual atmosphere, as if he had entered an entirely different realm. Indeed, there is some depth here. No wonder they could slay that useless snake. Despite sensing the Qitian Pavilion's peculiarity, he did not dwell on it excessively. Su Che, reclining with a tome in hand, exhibited an air of tranquility that ignited the elder's fury. How dare someone remain so nonchalant after slaying his subordinate? Such insolence was a blatant affront to the entire North Region Dragon Clan. In his wrath, the elder coalesced a breath of dragon energy. Yet, amid this tension, a sudden turn of events occurred. The elder's expression froze. The dragon energy he had unleashed vanishing without a trace. Worse still, he discovered he could not summon even a shred of his power. Meanwhile, Suche stood there, composed, a mysterious smile gracing his features as he observed the unfolding drama. In that moment, the elder's gaze towards Suche was filled with dread and reverence. Realizing that the other's strength exceeded his wildest imagination, confronted by someone capable of silently binding his powers. The elder's frail body began to tremble, the once fierce desire for vengeance dissipating into thin air. Understanding that today might very well mark his end, the elder broke into a cold sweat. Forcing a smile as he murmured, "Elder, this is all a misunderstanding. I was merely passing through tea that moment. All traces of his previous arrogance had vanished. He simply hoped to escape with his life intact." In the critical instant of life and death, a flash of inspiration struck the elder. From his storage ring, he produced a finely crafted dragon scale armor, presenting it reverently to Suche. "Elder, this is a small token I prepared. Please accept it," he said earnestly. This dragon scale armor was a top-tier defensive artifact he had painstakingly refined from his own dragon scales over the course of thousands of years, worth its weight in gold. To preserve his life, he offered it without hesitation, that a first-grade defensive artifact. Suche murmured to himself, discreetly activating his system. System, how many heavenly mechanism points can this be exchanged for, given the rarity of defensive artifacts? It could be exchanged for 1,500 heavenly mechanism points. The system replied. Suche nodded in satisfaction, accepting the dragon scale armor and directly storing it in his miniature world, choosing not to absorb it immediately. Having gained 1,500 heavenly mechanism points without effort, Suche felt elated. "You possess some sense. I shall not pursue today's matter further." Upon hearing these words, Xianyao felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. He immediately knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing his head in gratitude, and then rose swiftly to stride toward the exit of Qitian Pavilion. "Thank you for your mercy, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave now." Hold on. Just as Xianyao was about to step out of Qitian Pavilion, Suche suddenly called out to him. Xianyao body stiffened, and his heart raced once more that he slowly turned around. Mustering the courage to inquire, "Might I ask if the esteemed elder has further guidance?" Suche had called him back not to impose difficulties, but because he recognized a potential significant client. "Since you have graced my Qitian Pavilion with your presence, it is a matter of fate. Given that you have just gifted me an exquisite first-grade celestial artifact, I can offer you some insights. You have been stagnating in the early stages of the celestial realm for nearly a millennium, have you not? Your lifespan now dwindles to less than 500 years if you wish to break through before your life runs out. It is nearly an impossible feat. Will you truly resign yourself to such an end?" These words struck Xianyao profoundly, each syllable resonating deep within his soul. After over 90,000 years of cultivation to reach the celestial realm, how could he bear to fall into oblivion? Yet, constrained by his own innate aptitude, any further advancement seemed a distant dream. "Esteemed elder, how do you know all of this?" Xianyao was taken aback, feeling a stark contrast to his previous astonishment at Suche's power. This time, he felt utterly exposed, as though all his secrets lay bare before the elder. "Do not forget where you are. I am all-knowing," Suche reminded him that moment. Xianyao recalled the words on the curtain he had seen upon entering Qitian Pavilion. Within this pavilion, the secrets of heaven can be discerned. Could it be that this elder truly possessed such omniscience? Do you yearn to advance to the mid or late stages of the celestial realm, or even to the golden immortal realm? What? Xianyao was initially stunned, but soon his face lit up with uncontainable joy. "I do. It is indeed my most fervent desire." He rushed forward to Suche, kneeling and bowing repeatedly. If this enigmatic elder spoke thus, he must indeed possess a method for him to transcend his current limitations. Xianyao was resolute. He would seize this opportunity with fervor. Seeing the bait taken, Suche replied leisurely, "There is certainly a way. However, due to your advanced age, Your vitality has begun to wane, and given your limited talent, conventional methods may not suffice for you. I beseech you, esteemed elder, to illuminate my path. I am willing to pay any price. Xian insisted, bowing deeply to Yuche's words struck at the core of his being. He was acutely aware of his predicament, but felt lost in finding a solution. The reason he had nurtured that dragon-marked giant python was due to its trace of true dragon blood and exceptional talent. He dreamed of one day awakening the true dragon blood within the creature and then consuming it to enhance his own physique. However, the probability of success was minuscule, and he had little confidence in this endeavor. System: investigate opportunities within the northern domain that can aid Xianyao in enhancing his aptitude and achieving a breakthrough, along with the required cost in heavenly secret points. The system replied, query complete. It continued, based on your conditions, there are 3 options available. Option 1. The Lair of Baizé, requiring 1.5 million heavenly secret points. Specific information can be obtained. Option 2. The Taishang 9-turn celestial pill, requiring 500,000 heavenly secret points. The formula can be exchanged. Option 3. The secret realm of the purple robe dragon king, requiring 3,000 heavenly secret points. Access to the entrance can be obtained. Upon hearing this, Suche could not help but exclaim in astonishment. These options required exorbitant amounts of heavenly secret points, far beyond reason. Considering Xianyao likely could not produce such vast sums, the third option became the only feasible choice. Now that a solution had been identified, it remained to be seen whether Xianyao was willing to pay the necessary price. Chapter 80. An unforgettable lifetime. Suche regarded Xianyao with a knowing gaze, contemplating that this was his first significant business opportunity, one he must handle with care. Feeling somewhat unnerved under Suche's scrutiny, Xianyao cautiously asked, esteemed elder, have you found solution? Naturally, Suche replied, clearing his throat and adjusting his sleeves before declaring, Qiqian Pavilion knows all. I humbly request your guidance. Xianyao once again bowed deeply. Seeking counsel, Suche returned to his recliner, gently tapping the tea table as he began to elaborate on the details of the third option. Within the mysterious territory of the purple robe dragon king lies a dragon pearl that can enhance one's talent and assist in breaking through one's limits. Pausing briefly, Suche took a sip of tea, his gaze fixed intently on Xianyao. Xianyao immediately grasped the implication, stepping forward and bending slightly as he responded softly. I understand. To obtain the elder's guidance and opportunities, he must pay the corresponding price. This was a truth Xianyao fully acknowledged, for there are no free lunches in the world. Without hesitation, he retrieved a first-grade celestial artifact-level alchemy furnace from his storage ring and respectfully presented it to Suche. Please take a look, esteemed elder. This alchemy furnace was acquired by me in a secret realm. Suche merely cast a glance before querying the system. How much is this alchemy furnace worth in heavenly secret points? The system responded, Master, it is valued at 1,000 heavenly secret points. Only 1,000. It seems insufficient. Suche frowned slightly, clearly feeling that this transaction was not advantageous for him. Noticing Suche's expression, Xianyao realized his offering had not met expectations and began to search again in his storage ring. Moments later, he produced a pair of golden dragon scissors. Also first-grade celestial artifacts. Esteemed elder, please accept these. This time, the system proactively informed Suche. This item is valued at 1,200 heavenly secret points. Suche nodded inwardly. Calculating the approximate value range of first-grade celestial artifacts, he accepted the golden dragon scissors, his expression softening slightly, yet he remained silent. Seeing this, Xianyao gritted his teeth, deciding to go all in. He removed his storage ring and handed it to Suche, saying, This contains all my savings from thousands of years. I humbly ask for your guidance, utilizing the power of the laws within the small world of Qiqian Pavilion. Suche effortlessly dispelled the soul seal on the storage ring and delved inside to inspect its contents. Xianyao was astonished to find that Suche had unraveled his soul seal with almost no visible effort. This display of strength was truly awe-inspiring. After quickly scanning the items within the storage ring, Suche discovered that most were ordinary trinkets, with only a few possessing real value. However, in a corner, he found several spirit-rich herbs and a set of dragon-scale armor identical to the one Ao Shiyan had previously showcased at. So you were hiding these treasures, Suche mused inwardly as he extracted the herbs and dragon-scale armor. System, calculate the total value of these items in heavenly secret points. Suche mentally tallied, finding that the herbs and dragon-scale armor amounted to 2,700 heavenly secret points, together with his earlier accumulations. The total reached 4,900 heavenly secret points, yielding a net profit of 1,900. He returned the storage ring to Ao Shiyan and inquired, combined, these herbs and armor are worth approximately this sum. What do you think? Faced with such generous terms, Ao Shiyan dared not voice a single complaint, immediately expressing his utmost respect and readiness to comply with the elder's arrangements. These are mere external possessions. The opportunity to receive the elder's guidance is invaluable. Excellent, Suche beamed, then issued a command to the system. Retain the dragon-scale armor. Absorb and exchange the rest. Next, please provide me with the information regarding the entrance to the Purple Rogue Dragon King's secret realm. The system responded promptly. Absorption complete, acquiring 3,400 heavenly secret points. Exchange complete, consuming 3,000 heavenly secret points. Shortly thereafter, information regarding the entrance to the Purple Rogue Dragon King's secret realm, along with a simplified map, materialized in Suche's mind. This contains all the information regarding the secret realm of the Purple Rogue Dragon King, and I have included a simplified map for your convenience that I wish you success in your breakthrough. Suche inscribed the information onto a jade slip and tossed it to Ao Shiyan. Receiving the jade slip, Ao Shiyan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he carefully cradled it, eager to delve into its contents with his divine sense. After reading through, he exhaled a long sigh of relief, cherishing the jade slip as he solemnly bowed his head to Suche, offering 3 profound bows. The great kindness and virtue of the esteemed elder shall be etched in my memory for eternity. Upon departing Chitian Pavilion, Ao Shiyan discovered that the strange feeling that had previously plagued him had vanished, and his magical power had been fully restored. He turned back for a final, deep gaze at Chitian Pavilion, respectfully bowing before transforming into a golden dragon and soaring into the sky. This scene left the onlookers, including the city lord of Fengcheng, utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe that this was the same imposing 9th elder of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Now he exuded humility and courtesy, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Curiosity piqued, the crowd wondered what had transpired in less than half an hour to inspire such a profound transformation in Ao Shiyan. The city lord of Fengcheng stared at Chitian Pavilion, pondering deeply. It seemed that this pavilion was no ordinary establishment. He summoned a subordinate to inquire, when did Chitian Pavilion appear in our Yaoguang city? The patrolling soldier pondered for a moment before responding with a hint of hesitation. My lord, it appears to have emerged quite suddenly a few days ago. The expression of the city lord darkened immediately, and he retorted with dissatisfaction. Appears. You bear the grave responsibility of safeguarding this city. How could you be so careless? Alarmed by the lord's fury, the patrolling soldier hastily replied, Please grant me some time. My lord, I shall investigate the origins of Chitian Pavilion at once. Foolish, the city lord scolded sternly. The enigmatic figure within Chitian Pavilion is not someone you can disturb at will. Did you not observe how even the 9th elder of the North Domain Dragon Palace approaches him with utmost caution? Such a person is not one we can provoke lightly. Depart at once. After dismissing his oblivious subordinate, the city lord began to contemplate in silence. To his astonishment, an individual of such remarkable stature had appeared in his small town. It seemed he must pay a personal visit. For safety's sake, he decided to prepare a generous gift first. Having made up his mind, the city lord returned to his residence and instructed his subordinates not to disturb that esteemed elder within Chitian Pavilion lightly. Following this incident, the name Chitian Pavilion gradually spread throughout the town. Within Chitian Pavilion, Suche had just concluded a significant transaction and was in high spirits. System, I have 600 Tinji points remaining. Let us use them to elevate my cultivation. The system responded, consume 500 TNG points to ascend to the late stage of the sacred realm. As the system's notification echoed, an arcane power surged through Suche's entire being. His aura continually rising that he felt his internal magical energy bubbling with vitality. And shortly thereafter, his cultivation stabilized at the late stage of the sacred realm. The system alerted him once more, upgrade complete. The next upgrade requires a minimum of 1,500 TNG points. Suche nodded, realizing that the required TNG points would significantly increase with each level. Thus, he resolved to strive even harder to amass resources. After enhancing his cultivation, Suche utilized his small world to present 2 pieces of dragon-scale armor of celestial quality to Bai Feng and the others. These 2 pieces of dragon-scale armor are newly acquired by me. They are both defensive celestial artifacts. Together with the Haotian mirror obtained previously in the Lost Land, your defensive capabilities will be greatly augmented in the Lost Land. Bai Feng and the others gazed in astonishment at the dragon-scale armor gifted by their master, exclaiming, "This is truly a celestial artifact. It is my first time witnessing such a thing. Has Master defeated another celestial being and claimed their storage ring?" Given that their master was still recovering from injuries and was concerned about finding protective gear for them, they, as disciples, could not afford to disappoint his expectations. Yes. Murong Qian and Meng Ying nodded resolutely, their eyes brimming with determination. The elder brother, Bai Feng thoughtfully divided the 2 pieces of dragon-scale armor between his 2 junior sisters, while he continued to wield the semi-celestial artifact, the Haotian mirror. Bai Feng had always been a diligent elder brother, prioritizing his sisters whenever he acquired something valuable. With the defensive celestial artifacts bestowed by Suche, Bai Feng and the others felt a surge of confidence. With their current strength, they could almost look down upon their peers in the Lost Land, in a chasm deep along the northern coastal region. Xianyao, after a grueling half-month journey, finally arrived at the location of the entrance to the secret realm of the Zishan Dragon King as recorded on the Jade Slip. Above the gorge, thick fog enveloped the area. Even the powerful consciousness of a celestial realm expert like Xianyao could not penetrate this mysterious haze. He could only transform into human form and descend to the cliff's peak, relying on his naked eye to search meticulously. After several hours, Xianyao returned to the cliff summit, his face etched with disappointment. He had scoured the entire precipice, but found nothing. Could the information in the Jade Slip be false? This thought pierced his heart, as if years of effort had gone to waste. However, Xianyao quickly dismissed his doubts. No, that cannot be. The Elder's power is profound and unfathomable, and he would never deceive me. Recalling the myriad miracles he had witnessed within Qiqian Pavilion, he became even more convinced of this and resolved to reassess every word spoken by the Elder. Suddenly, Xianyao remembered that the Jade Slip had mentioned an illusionary formation at the entrance. Of course, the entrance must be concealed within this fog. He swiftly concentrated his mind, sensing the subtle changes around him, and ultimately discerned the anomalies within the mist. Thus, Xianyao gathered his dragon breath and unleashed a strike toward the heart of the fog. In an instant, the mist churned violently, gradually forming a whirlpool. Connecting this with the description in the Jade Slip, Xianyao erupted into laughter. The Elder is indeed wise. It is my honor to receive guidance from him. To the Dragon King's secret realm, I shall go. With a hearty laugh, Xianyao transformed into a golden dragon and plunged into the whirlpool. Upon entering the secret realm, Xianyao cautiously surveyed his surroundings, then took out a Jade Slip, following the map inscribed upon it to navigate toward the core of the realm. Thankfully, with the Elder's reminders, had I entered this place without caution, I might have perished from triggering the prohibitions. He thought. Filled with trepidation, a surge of admiration for Suche welled up within him as he recognized the importance of following the footsteps of the strong. With the assistance of this Elder, my future will be bright. Xianyao felt that rather than blindly exploring, it was wiser to follow the light of the wise. Since the Elder was both approachable and straightforward, he decided to focus solely on collecting treasures to earn more guidance. Amidst this, within Qiqian Pavilion, 2 beautiful women stood respectfully before Suche. Elder, we meet again. Zhao Linger waved cheerfully with a smile. Wai Mei, on the other hand, was more composed, first expressing her gratitude to Su Che for helping her find the 9 nethergrass, which had enabled her master to recover. Elder, we have come not only to express our thanks, but also to inquire whether we might trade for a breakthrough opportunity here. Su Che had long anticipated their intentions and considered the price in his mind. Opportunities, indeed, I possess, but your master must come personally. Upon hearing Su Che's words, Yimei nodded in understanding and swiftly returned to the sect to report. 3 days later, a beautifully adorned flying vessel made its way toward Yaoguang City. On board, 2 graceful women stood at the bow, preparing to greet the impending significant moment. Leading the way was Yimei's master, Zheng Yunxiu, one of the 6 elders of the Lioli Palace, a formidable expert possessing celestial realm strength. Clad in a flowing white robe, her nearly flawless visage always bore a hint of frosty severity, exuding an aura that commanded respect and caution. Yimei stood beside her, pointing toward Yaoguang City, saying, "Master, we shall arrive at Yaoguang City in another 6,000 miles." She continued, "Qitian Pavilion is located within Yaoguang City. That esteemed lord not only possesses immense powers, but is also remarkably affable." From Yimei's words, it was evident that she held great admiration and trust for the pavilion master Su Che. Over the past few days, Zheng Yunxiu had heard numerous praises for this enigmatic pavilion master from Yimei. Yet she maintained a reserved attitude. As an elder of the Lioli Palace, Zheng Yunxiu had undergone countless years of cultivation and had seen much of the world. She would not readily accept her disciples' one-sided claims. The true extent of the Qitian Pavilion Master's strength could only be assessed through first-hand experience. Is that Qitian Pavilion Master truly so formidable? Zheng Yunxiu inquired. I would never deceive my master. The Pavilion Master's power far exceeds what I can imagine, particularly his astonishing divination abilities. Yimei replied, "Master, you have lingered in the celestial realm for many years. Your opportunity for a breakthrough may very well lie with him." After approximately half an hour, their luxurious flying vessel arrived above Yaoguang City, disregarding the city's no-fly order and entering directly. Within the city lord's residence, the city lord felt the overwhelming pressure and hurried outside to investigate. It is the flying vessel of the Lioli Palace. Upon recognizing the banner, unease gripped his heart. It is the Ice Beauty. Zheng Yunxiu, the 6th elder of the Lioli Palace. Zheng Yunxiu was renowned throughout the northern domain, famed for her ruthless cultivation techniques and remarkable strength. While the city lord might have dared to engage in conversation with A.O. Shiyan during his previous visit to Yaoguang City, he felt no courage to even approach Zheng Yunxiu for a greeting. Chapter 82. The Obsession for Revenge. She is a merciless powerhouse, and should I inadvertently provoke her wrath, I could very well be slain by her sword. The luxurious flying vessel made its way directly to Qitian Pavilion, whereupon Zheng Yunxiu and Yimei leaped from the vessel, transforming into 2 beams of light that landed before the entrance of Qitian Pavilion. Zheng Yunxiu did not enter immediately, but instead stood at the entrance, scrutinizing the structure. Her gaze slowly swept over the pavilion, and a flicker of astonishment crossed her cold eyes. This building seemed to transcend the mundane world, creating its own realm. Could it be that the pavilion master possesses profound knowledge of spatial laws? The laws of time and space are regarded as the 2 most powerful laws. The master of Qitian Pavilion, wielding mastery over these 2 laws, is certainly not an ordinary individual. In the depths of Zheng Yunxiu's gaze lay a hint of seriousness, igniting a profound interest in the lord of Qitian Pavilion, whom she had yet to meet. "Shall we proceed?" she murmured softly. Just before stepping into Qitian Pavilion, Yimei quietly cautioned, "Master, although this elder appears amiable, do not underestimate them." Concerned that her austere master might inadvertently offend the other party, she felt compelled to offer a few words of warning. However, Zheng Yunxiu remained unresponsive and strode directly inside. Not far away, the lord of Yaoguang City, upon witnessing the 2 enter Qitian Pavilion, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "So, they are here to seek the lord of Qitian Pavilion. That's a relief. As long as they aren't here to cause trouble in the city," he murmured to himself, then shook his head and instructed his subordinates to keep a close watch on Qitian Pavilion's affairs before returning to the lord's mansion. Upon entering Qitian Pavilion, Zhang Yunxiu sensed that her magical power was being suppressed by some unseen force, rendering even the essence of the laws imperceptible. Although Yi Mei had forewarned her of this phenomenon, she still found herself astonished by the capabilities of the Lord of Qitian Pavilion. Upon seeing the esteemed guests arrive, Su Che wore his signature gentle smile, while Zhao Linger busied herself with pouring tea. Taoist Zheng, it is a pleasure to meet you, Su Che began. Zheng Yunxiu politely replied, I have long heard the esteemed name of the Pavilion Lord. It is indeed an extraordinary honor to finally meet you today. Her gaze then shifted to Zhao Linger, her icy demeanor softening slightly as she inquired with genuine concern, Linger, have you caused any trouble for the Pavilion Lord in these past few days? Standing nearby, Yi Mei mused to herself, my master is always so frigid towards me, yet shows such care for Ling. Is this what they call generational affection? Zhao Linger playfully stuck out her tongue and responded, not at all. I have enjoyed delightful conversations with the elder, and at times received invaluable guidance, making rapid progress. With the elder's help, I have already broken through to the mid-stage of the spirit's sovereign realm. Hearing this, both Yi Mei and Zheng Yunxiu were struck with astonishment and envy at the fortune of this young girl. Zheng Yunxiu said earnestly, I am deeply grateful to the Pavilion Lord for taking care of Linger these past few days, and I wish to express my thanks on her behalf. Having witnessed Su Che's remarkable abilities firsthand, Zheng Yunxiu felt a surge of confidence in her quest for opportunities. Pavilion Lord, I have come in hopes of discovering a method to break through my cultivation. Might there be a suitable opportunity for me here? Although Zheng Yunxiu practiced the emotionless technique, which often gave her an icy demeanor, it did not imply that she was devoid of social understanding. In truth, it was merely that those around her did not warrant her efforts to cultivate connections that at this moment. As a gesture of gratitude for Su Che's guidance of her disciple, Zheng Yunxiu cleverly retrieved a quasi-immortal artifact from her storage ring to present as a gift. Undoubtedly the best way to foster a closer bond between them. After all, it is said that no one resents the act of being given gifts. When Su Che effortlessly accepted this offering, he fell into contemplation. Through his all-knowing eye, he gleaned certain information about Zheng Yunxiu. Age 62,361 years, early stage celestial immortal cultivation, serving as the 6th elder in the Lioli Palace, one of the 9 great sects in the northern region's Jinzhou. In practicing the emotionless heavenly tome, a fragmented version, her intentions were clear, to seek a breakthrough opportunity to avenge deep-seated grievances and one day kill the lord of Lioli Palace. As he recalled this information, Su Che could not help but sigh inwardly. She, too, is a person of tumultuous fate. It is likely that her frigid disposition stems not solely from the emotionless heavenly tome. Through the all-knowing eye, Su Che could almost perceive the entirety of Zheng Yunxiu's life, as her heart was consumed by the obsession for revenge, a fact that was unmistakably evident in the information. Sensing Su Che's probing gaze, Zheng Yunxiu felt a surge of panic, as if all her secrets had been laid bare. She feared the catastrophe that would befall her should Su Che truly uncover and divulge her hidden truths. Let us depart, Zheng Yunxiu declared, unable to linger any longer, and immediately summoned Yi Mei to leave Qitian Pavilion. Why Yi Mei's expression changed dramatically, bewildered as to why her master would suddenly wish to depart. At this moment, their relationship with the Pavilion Lord was amicable, a rare opportunity. Yet, Zheng Yunxiu was resolute, willing to relinquish this chance rather than risk remaining here, just as they were about to cross the threshold of Qitian Pavilion. Su Che seemingly remarked with nonchalance, have you thought this through? There are only 200 years left. Once you step through that door, your hopes will dwindle. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yunxiu paused, a flicker of pain crossing her eyes before she turned to Su Che with a cold stare. The Pavilion Lord truly possesses the insight to discern the human heart. She then inquired, since you are aware of my circumstances, do you have a means to help me break through to the immortal king realm within 200 years? Yi Mei and Zhao Linger were utterly astonished, never having anticipated that their master harbored such lofty ambitions. How could this be possible? Even if the elder possesses extraordinary abilities to assist master in finding opportunities, how could one break through to the immortal king realm in such a brief span? In response to Zheng Yunxiu's inquiry, Su Che remained noncommittal, simply stating, Xianyao Pavilion is all dash knowing as long as you are willing to pay the corresponding price. I can provide you with any information you desire. After a brief pause, Su Che added, including the opportunities needed for you to achieve the Immortal King realm. These words jolted Zheng Yunqiu from a reverie. Could it be true that there exists an opportunity to attain the Immortal King realm? Of course, Su Che affirmed. Zheng Yunqiu's heart raced as she stepped forward eagerly, asking, what price must I pay? At that moment, she cast aside all her defenses, resolved to take a leap of faith that Su Che discreetly activated the system and inquired, search for opportunity information suitable for Zheng Yunqiu, preferably something that would facilitate her rapid breakthrough. The system promptly responded. Search complete. Two options were presented. Option 1. Exchange the complete emotionless heavenly tome, allowing cultivation up to the immortal spirit saint level, requiring 5 million heavenly mechanism points. Option 2. Exchange only the immortal king section of the emotionless heavenly tome, requiring 50,000 heavenly mechanism points. The system further reminded, both options would only grant her the opportunity to break through to the immortal king. If she wished to expedite the process, additional opportunities would need to be purchased. After learning the necessary information, Su Che directly quoted, in exchange for 60 first-grade immortal artifacts or equivalent treasures, you will receive the required information. Upon hearing this price, Zheng Yunqiu's brows furrowed in shock. Yimei and Zhao Ling'er were equally astonished, unable to close their mouths. After all, that was a staggering total of 60 first-grade immortal artifacts. Su Che did not consider his price excessive, as 60 first-grade immortal artifacts converted to heavenly mechanism points amounted to just over 70,000, and after deducting costs of 50,000, his actual profit was rather modest. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Yunqiu ultimately resolved to stake everything on this opportunity. She removed her storage ring and retrieved a plethora of precious materials from the space within her innate immortal artifact. Pavilion Lord, this is all the wealth I have accumulated over millennia. As Su Che glanced over and noted that it contained over a dozen first-grade immortal artifacts, valued at approximately 16,000 heavenly mechanism points. One slightly damaged second-grade immortal artifact, estimated at around 30,000 heavenly mechanism points, and several hundred varieties of spiritual materials, collectively worth more than 20,000 heavenly mechanism points in total. Just over 70,000. Perfect, Su Che softly stated. Then, with a thought, he absorbed the selected immortal artifacts and spiritual materials into his own small world. System, absorb. Then exchange for the immortal king section of the emotionless heavenly tome. The system efficiently completed the task, instantly transferring the contents of the immortal king section of the emotionless heavenly tome into Su Che's mind. As usual, he inscribed the information onto a jade slip and handed it to the eagerly awaiting Zheng Yunqiu. This contains the section regarding the Immortal King realm from the emotionless heavenly tome. With your talents, cultivating to the Immortal King should not pose a challenge. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yunqiu's voice trembled with excitement. For tens of thousands of years, she had struggled to find a suitable cultivation method, and today she finally obtained the long-coveted Immortal King section of the emotionless heavenly tome from Su Che, the Lord of Xianyao Pavilion. Subsequently, Su Che handed her another jade slip, stating, merely having the technique is insufficient. If you wish to reach the Immortal King realm within 200 years, you will also require substantial resources and treasures. He added, this jade slip contains information about the Zishan Dragon King's secret realm, which I am offering as an additional gift. In truth, Ao Shurian had previously purchased information regarding the Zishan Dragon King's secret realm. So Su Che merely capitalized on the opportunity without incurring any extra cost. Furthermore, Ao Shurian was only interested in the Dragon Pearl within the secret realm, and given the vastness of the secret realm filled with countless treasures, Zheng Yunqiu's share would not incite conflict. Thank you, esteemed elder. Zheng Yunqiu trembled as she accepted the jade slip, her expression turning complex, even unconsciously altering her address for Su Che. The great kindness of the elder is something Yunqiu shall never forget. Once I have avenged my grievances, I will surely return to follow the elder. Faced with such heartfelt gratitude from Zheng Yunqiu, Su Che felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had merely anticipated sharing a piece of free information. only to find the other party expressing a desire to follow him for a lifetime. After acquiring the techniques and clues to the secret realm, Zheng Yunxiu promptly bid farewell to Su Che and embarked on her journey to the secret realm of the purple-robed Dragon King. For her, every moment was of paramount importance. Only by breaking through to the immortal king realm within a 200-year time frame could she escape the impending fate of death on the flying vessel. Yu Mei gazed curiously at her hurried master. Although she had a rough idea of the crisis her master faced, she could not comprehend why her master chose not to rely closely on Su Che. Was there truly a threat that even this senior could not resolve? Recalling her master's earlier statement about following Su Che for life, Yu Mei felt a flicker of curiosity arise within her. Clearing her throat, she quietly inquired, "Master, what do you think of Senior Su?" Upon mentioning Su Che, a fleeting softness crossed Zheng Yunxiu's stern visage as she replied, "The senior is both profound and approachable, a truly respectable figure." Not satisfied with the answer she received, Yu Mei pressed further, asking whether her master deemed Senior Su suitable as a companion. This question caused Zheng Yunxiu's countenance to flush, and she reprimanded, "What nonsense are you speaking? Hurry and focus on your cultivation." Thus, half a month later, they arrived at the abyssal chasm of the northern domain. Under Su Che's guidance, Zheng Yunxiu swiftly located the position of the secret realm. How come someone arrived before me?" She marveled, staring at the swirling vortex that had opened in the sea of clouds. Turning to her companion Yu Mei, she instructed, "Stay here and wait for me." With that, she steered her sword and plunged into the vortex. Upon entering the secret realm of the purple-robed Dragon King, Zheng Yunxiu quickly discovered traces left by Ao Shiyan. Comparing them with the map provided by Su Che, she noted that this individual had skillfully navigated around all areas marked as dangerous. This person is remarkably fortunate to have found such a concealed place while avoiding all perils, Zheng Yunxiu mused, unaware that this individual had also relied on the map held by the master of Qitian Pavilion to reach this location. Following the map's guidance, Zheng Yunxiu began her search for valuable resources within the secret realm. She meticulously collected both precious herbs and items beneficial for cultivation, leaving no stone unturned. Gradually, she approached the core area of the secret realm, just as she was about to harvest an exceptionally rare Millennium Spirit herb. A furious roar suddenly erupted from the palace at the realm's center. "Who dares to trespass into my territory?" At that moment, Ao Shiyan had just completed his research on the remnants left by the Purple Road Dragon King and was about to commence their refinement. However, on the third day, he sensed a foreign aura. Someone had intruded into his secret realm. In his fury, Ao Shiyan unleashed his celestial immortal realm power, intending to intimidate the intruder. He was unwilling to let his 3 days of effort go to waste due to distraction. Yet, what responded to him was a similar force emanating from the frost law of the celestial immortal realm. As Zheng Yunxiu revealed her own prowess, she made her way directly to the Grand Hall. Eager to discern who had arrived before her, T turned out to be Yu, a member of the Northern Domain Dragon Palace. She recognized Ao Shiyan's identity. "I did not come to take advantage of the situation. This secret realm was acquired with all my savings. Leave the Dragon Pearl and depart, and we shall owe each other nothing." Zheng Yunxiu's words resonated with conviction, as she regarded all of this as her rightful claim. However, Ao Shiyan was not persuaded. "Nonsense. When did this secret realm become your private property?" The conflict between the two was on the verge of eruption, each harboring unwavering determination, unwilling to yield easily. "I have yet to seek trouble with you, yet you dare to speak insolently to me. You truly think I can be easily bullied?" Ao Shiyan's anger flared as he revealed his true dragon form, his imposing presence overwhelming the entire palace, as if he were ready to engage in battle at any moment. In the face of Ao Shiyan's obstinate demeanor, Zheng Yunxiu gripped her long sword tightly. Remaining silent, since words could not resolve the matter, they would have to settle it through a contest. Just as tensions escalated, Yu Mei rushed into the grand hall in haste. "Master," she called out, "Yu Mei, why did you come down as well?" "Master, I saw the flying vessel of the third elder from the Liuli Palace. Fearing discovery, I closed the secret realm passage and followed down to find you." Chapter 84. not to be underestimated. Upon hearing that the third elder of the Liuli Palace had also arrived, Ao Shiyan felt a tightness in his chest. How about we make a deal? I will only take the dragon pearl from this secret realm, and the remaining treasures will be yours, he proposed. Originally, his aim had solely been the dragon pearl. Now, his concession was also to prevent Zheng Yunxiu from teaming up with the third elder to seize it. Lest he lose even the dragon pearl. May, upon seeing Ao Shiyan, exclaimed in astonishment, "Didn't you say you acquired an opportunity from Qiqin Pavilion? How come you are here as well?" Ao Shiyan paused for a moment before glaring at Zheng Yunxiu in fury. Nonsense. This secret realm of the Purple Robe Dragon King is the opportunity that Senior granted me. Zheng Yunxiu, and you may suddenly realize they have been misled by Su Che. The so-called gifted secret realm opportunity referred to the information sold to Ao Shiyan. Ahem, in fact, we also received news from that senior. Yume explained awkwardly. Upon learning that they had also come based on guidance from that senior, Ao Shiyan seized the opportunity to create a way out for both sides. In that case, I will not contest with you. After obtaining the Dragon Pearl, I shall leave, and you may proceed as you wish, given that his time was running short and he urgently needed to refine the Dragon Pearl to enhance his aptitude. Ao Shiyan did not wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Zheng Yunxiu. Seeing Ao Shiyan take a step back, Zheng Yunxiu considered that this secret realm was indeed information he had purchased, and thus she no longer pressed the issue, departing the Grand Hall with Yimei. 3 days later. Ao Shiyan successfully refined the Dragon Pearl, feeling a surge of power within him, as if a breakthrough were imminent. This is a sign of impending breakthrough. He laughed joyously. Having been trapped in the early stage of the celestial immortal realm for a millennium, he finally had hope of advancement. However, just as he was about to exit the secret realm, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, heralding a heavenly tribulation that would span nearly 1,000 miles. The tempest roared, and the thunder, imbued with destructive power, bore down upon Ao Shiyan below. Could this be the result of my fusion with the Dragon Pearl, awakening the dragon bloodline within me? Ao Shiyan pondered. Originally, I was merely an ordinary golden dragon bloodline, but ever since absorbing the Dragon Pearl of the Purple Road Dragon King, my bloodline has evolved into that of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon. As the thunder rumbled overhead, lightning coalesced, exuding a chilling pressure that fractured the surrounding space. This heavenly tribulation seems far stronger than anticipated. Just as Ao Shiyan felt the power of the lightning tribulation escalating, transforming his excitement into fear, Zheng Yunxiu appeared at the exit of the secret realm, her long hair flowing in the wind. "Because I too shall face the heavenly tribulation," she declared. This revelation drained the color from Ao Shiyan's face. Both of them were about to confront the tribulation together. No wonder this tribulation is so fierce. Ao Shiyan chuckled bitterly. "You are dragging this old dragon down with you." With no time for lamentation, 2 bolts of lightning descended from the sky, aimed at the two of them. Zheng Yunxiu wielded her sword to fend off the tribulation while shouting. This is the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, consisting of 48 thunder strikes, each one stronger than the last. So be cautious. Ao Shiyan forced a smile. "It seems I can only rely on my old bones to withstand this." Zheng Yunxiu deftly neutralized the first bolt of lightning. Suddenly remembering something, she asked, "Don't your dragon clan excel in crafting dragon-scale armor? It is said to provide astonishing defense, even mitigating the damage from the heavenly tribulation. Could you lend me a set?" Ao Shiyan's expression turned hesitant. "I originally had some, but to secure my chance to enter the secret realm of the Purple Robe Dragon King, I've already traded them all to the Pavilion Master." Upon hearing that Zheng Yunxiu had also nearly exhausted her resources, Ao Shiyan felt somewhat reassured and began to fully prepare for the heavenly tribulation. Meanwhile, the gazes of various sects in the northern domain were drawn to the site of the tribulation, with countless disciples dispatched to investigate, stirring the once tranquil northern domain into a tumult once more. In a finely crafted pavilion deep within the forbidden area of the Liuli Palace, 2 elderly figures clad in green robes played chess leisurely, their auras profound as the abyss. That moment, the master of the Liuli Palace entered the pavilion, greeting the 2 elders engaged in their game, and remarked with a smile, "Esteemed uncles, You are in fine spirits. In the northern domain, the sudden onset of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation had become the focal point of public discussion. One elder, holding a black piece, continued to gaze at the chessboard, casually inquiring, "Have you felt the unexpected 6-9 heavenly tribulation in the northern domain?" The master of the Lioli Palace nodded in affirmation, indeed sensing it, and had already dispatched personnel to investigate. The other elder, holding a white piece, sighed deeply. Those who can trigger the 6-9 heavenly tribulation are certainly not to be underestimated. Could it be that the tranquility of the northern domain, lasting for millennia, is about to be shattered? Regardless of the changes in the outside world, with two venerable guardians present, our Lioli Palace shall remain safe and sound. The palace master asserted resolutely, and oh sooner had the words left her lips than a radiant beam of light streaked across the sky, piercing straight into the heart of Lioli Palace. It appeared that the young lady had returned. "Oh, she has actually broken through." Upon overhearing the murmurs of the elders, the palace master focused her divine sense and confirmed that the luminous figure was indeed Zheng Yunxiu. How could she have achieved a breakthrough so swiftly? In an instant, Zheng Yunxiu materialized within the pavilion, first bowing respectfully to the two elders, before shifting her gaze to the palace master. The palace master directly inquired, "How did you manage to break through?" He was all too aware of Zheng Yunxiu's circumstances. How could she have accomplished this without his assistance? It was merely a stroke of fortuitous opportunity. Zheng Yunxiu replied coolly at that moment. One of the elders scanned her with his divine sense, and, upon detecting the lingering aura of the heavenly tribulation on her, could not help but exclaim, "Little girl, was it you who triggered the 6-9 heavenly tribulation in the northern region?" Faced with this unexpected question, Zheng Yunxiu neither confirmed nor denied it. Her silence only solidified the elder's suspicions. They exchanged glances and pressed on. "What do you mean by opportunity?" "Not long ago, I was fortunate enough to receive guidance from a senior, which enabled my breakthrough," she explained. The palace master regarded her with skepticism. Who is this senior? Under his complex gaze, Zheng Yunxiu appeared exceptionally composed that a flicker of concern crossed the palace master's mind. Could it be that she has truly inherited the legendary Heartless Heavenly Book? Yet, that seemed impossible, for the Heartless Heavenly Book had been lost for hundreds of thousands of years. Meanwhile, the two elders were more intrigued by the mysterious senior Zheng Yunxiu mentioned. Who could possess such significant insight? The senior in question is Su from the Qitian Pavilion in Fengcheng. When Zheng Yunxiu spoke this name, everyone present exchanged bewildered glances, clearly unfamiliar with it. Qitian Pavilion, what an audacious name. One wonders if this individual truly lives up to it. Upon hearing the name Fengcheng, a hint of disdain flickered in the palace master's eyes. To him, it was merely an inconsequential place. What noteworthy figures could possibly emerge from there? Chapter 85. Proceeding as planned. This woman is evidently concocting a fabrication, attempting to obfuscate the truth that he scoffed, but the truth would soon be revealed when I personally pay a visit to in an ancient pavilion. Yi Jin sat quietly atop a stone platform, his gaze revealing profound contemplation. "Young master, I have ascertained that the individuals responsible for triggering the 6-9 heavenly tribulation are indeed Zheng Yunxiu of Lioli Palace and A.O. Shurian from the Dragon Palace of the Northern Region." A respectful old servant reported why Yi Jin displayed a puzzled expression. "I recall that A.O. Shurian's talents are rather mediocre, and didn't Zheng Yunxiu claim to be severely injured and yet to recover? How could she suddenly be well enough to break through?" The old servant continued to elucidate. "Initially, I was equally perplexed, but after extensive investigation, I discovered that a month ago, Zheng Yunxiu sent her disciple, Yi Mei, to the Qitian Pavilion in Fengcheng. That it is said that the pavilion master excels in divination, and you may obtain information about the 9 nethergrass, which could heal Zheng Yunxiu's injuries from him. Subsequently, both A.O. Shurian and Zheng Yunxiu sought out the Qitian Pavilion in hopes of finding an opportunity for breakthrough. Although the specifics of their dealings remain unclear, I suspect they are closely related to the heavenly tribulation they incited." Yi Jin furrowed his brow. "The pavilion master of Qitian? I have never heard of this name, and it seems there is no news of him throughout the northern region or even the other 3 regions." An instinct told him that many recent events were intertwined with this enigmatic pavilion master. How intriguing. What kind of opportunity could possibly transform a waste like Ao Shiyan into something remarkable? Yi Jin muttered to himself. Let us go and pay this pavilion master a visit. Just as they were about to depart, Lu Peng interjected. Young master, regarding the secret realm that the master instructed. Yi Jin shot him a cold glare, exuding a chilling intent that left Lu Peng too intimidated to speak further. Ultimately, they boarded a flying chariot drawn by a colossal tiger from the heavenly immortal realm. Arriving above, Fengcheng, Yi Jin prepared to summon the pavilion master of Qitian for an audience. A patrolling guard kindly advised, Young master, is this your first visit to Qitian Pavilion? The pavilion master is known to have a rather volatile temper. It would be wise for you to pay your respects in person. Hearing this, Yi Jin calmly disembarked from the chariot. Since we have arrived at Qitian Pavilion, it is only proper to adhere to its customs. With that, he strode toward the direction of the Qitian Pavilion. Yi Jin unleashed a palm strike, causing Lu Peng, a powerful figure in the heavenly immortal realm, to spit blood and be sent flying, his massive frame crashing heavily to the ground. Are you teaching me how to conduct myself? Yi Jin inquired coldly. Young master, spare me, Lu Peng pleaded, kneeling in supplication. I shall not dare again. Speak no more, lest you endanger your life. Yi Jin snorted, turning his back and continuing toward Qitian Pavilion. Ignoring his injuries, Lu Peng hastily prostrated himself and scrambled to follow closely behind. The pavilion appeared unremarkable from the outside, yet within, it revealed an extraordinary realm. The moment Yi Jin stepped into Qitian Pavilion, he instantly sensed its peculiarities that IT felt as though it existed apart from the world. His magical powers were rendered utterly ineffective within. Yi Jin of the Northern Region's Demon Clan, here to pay my respects to the master of Qitian Pavilion, he announced respectfully. Please, come in. Su Che's voice resonated from within. Linger, prepare tea for our guest. Coming. Zhao Linger had been responsible for brewing tea at Qitian Pavilion during this period and took great pleasure in it. Upon seeing Su Che for the first time, Yi Jin was taken aback. The renowned master of Qitian Pavilion was remarkably youthful, ethereal, handsome. These were Yi Jin's immediate impressions of Su Che. Meanwhile, Lu Peng, trailing behind him, remained unimpressed. At such a young age, what cultivation could he possibly possess? He is likely nothing more than a name without substance. However, this is for the best. It will dissuade Yi Jin from his unrealistic ambitions, sparing us much trouble. As the two speculated, Su Che had already perceived everything through his omniscient eye. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Lu Peng before losing interest. However, he felt a tinge of exasperation towards Yi Jin. First Zheng Yunxiu, and now Yi Jin. Their experiences bore an astonishing resemblance. Yi Jin, 60,220 years old. Cultivation, great perfection of the heavenly immortal realm. On the verge of breakthrough. Technique, Wuxian Gong. Objective, to cultivate into an immortal king, slay his master, the sacred king, and ascend as the new king of the Northern Region's Demon Clan. Yi Jin's resolve surpasses even that of Zheng Yunxiu. From Yi Jin's obsession, Su Che gleaned that Yi Jin's master was the sacred king of the Northern Region's Demon Clan. Since childhood, he had been adopted and trained in Wuxian Gong, receiving meticulous guidance, even attaining the status of the Demon Clan's young master. All of this appeared to be a profound favor. However, upon breaking through to the heavenly immortal realm, Yi Jin discerned the hidden intricacies of Wuxian Gong. After numerous explorations, he ultimately realized that all of his master's actions were driven by selfish desires. To wait for Yi Jin to break through to the golden immortal stage and then utilize Wuxian Gong to devour Yi Jin, thereby advancing to the pinnacle of a mortal king and ascending to the realm of the supreme immortal. Lu Peng, the old servant by his side, was in fact a monitor, ensuring that Yi Jin adhered to the planned course of action. But what does that have to do with me? Yi Jin replied coolly, as long as the price is right. After perusing Yi Jin's circumstances, Su Che directly asked, what is it that you desire? Yi Jin swiftly glanced at Lu Peng, then softly implored, Senior, how can I escape this fate? He had intended to set up a soundproof barrier, but due to being unable to utilize his magical powers within Qitian Pavilion, he inadvertently voiced his thoughts aloud that he had already resolved to deal with Lu Peng after exiting, to prevent any exposure of his intentions like a tea that moment. Lu Peng was shocked that Yi Jin had become aware of the truth and realized that Yi Jin might not allow him to leave Fengcheng alive. Su Che disregarded the psychological duel between the two and stated plainly, "There exists a method to escape your fate. The key lies in whether you are willing to pay the price." Yi Jin indicated that he had some savings over the years and subsequently presented his storage ring for Su Che's inspection. After examining it, Su Che was astonished by the wealth contained within, dozens of first-grade immortal aura items, along with tens of thousands of immortal crystals. Truly, the young master of the demon clan was affluent. Through the system's inquiry, Su Che provided 3 options: the complete version of Wuxian Gong, 700,000 heavenly mechanism points, the tomb of the heavenly fox demon sovereign, 2 million heavenly mechanism points, and the method to open the Yao Qi of the Western Queen Mother at Buzhou Mountain, 800,000 heavenly mechanism points. Considering the financial reality, Su Che suggested that Yi Jin opt for the completion of the technique or venture to Buzhou Mountain in search of Yao Qi, as the former would suffice for cultivating to the Immortal King realm, while the latter could purify impurities within his body, activate his bloodline, and significantly enhance his cultivation speed. While Yi Jin fell into contemplation. All 3 opportunities were enticing, yet he knew that with his financial means, he could only afford one, particularly the chance associated with the Heavenly Fox Demon Sovereign, which was unattainable even if he were to exhaust all his resources. Before Yi Jin could make a decision, Lu Peng, unable to contain himself, stepped forward eagerly. "Young master," he exclaimed, "this person must be deceiving you. Even if there truly exists a legacy of the Demon Sovereign, how could he possibly know its whereabouts? This is merely an attempt to swindle your wealth. If necessary, you may seek assistance from the Holy King." Chapter 86. Preparing to devour everything. Su Che found Lu Peng excessively verbose. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, he confined Lu Peng to a secret chamber. Finally, tranquility was restored. "What have you considered?" Su Che inquired. Why Yi Jin's complexion instantly turned pale. That a being of the celestial realm was thus dealt with by this senior. "Do not misunderstand. I merely wish for him to cool down temporarily. After the transaction is complete, he will naturally be released." Su Che clarified. "I see. Senior, your methods are truly remarkable." Yi Jin expressed his genuine admiration. "Senior, I have made my decision. I wish to acquire the method to open the Yao Pool." Yi Jin declared resolutely. "Very well." With an elegant flick of his sleeve, Su Che collected the celestial artifacts and celestial crystal from Yi Jin's storage ring. This haul proved quite satisfactory, yielding a modest profit, as Su Che murmured softly to himself before addressing the system. "Exchange for the method to open the Yao Pool." The system responded. "Exchange successful." Su Che adeptly recorded the method for accessing the Yao Pool on a jade slip and tossed it to Yi Jin. "I wish you luck," he said. "Thank you, Senior. If I return safely, I shall never forget this great favor." Yi Jin grasped the jade slip tightly in his hand. It held the key to altering his fate. After bidding farewell to Su Che, Yi Jin exited the Qitian Pavilion and retrieved a flying tool, casually looping a rope around Lu Peng. "Young master, what did the pavilion master give you that makes you appear so confident?" Lu Peng inquired curiously. "You need not know," Yi Jin replied, noting Lu Peng's cessation of further questioning. During their journey, Lu Peng attempted to discreetly send a message to the Holy King using the jade slip, but soon discovered it was unable to transmit. Why Yi Jin glanced at Lu Peng with a faint smirk. "Planning to leak information, are we?" "Young master, I do not understand your meaning," Lu Peng replied, appearing somewhat flustered. "Do you not think you should reflect on your actions?" Yi Jin remarked meaningfully. "Your master sent you to monitor my every move, did he not?" "Young master." A flicker of panic crossed Lu Peng's face, but he quickly masked it, continuing to respectfully pull the flying carriage. "I have endured for tens of thousands of years, and today, thanks to the Pavilion Master's assistance, I see the dawn of liberation for my master. You know why I did not evade you today? Because the dead cannot speak," Yi Jin said coldly, fixing his gaze on Lu Peng. Upon hearing this, Lu Peng felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. Yi Jin intended to eliminate him completely. Suddenly, he transformed into a colossal tiger, violently breaking free from his restraints. attempting to escape using a secret technique. Now you wish to flee? Yi Jin sneered. It is too late. Yi Jin remained seated, silently observing as Lu Peng crashed about within the confines of the barrier he had set. Before long, the giant tiger was battered and bleeding profusely. This space had been heavily sealed by Yi Jin. Not even a mosquito could escape. Young master, I am a servant of the Holy King, dispatched to serve you. You cannot kill me. Lu Peng screamed hoarsely, if I die, the Holy King will not let this go unpunished. Upon hearing this, Yi Jin burst into laughter. Do you think I am unaware that you are your master's spy? I am precisely here to eliminate you. With that, Yi Jin waved his right hand, and an invisible sword materialized in the air. Die. Yi Jin, you little wretch, the Holy King will never spare you, Lu Peng roared, cursing until his last breath. After slaying Lu Peng, Yi Jin heard his curse and swiftly struck again, obliterating his lingering soul. Thank you for the reminder. Otherwise, I might have nearly forgotten. You won't even have the chance to become a ghost. Having dealt with Lu Peng, Yi Jin discarded the flying carriage and flew alone towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Master, your time is running short. Our next meeting will be your death day. Meanwhile, within the North Domain's Demon Clan's Holy Hall, the Holy King sat upon his throne, clutching several shattered soul jade pieces, his gaze radiating an endless ferocity, as if ready to devour everything at any moment. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. The Holy King exclaimed thrice, intrigued. I shall see what capabilities you possess. A glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. My dear disciple, after concealing your strength for tens of thousands of years, are you finally ready to confront your master? Come here. The Holy King roared towards the hall's entrance. A middle-aged man of celestial realm stature entered the hall, bowing respectfully. I am at your service. Investigate the young master's recent movements, where he has been, whom he has met, and what he has done. I want to know every detail. Go quickly. You have half a month. The middle-aged man replied resolutely. As you command. Once his subordinate departed, the Holy King sighed deeply and resumed his seat upon the throne. An ominous premonition lingered in his heart. His disciple, Yi Jin, who had once been within his grasp, had suddenly turned against him and slain the individual he had sent. All of this signified that Yi Jin was no longer under his control. Simultaneously, outside the sealed Qitian Pavilion, Murong Feng, the master of the Lioli Palace, had stealthily lurked for an entire day. He sensed the structure was unusual, seemingly existing within its own realm. Due to his cautious nature, he refrained from acting impulsively without ascertaining the other party's stance. At that moment, 3 beams of light streaked across the sky, heading towards Qitian Pavilion. Zheng Yunxiu, accompanied by 2 venerable ancestors of the Lioli Palace, clad in azure and white garb respectively, arrived at Qitian Pavilion under Zheng Yunxiu's lead. Yunxiu, do you think the pavilion master, who only engages in trade, will be able to provide us with the items we require? The elder in white asked with some concern. Zheng Yunxiu chuckled lightly and replied, the 2 elders need not worry. The pavilion master has always been fair and reasonable in his pricing. Let us enter and discuss further. As the 3 prepared to enter Qitian Pavilion, they suddenly detected a familiar aura. Murong Feng, what brings you here? The white-haired elder inquired in surprise, as the master of the Lioli Palace. How do you find time to be here amidst so many affairs? Cough. Murong Feng, caught off guard, appeared somewhat awkward. What brings you 2 esteemed uncles here? I just arrived and intended to pay my respects to this newly risen pavilion master. Since that is the case, let us enter together. Indeed. Murong Feng agreed, steeling himself to follow them into Qitian Pavilion. Inside Qitian Pavilion, Su Che's eyes sparkled with insight as he smiled. What a delightful surprise to see so many guests at once. It seems a grand business deal is about to unfold in a mysterious celestial mountain. Several extraordinary figures resided. The Qing Taoist, aged 190,056, who had reached the late stage of the golden immortal realm. As one of the ancestors of the Lioli Palace, he harbored a grand ambition to break through to the immortal king realm and lead the Lioli Palace to become the preeminent immortal sect of the North Domain. The Bai Taoist, nearly the same age, 189,968 years, also resided in the late stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, as another ancestor of the Liuli Palace. His goals aligned with those of the Qing Daoist, to ascend to the Immortal King position and elevate the Liuli Palace's reputation. Chapter 87. Within Reach. Morong Feng, though only 86,230 years old, was considered a senior figure in the realm of cultivation. He currently served as the Palace Master of the Liuli Palace, having attained the early stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. Recently, he aimed to test the strength of the Tianhua Pavilion Master and investigate the secrets Zheng Yunxiu had obtained from the Tianhua Pavilion. At this moment, observing the individuals from the Liuli Palace before him, Su Che couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. They resembled a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter, while he was a seasoned shepherd. "Master ancestors, you have arrived," Zhao Linger exclaimed upon seeing the guests, hastily preparing tea, only to be pleasantly surprised to find that all were esteemed elders, prompting her to rush forward to attend to them. "Are you the pavilion master of Qi Tian?" The two elders directed their curious gaze towards Su Che, scrutinizing him. "Indeed, that is me. Please, take a seat." "And Palace Master Morong, I believe you must be parched after wandering outside all day. Do join us for tea." As Su Che's words left Mu Rongfeng utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that his whereabouts had already been discerned by the other party. Awkwardly accepting the tea presented by Zhao Ling, he silently sought a corner to sit down. The two elders exchanged puzzled glances with Zheng Yunxiu. For Mu Rongfeng had just claimed to have arrived only moments ago, yet he was now pointed out as having observed the situation for an entire day. Although they were very familiar with Mu Rongfeng, even they would have difficulty detecting his presence were it not for the aura he exuded. The fact that this master of Qi Tian Pavilion was aware of everything without having stepped outside was truly admirable. It seemed that this Qi Tian Pavilion master was indeed an exceptional figure. The two elders silently marveled at this. As the guests finished their tea, Su Che intended to get straight to the point. "Within Qi Tian Pavilion, no action escapes my notice. There is no need for further probing," he stated calmly. Zhao Linger and Zheng Yunxiu nodded in profound agreement, affirming, "Indeed, the elder possesses unparalleled knowledge. Should the two esteemed ancestors have any inquiries, please do not hesitate to ask." To encourage them, Su Che generously tossed a precious spirit fruit to Zhao Linger as a reward, adding with a smile, "First it was Linger and Yimei, and now it's Miss Zheng. It appears that those affiliated with Liuli Palace share a special affinity with me." Given this fortuitous connection, he decided to offer a 20% discount. This news filled the two elders with immense honor, and they expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Pavilion Master." It was worth noting that the items they wished to trade were of immense value. Thus, the savings of 20% amounted to a considerable sum. Su Che then proceeded to elucidate the situation in the northern region. The northern region is rife with immortal sects, yet only 4 can truly be regarded as reputable. Liuli Palace, Northern Dragon Palace, the Demon Clan's Sacred Hall, and the Heavenly Transformation Sect of the Devil Path. Each of these sects is guarded by formidable beings at the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal stage. Whosoever first ascends to the Immortal King realm shall become the foremost sect in the northern region. Upon hearing this, everyone present listened intently, especially intrigued by the prospect of breaking through to the Immortal King level. Subsequently, the two elders bowed to Su Che, seeking his guidance. "Though the breakthrough to the Immortal King realm may seem distant for you, with my assistance, it is but a trivial matter," he assured them. However, he then added, "Alas, the price may exceed your means. For an opportunity to reach the Immortal King level, at least 1 million points are required. For instance, the inheritance from the Heavenly Fox Demon Sovereign demands 2 million. Although the two elders had prepared themselves mentally, they were still overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing the precise figures. "Please, Pavilion Master, speak candidly." After a moment of contemplation, Su Che held up 2 fingers, indicating that he required 2 pieces of 3rd-grade immortal artifacts. Considering that 2nd-grade artifacts are valued at around 100,000 points, while 3rd-grade artifacts range from 1 million to 1,500,000 points, such an exchange would still be profitable for him. Upon hearing this demand, everyone present gasped in shock. 2 3rd-grade immortal artifacts. It is worth noting that even many cultivators of the celestial immortal level still utilize 1st-grade artifacts, Second-grade artifacts are already quite rare, let alone third-grade ones. The two elders, Qing Lao and Bai Lao, were momentarily left speechless as the founders of Luli Palace. They possessed considerable wealth. However, even with over 1,000,000 years of inheritance, Luli Palace only possessed one third-grade immortal artifact, a relic left by their founding patriarch. Even as the founders, they lacked the authority to trade it. Faced with the demand for two third-grade immortal artifacts, they found themselves unable to comply. Seeing their troubled expressions, Su Che quickly clarified, "This is merely a standard for value assessment," that he continued, "You may substitute with equivalent lower-grade immortal artifacts, rare materials, techniques, elixirs, or immortal crystals. After all, the system facilitates exchanges based on the value of items, not limited to specific ones." Upon hearing this explanation, the two founders heaved a sigh of relief, though their brows remained furrowed. In the corner, Mu Rongfeng murmured, "This price will surely drain Luli Palace dry." As the master of Luli Palace, he was acutely aware of the financial state of the sect. While exhausting their resources for the sake of an immortal king would be worthwhile, as an immortal king presiding over Luli Palace would elevate its status beyond comparison. Mu Rongfeng harbored reservations. If all was sacrificed, yet the two elders failed to break through, it would be tantamount to losing both the lady and the soldiers, rendering him a laughingstock throughout the northern region. After careful deliberation, Qing Lao cautiously inquired, "Pavilion Master, the demand for two third-grade immortal artifacts is indeed beyond our capacity. Is there perhaps a slightly less burdensome option? We are willing to take on greater risks." Su Che was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such a request. Thus, he discreetly consulted the system, searched for opportunities that enable a late golden immortal to break through to the immortal king. Disregarding risk factors with a lower required point total, the system swiftly provided an answer. In the North Sea Delta, a peak golden immortal flood dragon is on the verge of demise. There exists a 20% chance of defeating it to obtain its essence blood, aiding one individual in breaking through to the immortal king. This information requires the price of one third-grade immortal artifact. Yuche relayed this to the two elders, emphasizing, "Indeed, such an opportunity exists. Within the North Sea Delta lies a flood dragon nearing the end of its lifespan. You possess a 20% chance to vanquish it and acquire its essence blood, enabling one person to ascend to the immortal king, and this information costs but one third-grade immortal artifact. As for whether success would be achieved and who would break through, that would rest upon your own capabilities." Upon hearing this, Qing Lao and Bai Lao furrowed their brows. "Old Bai, what are your thoughts?" "I believe it is worth a try. After all, it is merely a dying flood dragon. Together, can we not handle it? Then it is settled." The two exchanged no more words, their intentions aligned. Once the decision was made, they bowed to Su Che in unison, saying, "Pavilion Master, we are willing to trade." Chapter 88. The ability to calculate heavenly secrets, they promptly produced their storage rings, voluntarily erasing their spiritual imprints before presenting the rings to Su Che. Using his divine sense to probe, he discovered that within the storage rings lay 8 second-grade immortal artifacts and over 100 first-grade immortal artifacts. He could not help but exclaim inwardly, "What extravagance!" It seems the ancestors of major sects are indeed affluent. Following the valuation of 1,000,000 points per artifact, Su Che collected the treasures from the storage rings one by one in total. He acquired 8 second-grade immortal artifacts, over 130 first-grade immortal artifacts, and a plethora of elixirs and spiritual plants, finally amassing 1,000,000 points. Zheng Yunxiu and Zhao Linger watched in astonishment, marveling at the vast wealth possessed by their ancestors. Mu Rongfeng, on the other hand, felt as if his heart were bleeding. Treasures that ought to belong to him had now become the spoils of the Qitian Pavilion Master, and each artifact taken felt like a piece of flesh being severed from his heart. "System, proceed with the exchange." The system responded, "Exchange successful. A total of 1,100,000 points have been deducted, with 800,000 allocated for acquiring the Flood Dragon information." Upon receiving detailed intelligence regarding the peak golden immortal Flood Dragon, Su Che organized this information into a jade slip and handed it to the two elders. This jade slip contained all pertinent details about the Flood Dragon, including its lair location, cultivation level, special abilities, and critical weaknesses. Qing and Bai Daoist received the jade slip and read it carefully, their faces lighting up with satisfaction. The information provided by Su Che was extraordinarily comprehensive, even detailing the spiritual essence the flood dragon had cultivated and its previous injuries. With this intelligence, they could prepare more thoroughly, significantly increasing their chances of success. Everyone present praised the Tianhua Pavilion Master's analytical prowess. "Thank you, Pavilion Master." The two expressed their heartfelt gratitude once more. Having effortlessly earned 200,000 points, Su Che was in high spirits when he turned to Mu Rongfeng in the corner and asked, "Mu Rong Dao friend, do you not wish to trade with me? Tian Pavilion can provide you with all the information you require to Mu Rongfeng." With a resigned expression, declined. "No, thank you." Did he believe he had yet to encounter any bottlenecks, and thus did not have an urgent need for opportunities. More importantly, he thought the Tian Pavilion Master's demands were excessively high. The so-called discount was merely a ploy to ensnare the two elders, and he had no intention of being such a fool. Murmuring to himself, Mu Rongfeng stood up, preparing to leave tea that moment. The recently concluded transaction with Qing and Bai Daoist prompted them to bid farewell to Su Che and return to Luli Palace. As they reached the door, Mu Rongfeng suddenly turned back to glance at Zhao Linger, who remained by Su Che's side. His gaze clearly conveyed, as the palace master, "I am leaving. What are you still doing here?" Feeling intimidated by her master, Zhao Linger replied softly, "Master, palace master, I wish to stay in Tian Pavilion to cultivate. The conditions here are far superior." Upon hearing this, Mu Rongfeng's expression darkened, and he reproached, "Nonsense! What if your presence here disturbs the pavilion master's guests?" As Zhao Linger wore a look of utter indignation, Su Che stepped forward, asserting protectively, "It's all right. Linger is a well-behaved and sensible child, and I hold her in great affection. Let her remain here." Mu Rongfeng wished to interject further, but after receiving a stern glare from Qing Bai Daoist, he begrudgingly swallowed his words and stormed out of Tian Pavilion. Upon exiting, the two venerable elders promptly delivered a sharp reprimand to Mu Rongfeng, stating, "We refrained from chastising you earlier in front of others out of respect. Why must you be so obstinate? Allowing that girl to stay in Tian Pavilion is undoubtedly beneficial. She's a disciple of our Liuli Palace. As long as we maintain a good rapport with Tian Pavilion, we need not fear the pavilion master neglecting our palace." I could see that moment. They noticed the surrounding onlookers whispering, their attire suggesting they were indeed from Liuli Palace. Indeed, the one who was beaten was dressed most extravagantly. What could his status be within Liuli Palace? Mu Rongfeng, clutching his head, dared not retort, and upon catching the curious gazes and hushed murmurs of passers-by, his face darkened in embarrassment. He paid no further heed to the two elders and vanished like a streak of light. Meanwhile, within Tian Pavilion, Zhao Linger felt dejected after being scolded by her own palace master. Looking at Su Che's retreating figure, an audacious thought suddenly crossed her mind. "Senior," she called out. What is it?" Su Che inquired. "Senior, you seem to spend all your time in the pavilion. Don't you find it dull? Why not venture outside for a stroll? Perhaps you could accompany Linger back to Liuli Palace. Our palace is vast and picturesque, with many delicacies awaiting your taste." A bittersweet smile graced Su Che's lips. The celestial realm was indeed immense, and he too longed to explore its wonders. Yet, alas, he dared not take a single step beyond his confines. Even though he had recently expended over 200,000 heavenly points to elevate his cultivation to the human immortal realm, it was still insufficient. His meager skills would be utterly inconsequential before any proficient practitioner outside. Moreover, having recently leaked heavenly secrets, he knew that should he dare to step beyond the boundaries of this small world, the laws of the celestial realm would swiftly erase him without a trace. However, he was somewhat reassured. After reaching the human immortal realm, his small world had grown significantly stronger, expanding its projection radius to 10 miles. Within this domain, he was an invincible entity. Su Che smiled faintly, adopting an air of detachment. "The world's splendor is but fleeting smoke to me. Even without stepping beyond my threshold, I can discern the affairs of the realm." Although Zhao Linger did not fully grasp his words, she found them profoundly eloquent and could not help but feel a surge of admiration. Nodding in agreement, Linger understands. Within the sacred hall of the demon clan, the sacred king sat upon his throne, attentively listening to his subordinates report on the intelligence regarding Tian Pavilion. Your Majesty, our investigations reveal that Tian Pavilion has a mysterious origin, and it is said that its master possesses the ability to divine heavenly secrets. Not long ago, Zheng Yunxiu of Liuli Palace and A.O. Shurian of the Northern Dragon Palace visited Tian Pavilion to engage in trade. Shortly thereafter, the northern region witnessed the emergence of the 6-9 heavenly calamity, and both Zheng Yunxiu and A.O. Shurian successfully broke through. Our inquiries confirm that their rapid advancement must have been aided by the master of Tian Pavilion. A glimmer of intensity flickered in Hong Yu's eyes as he muttered to himself, such a figure must not fall into the hands of the other 3 great families. Yin Lang, at your service. With my sacred decree, hasten to Fengsheng. Invite the master of Tian Pavilion to our sacred hall as my honored guest, stating that I shall host a banquet in person and wish to discuss the great Tao with him. Hong Yu cast forth a golden token, a symbol of his identity and the hall itself. Yin Lang respectfully accepted the token and hesitated momentarily before asking, what if the master of Tian Pavilion is unwilling to come? Hong Yu frowned in discontent, replying, this king personally hosts the banquet. Who would dare refuse my invitation? Proceed with the task. In the northern region, no one would dare disregard my authority. Chapter 89. An ominous premonition understood. I shall carry out your orders. After Yin Lang departed, Hong Yu gazed intently towards the direction of the Northern Dragon Palace. It's been ages since someone capable of divining heavenly secrets has appeared in the northern region. If this individual truly possesses such abilities, my ascension to the immortal king realm shall be within reach. Once successful, I will surely incorporate the Dragon Palace under the banner of the Sacred Hall. That old dragon is truly despicable. Demons are ultimately demons, daring to pride themselves as if they were of the ancient divine lineage. After receiving the Sacred King's command, Yin Lang swiftly made his way to Fengsheng. Reaching his destination in just 2 days, he prepared to descend upon Fengsheng. However, he was met with a barrier that blocked his path. Yin Lang exclaimed in surprise. This mere Fengsheng possesses such formidable city protection arrays? It was noteworthy that Yin Lang was a master of the heavenly immortal realm, and ordinary arrays posed no challenge to him. In truth, Fengsheng had originally lacked any protective formations. The current city defense array had been acquired through a transaction between the city lord and Su Che. Only recently completed, Su Che had nearly provided the array for free, partly because he resided within Fengsheng and partly to reciprocate the city lord's granting of permanent tax exemption privileges. I am the envoy of the Sacred Hall. Open the array at once. Yin Lang, obstructed by the formation, expressed his displeasure and unleashed his oppressive aura, causing the guards below to cough up blood in fear. Hearing the authoritative shout, City Lord Shangwan Rui's heart sank, and he immediately soared towards the city gate. Esteemed friend, please spare my humble self. I am Shangwan Rui, the City Lord of Fengsheng, and I shall promptly open the array for you. Under Shangwan Rui's direction, the guards operated the array, allowing Yin Lang entry into the city. A mere spirit saint minion dares to call me brother. Yin Lang grumbled in dissatisfaction, adding, in such a remote locale, attempting to manipulate formations is a waste of time. Ignoring Shangwan Rui's displeased expression, Yin Lang coldly snorted and soared towards Tian Pavilion. After his departure, Shangwan Rui and his subordinates could not help but murmur their grievances regarding Yin Lang's arrogance. The demon clan is far too arrogant. Indeed, our city lord is also a formal official of the immortal court. How dare he insult us so? Upon hearing his subordinate's comments, Shangwan Rui's expression darkened. Enough. Be cautious not to bring trouble upon yourselves. That individual is a powerhouse of the heavenly immortal realm, not someone we can provoke. Moreover, it is said that the Sacred Hall has a peak golden immortal seated within, which is why they are so brazen. Who knows if he will continue to act so impudently upon arriving at Tian Pavilion. At that moment, Yin Lang, the object of Fengqing's murmurs, had already arrived before Tian Pavilion, where he respectfully held the sacred king's decree high above his head. A resonant call shattered the tranquility. Master of Tian Pavilion, my sacred king summons you. Please accompany me at once. If you wish to discuss a transaction, please step inside. Su Che's languid voice drifted from within Tian Pavilion. Yin Lang's brow furrowed slightly. The master of Tian Pavilion seemed rather presumptuous. As an envoy of the Demon Clan's sacred hall, bearing the sacred king's personal order to invite him to a banquet. The lack of a formal reception was one thing, but to merely utter a casual invitation to enter. Despite his mounting dissatisfaction, Yin Lang suppressed his anger for the sake of the sacred king's important matter and stepped into Tian Pavilion. Yin Lang, aged 106, 360, had reached the early stage of the heavenly immortal realm. A significant envoy of the Northern Region Demon Clan Sacred Hall, his current mission was to bring the master of Tian Pavilion back to the Sacred Hall, assisting the Sacred King in breaking through to the Immortal King realm. Even before Yin Lang approached within 10 miles of Tian Pavilion, Su Che had sensed his arrival and swiftly gathered all relevant information about him. It appeared that he was not here to engage in business after all, an invitation to a banquet. How intriguing. Reclining upon a long bench, Su Che observed as Zhao Linger poured tea for him. Upon discovering that Yin Lang was not a merchant, the basic etiquette of hospitality was entirely disregarded. Once inside Tian Pavilion, Yin Lang's gaze immediately locked onto Su Che, noticing that only the two of them were present. With the girl clearly holding the young man in high regard, Yin Lang quickly deduced Su Che's identity. The pavilion master truly enjoys a leisurely life, accompanied by a lovely maiden in this quaint abode. It is indeed enviable. Yin Lang regarded Su Che, who showed no intention of rising, with evident disdain. Zhao Linger huffed softly, her regard for the indiscreet envoy diminishing significantly. Do not misunderstand. Linger is a disciple of Lioli Palace, and it is by virtue of our connection that she practices here that a disciple of Lioli Palace, practicing in Tian Pavilion. Yin Lang was taken aback. He had only been aware that Yi Mei and Zheng Yunxiu from Lioli Palace had engaged in trade with the master of Tian Pavilion, but he had not anticipated such a close relationship between the two parties. Realizing the precariousness of the situation and recalling the Sacred King's explicit instructions that the master of Tian Pavilion must not fall into the hands of others, Yin Lang resolved to ensure that, by any means necessary, he would bring the master of Tian Pavilion back to the Sacred Hall today. Recently, the esteemed master of the Tian Pavilion has gained considerable notoriety in the northern region. It is said that not only does he possess profound cultivation skills, but he is also well versed in the art of divination, knowing all things. Master of the pavilion, you must surely be aware of the purpose of my visit today. Am I correct? Su Che nodded slightly. Naturally, Tian Pavilion is all-knowing ha. In that case, let's embark at once and not waste any more time. However, Su Che seemed unfazed by his urgency, savoring his tea with a hint of an elusive smile directed at the visitor. Yin Lang's gaze gradually turned icy. What is the meaning of your attitude, master? He represents the Holy Hall, and even the leaders of the other three great powers in the northern region would show him some respect. Yet the master of Tian Pavilion treats him so dismissively, igniting a flame of anger within him. What if I refuse? What do you intend to do then? Su Che set down his teacup, regarding Yin Lang with a charming smile. Yin Lang stepped forward decisively, asserting, if the master is unwilling to show courtesy, then do not blame me for being impolite. Oh, Linger, inform him of the first rule of Tian Pavilion. Zhao Linger pointed to the words on the curtain, declaring crisply, provocateurs shall perish. Did you hear that, fellow Yin Lang? Are you still contemplating making a move here? Su Che chuckled, upon witnessing Su Che's smile. Yin Lang was suddenly seized by an ominous premonition. Yet, recalling the Holy King's instructions and the might of the Holy Hall behind him, he quickly composed himself. Master, we of the Holy Hall, as one of the four great sects of the northern region, possess power beyond your imagination. I urge you to think twice. Yin Lang warned. The Holy King personally issued a holy order for me to invite the master to a banquet, which was meant as a gesture of goodwill. Yet it seems the master is so obstinate. Then do not blame me for lacking mercy. Just as Yen Lang prepared to employ his magic to capture Su Che, the air around them appeared to freeze. In the blink of an eye, Su Che sealed his powers, rendering him an ordinary mortal, incapable of even calling for help. "What have you done to me?" Yen Lang asked in terror. Chapter 90. The Fall of Yen Lang. Do you think I would spare someone who seeks to harm me? Su Che retorted. Zhao Linger sighed helplessly, unable to bear to watch this scene unfold. How foolish Yen Lang is. The senior had already warned him of the rules of Qi Tian Pavilion, granting him an opportunity. Yet he failed to cherish it, ultimately bringing humiliation upon himself. Truly, he chooses to tread the path of endless darkness when a grand road to enlightenment lay before him. The Holy Land, Su Che chuckled lightly. Having violated the rules of Qi Tian Pavilion, no one can save you. S's words fell. With a mere thought, Yen Lang's soul was instantaneously erased. Following this, he struck with a palm, sending Yen Lang's lifeless body soaring from the pavilion like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily onto the street outside. Just outside Qi Tian Pavilion, the sealed city's lord, Shangguan Rue, along with his attendants, closely observed every movement within. Suddenly, they beheld a familiar corpse flying out from Qi Tian Pavilion, ultimately landing on the main street. That not Yen Lang. Someone recognized him, the arrogant member of the Holy Hall. Who would have thought he would be executed by the master so soon after entering? This outcome is entirely of his own making. The crowd exchanged glances, all feeling a sense of elation, praising the master's actions as fair and just. However, in a dim corner not far away, a figure silently observed all of this. Is that not the fallen Yen Lang of the demon clan's holy land? The shadow whispered. A celestial being has perished so quietly. The strength of this master of Qi Tian Pavilion is indeed fearsome. My sect has dispatched me to investigate Qi Tian Pavilion. It appears this task will not be easy. After a moment of contemplation, the shadow resolved. I must not act rashly. Otherwise, Yen Lang's fate will serve as my cautionary tale. I must first ascertain the true nature of this master. Shangguan Rue and his entourage departed. This mysterious figure vanished into the night. Upon returning to the Lord's residence, Shangguan Rue solemnly warned his subordinates to exercise caution and avoid offending the master of Qi Tian Pavilion. Once his subordinates had left, a shadow quietly slipped down from the rafters. What kind of prowess does this master of Qi Tian Pavilion possess that would warrant such caution from the sealed city lord? A deep voice echoed from the corner. Shangguan Rue cried out in terror, but soon realized the sound had not escaped. The surroundings had long been enveloped in a soundproof barrier. The black shadow gradually took shape, revealing a humanoid figure, yet its face bore no distinct features, appearing exceedingly eerie. Just as Shangguan Rue was gripped by extreme fear, the shadow spoke gently. Do not be afraid. I mean no harm. I merely wish to learn about the master of Qi Tian Pavilion. Saying this, he extended a token to Shangguan Rue as proof. Shangguan Rue took the token and examined it closely, exhaling a sigh of relief. It turns out to be Senior A.O. Ming of the Tianhua Sect. I, the sealed city, Lord Shangguan Rue, have the honor of meeting you, Senior. The fear within Shangguan Rue's heart diminished significantly. He understood well that although the Tianhua Sect is a demonic sect, they operate discreetly and do not indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. A.O. Ming reclaimed the token and directly inquired. Qi Tian Pavilion resides within your sealed city. As the city lord, you should have some understanding of it, correct? Shangguan Rue respectfully cupped his hands and replied truthfully. That senior is exceedingly mysterious, rarely venturing outside. Thus my knowledge of him is quite limited. Then tell me everything you know. Be sure to be honest. As you command, Senior A.O. Ming. After Shangguan Rue thoroughly recounted all he knew about Qi Tian Pavilion, A.O. Ming's expression grew exceptionally complex. Is there truly such a reclusive master in this world? Does he only enjoy conducting transactions? Shangguan Rue explained. That senior is indeed an extraordinary recluse, whose thoughts diverge greatly from those of ordinary people. A.O. Ming nodded thoughtfully, seemingly in agreement with Shangguan Rue's perspective, then casually tossed out a pill. I have finished my inquiries. This spirit pill shall serve as a reward for your cooperation. No sooner had the words left his mouth than A.O. Ming's figure vanished from Shang Wanrui's sight. Leaving the Lord's residence, it appears that this master of Qitian Pavilion is not a bloodthirsty individual. As long as one adheres to the rules of Qitian Pavilion, interactions should not be difficult. This visit was primarily to carry out my duties. Now I can return to report to the sect leader with a satisfactory account. Meanwhile, within the Holy Hall of the Northern Region's Demon Clan. Holy King, great trouble is at hand. A demon at the celestial realm rushed into the main hall, his face filled with concern as he knelt before the Holy King Hong Yu, who sat upon the high throne. I report to you, Holy King, Yin Lang has fallen. Just moments ago, I discovered that Yin Lang's life rune shattered. Holy King Hong Yu snorted coldly, his expression darkening instantly, and demanded fiercely, what on earth happened? Wasn't Yin Lang sent to Qitian Pavilion to invite someone? How could he suddenly perish? Holy King, not long ago, I noticed that Yin Lang's life rune shattered without warning. Yin Lang didn't even have time to send a distress signal through the life rune before his soul dissipated. Holy King Hong Yu's expression turned as grave as water, and he roared in anger. Who dares harm my holy hall's people? Summon my command. Let Yin Mo come to see me. Soon after, a robust man clad in heavy armor entered the main hall. Respectful Holy King, your servant has arrived. Hong Yu replied coldly, Yin Lang is dead. Yin Mo was utterly astonished, exclaiming, What? Who did this? He speculated further. Could it be the master of Qitian Pavilion? How dare he provoke our sacred hall? Hong Yu waved his hand, saying, It is still uncertain, but I suspect this matter is connected to the incident 3 days ago. He commanded Yin Mo, assemble a team and head to the sealed city immediately to investigate the cause of Yin Lang's death. If it was indeed the master of Qitian Pavilion, then eliminate him, completely destroy Qitian Pavilion. For tens of thousands of years, we have been the unchallenged authority in the northern region. Who would have thought that someone would dare to strike at our people? Truly, they must be tired of living. As you command, Holy King. Outside the sealed Qitian Pavilion, a figure named A.O. Ming appeared. O Ming of the Tianhua Sect has come to pay his respects to the master of Qitian Pavilion. He manifested before the grand entrance of Qitian Pavilion and bowed respectfully. Zhao Linger's melodious voice resonated from within. Please come in. Upon hearing the summons, A.O. Ming stepped into the Qitian Pavilion. As he entered, the magical aura surrounding him gradually dissipated, and the shadow that enveloped him faded away, revealing the image of a valiant young man whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm. Overview of A.O. Ming. Age, 125,669 years. Cultivation, perfected celestial immortal. Affiliated faction, Tianhua Sect. Objective, on the orders of the sect master, to investigate intelligence regarding the Qitian Pavilion. Chapter 91. Effortless, Su Che observed A.O. Ming's information and even glimpsed into his inner world. Unable to suppress a smile. It turns out he is a lovesick soul. Junior A.O. Ming pays respects to the pavilion master of Qitian. Upon seeing Su Che, A.O. Ming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and bowed respectfully. Su Che's youth astonished him, for he had envisioned someone well-versed in the mysteries of heaven and earth, like the pavilion master, to be an elder sage. Linger, please serve tea to our guest. Upon hearing Su Che's instruction, Zhao Linger, who had just finished her cultivation, promptly prepared a cup of hot tea for both of them and respectfully offered it. Senior A.O. Ming, please enjoy the tea. Thank you. Young lady A.O. Ming nodded slightly in gratitude and then drank it in one gulp. Zhao Linger felt a bit surprised, and a measure of fondness for the valiant A.O. Ming blossomed within her. Although he hailed from a demonic sect, his demeanor was poised and graceful, surpassing many from the righteous sections. After finishing the tea, A.O. Ming set down the cup and, with a hint of hesitation, inquired, Might I ask, did you slay Yin Lang, Senior? Su Che replied nonchalantly, The warning proved ineffective, so I eliminated him. His tone was calm, as if the act of killing Yin Lang were merely a trivial matter. However, this statement struck A.O. Ming like a thunderbolt. A celestial immortal could so easily take a life, completely disregarding the power behind the victim. The pavilion master of Qitian truly possessed audacity beyond measure. I'm aware of your purpose for visiting the Qitian pavilion, fellow Taoist Ao Ming. You have likely gathered nearly all the information you seek. Now, do you wish to discuss matters of fate or prospects first? Su Che lightly tapped the table, smiling as he spoke. Ao Ming's heart tightened. He had not anticipated that the pavilion master could discern his thoughts, recalling Su Che's mention of matters of fate. Ao Ming's face involuntarily flushed, and he hastily shook his head, attempting to dispel distracting thoughts. Senior Jest, I have come for serious business, not to inquire about matters of fate. I am here on the orders of my sect master, to seek your guidance on the path of the Celestial King. Standing beside them, Zhao Linger gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. She had not expected that the sect master of Tianhua Sect was also preparing to break through to the Celestial King realm. Achieving a breakthrough to the Celestial King realm is not overly difficult. I possess numerous opportunities that can assist in this endeavor. If you are willing, I can provide a wealth of resources. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must be able to pay the corresponding price. Ao Ming was utterly astonished within. He had not anticipated that the pavilion master of Qitian truly possessed the means to aid others.